Hampshire can be free with your help. Sign the petition and learn more at nhexit.us.
These are the cases of the state of New Hampshire versus Spring State. Case numbers 429-2021 CR 3652 and 429-2022 CR 254. Would everyone please participating in this hearing identify themselves for the record?
Hello, Attorney Charles O'Leary, representing the state of New Hampshire.
James Shepherd, also to the state of New Hampshire.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Mr. Staples?
Sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Staples. Could I beg you to come forward, please?
No, I'll stay right here. Thank you.
Do you have any objection to the defendant being behind the bar?
I don't. I've never passed the bar. I'm not a member of the bar, so I'm not going to pass the bar from here on.
Well, you're...
Right, I guess, I don't, yeah, the gold fringe and everything, I'm not going to consent. We can do it from here. So you guys, however you want to do it, you want to try and drag me behind the bar? Good luck.
Just as long as the defendant is cautioned that he can't be receiving help from outside sources unless they're potential interference in this matter, and I don't have an objection.
Okay. All right, sir, we'll indulge your desire to not come forward, so you can go from there. I do want to address, before we get started, the issue of recording and broadcasting this hearing. The court's received 2 requests pursuant to the court's rule on advance notice about audio and video recording. And so I'm approving these 2. So I just need, and unfortunately, where it says name, it says anonymous on both. No. So I actually don't know who has made the request.
I mean, people, we have a right to record. Okay, everyone has a right to record. I don't know if you want to go down that road today. We've done this in many other courts.
Sir.
I'm just saying.
Sir.
People have a right to record without permission.
Right.
We're all recording, okay? You can't stop people from recording.
2 people can record because they filled out prior notice. Ma'am, you filled out a prior notice?
Yes, and I wrote my name, Reg 1776.
That's fine. So you're authorized.
And I've been filming my stuff since the beginning.
I just want to make sure that I get this clear, is that we don't actually have to fill out a form of just notify, right? So I'm notifying you that I'm recording?
No, you have to fill out a form.
All right, I'm the one that said anonymous then.
Okay, so you wrote anonymous, you can record, sir. Sir, did you submit a form?
Yeah, in like 2012 or 2013. Would you like to see it?
No, that's not going to be sufficient.
Well,
The Supreme Court says
The Supreme Court says it's okay. The one whose rule you're trying to use, or order, it's actually an order. And you should look up Supreme Court Rule 19 real quick, okay? Because that says we have permission, we're allowed to film, okay?
We should be
We don't need to ask permission. You can't keep us. This is a First Amendment right, man. It's protected activity.
It also cannot be denied. It's
Right, it can't be denied. Okay?
I'm not addressing you, sir.
You're addressing everybody who's trying to record.
You did though.
Let's go. Let's get this clown show started.
It's not a permission slip, it's a notification.
Ooh, just fuck around and find out. Shit. No fucking victim.
Language, watch the words.
What?
Watch the language.
I don't watch my language.
So,
I say whatever I fucking say.
Sir, I'm going to permit you to record as you've indicated that you're a registered member of the media. So I have two pre-authorizations from people who wanted to record. That was you, sir, and you, ma'am. And so you three people are authorized to proceed.
Oh, thanks. We didn't need your permission.
All right, you ready to proceed?
I'm ready to proceed.
I'm not ready to proceed.
I would ask with respect to any witnesses, I expect to call Lieutenant Baldessari as my first witness. I would agree, and I would submit to the court that the defendant should agree. Any witnesses who are going to testify should be sequestered unless they're in the court to testify. So I'm going to call Lieutenant Baldessari. Any other witnesses for the state will be outside. And I don't know that I haven't received any information from the defendant about who he intends to call as a witness. What I'm just indicating is if you intend to call witnesses during your case, anyone you intend to call has to be outside of the court until they come in to testify.
Sure.
Okay? Fine.
So yeah, whoever, see you later. You're not a witness for the thing. You're just a witness for when I showed up, and then now they're trying to like resurrect this thing from the dead and change it this whole way and railroad me. Not going to happen. So I was. You were at the legislative office. Oh, were you?
No.
So he was actually he was there. Is anybody else at the when I called them bootlickers? You were there? Would you be a witness possibly if necessary? And anybody, you weren't there. So yeah, if you guys could step out, please, that'd be great. I think I'm gonna be seeking a continuance here anyways. I mean, this guy, I got this in the mail yesterday. I got this yesterday. So you think I'm ready to go to trial now that you just threw a whole nother multiple elements in here? So are you cool with the continuance so I can research this?
I'm prepared to go forward on the case with regard to the 1013 matter, and I think nothing has changed on that. That has been the same.
What do you mean? You're amending
that has to do with the legislative
All right,
office.
gentlemen.
Wait, this is the legislative office building.
No.
What is this?
This is the governor's council.
No.
Right.
As a first.
No.
No.
This is not the governor's council.
I'm issuing a sequester order, so that means that any witness who is going to be allowed to testify in this trial must exit the courtroom and not be present for anyone else's testimony, and shall not discuss any of the testimony that they hear in the courtroom with a witness during the proceeding. Is that understood? Do you understand, Attorney O'Leary?
Yeah, I do.
Mr. Staples, do you understand?
Hey, Frank. Isn't
What's going on?
witness Megan?
Mr. Staples?
Is she witness? Get out. No, sir. This paperwork that I have says
Mr.
I'm here.
Staples, we're addressing the sequestration.
Yes. What are you talking about? I said everybody should be sequestered, but we're trying to figure out what this is about. We don't know who to sequester. There's two things that you guys are trying to talk about. You're saying I'm here for something when I'm thinking I'm here for something else.
Mr. Staples, I just want to make clear that I'm not going to allow anyone to testify who you call who might be present in the courtroom during the presence of anyone else's testimony.
Right. And so what is going on here? Because I thought this was the disorderly conduct legislative office building thing. That's what I have on this paperwork here.
So as a preliminary matter, Attorney O'Leary, you filed a motion to amend the complaint in case number 429-2022 CR 254.
Right, that I would call it the second case. It's the second in time case from November 19th. I have filed that. I've sent a copy to the defendant. I also filed a motion to amend with the court. But it's my intent, and in terms of my witnesses, it's my intent to go forward on the matter that deals with the legislative office building, the police standards and training, because it's first in time. It's October 13th, and I have my witnesses here, and we're ready to proceed.
I'm not.
No.
So
You don't intend to go forward? You're asking for it.
pulling the rug out
Yes.
on the one thing.
5-4.
I don't fucking think so.
I intend to go forward on the 10/13/2021 disruptions, disorderly conduct charges at the police standards and training.
Correct.
And I have all my witnesses here.
429-2021 CR 3652.
Correct.
What about the other document?
My understanding, based upon my witnesses and the amount of time, is we probably won't even get through that. But I am prepared to go forward, and I have my witnesses for the first-of-time case, and I'm ready to go forward with that. And I would start with Lieutenant Baldessari. I expect that I have 5 witnesses on that case.
So I still haven't even gotten the discovery from these guys. Remember when I asked you to mail it to me? You never mailed me the discovery.
I've said the discovery.
When?
You had counsel before, we said all.
The council was never my counsel. They were standby counsel, and this is the other thing. I was prepared to try to get this legislative office building thing dismissed on procedural grounds, okay? Because I was here already, and I have witnesses there that were here with me for that incident that I'm here for today, that this is what it's saying, I was supposed to be here today for that.
Mr. Staples?
So,
Are you making a motion to dismiss?
yes,
Okay, what are the grounds of your motion to dismiss?
because they slid in this new charge after I was here. This is the original charge. Disorderly conduct, breach of bail. I was here on 1/14 for this hearing. And then the state wasn't here. I sat here all day and the clerk signed this and she said the defendants weren't filed. The charges weren't filed, nothing was filed. And then I was here on a completely different matter, months later being represented, or I was supposed to be standby counsel, and these guys are giving the information to the lawyers that aren't even representing me. They're standby counsel. They're not sending anything to me directly. And these lawyers haven't been sending anything to any of the other clients directly either, for that matter. So, my point is, I'm not prepared to go to trial today. I don't know if you know that I also have head trauma. I get confused easily. And, I mean, this dude can't just keep changing the shit. What if I wasn't here that day? I would have been found guilty. So then, 3 months later, April 14th, they file new charges, and they completely change the facts. You can't amend facts on a complaint. I was arrested for calling these bootlickers bootlickers. And then I said, fuck around and find out, okay? And then they changed the original charge from me being arrested for charge for bootlickers, calling them bootlickers, to I said, fuck around and find out. So how are you going to say now that I was arrested before I said fuck around and find out, but now you want to charge me for that? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Why am I not getting arrested right now?
Mr. Staples?
These guys are from October 13th, not November.
This is a joke.
Let me just kindly ask you to lower your voice. I can hear you.
I told you I have head trauma, and when I get excited, I lose control of my voice. You want to go research it? I can't help it, okay, when I get excited.
Right.
And I feel like I'm outnumbered and threatened by these people. I don't know why all these extras are here.
All right, so just do
They got guns? You guys get guns?
Just
Do you have guns on? Get out. Can you guys get these out for trying to intimidate people with guns on in here? They're not even here for any real reason.
And the witness.
And the witness.
And the witness, get this dude out of here.
Was he not listening?
I don't know, you don't care.
Sir, you've made a motion to dismiss. I'd like to be able to hear from the state what their position is. Attorney O'Leary?
Your Honor, with respect to, I think he's talking about the second case, if that's I understand what he's saying. With respect to the second case, what I can indicate is, my understanding is there was an arraignment back in January. When that arraignment was scheduled, because we had just converted it to the J1 system, I think complaints were filed, and they weren't filed properly using the J1 system, so they didn't proceed that day. The defendant was back later because he had already been arrested and had underlying charges of disorderly conduct from the October 13th event. And when he came in on the date of that hearing, represented by counsel, attorneys Stans and Jens, we refiled the complaints alleging the disorderly conduct and the breach of bail. So those were properly filed, they were properly served on him, and I believe they're properly before the court. With respect to the breach of bail charge, I recently filed a motion to amend that, indicating language that alleged that he was in fact breaching his bail by being at the Legislative Office Building, which violated Judge Spath's original order, which was a follow-up order to the bail commissioner's order named Susan Songflush, who ordered him to stay away from 1,000 feet away from the governor, the executive council, or any place where they may be. And it's our contention that he did that. So in any event, based upon that motion, I have asked the court to amend that because I believe, based upon case law, we are allowed to do that. I gave him notice of that, and it's my expectation, if he wants to address that, that would be something we would address next Friday, because that's what I anticipate. If we were able to get started today, we would then be able to go forward with the second case next Friday. So my answer is that I think we can follow proper court procedure with respect to serving him, with giving him notice of what he's being charged with, and giving him an opportunity to be heard.
What about Mr. Staples' argument that this matter should be dismissed because he doesn't have discovery?
Rule 4.
My understanding is he has the discovery. We sent all the discovery to Attorney Jets and to Attorney.
They were never hired to represent me on this case. They were only representing me. Hold on. Were they representing me in this matter?
Please stop. Please, I'm hearing from Attorney O'Leary.
Yeah.
I'll give you a chance to respond.
It was my understanding that they were counsel. At some point later on, during one of the later hearings that he had in front of Judge McIntyre, he indicated he didn't want them as counsel anymore, and he was essentially firing them, and he was going to proceed on his own. But the discovery was provided, is my understanding. All of the discovery was provided to him, so he would have it through them. If he doesn't have it, and we're scheduled for that next week, I will remake him all the stuff. I'll rip the stuff out of my file and give it to him. He can take it, and I can get copies for him.
New stuff too, because I know there's new stuff.
I don't have any problem with that. My understanding is he had all the discovery because it was.
No, there's been new stuff too that's been sent to them that I have not got since, okay? So, and, hold on, Jens and Stanton were hired to represent the group at the Executive Council, not the Legislative Office Building thing. That was just me. And I was up there standing side by side with the lawyers, and we have it all on video, and everybody here knows I was representing myself that whole time, but these guys wanted to make it look like they were doing the right thing and giving this stuff to the lawyers, and no, we want them to be representing him because that's how they slid it in the back end. Not going to happen. Rule 4, anyways, the initial proceedings, the copy of the complaint has to be given to me at that hearing. They never gave me a copy of that. So that's a violation. It says, shall be provided with a copy of the complaint on that day of the initial proceedings. When I was here, I never got one. Never got a copy of the complaint. Now they've been trying to change it and morph it from that I said bootlickers to I said fuck around and find out, which is a completely different fact after I was already being arrested.
All right.
Okay, so they can't amend facts in a complaint.
Mr. Staples,
So I also tried to object to them amending those facts, but they also slid that in with that other judge and those lawyers that weren't even representing me. Do you see why I'm so upset right now?
Mr. Staples, Attorney Bradford Stanton filed a full appearance in connection with this case.
I don't know why. I never hired him for it. So he can't file on something that I never signed. Get the fuck out of here. I never signed for him to come and represent me. That shit is bullshit. No way. No fucking way. No fucking how. I need discovery. We need to have a continuance.
You were a different judge. I was here and he always said he wasn't represented by that person.
I've always said this whole time, I'm like, so you're new to the judge. She had to recuse herself. Why? After all this fucked up, dirty shit happens in the court record, and they're allowed to slide this thing in completely different that these lawyers were never hired to represent me on. We were running out of money for the other shit. That's why I backed out and represent myself. All right? So, my mouth is really dry. I'm going to drink some water.
My understanding was, it was certainly my understanding based upon having those lawyers.
Of course, it's your benefit.
I will agree with Mr. Staples that at some point in time in a later hearing, he indicated his displeasure with them, and he didn't want them to represent him.
When first, from not true. See, not true.
I don't know. I wasn't privy to the discussions. All I'm indicating is that we provided the discovery, and as far as us sending additional information to Attorney Jens and Stanton since that had to do with scheduling matters based upon an order from the court about setting up times and possible dates for when we would have trials on the other matters. And I believe I did actually get my co-counsel, because I think he was the one who spoke with and had emails back and forth, and then ultimately filed some documentation with the court. So I think if he's referencing there's been paperwork that has gone to that counsel since he separated himself from them, I think that that's accurate. But I'm telling you what I understand it to be is not additional discovery material, but information in response to a court order.
And we know your judgment is suspect. So we don't know that for sure. I don't know that for sure.
You were represented by counsel who filed an appearance. Discovery was provided to that counsel.
No,
That
I was
counsel
never, listen, hold on a second, sir. This is even before all that. I'm trying to get to something before all that.
Mr. Staples, your motion to dismiss and your motion to continue are untimely, so they're denied.
They're untimely? So you're denying because they're untimely?
I'm denying.
I tried to bring this stuff up while these dudes were pretending to fucking represent me. And the whole time in every goddamn hearing I said, these lawyers are not representing me. These guys aren't representing me. We got it all on video. All these people have seen it.
I'll witness that.
Okay? So you're not going to tell me those guys were representing me.
They never represented you. Never.
And then I don't have access to their freaking digital files that they give to everybody. I was cut out of that at some point as well. Okay? So the point is, for this thing here, Rule 3, the complaint can't be amended. That other judge allowed the amendment, and she didn't allow a hearing on the matter. She just let it go to change the facts on the complaint, the original complaint that I never got, which is what I was charged with saying bootlickers, calling them bootlickers. And then they completely changed the facts. You can't amend facts. So you're going to allow those facts to remain amended by that judge who recused herself? Is that what you're telling me? And then what about Rule 4? Shall be provided. I didn't get that. Is that why? So they could change completely change the charge in the case and the facts?
Mr. Staples, your motion is untimely. You can't show up on the date set for trial and complain that you haven't received discovery when you were represented by counsel in this proceeding and when you had ample...
Which one are you talking? Which proceeding? There's two proceedings. You guys are trying to make me...
ample opportunity to request discovery from the state of New Hampshire prior to today's hearing. So if you didn't...
I asked him in person, dude.
Discovery, you should have made a request for that. And if it was denied to you...
I'm not a lawyer, okay? I'm not a lawyer. I asked this dude, do you remember? I asked you to send me the discovery in the hallway. I have it on video. Yeah, you know I have it on video, so.
I've denied your motions.
All right, and that was on what matter? The executive council thing? So this is the problem here. I'm very confused as to what I'm even doing here. I don't know if you can tell.
Staples, we're addressing case number 429, 2021, CR 3652. You're facing 4 Class B misdemeanor charges.
Right.
You committed the...
Those two, I was charged with 2 originally, and now I got 4 of them. So this is the stuff that I'm talking about that I have not gotten. Okay? So if you want to try to force me to proceed with that, I'm going to have to try to say, who was there at the New Hampshire 9 thing? Are you going to try to force me to proceed on this at least a partial day? I thought I was going to have another day because I got notified of a half a day on the legislative office building thing, and then I thought the executive council thing was next Friday.
Trial is going to proceed on the case involving conduct alleged to have occurred on October 13th, 2020.
Right, the executive council thing. So that's what I'm saying. I got notification that that is on Friday, next Friday.
I think that the notices, I had a discussion with the clerk, if I might intervene.
I do have
had notices for both cases on both days.
This is in the court records.
I called up the clerk.
I did file a timely motion to dismiss. Okay.
Your Honor.
This is on the court
Can I be
record.
heard?
Months ago. When is this?
Sir, can I be heard?
January 22nd.
Can I say
Sir,
Can I be heard for a second? I got the same notices that the defendant apparently got. And what I received from the court, we originally said,
Attorney O'Leary, I have a scheduling notice right in front of me. It lists these charge ID numbers, and it indicates the trials on March 10th, 2023.
good, okay, so
Right here.
Thank you.
Sir, hey, take that. I mean, look, this is what I got. Look,
You can present that to the judge. You can present that.
I'm not going back there. I don't think, that says those 4 charges are March 17th, right here.
It also says it on the other day.
I'm not coming forward, I already told you
I
that.
asked you the witness to come forward.
Why wasn't he
Everyone says
supposed
those two charges.
Why wasn't he sequestered?
Witness is armed. He hasn't started to offer testimony.
And he's armed.
Any other witnesses who may testify on this matter having to do with the legislative office building need to be sequestered, okay? I don't see anyone else here who are witnesses for the state. Everyone else for the state is outside.
Hold on, because she might be a witness.
Is this regarding November 19th or October 13th?
So whoever was at the New Hampshire, the executive council at the training standards, you were there, right? No, yeah. No.
October 13th.
October 13th.
Is this regarding October 13th?
Yes.
This trial that's going to start right now concerns conduct that is alleged to have taken place on October 13th, 2021 at the Police Standards and Training Facility. Anyone who is in the courtroom for any of this testimony
I don't have notice of this
will
today.
not be allowed to testify in this proceeding.
This says these 4 charges are next Friday, March 17th. This one says day 1 of 2 days, March 10th, on the disorderly conduct and the breach of bail, and then the disorderly conduct and the breach of bail on the March 17th again. So, like I said, this shows the 4 disorderly conducts from that day and charge IDs for March 17th. What day is today?
The 10th.
The 10th. So we're not going to proceed with this at all. Fuck that shit. March 17th, I'll be back. The other thing's been continued because he wants to change everything, okay? And I'm going to need time to research his whole criminal trespass thing. You're not going to pull the rug out from underneath me and make me do this trial a week early. Hell fucking no.
Mr. Staples, you received a scheduling notice.
Right here.
Indicated that this trial would take place on March 10th.
No, I did not. I have them right here. Can you see them, please? And you'll see.
Want me to bring it to him?
No, ma'am.
Somebody,
Well, then,
the
let's
clerk,
look it up.
come on, man.
You wanna look at it?
Give him these things. This is what I got. You're not gonna tell me that this, no, hell fucking no. I don't care how we gonna do this, it's not going down like that. Not going down like that. I'm not gonna allow it. I have a fucking loud voice, I can hoot and fucking holler all goddamn day. You can put me in contempt, whatever the fuck you wanna do. Let's fucking do it. Listen, you're gonna look at this and you're gonna see that I'm right. And I'm scheduled for this shit next fucking Friday. And I'll be back then.
Mr. Staples.
Fuck around and find out. I'll be back then because we're not doing the legislative office building, right? I have proof. I have proof. You say you have proof, I fucking have my fucking proof.
If you're not
Okay.
going to bring it up, then you can get it.
Get fucked. I don't care. I'm out of here. I'm here for the legislative office building thing because that's what I got in the mail right here. Day 1 of 2.
Mr. Staples, you want me to respond to you.
I don't want you to do shit. I'm gonna walk out, dude. I'm gonna walk the fuck out of here because I'm not here for that. I'm dismissing the fucking case. I'm dismissing the case. Oh, let's go forward. Let's just go forward with it. Yeah. Let's go. Keep going. Let's go.
Mr. Staples, I just want to make...
No, we're gonna keep going. Because this is how I'm gonna be the case.
Is...
You want to force me to go to trial today? Go ahead.
It's a scheduling notice that indicate
Force me to go to trial today.
day one of 2 days will begin on March 10th, 2023.
I don't have that.
The charge IDs for this case.
No.
So we're going to proceed with this.
You can go ahead, man.
All right.
I'll get it dismissed. Find me guilty. I don't give a fuck.
Would you raise your right hand?
So,
Do you swear the testimony you're about to offer this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Would you
legislative
please state your name?
not the legislature. You weren't there.
And can you spell your last name for our record, please?
Daniel Baldassari, B-A-L-D-A-S-S-A-R-E.
Mr. Baldassari, do you have a title currently?
Yes,
What is that?
Lieutenant.
And back on October 13, 2021, did you have a title of that?
Yes,
What was your title?
Staff Sergeant.
And where were you employed, where were you working at back on October 13th of 2021?
For the Division of State Police, Troop D.
Okay. And in terms of, can you give us a little bit of your background and training? When did you become a state trooper? How long have you been working in that capacity?
Yes, I was hired by the Division of State Police on October 17, 2003. Since then, I attended the 133rd Police Academy. Since being hired, I've been assigned to several troops, including Troop E, Troop D, as well as major crime. In 2017, I was promoted to the rank of sergeant. And in 2021, I was promoted to the rank of staff sergeant, as well as to the rank of lieutenant. I currently oversee the Troop D barracks as a troop commander.
Thank you. And in terms of October 13, 2021 specifically, you indicated you were a staff sergeant at the Troop D barracks here in Concord, New Hampshire.
Correct.
In that position, did you become aware of and requested to do something relative to a governor and executive council meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give us a little background? I mean, had you ever attended a governor and executive council meeting before?
No, I don't.
Had you ever been required in any capacity to provide security for a governor and executive council meeting before October 21st of 2021?
No, I don't.
So, based upon your position at Troop D, were you requested to get involved in providing security for a governor and executive council meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And can you give us a little background as to, because it sounds like it would be
Relevance?
to be there. Is there some reason you went and were tasked to do that?
Hang on.
Relevance?
You have a relevance objection?
Yeah. What's the relevance of this?
I think we're going to hear testimony as this goes on. There were a number of people at this location, a number of security people there. I
Who's
think
the
we're also
victim?
going to hear testimony, just as a way of an offer of proof, that was in response to there having been a disturbance or a problem at a governor and executive council meeting exactly 2 weeks earlier at the Institute of Politics in Manchester.
Is this...
This witness is going to address why he was tasked and what he did in regard to that.
That sounds reasonable. Your objection's overruled, sir.
So based upon getting some sort of contact or information, were you tasked to do something relative to the October 13, 2021 meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And why was it, I mean, where do governor executive council meetings normally occur, if you know?
Typically, they occur in the State House.
Right, in chambers that are designed for that, correct?
Correct.
So was this request to go to another location unusual?
Yes.
And can you tell me, without getting into particular details, had there been an earlier session of the Governor Executive Council down in Goffstown?
Yes, that's the same.
And was it your understanding that based upon how that session either got started or didn't get started, that there were concerns about security going forward?
Correct.
Okay, and so based upon that, did you have some understanding of a task that you needed to do relative to security at the meeting which was going to occur on October 13th?
Yes.
And based upon that, did you coordinate drawing up some plans with other folks to make sure that there was adequate security at that location?
Yes.
Based upon your efforts, were you a point person? What was your role with respect to putting together the plan to provide security at the Governor and Executive Council meeting?
I was, for lack of better terms, the OIC of the event. So,
What is OIC? Just
the officer in charge. So
Okay.
people
Thank you.
above and below me, that information kind of ran through me to kind of be a conduit to both sides.
Okay. And is it fair to say that just from the perspective of sort of regions within the state, that the training facility here in Concord falls within the general area that's covered by Troop D?
That's correct.
Can we, excuse me, my ride, I thought he was gonna be, I have to tell him he can go, because he was sequestered for the legislative office building thing. So can I pause and let him get out of here, skedaddle?
I have no answer to that.
I'm sorry, I just realized that. Thank you.
Hey, so, may I ask the court security to find out what's taking Mr. Staples?
Do I see the disruptive?
He wasn't there. He didn't say if he was. Sorry about that.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So Sergeant Baldassari, after, and first off, in terms of your rank, I know you said you were staff sergeant. Was there actually a lieutenant at Troop D on that day?
No.
So is it fair to say that in terms of the barracks at Troop D, you were the highest ranking on-site
Relevance.
person?
That's correct.
So,
What's the relevance of his rank?
I think he's just trying to establish
Dominance,
what
something of some sort.
what the command structure was on the day in question.
What does that have to do with anything?
why do you want to get the, because ultimately, he may be someone who orders people to do certain things at the site, and I want to make it clear that what his.
Attorney O'Leary, I've overruled it.
Thank you. So, based upon putting together the plan and having the people for security in place, did you have some idea as to what time the meeting was going to occur? Meeting, the governor and council were going to be at the police standards and training.
Yes, I did.
And what time was that?
When it was supposed to start, or
Yes.
when it arrived?
When they were supposed to start?
10 o'clock.
Okay. And 10 o'clock in the morning?
Correct.
And were there plans made with respect to allowing members of the public to be present and to observe the proceedings?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the area where this executive council, governor executive council meeting was going to occur would accommodate many more people that would be able to attend from the public if it were at the legislative chambers?
Correct.
False. How many is in the legislative office building, and how many that were there wasn't the same? There's way less people allowed inside.
Mr. Staples.
It's just factually false. I'm going to object to his
Mr. Staples, this is
statement.
this is direct examination.
That's fine, but I can still correct him and tell you that that is completely patently false.
No, sir.
There's the upper thing, there's the whole thing.
You have to reserve
It's called simple
You
math.
have to reserve your opportunity to inquire to cross-examination.
Oh, I'll get to that too. Oh, I know that. We'll get to that part at some point.
Right.
Sure.
But you can't just
But
make
he can't just
spontaneous-
lie his fucking way through this whole goddamn thing, all you guys. You think it's gonna go good? No. This is how it's gonna be. This is how I do things. Fuck around and find out, dude. Nullification of unconstitutional bullshit. 9th and 10th Amendment. Okay? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr. Staples,
That's what I'm doing.
To whatever extent you had an objection, it's over.
That's fine. Sure. Let's go.
So, Lieutenant Baldessari, with respect to the capacity, was it expected that a number of people within the public at large would be able to attend and observe the proceedings that morning?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, was there some consultation with the fire marshal about exactly what number of people would be allowed into this hall?
Yes, there was.
And with respect to people arriving, do you know what time approximately the governor, Governor Sununu, and the executive council members arrived at the location?
It was around 9:30.
Okay. And at some point in time, when the meeting was due to start at 10, did the governor and executive councilors come out to the location where the meeting was to occur?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, and we're going to have some video here to be able to watch, but can you give us a general idea of the location where this meeting was occurring? And then just sort of an idea of where different groups might be within that setting at the time the meeting was due to start.
Yes.
Please tell us, first off, where was it at the Police Training and Standard Council building?
So it was held in the Tactical Center.
Okay, can you describe for the court, I don't know if the judge has been there, so can you describe for the court that location?
It's a large auditorium style, like a gym, off to the side of the academy. It's wide open, flat. There's a stage to the right as you enter. That's where the governor and the council members were, as well as the attorney general was seated up at the stage as well. In front of the stage, it was blocked off with a rope partition for space. We then had 3 sections of seating for the public, left, center, and right row. If you're facing the stage, to your left, the state employees or any members that were going to testify or speak on at the meeting were seated there in front. Behind them was the press, and the public filled in those 3 rows I already described. Off to the right, there was a long table with several members of the state police staff, as well as other members of state police standing in different locations of the building, entrances, exits. Behind the row of people, there was a curtain that blocked off part of the tax center, which had other members of staff behind it.
So backup units in case things were not going well.
Correct.
I'm going to ask if I could, I've got someone here who can hopefully work the video, and then you can have a visual of this location for the court's opportunity to look at. Okay. Sergeant Baldessari, if you could for a moment, would you mind stepping down, just so you can point to Mr. Staples? Obviously, I want you to be able to watch this, so hopefully from your vantage point there, you can see.
Yeah, it's all up on my channel.
What do you want
We
me
got
to,
all this.
what do you want me to point out?
Just in general, you talked about there being 3 separate areas for the public.
Yeah.
Is this 1, 2, 3, for lack of it? Over here, you described, as you're facing the stage, it would have been to the right, an area that was set up with people, command staff and other folks, mostly state police and security people, correct?
Correct.
And then, not in this picture, but a little bit further over, to this side, Mr. Staples, hopefully you can see that. There's an area where there is people who are going to be recognized to speak at the meeting.
Lobbyists and media people.
And behind them, folks from the press. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so that's the setup. And in terms of the stage where the governor and the executive council are, and then off to the side where the attorney general and some other people are, is that up essentially in this area?
Right there.
Okay, and is that area elevated?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that from the edge of the stage, there's some area that's open and then it's cordoned off so that essentially the public is behind where this open space is?
Correct.
All right. But is it also fair to say, in looking at this, that in terms of what we were talking about the fire marshal and the public, that it did allow for a significant number of people to be inside to observe this proceeding?
Yes.
Okay. You may return. Might as well just leave it there for now, Sam, if you have.
Mostly just cordoned off. Such a huge space.
Okay, Lieutenant. So, at some point in time, did the governor and the executive council come out to commence the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall, was there any sort of a general statement made about the conduct at the meeting and what was expected?
Yes.
Okay. And was that directed to the crowd that was there?
Yes.
And with respect to the crowd, at some point in time after the general announcement of the proceedings, did the governor then lead the crowd and the people there in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Maybe we can get that up. Thank you. I'm going to play a clip of that. First off, I don't know, Sam, do you have the initial statement about the conduct and then the second statement with respect to after the Pledge of Allegiance?
Here, the discussions going on between the councilors and the commissioners and the staff of the state of New Hampshire. So we're just waiting for a couple more minutes and we'll get the main companies. So we're going to go.
Wow, baby.
I just want to be clear, the request is for the Pledge of Allegiance, correct?
Correct.
The other folks in the room can hear the discussions going on, so there isn't interruptions into the meeting. And if you're all please rise, I would have a prayer and a pledge to kick us off. All right, going to the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I'm gonna, again, that kind of disruption is not going to be tolerated. We want
Disruption.
to stay here.
That was a disruption.
Again,
So this is what we're getting arrested for? Yeah.
Sorry. At that point, at the end of the Pledge of Allegiance, did you hear someone yelling out cat calling?
Yes.
And based upon that, did the governor repeat about the conduct of the meeting and what was expected?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Where's the cat call?
At some point thereafter, was there an instance where, again, voices were raised and there was some concern about disrupting the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall whether there was a lieutenant or, excuse me, a sergeant specifically designated who went over and spoke to Mr. Staples?
Yes, I do recall.
Okay, again, where's the, do you know who that sergeant was?
I do.
Who was that?
Sergeant Greg DeLuca.
Okay, and again, because of your role in this, are you the person who would have designated to him to go over and speak to Mr. Staples?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall doing that?
Yes.
And do you recall why you asked Sergeant DeLuca to specifically go over and to speak to Mr. Staples? What had you heard or seen that was causing you some concern?
He was making some disruptive remarks during the hearing.
Okay.
What were they?
And you could hear it yourself. And so the action you took was what?
I believe he said it's a lie.
Okay, and what did you ask Sergeant DeLuca to do based upon hearing him say that?
To let him know not to interrupt the meeting here.
Okay.
Thank you, Governor. I'm out. We're still doing our best to resolve it, but again, it brings something up that didn't. So, yes, thank you, Governor. I mean, I'll follow, but that was absolutely the implication that the Secretary just gave.
I think that would be important information for our health and human services people to know. I'm disappointed you don't know the answer to that question.
I'm also going to ask, do you know whether or not that admonition by Sergeant DeLuca was also picked up on other footage that was taken by people who were at the location?
I believe it was.
Okay, did we get that?
People.
I have no information about whether they're required to not.
So we're gonna accept all these refugees.
That wasn't me.
Basically what they're saying is it's up to the federal government.
I know that wasn't me.
So they are taking away your jobs, taking away your freedoms, but allowing the Afghan people into the state and they can walk free and clear. They don't have to be worried. Right, so.
You recognize who's in that
State
video?
troopers are coming over.
Speak to, I think it's red hat, red. Can you identify the person?
Clapping there, you're clapping there.
I got you.
Sort of a lot going on right now.
What?
Crazy.
You're sort of a lot going on right now.
You're certainly quite good, you said would be quiet.
Can you pause and go back a little bit? Talking right back, please. Thank you.
This is crazy.
Right there. Did you just pause in there? Lieutenant, can you come down and maybe for the court point out who is in this video and who is, or if you could do it from there, that's fine.
That's Frank Staples in the red sweatshirt, the red hat, talking to Sergeant Greg DeLuca.
Okay, and he's talking to Greg DeLuca. How much time has gone between when you said to Sergeant DeLuca to go over and when Sergeant DeLuca was there, in your estimate?
Less than a minute.
Okay.
Where did you tell him?
And it was in response to you hearing Mr. Staples say what?
It's a lie.
Okay. So you saw that, you've seen this video, this is consistent with your recollection of what happened at that point?
Yes.
Okay. Was he arrested at that point for yelling that?
No.
Okay. At some point in time, coming forward thereafter, was there, after he had received this specific statement or talk to Sergeant DeLuca, was there a general admonition given to the people in attendance based upon their behavior?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall who it was who delivered that admonition or statement?
That was Sergeant Megan Walsh.
Is she also with the state police?
Yes, I'm Troop D.
And is she also one of Troop D in Concord?
Yes.
Okay. And who directed her to give a general statement to the crowd about their behavior?
Yeah, it came from me.
Would it come from you? And was it
Through other channels, but yes, it came from me.
all right? And was that based upon even after this statement to Mr. Staples, there being additional disruptive behavior?
That came after that, correct?
Correct. Okay. And so Megan Walsh saying that admonition.
You're saying.
I'm going to ask that we play, if we could,
Objection.
that admonition.
There's an objection on hearsay grounds, Attorney Linder.
I mean, why are these people here testifying about, why are these officers here to testify about it?
They are here. I can call
Okay,
them.
well then-
It's just a
So why don't we ask him what he is ordering them to do?
Walsh alcohol.
And where is he getting his orders as well?
She is here.
Right? Where are you getting your orders, bro?
What's the question?
I think he's making a hearsay objection, and what I...
No, what's your question to the lieutenant?
Did you see Ms. Walsh or Sergeant Walsh give that admonition?
Yes.
Is it captured on the video?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to play the video with her announcing to the crowd the admonition and what specific instructions she gave them.
Objection, if we're gonna watch the video, we're gonna watch the whole thing from beginning to end, so you can see the character of the crowd yourself. We can all watch the whole video, because that's the evidence. The whole thing is the evidence. And I'm hoping that Governor Sununu is here, or if not, I'd like to see him here next Friday for part 2, because he's the one that gave the initial admonition, which is, I actually don't have the complaints, like I said, that show I should be here next Friday for that. I don't have those 4 complaints, but I do know that they say that basically Chris Sununu is the victim. Chris Sununu admonished us, and then we all, you know, said amen and things like now. Apparently I said it's a lie, but I don't know that. This is the first time I'm hearing that. I was told I clapped and made a loud noise. That's what I was charged with on the complaint that I last saw. But I know that they've been amended. So can I get a copy of the complaints, these 4 complaints right now, please? Is that possible? The clerk could get that for me?
Mr. Staples, you were arraigned on these charges when you came to court.
With those lawyers who weren't representing me, we don't want to go through that again.
Well, Mr. Staples.
Which is what I'm telling you, these things were amended,
Mr. Staples,
and I didn't get them.
The record indicates that when you came to court, you declined to cooperate with the arraignment process. So if you don't
That's
have
not
copies
true.
of the
What do you
complaints
mean?
right now,
I declined to, when? What date is that? What date does it say that?
your objection's overruled. Please proceed.
And I was here to see that court stuff. I tried to see the clerk today to go through that, so I could have all that, and they said that, no, it's up in the courtroom, you can check it up there, and then you guys just started. So I haven't even been able to see all that. Jesus.
With respect to the admonition from Sergeant Walsh, I'm going to ask that be played if we can.
Objection, did she admonish me, or was it anything that I said? No. So what's the relevance of her admonition to the general admonition to the crowd?
You can explore that on cross-examination.
Okay.
I just want to note for the record that that was unintelligible.
Okay, I think we may have another clip of the same thing, so maybe we can get one. Can you turn the volume up if you wouldn't mind, please?
It's already to the max. Like, they already have it like jacked to the max. That's why you can hear squeaking shoes.
Oh shit. So we're going to be arrested for disorderly conduct if we disrupt the meeting.
So that was a live stream right behind my shoulder the whole time. So if they have me saying anything, it should be there. Just saying.
Okay. So with respect to Sergeant Walsh, did you hear her give the admonition to the crowd? And specifically, as best you can recall, what did she tell the crowd?
She gave a general warning that any more disruptions wouldn't be tolerated and could result in arrest for disorderly conduct.
Okay. And after that occurred, at some time thereafter, was there an incident that was brought to your attention with respect to noise being made and a concern that led to you to give an order to have Mr. Staples and the lady sitting next to him arrested?
Yes.
Okay. And is that also depicted on the video?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall who it was you gave that order to?
It was Sergeant Rico, Vince Rico at the time.
Okay. And do you recall who it was who brought to your attention the fact that there was a problem, that there had been a disruption, and that they were asking what should we do about it?
Yes, it was then a major channel oil.
Okay. And from your vantage point, were you able to specifically see Mr. Staples do whatever it was that Major LaVoy came up to you and asked about?
Not directly.
So you didn't have a direct line of sight on that, but you spoke to Major LaVoy, and based upon what he told you, you then directed Sergeant Rico to take some action.
Yes.
Did Sergeant Rico take that action by himself, or was he accompanied by another member of the state police?
He was accompanied by another member.
And who was that?
Sergeant Greg DeLuca.
The same one we saw on the video earlier going up to Mr. Staples and speaking to him.
Correct.
Okay. Based upon what happened, can you describe what happened from what your vantage point once Sergeant Rico and Sergeant DeLuca came up to Mr. Staples and Ms. Grinnell? What happened in terms of the proceeding thereafter?
They asked them to both stand up and follow them back behind the curtain out to the back door.
Okay. And do you know whether or not they specifically, were you within earshot of them when they were speaking to Mr. Grinnell, Mr. Staples and Ms. Grinnell? Were you within earshot at that point?
Behind the curtain?
No, when they were being instructed by Sergeant Rico and
No.
Sergeant DeLuca. Okay. But you saw, you could see them being spoken to, and you could see them get out.
Correct.
And did they go with the two troopers?
Yes.
Did they offer any physical resistance at that point?
No.
Okay. And did they follow the troopers out to this area behind the curtain?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And then, from your vantage point, at that point, once they had gone behind the curtain, did the meeting continue on in terms of the executive council meeting? Did it continue on at that point?
Yes.
Okay. Once they were outside and behind the curtain, did you hear something at some point within maybe a minute or so, maybe less, of them going behind the curtain that caused the meeting to stop?
Yes.
What did you hear? What happened behind the curtain?
I could hear Frank as well as the other woman yelling behind the curtain, extremely loud.
Okay. Without getting into the specific content of what they said, were you able to hear that? Was it clearly something that you could hear with inside the area that you were at?
Oh, 100%, absolutely.
Would it have been audible to folks up on the stage?
Yes.
And did it cause the meeting to stop or be paused at that point?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And you were a witness to that, you overheard it?
Yes.
And what happened, even if there isn't a visual, is there an audio component that hears that?
Yes.
And can you identify, at least with respect to the one defendant who's here in court today, were you able to identify from the voice who it was who was saying those things or yelling those things?
Yes, I can.
And who was that?
Frank Staples.
Okay, and can you identify him here in court today?
Sure, he's the gentleman standing over there with the blue t-shirt, black beard.
Okay, I'd ask that the record reflect that. Is this the very same person we saw on the video with Sergeant DeLuca speaking to, who was in a red sweatshirt and a hat that had the same sort of a beard?
Yes, it is.
So basically, same kind of general look back on October 13th, 2021.
Yes.
No question in your mind, the person making the noise, the person spoken to by Sergeant DeLuca, and the person who's here in court are one and the same individual.
They are one and the same, 100%.
Objection, he can't testify to other people's knowledge. He just said he didn't witness some of this stuff. So he can't say for sure any of these things that they're alleging, that I don't even know what you guys are alleging because I don't have these complaints in front of me. I don't know what these complaints say. So if you want to keep forcing me to continue at this point, it's fine. But yeah, I'm objecting to everything.
Okay, copy that. Okay. That's overruled. Do you have any additional?
No, I have no further questions for Lieutenant Paul. Sorry, he may have some questions.
Sir, do you wish to inquire?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, please.
For sure. So, you're saying that Lavoie was a witness to something that Therese and I did, and then you ordered them to arrest me? Is that what you said?
I believe that's what I said, yes.
Okay. And so what was it that Lavoie told you we did that warranted us being arrested? Where was the disruption? And well, the meeting didn't stop, you testified to as well, correct? The meeting didn't stop until after we were behind the curtain and I was in handcuffs and I was objecting to my illegal arrest.
What's the question? You asked me.
The question is, if there was a disruption, you said there was a disruption, and that's why we were brought behind the curtain.
Correct.
So what was the disruption that got us brought behind the curtain? Because the meeting didn't stop, you said. The meeting never stopped. We got up quietly. Do you know what they said when they tapped me on the shoulder? Do you know what I was told? No, you don't.
I object to this question, Your Honor, because it calls for hearsay. The question that is...
He said he knows everything. You can't tell us this is all hearsay now. He said he knows all the stuff. He's the top dog.
Sir, I want to hear what the state's objection is, and then I'll turn it back to you.
Mm-hmm.
The question posed to the witness by the defendant is, what did the person who saw the offending conduct say to the witness? That's hearsay.
No, that's fine. He might not know that. Sure. Okay. But what about the conduct itself? What is the alleged conduct that we were grabbed for right there simultaneously? What happened?
What disturbance did you do? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, we were brought behind the curtain. We were quiet. We didn't fight. The meeting didn't stop. What did we do to get pulled behind the curtain?
You made a vocal disruption.
A vocal disruption where? When?
During the meeting.
During the meeting, so when I said it's a lie?
No, we already talked about that.
Okay, so that's not what I'm charged with, that it's a lie? I'm never charged with that, correct? Have I been charged with saying it's a lie? Okay, so I'm not even charged with saying it's a lie, which you don't even know that you're saying I said. So what am I being charged with?
You're being charged with disorderly conduct, I think.
I know, but what is the conduct is what I'm trying to get at. Where was the disruption? The meeting never stopped. Why was I brought behind the curtain? That's the question. It's very simple. Am I not making sense?
Sir, part of your obligations in this proceeding is, while you're conducting cross-examination, to do so in a dignified manner. You've got to pose your questions calmly because you're trying to elicit information from the lieutenant, and you've got to let him finish.
I'm disabled, man. I tried to tell you that. I'm doing my best here. And thanks for trying to redirect me. I appreciate it. I'll try. So, sir, what is the conduct? What conduct? What was the conduct?
The
There was a point during the meeting when everyone was standing up, the backs were turned to the executive council members.
The whole room has had their backs turned?
Correct.
Pretty much?
Yes.
Sure. Was there people walking around with signs? And I mean, I heard all kinds of banging and stuff, sounded like metal chains banging. Those weren't disruptions?
I don't recall the banging.
Okay. And then when the admonishment happened, all right, sorry, I get distracted easily. So the conduct, let's get back to the conduct. So where was the conduct? What was the loud noise that you think I said? Or what did I do exactly?
You yelled, yeah.
I yelled, yeah?
Yes.
And that's why I got arrested, pulled behind the curtain. That was me getting arrested.
That was when you got arrested.
Right. I was actually told that they needed to talk to me, and then we got behind there, and I was arrested. So I said, yeah.
To testify, he's perfectly able to testify, but I think that this is outside of the lieutenant's knowledge in terms of what happened.
He's answering the questions.
Okay.
So I said, yeah or yes?
Yeah.
Your note looked too short.
I've answered it twice.
Okay, yeah. So I said, yeah. Do you know why I was saying yeah if I said yeah? Do you feel that was trying to disrupt the meeting?
Can't put myself in your mental state.
Well, you felt it was a disruption, which is why I got arrested. You said that yeah was a disruption, correct? That was the disruption?
I'm going to take objections from
one of you. What I would indicate is, what the objection is just, he's asked and answered the question as to what it was he was aware of, but he's also indicated that it was Major Lavoie that came up to him. He was aware generally of the disruption, and that Major Lavoie came up, talked to him, and he directed people to arrest. I asked him, was Mr. Staples specifically in his line of sight such that he could see him? And he said, no, he wasn't. And so the reason I'm asking, basically leaving, because he doesn't have the personal knowledge with respect to that, I'm going to wait for Major Lavoie, play the video for Major Lavoie, and have him testify.
Sure, we'll get to that too, that's fine. But he's the top dog, and he was given the orders. They had to clear the arrest through him, correct? No, they didn't have to clear the arrest through you? Then I thought you got, well, hold on, sir.
Please.
Sure.
I haven't heard the lieutenant say, I don't know, or I didn't hear it, or I wasn't there, or I didn't directly witness any of that. So this inquiry, I'm going to allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I said, yeah, and you gave the okay to have me arrested.
I was instructed.
You were instructed by who?
Major Lavoie.
Major Lavoie instructed you to have me arrested? I thought Major Lavoie was the witness to me saying yeah.
Both.
So Major Lavoie was a witness to, and he reported to you that I said yeah, and then you guys you ordered Grigo to arrest me.
Correct.
Okay, so you see, it's a slippery fish we're dealing with here. So you felt in your professional training and super high ranking position that day that me allegedly saying yeah was grounds to have me arrested for disorderly conduct.
At that point in the meeting, yes.
And the meeting was never stopped until after behind the curtain, correct?
Correct.
So the meeting was never stopped. Thank you. And how many, so that room there is a big room. It's huge. But would you agree with me that the public portion was about 1/4 to 1/8 of the total building, because it was split in half by the curtain?
right?
It was split in half, yeah.
At least in half.
Probably a third.
It was a third. There was a big area back there. There's probably more. How many sheriffs and state troopers were back there behind the curtains, and how many vans were back there as well?
I don't have an exact number of who was stationed where at what time. It was pretty fluid.
Approximately how many guys with badges and guns were back there on staff? I thought you were running the whole show. I figured you'd be like, there was 10 of these, 20 of these.
I'm not sure how you want me to answer that because I said I'm not sure who was stationed where at what time during the meeting.
Would you say there was 30, 40? Would you say there were 3, 4, 5 vans back there?
I don't know.
8 vans, 10 vans?
Less than 8.
Less than 8?
No more than 5.
More than 5. And then approximate officers, 30, 50, 100?
Are we talking in total?
In total, there that day to run this operation, this security operation, yeah.
Probably approximately 70.
It was 70 officers that day.
Not all in the tax center or all in that area.
No, of course not. They were all hidden in the back, waiting to round us all up.
Sir,
Okay, yeah. What's up?
if you have questions for the lieutenant, please pose questions to the lieutenant.
Sorry. I get distracted. So, meeting didn't stop. And did you at all take freedom of speech into account during this incident?
In what context? I don't.
In the right for people to be able to express themselves under the Constitution, express grievances, practice their religion.
I think we did.
You did? Did you arrest someone for saying amen that day?
Did I arrest anyone? No.
Did you have them arrested and say it was okay? Because we know it is. We know that Therese was arrested for saying amen. She was charged with saying amen. So she said amen, and I said yeah, and we were arrested for it. Is that what you're telling me?
Correct.
Okay.
And all this time has been wasted because of it.
So do you don't feel that is...
I'm going to admonish you not to make spontaneous.
Oh, that's First Amendment protected too. You can admonish him, but people are allowed to express their displeasure and their grievances on this bullshit sham. Okay, I'm going to motion to dismiss on religious grounds. Listen, this guy arrested me for saying yeah to someone saying amen.
Do you have any more questions for the lieutenant?
Of course I got more questions. We're not done. They were just getting started. He said I said yeah to amen. So Therese said amen, and she was arrested. And this is going to help.
I guess what I would indicate is with respect to what Therese said or did say, she's not a defendant on trial here. That's not relevant to this.
We were all trying to be co-defendants, so all these facts are relevant, Your Honor. It was a chain of events.
Ask your next question.
And they're trying to hide that shit, and we'll bring it all out.
Mr. Staples, I'm going to limit your ability to cross-examine this witness. If you don't
Just leave the
direct
witnesses
your questions.
Is he going to talk to witnesses? Is he going to talk to witnesses?
Mr. Staples, ask your next question.
So Therese was arrested for saying amen. I'm just trying to get my bearings here. And then I said yeah. And that was reported to you, and you said to have the two of us arrested because we were both arrested simultaneously. Would you agree? We both tapped on the shoulder at the same time, pulled back at the same time, and walked back at the same time. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. And this is entrapment too, just saying. Like, this is crazy. So now I think we can move on to behind the curtain. Who's the grand boss? Who is giving you the orders to do these things?
What?
It was just you? There was nobody telling you to have anybody arrested that day or anything? It was all you making the decisions, correct?
No, I didn't say that.
Who else was making these decisions?
I reported at the time to Major Lavoie.
You were reporting to Major Lavoie, so it's confusing because I thought you said that you were running the show. So Major Lavoie is the big dog. So was he the one that the governor was texting with?
I'm not aware of anything.
You're not aware of those texts between him and the governor?
I just answered the question.
Sure. So, Major Lavoie, it's just weird because I'm getting very confused. Because I thought you said that Major Lavoie got your permission to have us arrested. I could have swore you testified to that, man, and we got that nailed down. And then you ordered Greco. So Major Lavoie came to you first? Is that what happened?
He came to me and told me what he saw.
He saw it, so Major Lavoie saw me and Therese say amen and yeah. And then he was running the show and he told you to have somebody arrest us. Correct?
Correct.
And then we were brought behind the curtain. So behind the curtain, what happened behind the curtain?
I don't know. I wasn't behind the curtain.
You weren't behind the curtain, but you said that you heard some unintelligible yelling.
I heard clear yelling.
Sure. Clear yelling.
Outside of the curtain.
What did you hear?
Shut it down.
Shut it down.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that point, you don't know whether or not I was in handcuffs, correct?
I do not know.
So, what else do you know? You didn't have anything to, or did you have anything to do with any of the stuff behind the curtain? Did you end up going back there at any point? Or did you stay here? I'm just trying to see if we can get rid of you or not. So I want to make
When being arrested, I did not go behind the curtain.
You didn't go behind the curtain and have anything to do with those other charges, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. All right, so I think we're done with this guy.
Any redirect?
No, something further?
You may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What was his name? Baldessari. Baldessari. Got your license.
He's gonna call Megan Rose, right?
I don't want because this dude ran back there. I don't know if he was whispering something in somebody's ears. I don't know why he was allowed to get out of it like that. You know what I mean? Going out there and talking to the witnesses. He's like, let's get this show on the road. He admitted, I know, he's an idiot.
Could you remain standing for a second?
I can, sorry.
Just raise your right hand. You swear that your testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of the pain and penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Have a seat. State your name, spell your last name for the record, please.
My name is Megan Rose. My last name is spelled R-O-S.
Ms. Rose, where do you work for him?
I work for the Office of the Executive Council. Can't hear her. State of New Hampshire.
Okay, we can't hear.
Could you just keep your voice up a little bit?
Yes, I can.
Okay. How long have you been working for the Executive Council?
In my capacity as the Executive Assistant to the Executive Council, I've been working there since October 5th of 2018.
Relevance of this objection. I don't know what any of this has. Yeah, sure, she's on the executive council. What does this have to do with the charges is what I'm trying to get at.
It's a little premature to make a relevancy.
Well, how long she's been on the thing that has nothing to do with any of it.
All right, overruled.
Thank you.
So in that capacity, Ms. Rose, about how many Executive Council sessions have you attended?
There is approximately 11, 12 per 6-month period. So whatever the math is for that, I don't know, approximately 24 a year for the last 5 years.
So well over 100.
Yes.
And where are they usually held?
For the months of January through June, they are held at the State House in the Executive Council chambers. And then they are held from the months of July to approximately October out in the districts of the councilors and the governor, and then back at the State House from around mid-October through the end of the year. But with the exception of during COVID, we had to hold them in different venues to allow for the social distancing that we were supposed to, the targets we were supposed to meet.
And just so the record is clear, October 13th of 2021, that was during this COVID rules about capacity and distance.
I believe so, yes.
And it's not, as you said, there is 2 to 3 months in every year where you guys take this show on the road.
Yes.
And so it's not unfamiliar territory for you and the executive counselors to be in different venues.
Correct.
And they're accustomed to making certain accommodations for the nature of those venues, are they not?
Yes.
On October 13th of 2021, you guys, the executive council had their meeting. Where was that meeting?
That was at the Police Standards and Training Council.
Are you aware of why that particular venue was chosen?
I believe that was the last on the road meeting, so it was, the governor gets to choose the last one. I think, I'm not exactly sure if it was the last meeting or if it was Council Wheeler's, but it was either of theirs, and they get to choose the venue. So, and I believe that we were trying to make accommodations based on being able to accommodate people coming, because we had some important items on the agenda, and we were expecting to have a lot of people, and we needed to make sure we had space for everybody.
So, well, that's a good point.
Leading is about to try leading the witness. I know what you're trying to get at.
Let me bring it back then. So, about how many people could be accommodated at the legislative office building where you guys normally have the meetings?
We're normally at the State House, not the LA.
I'm sorry, yes.
And I don't have an exact number for that, of how many people could fit in that building, fit in that room. It would not have accommodated the amount of numbers that we saw that day at the actual meeting, but we usually have around, I'm going to say 30 to 45 chairs set up, like folding chairs, metal folding chairs, and then lined down the sides of the walls we have some old leather chairs that have been in the room forever, and some wooden chairs as well. I'm going to say maybe that's enough for maybe 60 people.
Are you, in your capacity as the executive assistant to the executive council, are you aware of how many people came on October 13th?
I'm not.
Okay. If you could just, for the record, describe what the usual, in your experience, what the usual demeanor of the room is during a typical meeting.
Sure. So before the meeting starts, things are...
Objection, this is some this is subjective, expert, speculative, like her opinion of how a meeting is. I object to this. She's not an expert or anything. I don't know how many she's been to or any of that.
She's testifying to her direct personal experience in over 100 executive council meetings. I think she's
well qualified.
I think she's qualified to offer this testimony.
I don't, but that's fine.
So for government council meetings, the rows fill up slowly.
Hey, I've got a report that Baldessari is talking to the other witnesses.
I just saw that happen.
Okay, you just saw it happen. Case dismissed.
To the extent that that's an objection, needs to be answered, Judge. I don't think
It needs to be investigated right now. They need to be sequestered, and there needs to be somebody sequestering these guys. I mean, what the hell is going on right now?
there's no...
I was arrested for saying yeah
there's no prohibition of a witness talking to other witnesses as long as it's not about this case, Judge. They're all sitting in one room.
We don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Sequester means no fucking talking. They shouldn't be looking at each other.
Just for the sake of thoroughness, can you just advise?
I'll go up just to read the body.
No. Too late. Damage has been done. Fucking damage has been done. You won't even look at this shit.
He already
he already left the crime scene, man. Go admonish the shit out of him as much as you want. Ain't gonna do nothing. Damage been done. I'm not even supposed to be here till the 17th. St. fucking Patty's, yo. Shit.
Sir.
This says something else.
Mr. Staples, I'm just going to respectfully ask you to mind your language, please.
Oh, and I'm gonna respectfully decline. Thank you, sir. The whole point is, I'm not getting arrested for the same shit that I never even did. Any of this. Except this legislative office building thing. God damn it. Yeah. I've been arrested for expressing myself. You're gonna arrest somebody for having a tick? You're gonna arrest somebody who's got, what's that, Tourette's? You're gonna arrest them if they keep having a tick? I already put you on notice. I got fucking head trauma, bro. And I get excited when I have to deal with lies and fucking bullshit. Okay? You see this whole thing is a sham. I know, you're a judge. I appreciate you. I've won federal lawsuits against this state. I've had DHHS attack my business and say I need to be licensed, and I went in there and I did this in 7 minutes and shut them the fuck down. And the appeals board said, get out. You show no cause. So I've been under attack by the state and these fucking COVID fucking bullshit mask wearing motherfuckers. Vaccine people.
Mr. Staples.
That's what this whole thing was all about. That's what they don't want to tell you about. It was about 74 million or 27 million in federal funding with strings attached to quarantine and isolate the unvaccinated who are now dying suddenly left and right. Oh yeah.
Mr. Staples.
Fuck around and find out. Go get your booster.
Mr. Staples, I'm just going to ask you again, respectfully.
And this is part of my evidence. Okay? It shows. Why am I being arrested right now for disorderly conduct?
Well, because you're a defendant in this proceeding.
Oh, so I can kill somebody right now? I can commit crimes?
And I'm giving you substantial leeway.
No, you don't get it. This is all bullshit.
All right.
It's not disorderly conduct. And whatever she got to say ain't shit. Keep going.
Mr. Staples,
I'm done.
I ask the state to proceed. Please proceed.
You were telling us what the general demeanor of the observants are during a typical governing council meeting.
Sure. So people usually start arriving anywhere between 9 and 9:30. We have members of the public that come. We have the commissioners and heads of state agencies that come. We usually have people that are receiving proclamations, and then we usually have some sort of school group or person from the greater New Hampshire area coming to perform either with an instrument or singing or something. And so if we're at the State House, I'm there to receive those people and just kind of help show them where they need to be. The governor and council will arrive, and it's, there's a hubbub, there's people talking, there's people gathering, and as soon as the governor comes in, he calls the meeting to order, and it's quiet. Everybody sits down, and then the business starts. We start off the meeting with a pledge and either a prayer or a pledge and reading. It depends on which executive counselor is doing the hosting the breakfast meeting of the day. And from there, they get into the music, and then the proclamations, and then we get into we start off the agenda with the list of JPPs, your justice of the peace, and your republic standards, and go over that stuff. And then once that's all done, they get into the actual meeting agenda. There are there's no opportunity in that time for the public to speak. It's just, you're there for observation.
And typically, in a typical meeting, is that communicated to the observants in the room?
I know the governor usually announces, welcomes everybody and just reminds everybody, like, you're welcome to take pictures, videos, but turn the ringers off just so we can all stay focused on what's going on. The press is there. We have a phone set up so people can call into the meetings. I don't know that he actually says, like, you can't speak. I feel like people know that it's posted on our website that the governor and council meetings are for observation.
If you would contrast your experience of the meeting on October 13th, 2021 with the meeting.
So if we were to do a typical, like a meeting on the road, which we'll call that a meeting on the road, because it's not at headquarters at the state house. It's, no matter where we are, the expectation of decorum is always the same. The executive councilors get their agendas on Friday before the meeting. They're made public that Friday. If there's an issue, if you have a concern, you bring it to your councilors, bring it to the councilors. That's what they're elected for. You bring it to them, and then they
should
come
answer
to
their
the
emails.
They will speak on it, bring up questions, concerns, whatever, say that they're getting information from their constituents. But it's always quiet. People are always respectful. There's not a lot of outbursts. They're not that kind of meetings. They're not hearings. They're meetings. There is no opportunity, except with one exception. There's an exception, and that's the Business Finance Authority. If they have an item on the agenda, people can get up and the governor will announce it. He announces it during the meeting, and he'll tell you, we're going to open this up for a public hearing, and the public can come to speak on that item, only that item. And then they close it, vote on it, and on we go. On the 13th, it was not like that. Now, to be fair, there was a significant amount of people, and I feel like the more people, the more bodies, the more loud things can get. But when we call a meeting to order, there's the expectation of, okay, like, we need to be quiet because little murmuring is going to be bigger because of the amount of people. The governor did ask them to be, do the same thing. Please turn off your phones, but you can take your video, you can take your pictures, just keep the ringers off. And it was a bigger venue, but significantly more people, more noise throughout the meeting, where normally we just don't have that.
And just to make sure the record's clear, there weren't any public finance items on the agenda that particular day, right?
There were no BFA items.
Okay. And so this wasn't a meeting where anyone was expecting anybody from the public to be addressing the meeting?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Do you have any inquiry to make at this
Couple.
point?
So, you said a typical meeting is quiet, but then you just testified also that this wasn't a typical meeting, it wasn't in a typical location either, is that correct?
I guess you probably could take it that way, but that's what I said.
Usually not that many people, it had to be held in a special location
Correct.
for that reason, because you knew there were going to be a lot of people there. Do you know why a lot of people were expected to be there?
Objection. Relevance.
You don't know if she said what she knows. She might know.
What's the relevance of your inquiry?
What did I ask now? I can't remember.
Was there an expectation that there would be a great...
Oh yeah, do you know why there was...
What's the relevance of your question?
Because it has to do with the amount of people that were there, why they were there, why they might be a little bit more, especially louder, not just the general having more bodies there. And are you familiar with this location?
Sure. And your objection is?
The reason why there might be more people there is not relevant to the charges at hand. That's my argument.
I'm saying it relevant to the general conduct of the people who are there in attendance. If she doesn't know these people, if she's not familiar with these people, was she aware of why there might be more people and what type of people might be there? That's my question. I'm just asking if she was aware. She might say yes or no question.
I'll allow it.
It was my understanding that the people that were attending the meeting were people that had attended the prior meeting, and the interest that was coming through email to the council at that time had to do with items regarding federal funding of COVID dollars.
So you are aware, and are you aware that there were a lot of people that were against the acceptance of the grant? And that's who most of those people were, and that's why the meeting had to be held there. So that's basically what you're saying. What exactly what I said. So would you agree that the people who are against the COVID money, so why are you aware of the previous meeting and what were the context of the emails? Are you aware that that meeting was shut down and wasn't allowed to proceed over that money?
I'll sustain
money.
I'll sustain that objection, because now it's starting to get a little.
Well, it's funny, they wanted to allow character evidence from all these other things, and I agreed to it.
Well, Mr. Staples, I allowed your inquiry.
So
she responded to your question.
So she knew as well. All right, I got another one. So, have you ever been to an executive council meeting at that location?
Just that day.
Just that day. So you're not familiar with that location at all, except for that day?
That was the first time I had been inside that building.
Excellent. So this was an atypical meeting, and it was much louder than usual because of the COVID funding acceptance. Were you a witness to any of the disorderly conduct?
I would move to strike the characterization
of
the evidence.
The pandemic?
Sir, could you just pose questions, please?
I'm trying. Doing my best here. So, were you a witness? You were there in attendance the whole time?
I was.
Did you witness a disruption at any point?
Yes.
What was the disruption that you witnessed?
There was loud noises and yelling and shouting and things that don't normally happen at governor and council meetings.
Was that taking place in that room?
Yes.
Who was yelling and shouting?
I can't answer that specifically because I was facing the stage, but it would have been the people behind me.
Would it have been, was it more than one person?
Yes.
All right, so there was yelling, so you felt that the yelling, there was some yelling that was disturbing. And when did the meeting stop?
I don't know exactly what time.
You don't know, but well, at what point in the state of events? When did, so the yelling that you're talking about, was that before or after Megan Walsh's general admonishment to the crowd? The sergeant, do you remember when the sergeant said, hey, any more outbursts and we're gonna arrest everyone or something?
I do remember that. The yelling happened before. There was multiple points of yelling, and that happened before that statement.
And then
After as well.
And then after as well?
Yes.
And, all right. And when were people arrested that you witnessed?
I just want to make sure that I'm answering your question appropriately. So after the Lieutenant Walsh, is that correct title, Lieutenant Walsh? After she made that announcement and there were additional outbursts, that is when any arrests took place or people were removed. Again, I am not facing the same direction, so
Okay.
I did not see who.
But you heard these things.
Yes.
Did you hear someone say amen? And yeah, is that what you were considering one of the disturbances?
No, I did not hear that.
So you didn't hear amen and yeah, or consider those a disturbance?
I heard yelling, but not specific wording.
Okay, that's fine. Yelling. Ah!
Like yelling, outburst, size.
Size,
Big,
things like
loud
that.
noises.
Would you consider those disorderly conduct when people go, oh?
Objection, calls for legal.
Sustained.
Would you consider that disruptive?
Yes.
Would you consider that protective of your expression under the freedom of speech and right to redress your grievances with the government?
Objection.
Would you feel that's protected free speech? Would amen be religious in nature, someone saying amen?
I'm sustaining the state's objection to this line of inquiry.
That's fine. So it was all about the COVID money, you know that. And yeah, I don't feel like we further inquiry this one anymore.
Nothing further for this witness, right?
She can probably go home too. I don't think we need to have her back.
Is there any objection to this witness being excused for the day?
No, you're right.
The state is actually called Sergeant Megan Walsh.
That's good. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. Say hi to your YouTube fans.
Mr. Staples, are you recording?
Of course I'm recording. I always record. I've been recording the whole time.
Did
And
you
I've been
get-
recording.
did you
all-
get-
I always have authorization. I already had pre-authorization.
What
So
is-
you can go research the court record, okay? Because I ain't stopping. And I damn sure ain't stopping now. What did I tell you at the beginning? I don't ask permission. I don't need pre-authorization. We went through this downstairs. We went through this multiple times, okay? So now you want to say, oh, hey, what are you doing? Well, you've been recording all your stuff this whole time since the day one of these trials?
Sir,
Yeah.
I didn't appreciate that you were recording.
I don't care what you appreciate because you don't seem to appreciate the First Amendment or our rights very much, sir.
Sir.
You're allowing this sham to continue. Let's go.
Sir, I've allowed this gentleman to record because he's...
You're not allowing, he has the right.
And I authorized 2 other people to make recordings, but you never submitted a request for authorization.
You don't need authorization either, he'll tell you.
All I need to do is notify the...
Notification, you can't deny it. And I notified you, I told you. I don't ask permission. I notified you, I'm here, you can obviously see what I'm doing. So, I don't know what you're trying to do, man. This is just foolish. We're wasting time here, I think.
Well, I didn't authorize you to...
Well, I'm not even supposed to be here for this fucking trial today. I'm not supposed to be here till next fucking Friday. You don't want to listen and you don't want to check. Okay? So, here we are. I'm not prepared for this shit. Let's get it the fuck on. Because I got witnesses to call if we can.
All right, Mr. Staples, in the interest of keeping this proceeding moving, I'm going to authorize you to continue to record this proceeding, but I just need to warn you that your histrionics are starting to get a little carried away.
I don't give a deal. They've been carried away. Okay? Don't tell me it's now just getting carried away. We've been recording this whole fucking time.
Well,
all right?
You're right that you've gotten carried away in the course of
And now it's sinking in from before. You're seeing that I'm not getting arrested for any of this stuff when I didn't do anything near what that was on any of these charges anywhere. Okay? And I've done this after hearings, and it's nothing's happened.
So the court is allowing you as a defendant in this proceeding
To commit crimes.
substantial leeway
Sure. This makes so much sense.
in the interest of ensuring
It doesn't make any sense.
protecting
Logical
the
fallacy.
process.
No, I'm not even going to go through which one.
I'm just warning you.
I don't need it.
That
Don't
you need
warn
to
me.
watch your language, and then you need to
I told
conduct
you.
yourself with more dignity.
Oh boy.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please stand?
More dignity.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to offer this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you please give us your name? Would you spell your last name for the record? You may be seated.
Good afternoon, my name is Sergeant Megan Walsh, M-E-G-A-N, W-A-L-S-H.
Where are you currently employed?
So I'm currently employed by the New York State Police out of Troop D.
And tell us a little bit about your training experience to become a state trooper.
So I was hired by the New Hampshire State Police in May of 2013. I was a graduate of the 161st Police Academy. Since that time, I have served both in Troop D. I've had some different roles within the division to include recruitment and training. Now I'm back in Troop D in a patrol supervisor capacity.
And when did you go from being a regular, say, patrol trooper to becoming a sergeant?
In 2021.
2021. Were you elevated to the position of being a sergeant prior to October 13, 2021?
I was. It was August.
Okay. So a couple of months before the events that were in court today, you had become a sergeant at Troop D.
I have, yes.
Okay. And can you tell us briefly, sergeant as opposed to patrol trooper, do you have additional duties that come with that?
I do supervisory duties, administrative duties, variety.
Okay. So, in your capacity as a sergeant at the New Hampshire State Police Troop D Barracks, were you assigned and to be involved in the October 13, 2021 Governor and Executive Council meeting at the Police Standards and Training Facilities?
I was, yes.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what time you would have got there?
I believe I probably would have got there around 7 in the morning. I know the meeting was due to begin at 10, so we were there to kind of set up, get some briefings, get set up as far as where we were going to be within the building, and some of our different duties that we were going to be executing that day.
Okay. So were you at that facility in the tactical room at or about 10 o'clock when the meeting was due to start?
I was, yes. So the entrance where all the visitors were coming in from, I was along that long side of the wall.
Okay, if it's easier, there's a video here. Do you want to come up and maybe just, obviously in this video, I think it may show you, but tell us relative to not just that video, but the boarding up to that point, where you might have been stationed.
So right here along this left side of the screen is where that wall is. I was pretty much there for the entirety of the morning up until I gave that announcement, and then I was at different points within the attack center during.
Okay, and to recall, in terms of the duration of this meeting, about what time you would have given the warning that you indicate you gave?
I can't speak to an exact time. I know that it was at some point after it began.
Okay.
As far as the time that I said, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Sergeant, I need to trouble you to go back to the microphone just because your statements won't be picked up by the record if you're not.
Thank you very much.
Sure, they do.
So, during the early part of the meeting, when it began, do you recall the governor giving a general announcement to the crowd that was assembled?
I do. I can't speak to the specifics about what he said.
And I don't want to. At some point in time thereafter, did the governor lead the crowd in a pledge of allegiance? Do you remember that?
He did, yes.
And do you remember towards the end of that pledge of allegiance period, did the governor then address the crowd again?
He did.
Again, without getting into the specifics, did the governor give them some general information about the conduct at the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And after the governor had spoken to the crowd, is it fair to say the governor's statements were out to the crowd in general?
Yes, he was speaking at the microphone.
Okay. At some point after the governor had said what the governor said, were there some times prior to you making an announcement where there were noises or disruptions that you witnessed and heard?
There were some members of the crowd that were, when things were said on stage, that they agreed with or disagreed with. You can, hear statements or, exasperations, things of that nature, just kind of based off what was happening on the stage.
Okay. At some point in time, did you see Sergeant DeLuna approach someone and give them a warning?
I did, yes.
Who did Sergeant DeLuca approach and give a warning to?
So I saw him walk up to Mr. Staples and Miss Grinnell. I believe she was in that general area as well. I don't know what he was talking to them about, but I did see him walk up to them.
Okay, and you saw him speaking, and when we were talking about Mr. Staples, do you recognize Mr. Staples?
I do, yes.
Is he here in court today?
He is. He's in the blue t-shirt.
Can you ask, just for our record, what does he wear perhaps for a shirt? What does it look like he's wearing for a shirt?
He does on a blue t-shirt.
Does also sort of look like a gray or blue t-shirt?
Yes.
Okay. And how about, does he have a beard?
He does, yes.
Okay. I just asked the record, check shot that she's identified as Mr. Staples. I know he wasn't necessarily attired the same way, but on the date of October 13th, 2021, are you able to identify the fellow who Sergeant DeLuca walked up to and spoke to as being Mr. Staples?
It was.
Okay. And with respect to that, you said you didn't actually hear specifically what was said, but at some point in time, after Sergeant DeLuca spoke to Mr. Staples and or Ms. Grinnell, was there a point where you were tasked to give a general announcement to the crowd?
I was, yes. Staff Sergeant Baldessari at the time came up and asked me to make an announcement to the crowd that if there were any more outbursts, those individuals would be arrested for disorderly conduct.
Okay, so when Sergeant and now Lieutenant Baldessari came up to you, was that after Mr. DeLuca, Sergeant DeLuca had actually gone up to the defendant and Ms. Grinnell?
It was.
So it's later than that, and were you a witness or had you heard the things that were causing Sergeant Baldessari to come up to you and announce that there was going to potentially be arrests if people continued to disrupt the meeting?
I had not, just the general things that I'd spoken about is some, it's exasperations from the crowd, some random statements and phrases, things like that.
Okay, so you were just generally aware of some of the activity, but he came up to you and said specifically, would you make an announcement?
Yes.
Okay, and with respect to what you were doing, when you went out to make the announcement, did you do so and interrupt the people up on the stage who were talking, the governor and the executive council, or did you wait for there to be a pause in the meeting in order to be able to make that announcement?
Yes, so I waited for there to be a pause. I recognized that they were in between topics because there was a lot of paperwork shuffling and there was a moment to be able to do that without interrupting. So then I made my announcement to the group. I stepped to the front of the audience.
Okay. Now, we've had it played, but I want to have it played again. I just want to have you confirm that this is you and this is the amount of announcement you made. Okay, here's another.
Yeah, I can't hear this. This is not, I'm going to object to this evidence being used and presented. The audios, they got it like cranked up. Try to make it sound louder than it is. It's unnaturally boosted.
Can we allow this to play without the defendant talking to the court?
I'm objecting to the evidence at this point. You can't even hear it.
So we're going to be arrested for disorderly conduct if we disrupt the meeting.
A lot of booze after that.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you to go back just one
A lot
more.
of exasperations. Funny how they were arrested.
This hat here, is that the hat being worn by the defendant?
On the screen?
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. So with respect to whoever's recording this and making the statement about being arrested for disorderly conduct, does it appear that they're making that statement essentially right next to Mr. Staples?
It does.
Okay. In terms of your giving that admonition, describe for the court what your intent was in terms of advising the people who were there in attendance, the members of the public. What were you intending to do?
My intent was just to be very clear, so that while we appreciate your desire to be here, if there are any more outbursts or disruptions to the meeting, you'll be arrested for disorderly conduct.
Okay. Clear, just as you said it here today. And was it your intent, and do you believe that your statements reached the people? You can't tell who might have hearing issues or whatever, but was your intention to advise all the members of the public who were there that day that from this point forward, any further disruptions would result in arrest for disorderly conduct?
Yes.
And sometime after you gave that instruction based upon a conversation you had with now Lieutenant, back then Staff Sergeant Baldessari, correct?
Yes.
After you gave that instruction, were you aware of any sort of a disturbance or noise which led to the lieutenant giving instruction to Sergeant Grieco to go and arrest Mr. Staples?
I wasn't in a position that I heard or saw anything, but I do know that I saw Sergeant DeLuca and Sergeant Rico go over.
Okay, so you were able to witness Sergeant Baldessari direct Sergeant Grieco to go over and make an arrest?
To direct Sergeant Rico?
Yes.
No.
Oh, you didn't see that? Okay, all right. After you made your announcement, did you walk back to the area where you said you were sort of along the wall?
So I was between the wall and where I made that announcement. That's where I was stationed. That's where I was positioned.
Okay. And that was up closer to the stage in terms of location?
It was.
Not far back or further back in the crowd area where Mr. Staples was?
I was essentially the farthest position away from the curtain before the closed-off area in front of the stage.
Sort of near the closed-off, cordoned-off area. Correct. Did you have any personal contact with Mr. Staples that morning after this announcement that you made? In other words, were you involved in his arrest? Did you go behind the curtain? Did you do anything with Mr. Staples?
I did not.
I have nothing further with this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Staples, you may inquire.
So you testified that there were people making exasperations. Was it similar exasperations, like as to right after you warned everybody there was kind of more exasperations? Would you agree we just witnessed that? Is that the kind of characterization?
Yes.
Okay, and those are exasperations, disorderly conduct, is that an arrestable offense?
So
Or is that protected by the First Amendment?
Yeah, I'm going to sustain that objection.
What did he say?
I'm going to sustain.
I objected. I said, I think you're asking for a legal conclusion, and I think it's for the judge to make legal conclusions, not the witness.
Oh, okay. So, why didn't you arrest anyone after you just warned them and then they just had a few more exasperations that you said those were the same type of exasperations that you were warning them about? So, why didn't you arrest anyone after you gave that warning?
Well, Ms. Shakes, I think we wanted to give everybody the opportunity to comply with the order, give them an opportunity to do what was being asked so that the meeting could go on, and everybody who wanted to witness it could stay there and witness it.
What is an outburst or a disruption? How are we to know what that is?
Something that disrupts the meeting.
And what would that be? How do we know that what you're admonishing, like outbursts or disruptions, you weren't specific to any one person, were you?
No.
Was there any one person that made you get up and say that, or would you say that you were ordered to just get up and say that?
I was ordered to get up and say that.
You were ordered by Major Lavoie?
Staff Sergeant Baldessari at the time, now Lieutenant Baldessari.
Staff Sergeant Baldessari at the time, he's now Lieutenant. So he ordered you. Did he tell you why?
No.
So you didn't do that on your own. You didn't feel that there was a need to admonish the crowd on your own without the order.
Can you repeat that, sir?
You didn't feel the need to admonish the crowd because you didn't without getting the order from him. So those exasperations that you were referring to that happened right after you gave the order that you didn't arrest anyone for, that you said you would, that were happening before, these just general exasperations, there's a lot of people there.
Bring the question home.
So, yeah, I might have lost my train of thought a little bit. So the outbursts and disruptions, you didn't specifically warn any one person, and you were ordered to give that, and you don't know exactly why you were ordered to give that.
Well, I think that people had been saying things out loud, and there were some words that were being said.
You think that, but you don't, do you know for sure exactly why you were given that order?
In that moment, no.
No. Did you get told afterwards why you were given that order?
No. It was to
So you still to this day don't know why?
It was to keep the disruptions to the meeting.
The disruptions to the meeting. So what were the disruptions?
I'm sorry, she was responding to the question. So
Sorry.
just let her finish and then pose your next question.
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so can you be specific about the outbursts and the disruptions that you're privy to and that you would consider arrestable?
Can you just repeat that? Can you repeat that for me?
What are some of these outbursts and disruptions that you feel is arrestable under the disorderly conduct statute as your job as an officer?
So obviously, people are shouting words and they're shouting phrases while the business is being conducted on the stage, and that's going to interfere with the conduct of that meeting. So it really doesn't matter what the words specifically are, it's that in nature they're disrupting the meeting.
Gotcha.
So I'm not looking to say certain words or phrases that you are not allowed to say. It's in general things that are going to halt the actions
Any
on the
sound?
stage.
Is there like a decibel level
I can't speak to this.
to the law? There's no decibel level in the law?
No.
Okay. And you said you heard people sighing and breathing heavy? Those are similar?
Less breathing heavy, right? Just people who were, like you said, when I made my announcement, people.
Well, we heard it, yeah. So those are just like exasperations. Those are what we were warned about. And so you said that I was spoken to for something that you don't know what that was. It could have been somebody fist bumping me and saying, I love your YouTube channel or something. For all intents and purposes, you don't know, right? Okay. And then you made your thing. When you heard all these other exasperations, how many people approximately in the room were making these exasperations, and was I one of them?
I'm not sure, I can't speak to that.
Or you didn't witness me as being one of those many people? You didn't pin me down as being one of those ones?
Truthfully, to be honest, I don't think I was looking at you, so I
So
really
no.
don't have any way to know.
So no, you can't, correct. So you just heard a lot. How many people approximately in the room? It was more than one person exasperating and making noises, you said? How many approximately?
I can't approximate, but it was definitely more than one.
Definitely more than one. Would you say 5 to 10 or more like half the room or the whole room?
I'm not sure.
So there were exasperations, and I was spoken to once. Was anyone else spoken to individually in the crowd? Of all these people that the whole crowd is being warned about, how many other people were individually warned besides me?
If anyone else was warned, I was unaware of it.
You're unaware of it. Maybe we might need to get him back here for that. I think we're going to need to get him for that one. We're going to need Golden Circuit back. Typical. Do you attend these type of things often? Is this your typical duty?
I have never been to one of these meetings.
So you don't know how they typically go, what type of is decorum, you don't know what about the decorum?
No.
No. Thank you. That's it.
Any redirects?
A couple of questions. First off, when we showed the video, is it fair to say that Mr. Staples from this video was some distance away from you, from some significant distance away from you?
He was probably a good few rows away from me.
Okay.
Section relevance.
Well, you asked, well, I'll address it. I think it's relevant because he addressed the question to her about, did she see him do something in particular? And she said, I didn't, and I'm trying to get the spatial thing here about who was close to her and whether he was close to her.
I don't think that's relevant to why she didn't hear. She didn't hear is the end all be all. She already testified that she was a distance away and all that, so I don't see the point of that, except trying to get her to say something else. But yeah,
Mr. Staples has a legitimate argument in that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So with respect to the people, is it fair to say that there were 3 different groups of members of the public? In other words, behind the cordoned off area, there were 3 separate areas.
There was almost like 3 separate bays with aisles in between, and then there was the cordoned off area for the media, and then the cordoned off area for, all the governor, council gear, video, all that stuff.
Okay. And is it fair to say that where you were stationed was by the front of the first of these 3, if we're going from right to left as you're facing the stage?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, I was that front right corner.
In the front right corner, okay. And is it fair to say that Mr. Staples was in the middle to the back of the middle section, of section number 2?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know specifically how many people are in each of the cordoned off areas, each of these little groupings, correct?
I don't know.
But there's several rows in each section, correct?
There was.
And with respect to the people in attendance, is it fair to say that not only do we have adults in attendance, but is it fair to say that a fair number of people actually brought children with them, younger children?
There was a good amount of children there, yes.
Okay, all right.
Roughly, I don't know what the point of that was, other than there's tons of people making noise. We heard babies, because you got the volume jacked up.
Do you have any requests?
Yeah, let me see, hold on. So he's saying, I don't see what the point of that was, so I don't have anything further at the moment, but you might need to come back. If you could please not talk to people out there that are witnesses.
Call your next witness, please.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a sequestration order. So.
It's already been.
Next, we'll call Major Lavoie.
Yeah, I want to know who Baldessari talked to out there and what he said as well. Yes. 100%. So we'll get him back for sure.
He was just standing at the open door talking to him.
Standing up there talking. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Got to get them stories straight.
You should sign an affidavit for
I'm
that
happy
witness
to.
of that.
No problem.
Good. Yeah, this is crazy.
It looked like a deer in headlights when I caught him too.
Bet.
I'll swear you in.
Well, did you say something, Chair?
Oh yeah, I said something to him.
Larry, before we proceed with this witness, can I just ascertain that Lieutenant Baldessari remains in the courthouse?
I believe, the last I saw, I think he was seated in the conference room. I can go check just to make sure.
Well, if you could just secure his presence until
We're done on
In
that.
a room by himself, yeah.
He's still over there.
if someone could be sent out to just give him the message to stay, so Attorney O'Leary, that we can keep moving.
By himself. Which one is this?
That's true.
That'll be a full case dismissed. I'll tell you that right now.
He should just dismiss it now, it's a waste of time. Yeah, sure.
Hi, would you please raise your right hand? Just swear the testimony you're about to offer the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Would you give us your name, and would you spell your last name for our record?
Chad Lavoie, L-A-V-O-I-E.
And your current rank is Major Lavoie, correct?
That's correct.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed by the Department of Safety, Division of State Police, as a trooper. I currently hold the rank of Major. I've been employed since 2005.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about your training and experience in terms of getting onto the state police. Is this the only law enforcement agency you've worked at? You've worked at other agencies?
Correct. The only law enforcement agency prior to joining the state police, I was on active duty in the United States Marine Corps for 4 years.
Okay. And when you started with the New Hampshire State Police in 2005, have you always been in like the Troop D place, or were you in other different troops throughout the state?
No, I've served in other parts of the state, in other troops as well.
Okay. When you were at Troop D, at some point in time, did you rise through the ranks at Troop D and ultimately become a sergeant, then a lieutenant, and then ultimately move on from there to your position where you're captain and then a major?
Yes, that's correct.
So could you give the court some idea of when you were in Troop D, what period of time, and what your roles were there?
Sure. I was promoted in January of 2020 to the rank of lieutenant, and the position I held over at Troop D in Concord was troop commander. So over at that position, I oversaw a number of troopers, to include staff, civilian staff, executive secretary, detectives, sergeants as well. And our primary mission is law enforcement, motor vehicle, and criminal law, given under our jurisdiction throughout Merrimack County, to include some of the interstates that go outside of Merrimack County as well.
Okay. So in that capacity, as the lieutenant and troop commander at Troop D, you acted in that capacity up to sometime shortly before this incident with regard to October 13th, 2021, correct?
Correct. I believe it was in May. I was promoted to the rank of captain, where I was assigned to our operations bureau out of headquarters. And one of the troops that I remained overseeing was Troop D in Concord at that point.
Okay. So, and after you left Troop D, it became a captain, was there a period of time where there was a vacancy or there wasn't anyone acting as the troop commander at Troop D?
There was, yes.
So when we got to October of 2021, is it fair to say that Staff Sergeant Baldessari at the time was really in the active capacity of the troop commander because he was the highest ranking person there?
That's correct. His rank was a staff sergeant, and our staff sergeants are assigned as assistant troop commanders. So in the absence of a troop commander, they would act as the commander of that troop in the absence of a commander at that time.
Okay. So let's bring our attention now to the 13th of October. Is it fair to say, based upon your experience as being the troop commander of Troop D, that you had a certain familiarity with the rank and file troopers, most of the rank and file troopers within Troop D?
That is correct.
And is it fair to say that you had a working relationship with Staff Sergeant Baldessari? You knew him, he had been there during your tenure as the troop commander.
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect to the deployment of troopers to active security at this October 13, 2021 meeting, is it fair to say that in terms of the operations there, the person who was essentially, I don't want to say running it, but the person designated with respect to folks was Staff Sergeant Baldessari?
That's correct. He was operating as the officer in charge there.
But is it also fair to say that in terms of rank, you were a higher ranking state trooper?
That's correct.
Okay. And so were you deployed to that location on October 13th, 2021?
I was.
Okay. And were you there with a number of other people, maybe command staff people from the state police?
Yes.
Okay. Could we have the video of that pans and shows the troopers on the side? On this video, I don't know if you can see from there, but on this video, can you tell us, or maybe it would be helpful to come over and maybe point to where you may have been, at least initially deployed?
I was off to this left-hand side as we look at the screen here against the wall, back towards the curtain and straight across the back towards the back of the room.
Okay, so it appears as though, and I know the judge wants you at some point to have to sit down, but if you could just for a moment and just keep your voice up, if that's helpful. Can you tell us, there appears to be, and I know it's a distance, but there's a table along the wall there, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and were there a number of people from the state police, command staff type people, seated at that table?
There were.
Was Staff Sergeant Baldessari seated in that area?
He was over there with me, yes.
Okay. Were you closer to the stage or closer to the curtain with relationship to Staff Sergeant Baldessari?
I believe in that photo I was closer to further away from the curb, and the Staff Sergeant Baldessari was closer to the curb at that time.
Okay. At some point in time later on, did that change? Did you go a little bit further over, or do you recall?
I know I was over that general area pretty much the entire time towards that back area, either standing or sitting at times.
Okay. I guess you're going to see back up here. With respect to this meeting with the governor and executive council, were you aware of the governor giving a couple of warnings to the folks in the room about their conduct?
Yes, I was.
Were you aware that at some point in time there was a pause and Staff Sergeant or Sergeant Walsh then addressed the folks in the room about the conduct?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware prior to her doing that there was an opportunity for a sergeant by the name of DeLuca to actually go up to the defendant and speak to him about his conduct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you witness all those things from the location you were at?
Yes.
And did you witness, or please describe for us what you witnessed, first off maybe as to what had occurred, which led to the order or the direction to Sergeant DeLuca to go over and speak to Mr. Staples?
Sure, so leading up to that, there were several loud outbursts coming from the crowd in general, and specifically with Mr. Staples, we started to notice some loud outbursts coming from him directly in the crowd as well that led to that.
Okay. Do you recall what he may have said in response to something going on on the stage that caused Sergeant DeLuca to go over and speak to him?
I remember hearing, "It's a lie," and to shut it down.
Okay, so at some point in time, and this is attributable, I want to be clear, this is attributable to Mr. Staples. You hear him say that?
Yes.
It's a lie. And then at some point in time,
shut it down.
At some point in time thereafter, do you see Sergeant DeLuca speaking?
That's correct, yes.
After Sergeant DeLuca speaks to him, does he then again say something that causes, that you hear, that's odd?
After Sergeant DeLuca had spoken with him, he then said, "Shut it down."
Okay, and when he said that, what distance is he, we've established that he appears to be in the second of the three groupings of the public, is that fair to say?
Correct, in that middle section. Yes.
He's in the middle section, and he's in the middle to back of that section, correct?
Correct.
And you are, when you hear these things, you are seated along the wall.
Yes, over by the wall. I don't know if I was seated or standing at that.
You might have been standing actually.
In that, yes, in that area.
You hear him say those things,
Yes.
and you recognize his voice,
Yes.
and you in fact see Sergeant DeLuca go up and speak to him.
That's correct.
All right, so after those things happened, was he arrested at that point?
He was not.
But after those things happened, sometime several minutes later, does Sergeant Walsh then get up and address the crowd?
That's correct.
Okay. And I will indicate that the court has already heard her admonition and saw what she said or heard what she said. After that had occurred, is it fair to say that with respect to Mr. Staples, he would have heard the two statements from the governor already at the front end of the meeting?
Correct.
He would have been spoken to by Sergeant DeLuca.
Correct.
And he would have been an earshot of Sergeant Walsh's admonition about any more outbursts, people are going to be arrested for disorderly conduct.
Yes.
Any doubt in your mind that he would have been able to hear all those things and be aware of those things?
He doesn't know what I heard. He can't testify to any of that. He don't know if I had hearing aids. Objection. That's speculation. That takes pure speculation. He don't know nothing about me. Might think he does. I'm bootlicker.
I think a proper foundation has been laid for the question, and I think the witness is in a position to be able to answer it. So your objections respect.
Sure, whatever. He's already lying anyways. We've already got him on record.
After those various statements or admonitions from those various people, at some point in time, did you become aware of
I don't think he answered the question that was objected to. You asked him
would he have been able to hear? And I thought he did give an answer.
He did, there was an objection.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Would I have been able to?
Was it your understanding, based upon what the government said at the front end, certainly what Sergeant DeLuca had said to him, right in front of him, apparently, and then what Sergeant Walsh said? Was it your understanding that he had received and understood the warnings about his conduct?
Absolutely.
Okay. And those were warnings that also applied to other people who were in attendance as well?
Yes.
But there had been a specific warning to him with respect to Sergeant DeLuca?
Yes.
With respect to what happens after Sergeant Walsh gives the general admonition, at some point in time, did you become aware of conduct on the part of Mr. Staples and or Ms. Grinnell that caused you to be concerned?
Yes.
And based upon what you saw or heard and or heard, did you take some action?
We did.
All right, when you say we did, did you do something specifically yourself? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to ask if you could to play a couple of clips. Yes, exactly.
I can tell you this, that I would never approve this contract. You can call it whatever you want to call it. It's still paying for their setup, which is wrong. And this council shouldn't be doing that. We can do it whatever way you want to do it.
So the council is against reimbursing companies for their costs to start a contract?
Correct. If they're providing a service and the service is $3, then they should increase their service price to make the accommodations for those setup prices. Because that's what most companies that are private companies do.
So you would rather see their setup costs integrated into their monthly invoicing instead of a one-time invoice cost after they set up?
I'm not looking to pay for their setup costs at all. You can twist the language whatever you want.
I'm not twisting the language, Counselor.
What I'm looking for is for them to do business as most companies in this country do. If you want our business, come in and do the service.
If I may, when we set up a $50 million MMIS system with a lot of upfront hardware, it takes years. We pay for that.
That's where I was arrested.
Is there additionally another video that shows from another angle that behavior?
Behavior. What behavior? What behavior? That's the question. You guys are freaking joke.
People told they couldn't stand and turn their backs or move unless they had permission. Of course not.
Praying. It looks like the whole room is praying together.
This is the point where excuse me, let me address the witness. Was there a point when all the members of the public were standing, or a lot of members of the public were standing up?
There was, yes.
And was there a point where they were standing up, where you, from your vantage point, had an eye on Mr. Staples and Ms. Grinnell?
Yes.
In this video, does this appear to show Mr. Staples, and I believe earlier we get back, I think that there's a clip that shows the lady standing next to him. Can you identify her?
That's Therese Grinnell.
Okay, and based upon when they had their backs to the stage, were you able to witness or see anything happen with respect to Mr. Staples and Ms. Grinnell that came to your attention?
Why was he targeted? That's the
What did you see? What did you witness?
I witnessed her, Therese, say amen with her hands up in the air, and then Mr. Staples say in a loud outburst, yeah.
Okay. And is it fair to say that when they were saying that, that was in response to, up on the stage, Executive Council Gatz is talking about, I wouldn't authorize a contract?
Yes.
Okay. So it appeared to be essentially saying something in response to the councilor when he was speaking?
Yes.
Okay. Based upon what you had seen, and also what you had witnessed earlier in the meetings with respect to warnings to Mr. Staples and also to the crowd, did you decide to take some action?
I did.
What action did you decide to take?
I walked over to Lieutenant Baldessari, Staff Sergeant Baldessari at the time, had a conversation with him about confirming what we had just witnessed, what I had seen, what he had seen as well, and then a further discussion took place with Lieutenant Grieco from that point as well to what we had seen.
Okay. So there was some discussion earlier on about like the chain of command and who was doing what. And I think there might have been some confusion about, were you ordering Lieutenant Baldessari, Staff Sergeant Baldessari at the time, were you ordering him to do something? Or were you providing him with information and he was the one who was supposed to implement who might make an arrest?
In confirming with him, it was more or less, I guess it could be taken as I was giving an order to go and arrest and remove Mr. Staples from there as well.
Okay, and your decision, you've made arrests, obviously, as a trooper.
Correct.
Your decision was based upon what you witnessed and what you saw and what you heard.
That's correct.
And is it fair to say that your decision was based upon an understanding that Sergeant Walsh's order to the crowd about disorderly behavior was essentially, this is a zero, disruption situation. You're here to observe. If you do anything to disrupt the meeting, you will be arrested.
Yes.
Did you understand her order to the crowd?
Yes.
You didn't say anything.
Have you given orders yourself to people at crowd situations, asking them to behave themselves and to say, if you do something inconsistent with this order, you will be arrested?
Not to that, extend several orders about behavior, what is going to be tolerated, what's not going to be tolerated, and so forth. So
Right. And in this particular instance, was there any ambiguity in what Sergeant Walsh said, in your opinion?
No.
So based upon what you saw, you conferred with Sergeant Baldessari
Yes.
and indicated, this is what I witnessed, he needs to be arrested.
That's correct.
In terms of the execution of the arrest, who would do it and how it would occur, you didn't have any part of that.
That's correct.
Okay. He's the one who contacted Sergeant Grieco, and Sergeant Grieco then got Sergeant DeLuca, and the two of them went over, and we saw it on the video, let these two folks out.
Yes.
Okay. That was your understanding? That's what you actually witnessed?
Yes.
Objection. He's like giving him all the answers, leading the witness here. This is getting a little crazy. Let's go.
The objection
Sure.
concerning leading is...
Or whatever. I don't objection to it. I don't even know, but this is, yeah, whatever. Let's go. Is it my turn? So,
Yeah, just for the record, I sustained your objection that his last several questions were leading, but then he's done asking questions, so that's that. Now is your opportunity to inquire, Mr. Stevens.
So, why were you only watching Teresa and I, focused on us?
I was not just watching you doing that.
How many other people got individual warnings that day besides me for these outbursts and disruptions from the crowd? That was not me.
Throughout the day, I believe there was other conversations that ensued. I don't know what other interactions the other troopers that were there throughout the entire duration of that meeting, what conversations they had after the fact, even post after your arrest.
So he's saying that, and you agreed that none of the orders were ambiguous. Where was the specific conduct mentioned in any of these admonishments other than a general, any more outbursts like that, and we can't have people singing the Pledge of Allegiance too loud. Okay, that was what, was that one admonishment?
So us singing the Pledge of Allegiance loudly as a group was considered disruptive? Is that what you're saying?
I guess I'm not sure what your question is. There was a couple of them right there. So.
When did the governor give his admonishment? Can we pull that back up and go through it? Watch the
Can you just ask the question?
Sorry, what did I ask? I'm telling you, man, I get burnt out. This is taking a lot out of me. I got head trauma. I got post-concussion syndrome, so I don't know what to tell you. But, so, these admonishments from the governor is what I was saying, right? Let me look at my notes. I always forget to do that. So the governor gives warnings, explicit warnings, allegedly. What was the explicit warning from the governor?
He gave a couple of warnings in the beginning to how the meeting was going to go, and that loud outbursts or anything were not going to be tolerated throughout the meeting, that the meeting had to continue to move forward.
Yeah, but you're saying these are all mashed together. So I'm asking for what he actually said that was an explicit warning of certain conduct.
I believe I answered your question about any outbursts.
No, you just, any outburst. Outburst is just, that's a general outburst.
Sir, the question was asked and answered.
All right, so outbursts. So what would you be considering an outburst or disruption? Give me a specific example.
I would say any verbal loud outburst, like the several that we had witnessed, like up to this point.
Several that you witnessed there throughout the crowd. How many people were making these outbursts? Approximately?
I don't have an exact number for you.
More than just myself and Therese Grinnell.
There were several occasions where the crowd, like I said earlier, was disruptive and being loud at points where we did have to address the crowd.
The crowd in general, but no one in specific.
That's incorrect. We specifically addressed
me
you.
Once, and we didn't, somebody did. Okay? You might think you're all in this web of corruption together,
Sure,
you are, but
this question
it's not a we thing. It's you stand on your own 2 feet, man. So, when does freedom of speech come into play? Have you ever been to one of these things before?
Executive council meeting?
Executive council meeting, in this location?
Not that I remember now.
Would you say there's a loud echo there? It's not built for audio, good audio. Would you agree to that?
It's a large room. There was
Does it echo
there? Sure, there's some echo there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not a typical location for one of these public meetings to be held?
I'm not sure where these meetings are held, twice a month or sometimes once a month. There's many different places where they're held, so I can't speak to that.
Okay, so you saw the arresting conduct. What was I arrested for now? You ordered the arrest, correct?
That's correct.
You were the ultimate order of the arrest. And you witnessed, why didn't you arrest me? Or Therese?
Without getting into too specifics, there's reasons.
No, get into the specifics. We want the specifics.
How we're set up and how to operate that day, and what the safe plan would have been to execute an arrest and processing and so forth. And like we spoke about earlier, the chain of command and how we're set up for a large event like this. That there is a rank structure in how we're set up. Much like working in a patrol capacity on when we have several troopers or so working an enhanced patrol out of the interstates or in the towns or cities, we're set up a certain way where someone that's in charge isn't going to be removed from that area. That defeats the entire purpose of making sure that that everything is run appropriately.
Okay. And so you said that you witnessed me say it's a lie and shut it down.
That's correct.
And then Megan Walsh gave the admonishment, the general thing, right?
Yes.
And then the group, the whole room turned their backs to the council, correct?
Yes.
And then you said that I said yeah to Teresa's amen.
And that was worthy, me saying yeah, was worth us being arrested and her saying amen.
Yes.
Nothing else, that was it.
Given the leeway that we had given the folks, including yourself that day, with the multiple warnings, that's correct. When you had that loud outburst of yeah, at that point enough warnings had been given to this point, and enough leeway had been given to you at that point as well.
And you're sure that I said yeah, it couldn't have been anyone else? How do you know that? Where were you at that time?
At that point in time, I was in that area where the desk is, back there towards the curtain, and I could see you and Therese from my vantage point where I was.
And so that would have happened while we had our backs turned sometime during that?
That's correct.
So can we watch that? The whole thing from when people stand up and then spin around? Is that okay? Because there's some stuff in there I'd like to point out.
I think we've shown the video.
No, you haven't.
Completely play a video or do anything?
No, we didn't watch it completely.
How to present his evidence. It seems to be that's sort of his case in chief. We've presented what the major says he saw. We've shown the video of the two of them standing together. It is what it is. But, you know, I think
You have introduced this video for testimony and evidence without objection, and so I think the defendant is entitled to utilize it just as if it was a photograph.
And I don't disagree, Judge. I'm just trying to figure out in terms of during our case in chief, his case in chief, whatever. So if you want to pull it back up, I'm fine with him being able to watch it, the court being able to watch it again. I guess there's two videos it seems like we have on this.
The back turning video.
And I would also want to get to the point where I supposedly said it's a lie and shut it down. We want to get to that point as well. Because I never said shut it down until I was in handcuffs behind the fucking curtain, bro. Yeah, you fucked up.
Just show if you would mind.
You mixed up the story timeline.
Mr. Staples, I'm going to warn you again to watch your language. You're in a courtroom.
Well, you mixed up the story timeline. This is as dignified as I can get in this situation. You're lucky I'm still here, entertaining this sham. I mean, well, before we all stand up.
Yeah, maybe you could go back to as they're standing up.
Yeah, I mean, we might as well watch the whole thing and see what actually transpired that day. No, I'm serious. You want to introduce this into evidence, let's do it, man. Let's watch the whole thing.
Sorry, just want to let the court know that be approximately 15 minutes of video.
Well,
how about this? Because we're going to end up running over, I think.
This is cross-examination, so what do you
Right.
want to?
And I would, how about we have everybody watch this thing for homework at some point? What is it now?
Sir, what question do you have for the major?
Oh, shit. Well, this is you're gonna be able to watch this whole thing, right? To make your decision, is what I'm getting at. I mean, we still haven't even gotten to my witnesses. I'm tired. Thank you. So I was trying to watch this video to ask him about certain stages of it, is what I was trying to get to, but apparently we don't want to watch 15 minutes of it.
So what questions do you have for the major?
Are we not going to watch the video? I'm confused.
What?
So he's saying I said shut it down. All right, way before. So where is that? Because they haven't shown that at all. They haven't shown where I said it's a lie. I haven't even heard that yet, okay? And if it was, it sure the fuck wasn't me. I was one of the most quiet people there that day, all right? Yeah, did I get an admonishment? I didn't say it's a lie. I said he should know, okay? And I said, I know exactly why I said it, because he should have known why all those Afghan immigrant people and how many of them were here getting all the state funding. Because that was where it was at that point. It was early on in the meeting. And I got my admonishment, and I knew that that was my only warning. And so I made sure I was quiet as a church mouse the rest of this whole thing, up until I was in handcuffs behind the curtain, okay? So I didn't say it's a fucking lie, or it's a lie, or shut it down. You're a lie, all right? And then you're saying I was arrested for saying amen, or yeah to amen later. Let's get to that. Where do I say yeah, where's the amen? Can we get that on the screen?
Is that distinguishable in the video presentation?
Or which part?
So, the yay and amen. Yes, fine.
The things that I was arrested for. I would hope you got it on video because we were there the whole time.
It's still paid for their setup.
I didn't want to bring my makeup, I just stood out there and I just need coffee.
We're still doing our best to resolve it. But again, they're bringing something up that didn't even happen with this administration. You can call it whatever you want to call it. It's still paid for their setup, which is wrong. And this council shouldn't be doing that. We can do it whatever we want.
Woo. Pause right there. So I hear a bunch of woo, woo, woos. Were any of those people spoken to? Or were you just staring at me and Teresa the whole time? How does everybody have their eyes on us the whole time? Why was that? Were you ordered to do that?
So,
of course we know you were.
So,
let's go.
Mr. Staples,
Yeah.
please bring some order.
Oh, jeez. I told you, man, I'm tired. I am doing my best. I've been here for a few hours now. I get burned out already.
Just ask a question.
I did.
And then allow the witness to respond.
Okay. So, why didn't you admonish and go single out any of these people who are making these disruptions?
Why didn't we single them out? I'm not
Yeah, that just did those whoop whoop. Those people who just did the whoop whoop. And who were cheering what one of the counselors was saying, which should be allowed to go woo, or, you know, boom.
Is there a question?
The question is, where was the disruption? Let's go, where's the disruption? Where did I say, yeah? Where can you hear that?
You said earlier, Mr. Staples, that it's a big room and it's hard to hear. This might.
So how the fuck did you hear it?
Hey, Mr. Staples.
To answer your question, okay?
Yeah.
Where that microphone is placed is back far away, farther from where you're sitting, right? So it's easier to see where the microphone is, where this camera is, and where it's projecting from. So when you say, how are you singled out? Not everybody in the crowd has made a noise for that specific incident that you're referring to.
That's fine. How about the other video of the live stream right behind my shoulder of my guardian angel that was recording the whole fucking time? Let's get that one up there. Yeah, you don't want to show that one because that's the one, the closest goddamn microphone to me. And there was a reason for that. Because she was protecting me and watching my fucking back to prove you guys wrong in this instance. So let's get it up there. Let's go.
May I respectfully ask you to please keep up the video of the woman
Live stream,
behind you?
Katrina Stokes.
Yes, sir.
With that, hopefully somebody should be able to invest and more so especially for this economic event. I would never approve this contract. If you call it a wrong. It's still paying for this setup. Which is wrong.
Amen.
Amen, that yeah sounded a little far away. The amen was louder than the yeah. So I know I didn't even say yeah. Why would I say yeah to amen?
Do you have a question for the major?
My question is, how are you going to see when everybody's down, my head is down, how are you going to see or hear any of that? Did you hear? I didn't hear a yeah come from me. It's just crazy, dude. I can't believe you're doing
Is
this.
your question of how I can see you?
My question is, are you 100% sure that I said yeah?
Yes.
It was me. How about the other people that said shouted? What about them? Why didn't they get arrested? Just me and Therese.
Because we've come to a point where the amount of warnings that were given, Mr. Staples, including the individual one that you had received for the outburst leading up to this point, and then moving forward with this latest outburst right here.
Ooh, this latest outburst right here. Are you fucking kidding me right now?
All right.
What outburst?
All right.
What outburst?
This is not.
There's no fucking outburst. It is cross-examination. Hold on, I got more shit here. So, you were the witness of the amen and everything, and then you ordered Baldassare. All right, let me follow this freaking mess. I was spoken to once. Do you know what I was spoken about? Did you order the person to come speak to me? Did you hear what they said?
I did not hear what they said.
You didn't hear what they said, right, DeLuca? No.
Sir, you asked a question.
He answered it.
Process of answering.
Yeah.
You've got to let the witness.
He answered it. He said no. He didn't hear.
All right, what's your next question?
I'm looking for it. This is a mess here. So, did you go behind the curtain after we were arrested? Or did you stay on this side? After me and Therese were brought out of that room, did you go back there for that?
Did I go back behind the curtain for what?
Did you go back there at all afterwards? I'm sure if you were a witness anything that
Sure, I went behind the curtain several times throughout the duration of the meeting.
No. Right after Therese and I were tapped on the shoulder and arrested and said, come with us, and brought behind the curtain, did you go back behind the curtain at that point?
While you were back there?
Yes.
I don't remember going back there at that point.
You don't remember going back there at that point?
That's correct.
All right. And we'll have to check some video on that. So you weren't a witness to any of the things that happened back there, then? Because if I don't want you to just say, oh yeah, I was back there, now I remember all these things that transpired. Because there was charges here that we're here for that happened behind the curtain.
Sir, will you ask a question?
I'm asking him if so if he can't remember that he went back there, you're not going to just magically remember things and say, oh, I was there actually all of a sudden?
That's not what I'm going to say.
So are you witness to any of the charges that I'm here for today that took place behind the curtain?
Yes.
So you were behind the curtain? Are you kidding me right now?
May I interject? Because
this is insane.
What's going on here is I think he could hear. So also he's a witness with his ears, not with his eyes.
Right, well, not with his eyes. Right, that's what I'm getting at, dude. So you heard some stuff after the fact, but there's other things you're not privy to that it doesn't matter. Everyone knows, we know I said shut it down after the fact, so that's not the dispute.
Mr. Staples, ask a question.
And so, did we say, do you attend these things all the time? Are you trained in First Amendment, Bill of Rights, Constitution, state or federal?
All police officers are trained.
You're trained in the...
Through the police academy, we receive training.
On those things. Then why is there a bill to put it into the Constitution? Because they're not being done. You're lying. It's not law.
I guess I object to the question, its relevance to this particular.
The relevance is that he has qualified immunity because they don't get taught the Constitution. And he don't know what the hell it is. And
Mr. Staples,
do you believe
have a question?
that the disorderly conduct statute trumps the Constitution in cases where people are practicing their religion and or expressing their displeasure with law enforcement or the government?
I think you're trying to get me to answer an opinionated question, and Mr. Staples.
No, I'm not.
We are here to uphold.
Listen, I asked you a fucking question, bro.
Hey, well,
let's go. I don't care. He's going to answer the question.
Major, you may step down.
No, I'm not done. It doesn't matter because I'm not even supposed to be here today, and I got the proof, and you're making me do it.
My last witness, Your Honor.
So you lost the other case too.
Lieutenant Freakout.
You lost both cases at the same time with this fucking waste of time.
Just for the record, Mr. Staples.
You lost both cases.
I authorized the major to step down because you
Whatever.
find with my requests that you pose questions to the major. And so because...
I told you I'm burnt out. I'm disabled. We gotta end this shit, man, and continue it on another day. Okay? It's time for a break. I'm tired. I can't continue this shit anymore. I don't know what to tell you.
It's really hot in here too.
Yeah, it's always gonna get continued. I need water. I need to get a sip of water. Can I get like 30 minutes, 15 minutes, something? Please. Jesus, my brain is fried, bro.
You have a right to a break.
Yeah, I do have a right to a break, especially after all this time.
Your Honor, I'm at least going to start. I don't know who will finish with this witness, but I do want to start because I think there's some important witness evidence that comes in via the video, but I need to lay the foundation with the truth. Thank you. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to offer the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Sir, would you give us your name? Would you spell your last name for our record? And you can sit down, please.
Vincent Grigo, spelling out the last is G-R-I-E-C-O.
What is your current rank?
Lieutenant.
And where are you currently stationed with respect to the state police?
The recruitment and training unit.
And I guess it's obvious to say you're still in the state police, you're in the state police uniform, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Back on October 13, 2021, what was your rank at that time?
Sergeant.
Where were you working at that time?
I was assigned to Troop D out of Concord, New Hampshire.
And on that day, were you deployed to a location of a governor and executive council meeting?
I was.
And were you deployed there pursuant to a plan that had been put in place regarding security at that facility?
That's correct.
Have you been in that facility before?
I have.
Did you go to graduations and things of that nature that occur over there?
Many times.
So you've been in this tactical room, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So with respect to your duties that day, were you out on the floor walking around?
I was.
And at some point during the meeting, were you able to, were you approached by Lieutenant, or now Lieutenant, but then Staff Sergeant Paul Desari, and given an order about an individual and arresting an individual?
I was.
As a matter of fact, was it an order with respect to 2 different individuals?
It was.
Okay. Is one of those individuals here in court today?
He is.
Can you please point him out for our record?
There's Mr. Staples in the blue shirt.
You can read it.
Okay. Again, I'm just going to ask that the record reflect please identify the individual. Did you, along with another trooper, or sergeant, end up effecting an arrest on Mr. Staples?
We did, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us from your perspective how that occurred in terms of getting an order from Lieutenant Paul Desari and executing that order?
Correct. As you mentioned, I was approached by Lieutenant Paul Desari, as you stated, and Staff Sergeant Paul Desari. We were advised to take 2 individuals into custody for disorderly conduct behavior that had occurred. Met with Sergeant that was also out on the floor along with me that day. We approached the 2 individuals. We asked if they were...
What sergeant?
Sergeant Greg DeLuca.
And do you know whether or not earlier in that meeting, Sergeant Greg DeLuca had any actual in-person contact with the defendant who's here in court today?
Earlier in the meeting, I saw him go over and speak to a group of individuals that were in the middle of the room that day, yes.
All right. And did that include Mr. Staples who's here today?
Yes.
Okay. So did you designate, because there were 2, did you decide 2 of us should go?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a plan about how to inform the defendant about what actions you were taking?
Yes, there was.
What was the plan? Why did you do the things you did the way you did them?
Although it was a brief plan, I was speaking with Sergeant DeLuca because of the location of the individuals being in the middle of the room and not on an outside portion of the room or anything like that, and many other people around them. We wanted to just quietly, with keeping the peace, so that the meeting could continue, ask them to speak with us at the rear of the room so that we could answer any questions that they had when all that unfolded.
Okay, so the intent was to approach them, speak to them, get them to come with you so that you didn't cause a disturbance right within the room.
Correct. In short, it would have been a safety concern to address all those things in the middle of the room while the meeting was taking place.
Okay. Number of people around Mr. Staples, and then a number of people from the
More like this stand going on out there. We got it on video?
I will witness, I will be signing up Dave for that.
Please.
So yeah, I mean, it's still happening, this stuff. The guys getting their stories straight, the bullshit stories.
Lieutenant Rico, you said you spoke to Sergeant DeLuca, and you knew that he had prior dealing with Mr. Staples, and the two of you approached to Mr. Staples and Ms. Gradell.
Correct.
Okay. Did you address them and tell them what it was you wanted to do?
Yeah, we simply asked if they would speak to us at the rear of the room.
Okay. And did they comply with that request?
They did.
They got up and they walked out with you?
Yes.
Okay. Once you got them to an area that was off by the curtain, can you describe what happened next?
Sure, it was myself, Sergeant DeLuca, Mr. Staples, and Ms. Gradell. We advised them that due to the conduct that they had participated in while at the meeting, they were being placed under arrest for disorderly conduct.
Okay. And did you do that within the meeting, within the tactical room, or when they were already behind the curtain?
Just behind the curtain.
Just behind the curtain. Okay. Can you describe the area behind the curtain? What was there?
An open space that you can imagine where police officers that were being trained in prior times or at some point in time, areas where you would have open space, open availability to move about, and a few doors and garage bays towards the rear of the building.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to cue up the video for portion just as Sergeant Rico and Sergeant DeLuca.
Accommodations for those setup prices, because that's what most companies, that are private companies do.
So you would rather see their setup costs integrated in?
I also want to know how much this is jacked up above the natural normal level of volume.
We're still doing our best to resolve it. But again, they're bringing something up that didn't even happen with this, and to be fair, we don't pay them up front, we do. If you want our business, come in and do the service, if I may. But we set up a $50 million MMIS system with a lot of upfront hardware. It takes years. We pay for that hardware as they go before they bill us for the management of the system. To be fair, we don't pay for them up front, but as they put in the servers and all this kind of stuff, multi-million dollars, we do pay. So I'm just saying there is a precedent here for especially when dealing with a tech system. They put it in, they send us an invoice to move on. They put it in, and then we get to the monthly billing for the programmatic fees. I understand that you can do it, you can try to integrate that, but
No, I agree. I think that the impression that we were under during the initial conversation was that the council had a problem with paying money upfront before they started the contract. So the way we strategized was that we would have the company pay for those startup fees themselves and invoice them to us either
okay, we're going to take a pause here.
That might be a disruption. Just saying.
So, you just heard on that video, we're able to see, it appears as though sometime after you led Mr. Staples and Ms. Gradell out back, that there were some raised voices. Can you describe for the court what happened in the sequence?
Sure. Once Mr. Staples was placed in handcuffs, I advised that we were going to be leaving the facility and began walking towards a waiting sheriff's van that had been out in the parking lot. He became obviously upset with that. He became loud and boisterous, directing any vocal animosity he had towards that situation, although only standing a brief distance away next to him at the curtain, if you will, the partition that was separating the two rooms.
So it appeared from your vantage point, he wasn't necessarily directing those comments at you, he was directing them back towards the curtain and back into the room.
No, I don't feel that he had any anger or discontent towards me, but the situation was screaming at the group that was on the other side of the curtain.
Okay, and you could hear clearly the comments he was making and yelling, correct? And could you hear the governor then say, we're going to pause this meeting or we're going to take a break here?
Correct.
Okay. Was it your understanding that as a result of what he and or Ms. Gradell were doing outside and yelling, outside behind the curtain, caused the disruption of that governmental meeting?
Correct.
I have nothing further with this witness at this time.
Do you have any inquiry with this?
Yeah, for sure. So, were you a witness to any of the disturbances on this side of the curtain?
At which point in time?
Well, do you know why I was being arrested? And Therese Grinnell, were you told why we're being arrested? Because you didn't witness the actual offense, did you?
Yes, I was aware of why you were being arrested.
You were aware, but were you a witness
To,
the conduct?
I could hear the conduct that I witnessed.
You heard something, but you didn't witness me. Can you say it was me? You don't know it was me or not?
No, that's correct.
Okay, so you were told it was me that said, what were you told that I was saying?
Nothing at that point in time. I was told to take you into custody for disorderly conduct.
Just take us into custody for disorderly. So you didn't even know why exactly, just get us back there. And so when we got behind the curtain, what did you tell us?
That you were under arrest for disorderly conduct.
Right. And then you put me into handcuffs, I said, and then that's when I started to protest my arrest, saying, shut it down, we're being arrested, fuck this shit. Would you agree that I was upset and I was letting everyone know that we were being arrested?
No, I don't disagree that you were protesting the arrest because the cause or the events leading up to the arrest never came into question or display. It was once you were in handcuffs, you then became irate, directing that towards the crowd.
Correct. Why do you think?
There's no discussion as to the reason for the arrest.
Yeah, you told us, right, exactly. You told us we were under arrest, so we didn't even know why we were under arrest, correct?
No, we told you it was for
Right.
disorderly conduct.
It was just disorderly conduct. We don't know what we did. We're under arrest. So you don't think we would have been upset and shocked about that?
No, again, as I stated, you were advised that you were under arrest for disorderly conduct, but never was there a question of what was that disorderly conduct or anything.
I get that part, but why was I yelling then?
I think that asks.
Well, then he can't speculate either way. If he can't say, if he thinks I didn't do it for a certain reason, he can't say I did it for a certain reason. Come on. He's saying, oh, he said it because he was trying to disrupt something.
No, his testimony was that you directed your outburst towards the curtain.
No shit. Why do you think I would be directing it towards the curtain?
I think that calls for speculation.
Okay, then why weren't we arrested in front of everybody? Why were we arrested in front of everybody?
There were women, there were children in the crowd, there was elderly people, there was all different types of people. For two people to try to explain, have a conversation if it was going to happen, and make an arrest in that environment was not conducive towards your safety, our safety, or for the discussion that was taking place that we needed to continue.
Why not?
Sorry,
Safety.
he was
Okay, keep
responding to your
going.
question.
Which is why we asked to have that conversation with you at the rear of the room, if you will, behind the partition.
So you didn't want the public to see what was going on. So you brought us back behind the curtain and trapped us back there and then said we were arrested for something. You didn't even know what we did.
No, I would disagree with all of those statements. I don't know what part of that or what question you can ask that I can clarify. In essence, we weren't trying to trap you. We weren't hiding what we were doing. Everything that we do is on public display.
No, it wasn't really. You're a liar because you're totally contradicting what actually happened, what we have on video.
You can testify.
Mr. Staples, you've got to allow the witness to testify. You cannot demean.
I told you I'm trying to do this, okay? I already told you. It's time for a break, man. Listen, I wasn't expecting to be here today. I was not prepared for this thing in any way. You want to force me to continue? Let's go. Okay? So some of these charges happened behind the curtain.
Correct.
So some of these complaints, which I don't even have in front of me again, I know that they exist. And so what was the offense that took place behind the curtain that you were witness to? Because you were the witness, correct? Well, the sorry wasn't back there.
And Chadwick Lloyd was not back there, correct?
Correct. As earlier stated, it was myself, Sergeant DeLuca, yourself, and Ms. Graham.
DeLuca, was Greco back there?
That's me, sir.
That's you. All right, so I told you I have head trauma, man. I have a hard time keeping this shit together. It's not fucking funny. Okay? It's not fucking funny.
What's your next question, sir?
Don't be an asshole.
Oh, did you just say that to me?
Oh, yeah. What are you gonna do? Don't laugh at me, dude, for having a disability. Okay?
Laughing at you.
You did. You did. All right? So, onward.
Your Honor, may I make a suggestion at this point, since we're almost at 4 o'clock?
Oh, now he wants this.
Can I just pause this at this point?
I want to hear what the next question is.
So you said there was a plan put in place. What was that plan? To watch me and Therese, was part of that plan to keep a very close eye on me and Therese Grinnell because of the previous executive council meeting?
No, I had no testimony or account of that. The plan that I spoke of that the attorney had brought up was when I met with Sergeant DeLuca to ask you to step to the rear of the partition.
Oh, all right, I was mistaken. So what about the general being there the day, the whole operation? Was that part of it, was to keep an eye on the two of us? Were you aware of that? And, you know?
No, specifically for the team and I, the two of you, no. The plan was to allow for the meeting to take place and to address any concerns or disorderly conduct that came up regardless of that.
So that's good. I'm glad that you just testified to that, because why wasn't anyone else gone and spoken to or arrested for all those outbursts that we've been witnessing in this?
I haven't witnessed that, and I can't speak to what event or what was said or who people were spoken to.
Can we run that back to where afterwards all the murmurings, which the other guy agreed to? Oops.
Sir,
please.
I'm going to cut this off at this point. It's 4 o'clock. We need to suspend these proceedings. And we will resume on March 17th.
I thought we were doing the other thing at that time. That's the thing. So we got to go down to the clerk right now. Have a nice fucking weekend, retards.
Lieutenant, please come down.
See you later. We'll be back. We'll be back.
Judge, I just want to say I'm going to be writing an affidavit saying that your court officers were talking to witnesses and witnesses were talking to witnesses.
Yeah, so they were violating that shit. So just do the right thing, man. Do the right thing. You know what the right thing is. I'm not going to tell you what it is. You know what it is. Don't say anything to me. Don't have a nice day. Go home, beat your wife. Go freaking run some fucking fentanyl with these fucking clowns. Get it in, man. You're good. Don't worry about it. Help these guys violate our rights. Continue on with it. Yeah. See you later. No. Have a nice day, sir. I ain't got the last word. Well, bye-bye. Adios, amigo.
I'll just put on the record what I was going to say. If Mr. Staples wishes to file a pleading in connection with his concerns related to any violation of the sequestration, he can file a motion with the court with a copy of his All right, this hearing's concluded. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, good afternoon. Please be seated. All right, I'm here for a continuation of trial in the case of the state of New Hampshire versus Frank Staples, case number 429, 2021, CR 3652, between Chuck and Chris on behalf of the state. Yes, sir.
Where's the other guy?
Mr. Staples, you're here.
I am here. I have food poisoning too. I don't know if we can have a bucket ready just in case. It should be okay. I had diarrhea all morning and I'm vomiting. Broke everything, so hopefully I should be good. But I keep burping a little bit. Sorry. And another thing, I did put it in a witness list, but there are people who
found out about it through social media and that our witnesses that I wasn't able to contact that aren't here today, I'd like to add them to the list if possible. I don't know if we're even going to get to any of them, to be honest.
It seems there may be a direction to table witness list or adding additional people, although it reserves its right to object to those people as they come, once they become, if they in fact end up being duplicative
Your Honor, I do want to speak to one point on the issue with regard to witnesses. Specifically, Mr. Staples, as he is wanted to, hosted the entire trial on his YouTube channel. So, to the extent that he's done that, and the court has ordered sequestration of witnesses, I have no reason to believe that the people who follow him on his YouTube channel haven't had an opportunity to watch the entire trial and watch the testimony of witnesses. So it obliterates the notion of having people sequestered. So I don't know how we get around that, but I don't think the sequestration order just means you can't talk about the case or watch or hear what other people are saying while you're in court. It's any time you can't have what other people have said, influence, infect, however you want to do it, your possible testimony. We were provided the information about his witness list for something he filed apparently yesterday, to the extent that's the case. It's a little late, but I don't have, he's all right.
Fucking bad.
What I have a problem with is him presenting a defense where he's calling witnesses who've had the opportunity to watch and tailor their testimony based upon what may or may not have been testified from last Friday.
I hear you, Attorney O'Leary. To that extent, I think I'll allow you to hear each witness before they commence their testimony. We can address it individually.
Right.
Okay. I do want to address the issue of recording. There were, at the commencement of the trial, there were 2 requests made by 2 people who identified themselves as anonymous. Those requests to videotape audio record the hearing were granted. If they're here, that remains in place. If you haven't filled out a request to record the proceeding in compliance with court order and you're recording, you can't record. So if you could just raise your hand if you're video recording the proceeding. Ma'am, have you filled out a request to video record the proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor.
When did you do that?
Downstairs.
Downstairs at the clerk's office, and you submitted that?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Your approval. Sir?
Yeah, I'm with Free Keen.
Okay.
We have paperwork for it already.
They were
showed
here
to
last
us.
time. He's just a different instructor.
And you're good? All right. Then you're approved as well.
Your Honor, if I may, here is a preliminary matter. This gentleman over here, Trooper Provenza, number 1, he is on my witness list. He is the one who wrote and signed all these tickets. I want to be able to cross-examine him, but I also want his phone sequestered because I rewatched the entire trial from last Friday to try to take notes on everything, and I accidentally left my camera pointing that way for a while, and the trial continued. I forget who was on the witness stand, but I caught him on video on his phone, texting and receiving, sending and receiving texts while someone, and he is on the Lori list, or was on the Lori list as well. So this is a situation, and I'm wondering where's Chris Sununu, because the state's entire foundation of their case is based on the admonishments of Chris Sununu and whether or not that was fair warning. And there was also testimony given as to what Sununu was warning us about. But nobody can testify to that but Sununu unless we have some sort of official statement from him, which I'm unaware of.
So, Mr. Staples, I'm sure you understand, I'm in no position to direct the state about how they present the case or who they choose to call as
They opened the door to Sununu, for sure.
well, to the extent that any witness is under subpoena and able to appear in this proceeding, we'll address it as the matter comes up. But I'm going to instruct the state to proceed with their next witness. I do want to know, there was unbecoming language used during the first session of this trial. I know that there are children present.
I don't care. That's only nothing to me. So whatever comes out of my mouth comes out of my mouth. Okay?
I would just ask you to keep that in mind, respectfully.
Sure. And they understand and they know, these people know what time it is. Okay? They're here over the tyranny of the state.
All right, Mr. State.
Bootlickers.
All right, please proceed.
And before we proceed, I also wanted to say for the record, he's made a statement out about Mr. Trooper Provenza as well as on Mr. Rizzo's. I have said he's not on the list. He's never been on the list. So he's made a statement with respect to that.
Please proceed.
And I'm going to be able to cross-examine him on these because I just got these today. And I'm going to need to call back some of these other guys.
Trooper Rico was on the stand and finished last time, Judge. I don't know if Mr. Staples, it seemed like he was in the process of wrapping up his questions, but I'm not sure if he still had.
Oh, I have questions for Rico, yeah. Let me try to gather my thoughts here. I'm trying to do a multitask of 1,000 things.
No.
So hold on.
We have the, I don't know what the half-life is of swearing in witness, so let's do it again. Do you swear or affirm?
No, I gotta get the witnesses out. No.
All the witnesses, let's leave before they get us.
The witnesses, I have to get my witnesses out first. Like I said, I have to get the witnesses I don't, so I was trying to get a preliminary thing and that was interrupted. So can I do that real quick, please? Who's here that's not on the list yet?
Right, I'm on it, right?
You are on it, Ken.
We're trying to make it so we could testify. Let's go.
That's fine.
Nope.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask that you just remain at the seat. And if you would take a seat, please, I can't have you roaming about. Ma'am,
It's up to you.
understand what I just said to you?
Yeah, she wants to know if she wants to be, because she was there filming as well. So,
If she's a witness, then...
I don't know if I want to call her. Do you want it? It's fine. She's better off doing this.
You understand?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, please.
Thank you so much.
Please commence.
Here we go.
Just one more preliminary. Mr. Staples put Trooper Spenza on those witnesses. We only received this witness list the same day I believe the court received it yesterday. So Trooper Provenza has been in the courtroom for all of the proceedings, so I think it's improper for him
to now be put on the defendant's witness list for the issues that occurred at police standards of training. If he wants to call him for some other reason, I don't have any objection to him calling him for some other reason, subject to relevancy objections. But to the extent that he intends to call him to testify about the events that happened on October 13th, I don't think it's appropriate. He didn't put us on notice prior to starting the trial. Trooper Provenza has been our media guy from the beginning.
And hold on. Trooper Provenza signed all the tickets. I don't know what Trooper Provenza looks like. Okay? So for them to expect me to recognize him and them not notifying me that this was him when I was asking about this guy and where was he and why wasn't he on the witness list, they knew damn well he was right there. And like I said, I had video of him texting while this guy or somebody was testifying, violating. That was the 4th violation. I don't know if other people, because I know the Free Keene people and Breaking the Law witnessed some of the witness tampering and caught some of it on video. They said they were going to file something with the courts.
I just submitted it to the court.
He just submitted
my affidavit to the court.
Sir, I'm just going to admonish you, you're not a party to this proceeding.
I didn't see
so
him yet.
I would very much appreciate you not making any outbursts during the course of this proceeding. You filed a request to...
It's gonna be here till 4 o'clock, so you can't be here. Don't tell me. I don't need you with that. Okay, stop. No, please go back to this crowd. I'll be good. I'll be good. I'm good. Please stop bothering me. Go back in the fucking shit. Jesus Christ.
Please proceed.
This was my witness, so I will just, by way of recapping with it. Lieutenant Rico, back on the 13th of October, 2021, were you in attendance at the Governor of Executive Council meeting in Corona Police Standards and Training Building? And have you offered testimony last Friday regarding things that you observed and things that occurred there during that meeting?
I did.
And consistent with that testimony, at some point, were you directed or did you receive some information about potentially affecting the arrest of Mr. Staples?
That's correct.
And do you recognize Mr. Staples?
Yes.
And is he here in court with us today?
Yes.
And would you indicate what he might be wearing?
Yes, in the table in front of you right now.
Worry about that.
Thank you, Attorney.
Thank you. So, we're there?
My understanding is that the statement wrapped up its direct examination.
I just wanted to say that you arrested him and you testified about the circumstances.
You're not even hear it again.
Taking him out of there, and then also what happened afterward. And you testified about, and you had an opportunity to watch the video. And you could hear what was said behind the curtain.
Yes.
And it was fair and accurate, it was played in court. Nothing further. Thank you.
So you testified that I was leaving the building as I began to say shut it down, correct, last time?
Correct.
And let me see. I thought I had something. And refresh me, did you ever go behind the curtain? You brought me behind the curtain. Did you bring me behind the curtain?
Correct.
So you brought me behind the curtain, so you didn't see what happened on the other side there. All right. So,
Judge, just as a quick note, I'm going to object to a sort of editorial set of comments.
Not an
That's not evidence. If he wants to testify about what he did or what happened, he can do so. But saying you didn't see what happened over here is not a question. This will give the witness an opportunity to testify.
I don't know this question.
And I ask that he refrain from editorial comment if he wants to testify. be allowed to do so.
Thank you. So, trying to read this here. So you effectuated the arrest. And who ordered you to effectuate the arrest?
At the time, it was Staff Sergeant Baldassari.
So Staff Sergeant Baldassari. Were you a witness to any of the behavior here in any of these complaints?
You'd have to be more specific. I was there.
Any of the charges that I'm charged with? What did I do that you found was disrupting the meeting?
Yeah, as I testified last Friday, I received.
No, what did you witness? Not what were you told? What did you witness me?
So as I testified last Friday, I could hear the disturbance, I could hear the commotion, but as I testified last time, I did not personally see myself.
Right, so you heard some sort of commotion, but you don't know what it was. The whole goddamn room, was the whole damn room in a commotion?
At which point in time?
That's a good question. At the point in time that you're referring to. What point in time are you referring to? Can you point it out on the video?
There's several instances where there was disturbances. I can't speak specifically to what it is that you're thinking about, that you're trying to acquire. I can only point to the fact that at some point in time, the disturbance was viewed by somebody else that was relayed to me, and I effectuated the arrest on it.
So you didn't witness any of it. That's fine. Now, let's see here. We are, so I'm just confused about some of this stuff. Now, so it's DeLuca here in these complaints. This is the first time I've seen these complaints today. Okay. Yeah, this whole thing is a joke, but let's continue. Let me continue going through my notes. So, did you try to give did you offer me an opportunity to leave the building prior to arrest?
Did I personally?
Yes. Was that part of the plan? Was that an option given to you? Were you not given an option? Were you just told to arrest me?
You were free to leave the building at any point during the meeting.
No, once I was brought behind the curtain. Once I was told I need to talk to you, that's an arrest. Whether or not you said I was under arrest, that's effectuating an arrest. That's what you were doing. You testified to that, correct?
At the moment I told you that you were under arrest, you were not to leave.
Correct. Right. So when you tapped me on the shoulder, I was not allowed to leave at that point.
No.
Was I ever offered an opportunity to leave?
From me, no.
Was that ever discussed?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
He either knows or he doesn't, and he said no.
I think it's objectionable either.
All right, here we go. So, you effectuated the arrest. Why didn't we sign the complaint? It's because
That's not a relevant inquiry.
It's not a relevant inquiry? Okay. So, how many other people were spoken to that day for disruptions?
I'm not aware of that. I don't have to know.
You wouldn't know?
I would not.
And I'm going to need help setting up my laptop to show some videos. And I also had a question about the video that they shared. I only got notification of the police state discs 1 and 2 early on in the trial.
I'm sorry. Do you have any further questions?
Yes, I do.
Would you make any?
I'll just forget about what I was saying. So, trying to make sure these things are not relevant to him. You really don't know anything, right? So you don't know, do you know what it is that distinguishes my alleged disorderly conduct from any of the other disruptions that day?
Objection,
He said no.
It's not relevant. He said he didn't know.
He said, what did I even ask? What was it that distinguishes? Hey, it's not fucking funny, dude. You think this is a fucking joke?
Mr. Staples.
No, I'm not gonna have people fucking ridiculing me every time I have a fucking thing, okay?
Mr. Staples. Let me
I'm trying. I'm trying, dude.
The language issue is troubling with small children.
Oh, they don't even know. They don't care. And the people that have children, they don't care either. They're here to support me because they know I'm a fucking freedom fighter and they know these guys are bootlicking fucking tyrants. Okay? And the kids know that too, and that's what the kids should know. We don't hide the truth.
Sir, if you don't have any more
I do. You're distracting me. So, approximately how many disturbances were there throughout the meeting?
I have no way of knowing that.
You have no way of knowing that. Were there other disturbances through the meeting besides what you arrested me for?
I didn't arrest you for a specific disturbance.
Or you just arrested me? Right, you don't know why you arrested me, do you?
I was informed that somebody else had seen some type of behavior that you had encountered.
All right, see you later, you're good. We're done with this guy. He doesn't know nothing about nothing. Unless it comes to the back behind the curtain stuff.
Is there any further inquiry from that?
No, but you know, I understood he was asking about back behind the curtain. If he wants to examine about that, he can as well.
So this is what I'm trying to get at. Did you guys they already called all their state witnesses? How many other witnesses do you guys have? Just the one. Who is that? Greg DeLuca. And, but you were a witness. We might need to call him back on this stuff after I get some stuff out of DeLuca.
Sir, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We can step down.
Thank you.
State's gonna call Greg and we're gonna
And I need to call back some of the other witnesses too. I hope Megan Walsh is here and the boy as well, Chapel Boy. Are they here?
I don't know.
I haven't seen them. Are they here? Larry?
I don't think they're here right now. You got them back. It was.
Yeah, I need them back. 100%. I definitely need the boy. I got a bunch of stuff to ask the boy.
If are witnesses under subpoena who are present and testifying in this proceeding. Call those witnesses.
They're not here.
I want to put on the record, Mr. Staples, that you filed a request with this court indicating that you wanted someone, you asked for an accommodation from the court.
Yes.
You wanted someone to sit down as an aide with you in the courtroom and help keep you on point.
Yes.
Let your notes slowly
Correct.
assist you to understand what's going on.
My roommate, I was hoping he was going to do it.
And you expressed the reasons for that. The court granted that request and allowed that you to be accompanied at counsel.
And I was briefly.
A trusted companion to aid you in the courtroom and help keep you on point, as you phrased it.
She's just not good at it.
And then you just
Or it's my fault. I just
dramatically dismissed that aid. And so now you're without that.
Sure.
And that was a voluntary decision.
Of course it was.
All right.
I got you.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Stephen Calls, regular.
You swear or affirm the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please proceed.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Greg DeLuca,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the New Hampshire State Police.
And what's your position currently?
I'm a supervisor at Troop D.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
I've been in law enforcement over 19 years with the state police and a handful of seasons with Marine Patrol prior to state police.
And during your time with state police or Marine Patrol, did you go through full-time training again?
I did.
And during that time, did you take instruction as it relates to the enforcement of criminal laws in the state of New Hampshire?
I did.
And as a result of your time at the academy, did you emerge with a certification from the state?
I did.
And you've been a full-time certified police officer since then?
I have.
Calling your attention to October 13th of 2021, what was your assignment that day?
That day I was assigned to the police academy for a governor council meeting.
During that time, did you observe the defendant also in attendance at that?
He was.
Do you recall at all when he was in that?
I do not.
And during that meeting, were you present for any of the warnings that were given to the girl?
I was.
Did something happen? Did something happen that caused you to go and approach the defendant?
It was.
What was that?
Mr. Staples yelled out, "That's a lie," at one point.
And as a result of that, what action did you take?
I just walked over to Mr. Staples. He was sitting in the center of the auditorium, toward the back, and I just walked over to where he was sitting, and I politely asked him to refrain from yelling, and if he did so, that he could possibly be arrested for disorderly conduct.
Did you give me an name? Thank you, sorry. Did you ever give me an opportunity to leave the building or ask me that?
I did not.
Why not?
It wasn't necessary.
Wasn't necessary? Why were you watching me?
I wasn't.
You weren't?
No.
So you did or you didn't witness this stuff?
What's that?
The stuff that you just said. So you said you weren't watching me, but how could you witness something if you didn't watch me?
I was able to hear you at that point where I was standing. I was able to hear you.
How do you know my voice?
I don't think I know your voice.
You don't know my voice?
No, not prior to that time, no.
No. Okay, so, wow. That was a bombshell. So you don't know my voice. So you heard someone say, you did not see me say, it's a lie, correct?
I don't recall seeing you saying that's a lie, but I know that it came from that general area.
Okay. And you don't recognize my voice either. Interesting. And You're Greg DeLuca.
Yes.
So they're not going to ask, so are they going to get to ask him more questions? Or I'm just about the process here, I'm trying to understand the process.
Depends on the scope of the process.
So they might start asking more questions, but they can't, can they start talking about stuff behind the curtain? Because I don't know, I didn't hear anything about behind the curtain.
Mr. Siegels, please conduct whatever inquiry you want to make of it.
I'm trying to think here and formulate my thoughts and understand the process, sir. Okay? So if I stop now, they will get to readdress what I brought up, correct? I mean, unless they bring up, let me just make sure, because I think we're going to be good on this guy, and I think you guys just lost the case. But let's just make sure. So there was just that, the lie, it's a lie, is what you heard me say?
I believe so.
Was there any other disturbances that you were witness to me making?
There were other disturbances during that
In front of the executive council?
in front of the executive council.
Yeah.
During that meeting, yes.
During the meeting. So were you a witness to me being arrested for saying yeah?
For saying yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear me say yeah?
I heard a noise from your location, yes.
A noise from my location?
Correct.
And how many other people were in my location?
A bunch.
Bunch. Trying to make sure what I'm being charged with here. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I really see no purpose in asking him another thing.
No further questions. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
State rest. State's resting its case. Mr. State second case.
I hope they did. Because I was never charged with saying yeah. And these other charges that this guy supposedly arrested me for behind the curtain were not testified to at all. I'm not charged with saying yeah. Am I? No, I'm not. But we're still gonna call my witnesses and go through my evidence. Because you motherfuckers need to feel the pain. Fuck around and find out. Let's go. So I want to talk to LaVoy. Let's get LaVoy back here. Where's LaVoy? I told you guys last time I needed to cross them again. So why are they not here today?
Who's your first witness?
LaVoy, I need to recross that guy. I'm not done. I might not need to call any of my witnesses. I might not need to call any of my witnesses.
I don't know if the court is interpreting Mr. Staples' words as a motion to dismiss at the end of the state's case, or wants to hear from the state on that issue.
Well, that's why I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, procedurally, I understood Mr. Staples to say
I already followed the motion.
the language, meaning Mr. Staples, let's proceed. But out of an abundance of caution, I want to make sure that
They're free to withdraw, James.
what you noted is recognized from the due process standpoint. So to the extent that Mr. Staples could have been understood to have made a motion to dismiss at the close of the state's evidence, let me hear from the state on the motion.
The state posits or asserts in the court that we have established beyond reasonable doubt all the elements to both the offense and procedures that there was a public meeting going on that Mr. Staples was specifically wanting to disturb that meeting, that he subsequently yelled out in either purposeful way to disturb the meeting or in doing so created a reckless risk thereof. And subsequent to his arrest, he made a second disturbance during that same public meeting and either purposefully to disrupt that meeting, and did in fact disrupt that meeting.
There's been no testimony to that.
Sorry, Mr. Staples, the state's making an argument in response to your motion, so please not continue to say.
Either purposefully to disrupt the meeting or in reckless disregard thereof, so we believe that we have established the elements.
Mr. Staples, do you wish to be heard further on your motion?
I didn't motion to dismiss anything. I'll motion to dismiss after I call my witnesses and after I cross-examine these other assholes. Okay? I never filed for a motion to dismiss. They're resting their case, correct?
Yes, they rested.
Okay, I'm ready to go. Let's bring it on. I want to talk to this trooper who prevents a guy.
Right, for the sake of the record, looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state at this point of the proceeding, the state's met a prima facie case, so the motion to dismiss is denied.
I didn't file a motion to dismiss. He tried to get me to file one, so don't say I had some shit tonight. I'm ready to continue.
This is your opportunity to present your case.
And I'm sure, yeah, well, what about cross-examining? I have more questions for LaVoy. He's the only witness.
All right, so Mr. Staples, call your first witness.
What is going on with LaVoy? Is he on his way?
I guess what I would indicate, Judge, just in response, is Trooper LaVoy, actually Major LaVoy, testified under oath. The defendant had a full and fair opportunity to examine him with regard to what he saw and what led him to do what he did. That's our record. If he wanted to recall him for some reason, he could have made an effort to do that. As far as the state is concerned, he was made available, testified, he was cross-examined. No, he's not here.
I said that I needed to I was going to need to talk to him. We heard further testimony after the fact, and I had to go rewatch the whole thing, and I have stuff for Walsh, Baldessari, and LaVoy. Okay?
Call your first witness.
Trooper Provenza? No?
Your Honor, we would object to Trooper Provenza being called because he has been present for all of the testimony.
That's fine.
And so, to the extent that Mr. Staples wants to address the events of October 13th, I think that would be inappropriate. But if he wants to address them on other relevant topics, we don't object to him being called.
Yeah, I want to talk to him about the complaints. I want to get him on the record on why he signed the complaints, man.
All right, so let's see if there's relevant inquiry here.
Sure.
Sir, do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do, Your Honor. Please
have a seat.
Your Honor, Trooper Samuel Provenza, P-R-O-V-E-N-Z-A.
Sir, why did you sign these tickets? All four of them?
Could you hand those to the...
The criminal complaints that you signed.
Can you just identify those documents?
Yes, Your Honor. It's charge ID 1674444C, charge ID 1674443C, and 1674442C, 1674441C. They are the criminal complaints in this matter.
Thank you.
Okay. And
to answer your question, Mr. Staples, my role during this event was a scribe, whereas I assisted with putting the case overall together due to the fact that it was such a large event and due to the fact that there were multiple police reports compiled in this. So at the end, what I did is took what's called the imputed knowledge by reading the police reports, and doing that, I completed the complaints for the entire case and did submit them to the court based on the imputed knowledge from the other officers that witnessed your behavior.
is that typically how a complaint is written, and why?
I don't know about typical, but that is a way that to complain.
How is a complaint typically, how does it come about normally?
Complaints come about in multiple ways. It can be the arresting officer, it can be the prosecutor, it can be a different prosecutor. Are you talking about just the circuit court, sir?
No, I'm saying when an officer files a complaint against somebody, is it not the officer who witnessed it that files the complaint in the charging documents and swears to the facts in the document as you did?
Not always, sir.
So you swore to all the facts in those complaints, correct?
Based on my imputed knowledge, yes, sir.
Based on your imputed knowledge. What does imputed knowledge mean?
Sir, imputed knowledge is a legal doctrine that takes the information that is by other police officers and information that they learn, and then they provide that to either another police officer, another government official, a non-government official, or a prosecutor, and based on that information, charging documents are completed.
So you were not a witness to any of the details there directly?
To which details, Mr. Staples?
Any of the details in the complaint that you swore to? Were you a witness to any of those things, sir?
Yes, I was.
You were?
Yes.
So it's not just imputed knowledge, is it? What were you witness to, sir?
I when
False testimony that would have fallen under the sequestration.
What? So they're violating this, they're admitting to violating my due process right now.
Well,
By bringing this guy, knowing he signed the complaints, not having him on the witness list, he swears to all these facts. Now it comes out that he is a witness to these things that he did actually swear to. So, do I get the right to face my accuser?
well, Mr. Staples, was Trooper Provenza on your witness list?
He is on my witness list.
When did you submit?
I filed it yesterday.
Well, that was after the issuance of the sequestration sequestration order.
I don't know what you mean. So, like I said, I didn't recognize this dude. I was asking these guys the last time. I was saying, hey, where's Trooper Provenza? Where's Trooper Provenza? He's sitting here the whole damn time. And they're like, well, I don't know. I don't know where's Trooper Provenza. I don't know where's Trooper Provenza. Okay? He's the guy who signed the damn tickets. He's sitting right there. And, like I said, and I would like to submit this to the court if possible, the video that I have of him texting while there were, that's a violation of the sequester order. Who are you texting to?
Hang on. We're just we're addressing the question of the admissibility of his response to your last question. Attorney Shepard, you've objected.
So you won't let him testify on these tickets?
Well, that's sort of up to me.
Right, okay, well he doesn't want.
He's making a legal argument about why that testimony should be barred. But there's sort of a convoluted manner in which Mr. Provenza ended up on the witness stand, so I'm going to allow a modest inquiry into this.
Thank you so much, sir.
So to answer your question that you asked Mr. Staples is, I was not personally witness to the beginning events, but I did hear you screaming from behind the curtain, the F this S word, shut it down, screaming from behind the curtain.
You think you heard that, right?
Yes, I did.
That's what you're telling me now?
Yes.
And so can I get those step back, please? So who ordered you to amalgamate all that data?
Probably needed the source to look at that one.
What? Amalgamate? It means to put a bunch of different unrelated things together. Imputed. You imputed, amalgamated information from all the police reports. That's the word that I would use, amalgamated.
Yes, the OIC was Staff Sergeant Baldassari. That morning, he assigned me as the scribe and to be the person to help make sure that the case, due to the large number of police officers, police reports, and arrests that were made, to make sure that they were all put together into a package.
So they knew there were going to be a lot of arrests made, so they had you as a scribe.
Nobody knew that there was going to be anything. We just made sure that we were prepared to document the events that occurred that day.
And so what prevented, or do you know, what prevented the actual witnesses of the offending conduct from filing a complaint themselves?
Objection, that objection is sustained.
Okay, so why didn't the officers who witnessed the conduct write these complaints? Because these weren't written that day. These were made up way after the fact.
That's asked and answered, Mr. Staples. So, could you move on from this issue?
Did I ask and answer? How can you swear to facts that you were not witness to? Ask the answer. No, that's a different question.
It's the same question you just phrased.
No, it's not. It's completely different. It is completely different.
Any more questions for this witness?
Yes. You're on the lawyer list?
Objection, relevance.
Relevance? Relevance of the lawyer list? I mean, this guy has honesty issues, sir. And he was caught on video sending text violating the sequestration order. Okay? This dude is on the lawyer list. Okay? I know he's on the lawyer list. So I will ask that his testimony be taken as potentially false. And because he all of a sudden said, now I was a witness to these things that I wasn't a witness to, I actually amalgamated the data, then he changes it mid-sentence to, no, he actually was a witness to these things. So you heard me say a couple of things.
Relevant to this line of inquiry. It's not, my understanding is that trooper prevents it's not.
I am not on the board list, nor have I ever been on that list, Your Honor.
So he says, that's not what we heard. Is there another credenza? You understand credenza? Maybe he was on there, whatever, we'll see. I know that they had a list and they took people off and they hid things and all that. So it is what it is. And
Staples, do you have any further?
I'm going to the next page, yes, sir. I'm checking my notes. Sorry. Who were you texting to while the guy was testifying on the 10th? While you were sitting over there, that's right.
For clarity and brevity, are you asking if I was texting any of the witnesses in this case?
Yeah, we want to see your text. How do we know that? Will you show your text from that day in time? We have time.
Please answer your next question.
So, you're not going to answer the question who you were texting? Is that not a relevant question to the case? Witness tampering thing?
I think what Trooper Provenza said was that he was not texting with any witnesses in this case.
How do we know that?
We can just ask them.
Oh, he said so. Oh, he said so. Just because he said so. Yeah, this guy can go back to this jockey shit. Thank you. Governor Chris Sununu. Governor Chris Sununu. Where are you? Where's Governor Sununu? For people have testified and built their foundation of this case upon the warnings given by Governor Sununu and other people testified as to what he was saying or thinking. And I have no way of knowing that without Governor Sununu. So I would ask the state, produce Governor Sununu by the end of the day, hopefully, or maybe we can come back for another time for that. But this is literally the foundation of their argument.
Call your next witness.
Sure. Governor Sununu's not here. Stephen Robinson, he's out, they're all out there. So can I go get one? Do you want me to?
Want me to go, Frank?
If, ma'am, can you get Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Russell. First witness. Oh, shoot. Sir, I don't know if you've ever done this before.
Not really.
See how people want. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, before you sit down, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes, sir. Please have a seat.
So how does this
Before
work?
we get started, sir, just state your name for the record. Spell your last name, please.
Stephen Robinson, R-O-B-I-N-S-O-N.
If we could body the witnesses as knowledge before we start with the representation.
I'm going to permit that.
Mr. Robinson?
You guys might speak up a little.
Sure, yeah. I just want to clarify, have you watched any of the videos of this proceeding?
Which video are you talking about? There's a whole bunch of videos out there, so you.
Right. Have you watched any of the videos?
I was there and I watched videos.
No, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the trial. Have you watched any
Last
of the
Friday's trial.
Yes,
Yes.
this trial started last Friday. Have
Yes.
you watched any of the videos of the trial?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, based on that, I would move to exclude the witness.
He was there and I don't see why this is any different to trust these state troopers and this citizen. They're all watching the damn videos too. This guy was live streaming the whole time. So they could have been out there on their phones watching it live. You know what I mean? So I don't know how him watching the videos taints his whatever he witnessed that day.
So the sequestration order was clear, and I think it was incumbent upon you, Mr. Staples, to ensure that none of your witnesses had any...
You didn't say we couldn't share any videos or anything, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm excluding this witness.
Fine, whatever, Steve, you're good. We got plenty of people here, and then we got plenty that didn't watch the video too.
Your Honor, I would ask Mr. Robinson to remain. I just don't want there to be any more tainting of witnesses that might potentially be called out in the hallway.
Unbelievable. If you want, it's up to you. You can leave if you want, Steve.
Free man.
Yeah. So
The truth will prevail.
he's not a fucking witness or anything at this point.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Robinson.
Yeah.
There's a sequestration order in effect. That means that any person who's a witness in this case
Unless you're a state trooper, you can violate it.
can't discuss what occurred during the course of the trial with any potential witnesses in the case, okay? Do you understand?
So can I leave the door, be escorted out? Does that make sense? I can't sit up here and talk.
I have no control over what you do.
Yeah, you can leave. You can leave. Hey, thanks for coming out. Sorry, this is. You can stay in here if you want.
I'll go for a little bit and I'll leave when I want to leave.
Yeah. Fuck around and find the fuck out.
Call your next witness.
My next witness. All right. We will go with Trina Stokes after the last trial.
I didn't get a copy of the people that were there. Somebody shared me something from the lawyers. They have this big, huge list, and I went through that.
Would you please come up? Come right on up to the witness stand. Before you sit down, I'll ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? Please have a seat. Ma'am, please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Katrina Stokes, S-T-O-K-E-S.
Your Honor, again, I ask the block.
Please go ahead.
Ms. Stokes, have you watched any of the videos of the first day of this trial?
I have.
I make the same motion.
I'm going to object because they're using her video. She's a witness. You're going to say that our witnesses are all going to lie when these fucking troopers were violating this shit the whole fucking time? This is bullshit. So it's up to you what you want to do. You can do the right thing or you can excuse her because she watched the first day of trial. But you never told me anything about putting out videos. And there's people like, how am I supposed to contact everyone under the sun that I don't even know? Are you fucking kidding me right now, dude?
Am I allowed to speak?
You're excluded, ma'am.
You're excluded because of the fucking videos that he didn't say anything about. So it's all right because we already smoked these motherfuckers. We know that.
My video footage shows the truth regarding.
Her video footage shows the fucking truth, and I'm going to be submitting the whole thing unboosted, okay, for you to check out and see without them doctoring it, because they doctored it. Call my next witness. Julian Acard. Is Julian here? I didn't see him out there either. And then Monica, I think she was out there. And then, what about Regina Barnes? Regina, is she out there? Some of these people, I know that some of them did not watch it. So how about Jim Booley? Jim Booley, try him, we'll go down the list in order.
Jim Booley?
No? All right, it's Kathleen, it's Heon now? Kathleen Heon? She's here, I know she's here. I do not believe she watched. This is the new list. Yeah, she was actually Bozeman, and these are new people that you're
Ma'am, would you please come on up to the witness?
These are other ones that I just got today. So Emily Phillips. Robert
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat.
Can I have 1 second, Your Honor?
Yeah. Let me just get a preliminary matter out of the way. Ma'am, would you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Kathleen Heon, H-E-O-N.
Thank you. If I could inquire with this, Your Honor.
Please go ahead.
Ms. I'm sorry?
Heon.
Heon. Sorry. I couldn't overhear her from my own writing. Have you watched any of the videos of the first day of this proceeding?
Excuse me?
We started this trial last week.
Oh, no, I
Have you
haven't.
watched any of the videos of that?
No, I haven't.
Have you had any conversations with any of the witnesses that have already testified in this proceeding?
No, I haven't.
And did anyone tell you today how to answer those questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. Further question?
Please proceed.
So, do you know why you're here today?
Testified what I witnessed on October 13th.
Correct. And what took place on October 13th?
We had the executive council meeting at the police academy in Concord, and we all assembled inside, and at one point, state troopers aligned the aisles where we were all sitting.
Where were you sitting?
I was sitting all the way over to the right, to the table that the state troopers were sitting at the very beginning. I was right
To the front or to the rear?
to the front.
Okay.
And I witnessed them probably about, I don't know, maybe an hour into the meeting, go into the middle aisles, like I said, and wondered what was going on, why this was happening, and started looking around, looked over to Therese that she was sitting with, and she didn't really have a reaction. And then something was said by the council, and I saw Therese put her hands above her head like this, and then shortly after, I saw a state trooper go over to you first, I believe, and tap you on the shoulder, and then a trooper tapped Therese on the shoulder and asked, well, I didn't hear what they said, but you got up and you followed them behind the curtain.
Was the meeting stopped by the council at any point during this?
No.
Did you hear me make any loud noises or say anything at any point in time?
No.
What was the characterization, like how was the meeting from beginning to end, and how long what did the meeting last approximately?
Lasted for quite a few hours. I think at least 3, if not more. It seemed to be going quite well. We were told at one point by a woman's state trooper to keep it down, and if there were any outbursts, that people would be asked to leave. And at one point, before that, Therese was going around, and she walked around and she had her finger to her mouth to advise us all to keep quiet. And I don't remember any outbursts that interrupted the meeting.
Do you know why the state trooper came out and gave the warning that people would be arrested?
No, there might have been some rumbling.
I'm going to object to her speculating, but I don't mind. If she has direct knowledge of why Mr. Staples was warned, that's fine. But
That's not what I asked. I was not warned. This was the warning. What are you talking about? When the woman came out.
Sorry, we're considering the propriety of the question that you posed. So
Yeah, he's confused because he's talking about when the guy came and warned me. She's talking about when Megan Walsh came out and warned the whole crowd.
well, just so we can be specific, could you rephrase your question?
So, why did the officer
warned the crowd, and what did she say?
She said, I believe, it was 2 years ago, that if there were outbursts, that we would be asked to leave.
Did she elicit specifically what type of outburst she was talking about?
No, I don't think so.
Was she directing it towards me?
Objection. Leave.
What?
Over.
Did she direct the comments warning, was she specifically warning me, or was she warning the crowd?
She was warning the whole crowd.
And you have no way of knowing, you don't have any idea why she warned?
I don't know why she did at that point. No, because like I said, I don't recall any outbursts. People may have been talking amongst themselves. There was nothing that was interrupting the council meeting.
Was the meeting ever paused for disruption?
No.
I think that's good. Just a little bit. It's fair to say that nobody on the council table was talking when the trooper got up to make her announcement, right?
We can bring in the video.
I can't recall if they were still in session, if they were talking when she made her statement. I don't recall that.
So you would agree that if there was a videotape of the proceedings, it's probably more accurate than your 2-year-old recollection? If there was a videotape of the proceedings, you would agree that that's more accurate as to what
Objection,
happened?
relevance.
It's sort of directly relevant.
No.
So the rest of my question is, so if there were a videotape of the whole proceeding, you would agree that the videotape probably more accurately represents what actually happened than your 2-year-old recollection of the events? That's not a knock against you, it's just memory, right?
Yes.
Okay. And
same goes for all the troopers then.
You testified that the meeting was never stopped.
Yeah, excuse me, yes.
And maybe
it wasn't stopped.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding the scope of your answer. So, isn't it fair to say that after Mr. Staples and Ms. Grinnell were asked to step outside, that there was a commotion that occurred that caused the governor to pause the proceedings?
No, he did not pause proceedings.
Okay. And again, you would agree that if there's a videotape of the governor specifically saying we're going to cause the proceedings, you would agree that's more accurate than your own personal recollection?
He did not pause proceedings.
Okay. I'm done.
Further inquiry, sir?
Yes. So he brought up later on, after we were brought behind the curtain, did you hear a commotion at that point?
Yes, I did.
And what did you hear?
I heard you and Terry saying that you were being arrested.
Okay. And then what happened?
Then a couple people in the crowd got a little irritated and kind of spoke up a little. Nobody was really yelling. They were talking and saying what is going on, what is happening, things along that nature.
Is it possible that during that commotion that someone on the council could have paused the meeting and people didn't hear that?
And can you describe the sound quality of the room for us?
Well, I mean, it was kind of loud. There was a lot of people in one, I would say, kind of small area where the council members were. Couldn't hear them real clearly. But there was a lot of us where we were sitting. It seemed pretty quiet, I thought.
But you said there were people that were talking and stuff, and babies, did you hear any babies? And would you consider people talking to be disruptive? What would you consider to be disruptive?
Yeah.
They're saying the meeting was disrupted.
Well,
I mean, that's the whole premise of this thing.
I'm gonna sustain the objection to the overly broad question. What would you consider a disruption? But you can ask her specifically if she thought the meeting was disrupted.
Was there a point where the whole room stood up and turned their backs to the council?
Yes.
And when we sat down, is that when we were tapped on the shoulder to be arrested?
To my recollection, it was soon after that.
And just to be clear, did you witness me ever say, "It's a lie"?
Not that I can remember.
Twice. How about, yeah, in a way that disrupted the meeting?
No.
Did you hear anyone say yeah to the point where it disrupted the meeting?
No.
How about amen? Did anyone say amen at one point?
Maybe Teresa, while she would have her hands over her head, she may have said amen, but I did not hear it loud enough. I mean, I was sitting from like here to the gates right there, away from her and you.
Okay.
And yeah, I think that's good. Just one follow. You just characterize your distance from the defendant as from the witness stand to the gate. You would agree that you were closer to the defendant than you were to the stage, is that right? I'm sorry, I phrased that question poorly. I'm going to rephrase. You were closer to the stage than the defendant was.
I was probably a few rows, 2 or 3 rows further, closer to the stage than they were, yes.
Okay, so you were closer to the stage than the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Your answer confused me, so I just wanted to clarify. And are you aware, you can just tell me if you're not, but are you aware that there was videotapes being made by the executive council staff close to the stage?
I know that there were cameras to the left of me filming it, yes.
And as a result of where you were and where Mr. Staples was and his cameras were, you would agree that the cameras were further, sorry, yeah, phrasing is very confusing, so we can try to clean it up so I can answer these things.
Okay.
You probably should have heard anything that the cameras heard, right? based on how close. If
I mean,
if it came from Mr. Staples.
she would have to know the specs of a freaking microphone and all that. Objection. She has no way of knowing any of that stuff. Thank you.
That's fair.
Damn right it's there.
All right, I have no further questions for Lance. Thank you.
You may step down.
I was going to try to show a video.
Sir, you requested breaks take place during the proceeding. Do you persist in wishing there to be breaks taken? Because I can take a break now.
Take a 5-minute break.
You still want one?
Yeah, well, he's in, I don't know what.
All right, so
how do we handle this whole question?
5 minutes.
All right. What is it? Oh, I wanted to,
Maybe save the thing.
the video.
Oh, you want to show the video?
I want to show the video.
I mean, I can't see this on my case.
No, well, I don't know how, do I set up my computer to that thing, or?
That's a good question.
That's what I'm trying to get at, is, yeah. A lot of technical, somebody gave me this a while ago, I don't even know, I have stuff on my phone. So, I don't know, I mean, is there a way, is that a smart TV? Yeah, it looks like it. It's gotta be. It's got a Bluetooth or it's bringing something.
I submitted an affidavit to the judge that I witnessed a court officer witness tampering by going over your details in the side room over here, last time we were here.
All right, good.
Yep.
Thank you.
And my video caught it too.
Shut it down. Shut it down. What do they testify to? I said it's a lie. It's a lie. Yeah. That's it. That's all they testified to. Yeah, I'll ask.
Wow.
Yeah, no, it's all right. Well, I didn't know either. The judge didn't say anything about, oh, people can't watch the video and all this shit. You know what I mean? And it's these fucking troopers are doing it. Look at down on the phone. Gotta check his text. Gotta get this. Gotta tell the troop. Gotta tell them what's going on. There's more witness tampering.
Frank.
What?
Officer Pence filed something against the lawyers list in September of 2021.
Ah.
And then arrested you, signed.
Oh, so he got his name off the lawyer list. So you were on the lawyer list. We got the proof right there.
Do this.
Impeach his ass.
Bring it up to the judge.
Yep.
That he lied about being on the lawyer list when he was on it.
No, he wasn't on it.
He wasn't on
They
it.
had the ability to petition the courts to keep their names off it.
To
And that's
keep their
what he
names
did
off.
in
What did he
September.
do to- what
That's
did
what
he
he
do
did
to-
in September of
He helped cover
2021.
up friggin' shooting. That's what he did.
Well, what did he do to, what was gonna get him on the lawyer list? What was that?
There was more than one incident.
Couple things.
The biggest incident was excessive force and erasing tapes.
Okay.
Erasing body cam.
So he's a disingenuous officer that has altered government documents and
Previously.
Surprise.
that caused.
Big surprise. Look at his phone, violating the suppressor order. Again, you don't care. You think this guy cares?
Nothing covers up a shooting.
No, you don't care.
I wonder how it feels
Yeah, he
to
was the
kill
only
somebody.
witness. He was the
Look
only
at it.
witness to the shooting.
And then,
He
you know-
didn't pull the trigger.
Right.
He was the only witness.
Well, when I went out there, DeLuca and the other copper over there in the corner by themselves talking, right before DeLuca came in and testified.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you witnessed someone talking to another witness?
Again.
More witness tampering, right?
More witness tampering.
Unbelievable.
So,
You can sign an affidavit.
sign an affidavit.
Sign an affidavit to that.
To the court.
All I was testifying to was my video that
They're using her video. It's all right. We're gonna watch the whole video.
All we ask is that we
we're gonna watch the whole damn video so I can use it to jog my goddamn memory when I fucking testify up there. So that's gonna be 3 hours in and of itself. So you better believe we're coming back. This is gonna be a fucking 10-week trial. If I have anything to fucking do with it.
My taxes are used for good.
All rise, please. Only the dead rise.
Please be seated.
Your Honor, there's another instance. So this guy lied on the stand.
Sir, Mr. Staples, can you wait until the prosecutor?
The other guys in here? Sure. And we also have another incident of witness tampering right before DeLuca testified. He was talking to some of the other witnesses. And we have a witness of that.
How's that okay? How's that okay?
So your DeLuca was violating the sequester order, talking to some of the other witnesses while he was out there waiting to come testify. We have a witness of that. They're going to file another affidavit. Just saying. Well, you're making such a big deal of the damn sequestration shit, and your people are the worst fucking violators.
Sir, motion, can you?
The motion is to dismiss the fucking case for a violation of the goddamn sequester order. Repeated violations by these officers.
What's the alleged violation of the sequestration order?
This woman over here witnessed DeLuca talking to the other trooper witnesses right before he came in to testify. That's the violation. And then this guy again, when you left, he's on his phone again.
Well, there's no prohibition on witnesses speaking to other witnesses. There's a prohibition against witnesses discussing what went on in the courtroom. What's the difference?
What's the difference? How do we know that they didn't sync? So they're allowed to talk to each other, but nobody hears it.
Do you have any assertion that there was a violation of the sequestration order? Meaning that any witness...
Did you hear anything specifically?
Information about what...
She didn't hear anything specific. He can swear to it because he actually did hear the stuff. He's the one that filed the affidavit, and he actually heard things.
Don't believe me, believe my audio.
Yeah, exactly. He's got it all on video too. He was outside. I did see part of that. I didn't crank up the volume to hear it all because I really don't care what these fucking people are running their mouths about me in the back room there. They're all in there. And who was it? I think it was DeLuca standing guard out there when you came out there, and the other guys were in the thing. That was on Friday. So.
What's the specific allegation?
What's the specific allegation?
I heard court officers talking about his facts.
Hang on, please. Does the state take a position on this?
To the best of the state's knowledge, the witnesses who all know each other have had conversations with each other about how the day is going. There's no conversation. The witnesses are all professionals. They've been subject to sequestration orders before. They know they can't talk about the case while the case is ongoing. To the best of the state's knowledge, they have not done so.
So actually, what was heard was court officers as well, and they were all discussing my criminal record and prison history and all kinds of stuff. Okay, it had nothing to do with how the day, the weather and all that stuff. It was actually talking about me and the fucking case, and it's on his audio.
All right, so we'll address this.
We'll address this for sure. This will be a post matter or whatever.
In conclusion of the testimony.
Sure.
But for right now, please call your next witness.
Bruce Kelly?
You'll win appeals, sure.
Yeah, there's so many appealable issues on this thing. I don't even care. I'll do the 10 days. You find me guilty, I'll do the 10 days in jail. You think that shit's shit? I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna do the other day, fuck around and find out, bro. We'll do it 10 days, then 20 days, a year. Want to send me back to prison? Let's do it. 5 years of solitary confinement, motherfucker. Yeah, you guys created me. This fucking system created me. From YEC, Sununu House, to the fucking prison and back.
When you get run down by prosecutors, you start wondering about the system.
Sir,
So.
I'm just going to, sir, I've admonished you once about making statements out loud during the course of this proceeding. You're not a party to this matter. I'm going to admonish you again to not make statements out loud during the course of this proceeding.
You're going to be arrested?
Would you please call your next witness?
I did.
Yeah, it's not here.
Oh. Is Claudine here?
Funny.
Claudine Burnham? I don't know if she's here either. I don't know if she's going to be able to make it. I didn't see her. Disruptive. Gonna get arrested. Not sure why you haven't been arrested yet. Got this little bootlicker back here.
Mr. Staples, it appears that your next witness isn't.
Okay. How about Ken? Avery. I know he's here. I don't believe you watched the video either. I talked to him.
Sir, come right up here and take the witness stand, if you would. Watch your step before you hop. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? So help me God. Please have a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your last name.
Ken Eyring, E-Y-R-I-N-G.
Please inquire.
Mr. Eyring?
Yes.
Mr. Eyring, have you watched any of the videos of the first day of this trial?
No.
Have you spoken to any of the witnesses in this that have already been called or have yet to be called in this trial about the trial itself?
No.
And has anyone instructed you how to answer the questions I just asked?
No.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
And thank you for coming out here and supporting this situation. So, were you at the executive council meeting on October 13th?
Yes.
You were inside?
I was inside. Yes, I was there from the very beginning. Probably, I think it's about an hour before it even started, all the way through until the end.
Wow. All right. And describe the meeting for us. I don't want to leave. What can you tell us of that day and what happened?
Thank you.
Do it.
Thank you. Well, they limited the number of people that could enter the building.
Do you know how many?
I believe it was 150. 150. The room, I found out afterwards, the room was actually cut in half by the petition. So there was plenty of room behind the divider in order to have more people involved.
Were there people outside that couldn't get in?
Yes, there's quite a few people.
How many people approximately?
Relevance.
Because they said they picked that location to accommodate all the people. So I'm throwing shade all over their case. When the State House Reps Hall holds over 400 people. This place allowed 150 in. So the point of it is to disprove their claims that they were trying to accommodate all the people that were there to attend the meeting for this big deal.
I see the larger point, but I don't understand how it's relevant to this proceeding.
What was the question again?
Sir, you were asked to describe what you witnessed at the proceeding.
Oh, yeah.
So, there were a lot of people there. We all sat down. It was extremely respectful, extremely quiet. I was shocked when the governor led the entire group of people in the Pledge of Allegiance. And when everybody said amen, his response was, that type of disorder will not be tolerated. I was shocked. The governor himself led us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Why did he admonish people?
You have to ask the governor, and I agree with you that you should have him subpoena this meeting, because I was a former chairman of the school board, and nothing happened in my meetings that was not prior to the meeting approved by me. There were, according to my pictures that I took, I think I showed at least 32 people in one single image. It's my understanding that it was close to 80 state troopers in the room at that time. When I say the room, I mean in front of the petition and behind the petition. And I think that is an abuse of power by our state, by the governor. Those people, that show of police force would never be allowed in any of my meetings, because we the people are the government, not the people up there serving us. I was appalled that at some point...
You're getting a little far afield.
I was appalled...
Sir, you're being asked about what you witnessed take place.
And he's telling
I
it.
am doing that, sir, from my perspective.
So you can't tell him how he can't answer the question. He's answering, I don't know what to say.
Well, there was an objection as to relevance.
The relevance is he's describing what he witnessed that day and his experience with other meetings and how it was different, so much different that day. And it was not a typical meeting as the state would like us to believe.
So if you could frame your inquiry by posing a question to the witness.
Sure, we'll see what we can do here. So, you don't know why he said Sununu made his admonishments exactly, but we were given a warning for some sort of disruption, correct? According to Sununu.
I'm hesitant to say we were given a warning at the beginning. He just said that that type of disruption will not be tolerated today.
That type of disruption.
And I sat there along with everyone else in the room, quietly listening, respectfully. I couldn't hear anybody around me talking, not even whispering. And even if people were sitting there talking, and I'm describing what happened in the room, and even if people were talking quietly, it was not disruptive of the meeting. I sat behind a ribboned off area, and the executive council and the governor and the people who came and testified had to be 50 to 70 feet away from me. At no point during the entire time I sat there do I recall the meeting ever stopping. The meeting was never, ever, ever disrupted. Never. Even when people were being arrested, even when people were being escorted out quietly, like you, Mr. Staples, and Therese Grinnell, who sat next to you, I did not hear anything from you, nothing. I don't even know if you spoke a word during the entire time I sat in that room. I am shocked and appalled by the way that our governor, executive council, and police. I am describing, sir, what I saw in that room, and you are stifling me and my right as a United States citizen to express what took place in that room.
Yeah. What are you going to say to that?
Could you ask me the next question?
What do you mean? Did he say he didn't even object to anything? He just said, Your Honor. So what's the objection?
I think the objection was that this person was starting to offer opinion testimony and get a little...
Well, he needs to say that. How do we know that? So now you're formulating objections for the state?
No, that's what the state's objection is.
I didn't hear it. So,
Mr. Staples,
I'm working on it. So,
May I finish the previous statement?
no, that he's there being...
There's no question asked.
So we'll get to,
But I'm going to ask what I saw, sir.
Right, I'm going to continue, we're going to continue. I'm going to continue.
There's no question pending, so Mr. Staples...
I'm just trying to formulate my thoughts. So, you said that there were no disruptions. What about when, do you recall when the crowd was warned
by someone else.
Yes, and I was going to get to that because there was a woman state trooper that stood up. I think it was about an hour or so into the meeting, out of the blue. As I
Out of the blue?
Out of this, as I stated earlier.
So the meeting wasn't paused?
No, not that I recall. The woman stood up, maybe the woman stood up and she said any more disruptions. And then
What disruptions? What was she referring to?
I have no clue because the entire time I sat in there, as I stated earlier, I didn't hear people talking, I didn't hear people making noises.
Was she not specific?
I don't recall her being specific, no.
So she didn't give any specific admonitions to the crowd exactly what she was referring to?
Correct.
And you said the meeting was not paused. And so, did you witness me and Therese being tapped on the shoulder?
No, I did not. I sat in front of you, but as soon as the troopers came and did that, it was clear something was going on. And
What did you see of that?
I turned and looked, and I was stunned to see you and Therese,
Being taken.
escorted out.
Was the meeting paused at any point?
No, I believe that the next disruption, and I'm using that as a word of, the people's ability to watch the meeting being disrupted. I believe that the next instance was when you had let, from behind the curtain, you had let people know that you were being arrested. And two other people in the room began to ask why were they being arrested.
What happened to those people who asked why we're being arrested?
They too were arrested.
For what? Asking questions?
To my understanding and to my knowledge, they were not informed at the time as to why they were being arrested. But that's something that I don't have enough knowledge to answer that question.
Sure. Can we go to the video?
What video, sir?
The video that I have. I don't really know how to get it. I think that thing is a smart TV. Looks like it. So I should be able to connect to it. Do like a screen share or something would be the easiest way. And then however I need to get the video to the state, I don't know what the process is on that to like get it onto a device or anything. I'm not a technical type of person. I know I got all kinds of gear, but I suck with it too. So yeah, I want to be able to show the video. Maybe can I do it during my testimony? Because I'm gonna need that to jog my memory.
And Your Honor, just so I can be clear, I know that Attorney Shepard had examined his witnesses, but to the extent there's technical stuff, if we could assist him and get it so it would play, it would be assistance to the court. I don't necessarily have an objection to that, but we're finding out about it today. I'm certainly not a technical savant with respect to this, but if there's something innate in assistance to the court, we would be willing to do it.
Thank you so much. So, you said that once I was arrested or escorted behind curtains. Did you say why? You don't know why we were escorted back there? You didn't hear a disturbance?
No, and what was a further confusion is that there was a woman sitting 2 rows behind me, and I saw a state trooper who was standing just a few feet from me, lean in, point to her, and say something along the lines of, "If you do that again, you're going to be arrested."
Do that again.
And I looked at the trooper, and I turned around, and I saw the woman behind me, and she was clearly silent. Again, I didn't hear anything or any noises from anybody. I was stunned that that type of warning would be given to anybody. So I looked at her, and out of concern, I got up and I leaned over, and I walked back 2 rows. I'm describing what I saw.
Excuse me, sir. I'm not sure what the relevance of this this testimony is.
The wanton disregard for the Constitution, that's what it's about.
Mr. Staples, I have not interrupted you.
Yeah. You dragged me in here.
I don't understand the relevancy of this testimony to Mr. Staples' case.
Your Honor, if I may, the relevance is in the entire climate. We heard the gentleman testify the disturbances weren't caused by any of the people that were there in attendance. The disturbances were caused by the state police, okay?
All right, on the line.
Thank you. So I leaned over and I whispered to the woman, "What did you do?" And she sat there. I remember her. She was just, she wouldn't talk. She didn't want to say anything. She really made no noises at all. And I asked her 2 or 3 times, "What did you say? What did you do?" And she wouldn't want to answer. And I realized, I was causing her distress. And I said, "Okay, I'm sorry." And as I was getting ready to back away, one of the troopers tapped me. Said something along the lines of, "Get your bag, come with us." And I was stunned. So I sat down, I watched her being escorted out, and found that to be deeply disturbing.
So you were talking to her, and we do have this on video. You were talking to her.
I did talk to her, but I talked and she never responded.
And the next thing you know, she's getting arrested.
Correct.
Yeah. So this is all very important testimony, by the way, and I appreciate this so much. So you also said that once we were pulled behind, there was a disruption when I started to say I was being arrested.
Correct. I believe it was A.J. Todd who had said, "Why are they being arrested?"
Was the meeting paused at that point? Do you recall?
I do not recall at any time the meeting ever stopped. I believe the meeting continued all the way through the beginning to the end.
All the way through. Okay. And
You have the video, you can look at the video.
right, for sure.
I was standing.
Sorry, sir, there wasn't a
Yeah.
question.
You have what to say.
Let me just think for a second here and look at these complaints again and make sure that I'm getting these elements all touched up. So, would you call anything that I did reckless that day?
As I stated earlier, I do not hear or see you do or say anything. You were a model citizen.
Thank you.
You were quiet, and if I didn't actually see you sitting there, I would have never known it.
You wouldn't have believed it either, right? I do have a loud mouth. So, just completely different complaints than what I had originally, the two that I originally, so it's weird. So, did you ever hear anyone say amen during the meeting?
The whole room said amen after we said, after the governor led us in prayer.
Okay. And that was,
I believe that was either before or right after the president.
All right, and then after that, did you ever hear anyone say amendment? That you can recall?
I do not. Like I said, the room was quiet for the vast part of the meeting. The only time I ever heard anybody is when I heard you very quietly, because I had to struggle. I wasn't quite sure what you said. When you said you were being arrested. You're being arrested.
We're being arrested.
But I did hear when AJ Todd got up and he said, why are they being arrested?
And then he was arrested.
And then he was arrested and his wife was arrested.
His wife was arrested. Was she carrying a baby?
Yep, she was.
So they were arrested for asking why they were arrested. Objection. Asking next to relevance. Relevance. Again, saying the conduct of the state police is obviously out of line. They're randomly arresting people, babies. They testified that they're so concerned about the babies and the children that were in attendance, right? So they're arresting mothers with babies. Anyhow. And how about, do you recall a point in the meeting where it was stopped or disrupted because someone said, yeah?
Like I said, I don't remember anybody saying anything other than the few instances that I pointed out. It was quiet.
You said people were talking amongst themselves?
No, I said even if they were, I didn't hear them.
Okay.
And even if they were, it was not disruptive to the meeting itself because they were so far away. They were.
Were we ever ordered to be silent, completely silent, and that we were not allowed to make any sounds or speak at all?
Can you guys say that again? I missed the first one.
Was the crowd ever told that they were not allowed to speak or make any noise whatsoever?
I don't remember those words being spoken.
Okay. Was the crowd ever told that they were not allowed to clap?
I don't remember that ever being requested or demanded.
Was the crowd ever told by anyone not to engage in any type of specific behavior, ever?
I do not remember any kind of demands along those lines as well. In fact, as I sat there, and I've said this to people after the fact, it felt like Nazi Germany when people started were taken away because there was no apparent reason for any of those people being removed from the building. And then when I heard they were arrested and charged, it's just very disruptive and disturbing that we live in the United States of America and that type of thing would happen here. And you're even sitting there, Mr. Staples. I'm deeply disturbed. And the fact that your charges have not been dismissed and everybody else is troubling to someone. And the people who are charging you and who are prosecuting you are looking for some kind of win, but they're not looking for justice because justice is the issue on trial.
Thank you, sir. And I agree with you. And even if they win, they lose. That's for sure. I think I'm done.
Mr. Hargreaves, you testified that there was.
Well, I think it's fair to characterize your testimony as it was quiet enough to hear a pin drop in the room, other than the people that were on the podium speaking.
I didn't hear people talking. And the people were whispering, I didn't hear what they said. I didn't hear any noises. I was never disrupted during the entire meeting.
Okay.
And the only time is when, things started to happen. And, obviously people were aware that they were being arrested.
Well, where were you in relation to the rows? If the first row after the...
I said the front row.
You had a video, 10 minutes.
And
you would agree that if there is a video of this entire proceeding, that that video is probably more accurate as to what happened that day than your independent recollection of it 2 years later?
No, sir, I will not agree to that.
Okay.
I was there. I know for a fact that there were no noises that disrupted that meeting. None. No people were out of line. There were no noises. There was no disruptions. I want to be clear about that.
Okay.
Video will not overrule or override my testimony today.
Okay. So if I suggested to you that...
But video will corroborate with my testimony to show that there were no disruptions.
100%. And if I suggested to you that after the Pledge of Allegiance there were people whooping and clapping, you would disagree with that?
No, I would not disagree with that. We sat down immediately after, as we were sitting, sir, and I urge you not to put things out of perspective in order to make a point. We're looking for justice here today.
So was there whooping and clapping or not?
There were people who, how do I put this? We clapped.
Okay, so
we said,
so how you put it is,
we
yes.
are proud Americans.
We sung the Pledge of Allegiance.
And nobody should be charged for a crime for being proud of their country and pledging an oath to their country.
Amen.
Hey, fucking man.
So then you would agree with me that there was whooping and clapping after the Pledge of Allegiance?
Leading.
It was clapping.
It's your witness.
Sir,
You're putting
I don't know
words
that.
you're putting
I'm not
words in
aware.
my mouth.
Hey, relax, dude.
Watch the video. The video tells you what
Watch
took
the
place.
video.
Sir, Mr. Staples, please, this is cross-examination. You're not free to just comment on the table.
Well, I mean, I didn't testify. Okay? And I don't care if I'm going to jail, none of that shit either. Especially on this fucking bullshit. None of this shit should be happening right now. He knows it, you know it. This is all bullshit. They should be getting arrested, exactly.
Were you present for the governor and council meeting that took place on September 3rd of 2021?
September 3rd.
September 3rd.
No, you're thinking the 29th.
September 3rd. What is this about?
The one that was at Health and Human Services. Were you at that?
DHHS.
Were you present? Were you present for the meeting that did not take place at St. Anselm that was scheduled to take place? You heard Mr. Staples yell that he was being arrested and use some profanity from behind the curtain, right?
I don't remember any profanity.
Okay.
But and as I testified earlier, I heard him say something. It sounded like he said we're being arrested. It was confirmed when AJ said Mr. Wiley being arrested. I'm not even sure that I knew what he said. He being Mr. Staples.
Okay. All right. I don't have any further questions.
Ron, I'd like to ask a question. It's clear that there, or at least it's apparent to me, that there have been some witnesses that have been prevented from testifying.
Sir,
I would like you to just guide me as to what I should or should not do in the event that Mr. Staples or anybody else wants to recall me to testify.
Yeah.
What should I prevent myself from doing so that I do not prevent my testimony in the future?
There's a standing sequestration order. It means that you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone who might be a witness in this proceeding.
Okay, so that means I should not sit in the audience here. I should leave the courtroom and wait for it to be over. Is that correct?
I'm not going to give you legal advice.
Okay,
Yeah.
if I sit in the courtroom, I will not be allowed to come back and testify. That's right. Okay, thanks.
Thanks for explaining the process, really. Thank you, Ken. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Your next witness.
Next witness. How about Jane Rydell? I said stuff that's not even in here. They testified to stuff that has nothing to do with the charges.
Ma'am, would you please approach the witness stand?
They were coached, exactly.
Watch this. swear or affirm the testimony given in this proceeding will be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name for the record.
Jane Riedel,
Spell your last name.
R-I-E-D-E-L.
If I could clarify. Have you watched any of the videos taken of these proceedings from the first trial day?
From last Friday.
This trial started last week.
Oh, no.
Have you watched any of those?
No,
videos?
I didn't even know it was last week.
Okay. Have you watched any of, there's apparently some video streaming of today. Have you watched any of that video?
Streaming of today?
Yes. Have you watched any of today's proceedings?
No.
Okay, thank you. Have you spoken to any of the prior witnesses about their testimony?
No.
And has anyone told you how to answer any of these questions or warned you that these questions will come?
No.
Okay, thank you.
What questions are they?
They're trying to get me on some witness tampering shit like I'm a fucking dummy like that. God damn.
Mr. Staples, please go ahead.
Everybody, oh, sorry. Thank you for coming out here and taking the time out of your day for this. Do you know why exactly you're here?
Not really, like, what exactly?
So, do you remember that October 13th? Sorry, I don't know, man. I don't know how to do this stuff. Do you remember the executive council meeting where 9 people were all arrested, including myself?
I do. I remember it probably as clear as 911. I went there that day because I didn't agree with money that was going to be appropriated, so to speak. And I went there as an innocent citizen of the state of New Hampshire, along with, I'm sure, many other people. There were children there, people in front of me, they were like 80-year-old women. We went there, I'm sitting behind them, and, you know, we're chit-chatting and everything, and all of a sudden, it was, I don't know, probably like 10 minutes we're there. And I went to move my chair because they were all real close to each other, and I'm, what? And I'm like, they have zip ties on the chairs, all zip tied together. And right then, when seeing all the state police there, I was like, I felt so uncomfortable. And I thought, oh my God, what is going to happen here? I was actually fearful. I was scared. Because I thought I was going there to be part of, I guess, like, you know, to witness what was how they were gonna determine if they were gonna get the money or not. All of a sudden, it turned into a shit show. And I am so disappointed in the state of New Hampshire that when I felt I should feel protection by state police, and when I went there, I felt scared. And like I said, I remember this like it was 911.
Exceeding the scope of the question.
I didn't even ask the question.
Okay, so what I was saying.
So, you said that the point, so what was the point of going to the meeting? What were they supposed to do that day?
They were supposed to appropriate like $27 million, or receive $27 million.
And how were they going to vote on that? Or,
yes.
So they were going to vote on it,
yes.
Right? And so you were there to watch the vote on that specific one thing?
Yep.
And was it held in that location, do you know, because of the amount of people that were going to be there that they expected for that one bill?
I have no idea. All I know is, all I know is they were only going to allow a certain amount of people, and they said because codes, like, you know, building codes or whatever, that there was only supposed to be so many people. And I know that there were people that wanted to come in, but they wouldn't allow them in because they were
A number of people were supposed to be allowed in there, period.
Right, so there were people outside. How many people do you think were outside that were not allowed in?
I didn't see, so I can't, I don't know.
All right. And inside, was there, how many sections were there in there?
Well, there was like, the front was the executive council. Then they had like a section for like news, media.
How many people were in that news media area?
It was a big block. I mean, when you
More than
took
the-
that whole room and divided it up, there was a lot of room between the executive council and where the public were allowed. I was actually sitting right beside, I was on the edge, like against kind of the wall. There was like tables with state troopers along the wall, and I was right on the end seat. And I remember of like, you know, looking around and everything, and I see them. Again, as I was like looking at dismay of what was going on with all the troopers around and everything, I saw them sitting, texting, showing each other phone, and what, again, as soon as I saw the chair ties, my alert went off. Like, what's going on
Something
here?
weird.
Became very observant.
What was weird?
I saw them texting, and I thought, why would they be showing each other phone and texting while everything was going on? It didn't make sense to me.
So was there disturbances at any point in the meeting?
Well, when they had, after the national anthem or whatever was done, they came and said, oh, well, you can't raise your voice. This is a warning. You have to be quiet. And then you
Who
could
said
hear
that?
It was a woman.
A woman.
A woman that came out.
What part of the meeting was that at?
It was before things kind of even started. Like nothing started. It was like, all right, he was doing the national anthem, and then all of a sudden it was like, you know, that's when he got a warning. And people,
So
you
why,
could tell people
why
were
were people
tensing up.
warned? Why were people warned? What did they say?
Because they felt that they were saying it too loudly.
Saying it too loudly?
Yes.
And then later on in the meeting, when the woman came and warned, what was she warning about? What was the disruption at that point?
It was just to keep it quiet, or keep it down.
Keep it down.
And when I
So-
tell you, you could hear a pin drop in there. Like everybody was totally quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I was just like, what is going on here? It was just totally weird.
Mhm. So, did you see when Teresa and I got arrested?
Yes.
For tap on the shoulder and brought?
I didn't see the tap.
You didn't see, at what point did you see us, and did that situation become aware of you?
I only saw like them standing beside you and both of you standing up and going back. And then that's when we heard.
What happened before that?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing. I didn't see nothing. Like it was
Did you
quiet.
hear anything that was
No.
loud or distracted? Did the meeting stop?
No,
Did
they
anyone
went
say-
on. Actually, the meeting, that was the other thing. With everything going on, the meeting still continued. It was a bizarre day. Just bizarre.
Track meeting. So, we were taking it back, and then what did you hear anything?
Yes.
What did you hear?
I heard we're being arrested. All of a sudden, everybody was like, what? And, you know, right away, everybody was like, that's wrong. You know, what's going on here? And the level of noise did go up.
Mhm.
And the meeting kept going.
And the meeting kept going. And did you ever hear and notice a point in the meeting where someone said, yeah, or it's a lie, that in the meeting was disrupted in any way?
No.
No. How about shut it down prior to, because we know I said that
Yes.
behind the thing, I also said shut it down, correct? Did you ever hear anyone say shut it down, or did I say shut it down at any point in the meeting prior to the warning by Megan Walsh?
I didn't hear
Trooper?
anything like that.
And you didn't hear anyone say shut it down at all?
No. Well,
Behind it?
yes,
Behind the curtain?
yes, but not prior.
Not prior to that, during the meeting. Okay. I think I'm good.
Do you have any questions?
Sorry, are you done?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sir. Mr. Bell, is your testimony that the warning came before anything started?
The warning from the lady,
Yes.
well, we did the Pledge of Allegiance or whatever. I don't remember the meetings. Well, actually, it would have been because they would have done that in the meeting, correct? So you have started the meeting. I don't remember that part. All I remember is a warning because we were too loud.
Okay.
That's all I remember.
Is it fair to say that if there was a videotape of the entire proceedings, it's probably a little bit more accurate than your memory from 2 years ago?
If I watched a video of it,
No. My question is, if a video of the entire proceedings exists and captures all 3+ hours of the meeting, you would agree that that is a more accurate representation of what happened than your independent memory of it some 2 years later?
oh, I mean, it's on film, I would say, yeah. I would agree with that.
Right, that's
Right,
right.
right.
I'd want to follow up.
You testified that you heard Mr. Staples yelling, "Shut it down," behind the curtain, right?
Didn't I object to that type of thing? Hold on, the whole video thing and the before on the last person before, I can't remember.
That was about what could be heard.
What could be heard, right?
And you read that, right?
What is the video?
Jonathan.
All right.
What's your question?
All right, my next question. So you heard him say, "Shut it down" from behind the curtain. So, just so that the record's clear, where were you in relation to the stage?
So, from the stage,
Let me put it this way, which is better. Before Mr. Staples was arrested, were you behind him or in front of him?
I would have been probably at like 11 o'clock.
Okay. So in front of him and to his left?
Yes.
Okay. And from where you were, which was closer to the stage than his previous position, about mid-range?
No, I would have been, so 11 o'clock, I would have been behind,
Oh, okay.
further behind
Further
the
back.
stage.
Okay, thank you. It's your recollection.
Who are you texting?
It's your recollection that the meeting never stopped at any time.
I remember going and even commenting like, wow, they're talking, how can they hear? Because the people were like, what's going on? And everything, and you look up there and they were like still like doing the meeting, and you're like, how are they hearing anything? Because it did get loud after they erupted, after the first arrest.
In addition to saying shut it down, did you hear Mr. Staples using profanity from behind the curtain?
I did.
You did?
I don't remember that, no.
Okay. Well, are you saying you don't remember what he said in addition to shut it down, or are you saying?
All I remember hearing is shut it down, and then maybe, oh, we're being arrested, something like that. But I mean, other than that, it's like,
You don't recall?
I don't recall anything else.
And you don't recall the governor at any point saying, we're going to pause the proceedings?
I don't.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, you may stand.
Oh,
Thank you. Your next witness, sir?
Let's see here. Emily Phillips. Rep. Emily Phillips.
Sir, you want to frequent breaks? Do you want a 5-minute break right now, or do you want to keep pushing through?
I think we should probably just go. I'll have to pee at the next break probably. To see how long this goes.
I go upstairs.
Hi. Yeah, can I just, what's your plan with the child?
The plan is, can you sit on my lap? He was there too, he was a witness.
Yeah. He's
What?
not on
He
the
was.
list, but.
He's not on the list.
So if I put him over there, I have no guarantee how he's gonna be, and I don't think he's gonna be comfortable leaving the room.
Well, can you just...
We can try.
Can you have a trusted friend?
We can try, he is 1 year old.
How about have him sit in a chair?
I'll play with him if you want me to.
So my friend Margie, like, yes, I mean, like, his name's Teddy, everybody.
Teddy.
Sit right here, okay, buddy?
He's not really used to me, but we'll try.
Mommy's right there.
Is it gonna be? Is this like? Is he gonna be here? Yeah, sure.
No, it's just not
We can try.
common.
This is nothing about this is common.
Ma'am, please come on. Watch yourself. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Please ask. Ma'am, would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Emily Phillips, Phillips.
I'm going to ask you a couple of preliminary questions and Frank can ask questions. Have you watched any of the first day of this proceedings? This trial started last week.
No, I haven't watched anything.
You haven't watched any of the videos related to that?
No.
Have you watched any videos or live streams or anything of today's proceedings?
No.
Have you spoken to any of the previous witnesses or any of the witnesses that might be called in this case about their testimony?
No.
And has anyone told you how to be answering these questions or warned you that these questions will come?
These questions were what?
That these questions will come?
No.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you for coming today. This is a surprise. So, did you, can you tell us what happened that day on October 13th at the Executive Council meeting? To the best of your recollection.
So I was there with my child over there. So what I saw was the Executive Council. And I told him, like, I don't think he'll be disruptive. He's just sitting on my lap.
I don't have any picture of the child sitting on her lap.
Hey, mommy to the rescue, buddy.
Hey, buddy. Mommy's coming. Mommy's here. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good job. And yeah, I truly appreciate you coming out here. Obviously, you have other things to do, better things to do. I'm sure I don't even know how you heard about this, as I thought anything else is really. So, again, so where were we? The Executive Council meeting, and what happened, describe any disturbances that you witnessed, and, yeah.
So, I mean, what I saw was a large presence of state troopers in relative to the amount of people in the public there. At some point, the state troopers organized, kind of walked in between all the aisles while we were all sitting there. I think at some point we were standing up, and they kind of filled the aisles, which was kind of odd. I was standing up because I had the baby in a baby carrier. And I'm sorry, I'm going to have to breastfeed him. He's just very upset, so that's what I'm doing. That's what he's asking for. The word B means breastfeed. I don't care if you can, I'm just saying he's upset, so I'm just going to keep talking. I'm just telling the judge. So anyways, so the troopers came in and stood in the aisles, and then I just kind of witnessed them walk over to you, sir, and asked you to come with them, and then yourself and Teresa Grinnell, I believe, were carried out, or walked out back, and then I heard commotion out back saying they're arresting us. Maybe you said shut it down, something along those lines, and then they're arresting us, and then a lot of us in the audience were kind of like shocked what was going on. Meanwhile, the meeting was carrying on as if nothing was happening. It was odd to me to watch. The executive council meeting was still happening as if there wasn't shouting going on. And then a few moments later, I'm not sure how much I should talk, but a few moments later I saw a bunch of people kind of get, I don't want to say plucked out, arrested for, I don't know why. I don't know why it happened, but I witnessed it, and it was shocking, which is why I'm here, right, in my day. I don't know what happened, but people got arrested. I want to say there were 9 people get arrested. 2 of them might have said something. So as far as you, I don't know why you were arrested. I don't know why.
Do you remember a point where we were given a warning by Governor Sununu? Were you there for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I was there, yeah, I was there the whole time. So I think it was just, I don't remember what the wording was, but we need to behave or we need to be quiet. I think that was something that was said to all of us. I did walk out a couple times to go to the bathroom, so I might have missed if there was an actual warning. I don't know.
Okay. And do you remember a point where a state trooper came out and warned the crowd? In general? Yeah, she like kind of stepped out and warned the crowd.
I don't remember that, no.
Where were you in there?
So if you were facing the executive council, I was to the far left where the press was. I was, like I said, I was standing. I had my sister-in-law there and the baby.
So you were in that cornered off area?
No, I was with the public, but I was on the far left. Instead of sitting down, I was standing up because I was kind of like rocking a baby. I chose not to sit down because he was like 5 months old.
Gotcha. So
I was standing up right by where all the press, the next section next to the press. I was still in the public area though.
All right. And do you remember a point where everyone stood up and turned their backs?
Yes. So this was right before, yes.
So everyone stood up and turned their backs to the executive council. What point of the meeting was that?
What were they speaking about? Or
Yeah.
I think that's what,
Everyone was there for?
we turned our back when they started talking about vaccinating kids in school or something. That I think that stood out to me as we were all disgusted that they were going to be pushing this on kids. I mean, that's why I turned around.
Do you remember a point where someone said, "It's a lie, it's a lie," once or twice even?
I remember people in the crowd saying things.
People in the crowd saying things?
Yes.
Just how many approximately?
Several.
Several.
Like people were saying things under their breath or maybe louder throughout the proceeding, yes.
Did it ever disrupt the meeting?
No, like, even when they were arresting people, like I turned.
Hold on. Let's go back. Let's see. So, were any of these other people that were making noises and talking under their breath and saying things, were they ever spoken to by state police individually?
They may have been, I didn't witness it.
You didn't see them? And was the meeting stopped for any of those instances that you're talking about?
No.
All right.
And yeah, so how about shut it down before I was out back, when I said it out back, before that, did anyone ever say shut it down during the meeting that you heard?
Not that I heard, no.
Clapping loudly and yelling shut it down? You didn't hear anyone doing that?
No.
During the meeting?
Not until after people were brought out back and started. That's when the commotions.
When I was out back, and I was yelling. And then at that point, once I started yelling, fuck this shit, we're being arrested, shut the fuck down. You know, this is how I do things. And at that point, what happened behind the curtain? On your side of the curtain?
People were looking at each other, like what do we do? That's the sense I got, like what's going on, what do we do? A lot of commotion, people were saying what's going on, looking actually at the state troopers, what's going on.
Why were they? Because nobody knew why you got arrested?
Correct. Well, yes. There were people standing around you. We were all quietly just there. So I don't know, we didn't know what justified it or what happened. So when you were crying out, shut it down, we were all kind of reacting like, is something gonna stop? And there was no pause, like from this meeting at least.
Right.
No acknowledgement of what was going on in the crowd.
Okay. And
Thank you for coming and testifying. It's your testimony that you left the room a couple of times.
At least twice I went to the bathroom, so, yes.
It's fair to say that to the extent that noises were being made, you might just not have been present for some of them.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yes.
And you would agree that if there were a video of the entire proceedings, it's probably more representative of what happened than your own memory is now almost 2 years old.
Yeah, I mean, when I went to the bathroom, it was early on, like I was, so there are many videos, I believe, of that.
Okay.
I remember being shocked so much that I ran to the state rep because I was shocked at what happened that day. So I'm pretty confident in my memory, but yes, at my perspective, yeah.
All right, that's fair. So, it's your testimony that people in the crowd were saying things quietly for most of the meeting?
No, I think that people were muttering things under their breath, which they might even be doing in the courtroom right now, reacting, right? I don't think they were yelling things.
Okay. And you don't recall the governor ever saying, let's pause the meeting during any of what happened?
After the commotion, he might have said that I couldn't hear anything.
Okay.
But no, I don't remember him saying it before the initial arrest. No.
Okay. So it's possible that he said it and just because things were so loud you didn't hear it?
Absolutely.
Is that what you're testifying? Okay.
Yes.
That's fair.
Is it on video? Did he do it?
Can't really answer
Okay.
that way, so. That's the point of my first question. Okay. So you testified earlier that there was a commotion from out back once Mr. Staples and Mr. Bell were led behind the curtain. Are you confident that it was Mr. Staples that was yelling from behind the curtain?
Or a really good impersonator. His voice is pretty recognizable.
Okay. And you could clearly hear him from where you were in the crowd?
Yeah, it was just a curtain. I mean,
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Recording.
Have a good day.
Recording is started.
Next witness.
Robert Muckenthaler, if he's out there. Can we take a break real quick? I have to do staff.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Thank you. All right, please. Like, we need him here for testimony on why he may or may not have done these things. Okay?
So, what new information
He just asked something.
What new information do any of your further witnesses have to add to this proceeding?
What do you mean? They all have a different case. We're all, I don't know. I've never talked to them about any of the testimony. So, you know,
Sir, if you don't know.
this guy is a good witness. I know that. So, what do you expect me to, like, you want me to do, I mean, this is crazy. You expect that I know all these people that were in this room that were witness, that one actually ran to be a state rep and got elected over this instance because of how shocked she was of the bootlicking police state that came down on the people that day. Okay? This is way the fuck bigger than just some little bullshit disorderly fucking bundle. Okay? This is a fucking criminal conspiracy on the part of the state. And this is malicious prosecution at this point. They haven't even testified that I said shut it. This dude lies and said I said shut it down. I said shut it down at the end. But they're charging me with saying it before. And you hear mixed testimony from all the state's witnesses. You're hearing consistent testimony from all the citizens that have been testifying here. And I'd rather have more consistent testimony, and maybe we catch something, or maybe they jam me up. Because I got too many people. If they had mixed up stories, it wouldn't make any sense. Right? You guys are the ones with the mixed up stories. So we're calling the next witness. He has testimony to provide. We'll probably get through him and, you know, maybe another person, I don't know.
Mr. Staples, please tell me how testimony of your next witness.
Can I go ask him
needs
some
to
questions?
be cumulative.
Can I go talk to him and ask him a couple things?
You don't know what.
I've never talked to this guy in my life, dude. You expect me to have some sort of, you can't tell me I can't keep calling witnesses. These people showed up here, they took time out of their day, I don't know these people. They all talk amongst themselves, and they heard about the bullshit, and they've seen what happened to me, and they know about it. I didn't make any announcements about this stuff. I fucking hate people, because everyone sucks. You're all a bunch of fucking liars and assholes. Seriously. It's so much corruption, it's fucking disgusting and you know it. It goes all the way to the top, right to fucking Governor Sununu. Where the fuck is Governor fucking Sununu?
Sir.
Seriously, where's Governor Sununu?
Sir, can I just ask?
He's the foundation of this shit.
Can I just say again, there are several small children in this courtroom, and your language is just.
I lose sight of that when I get hyped up, and it is what it is, man.
Sir, your inability to control yourself when you get hyped up, you've got to.
I've controlled myself quite well,
You've got to
actually.
stay-
I articulate myself the whole fucking way, all right? So do you want me to either break down in tears? This is how emotional mobility works with somebody who has head trauma. I'll either break down into tears, right? Or I can turn it into anger and focus it that way. So, will I get comments on point? Sure, I can. That's emotional ability. It happens.
Okay. So, please tell me.
I'm trying to keep myself calm. You don't know my heart is fucking pumping in my chest.
Please tell me how the testimony of your next witness would not be needlessly cumulative.
Because he has a completely different perspective, and as you heard, some of these people heard different things in different areas of the room and witnessed different things. And he could have overheard something with the troopers. Maybe he heard me say something. Who knows? But nobody's heard me say anything yet. So I'm going to ask him, because I'm not afraid of the truth. I know what I said and I know what I didn't say. So I'm going to ask him straight up where, when, and what happened, and I want to see if he proves the state. He might become a good witness for the state, because I don't know what he's going to say. I want the truth to come out. This isn't about being duplicitous or anything like that. He's a completely separate person who has his own things, and I cannot reasonably answer your question without having ever met this man until today. He just showed up. So how am I supposed to say I know he's going to say something or not? I have other questions here that I have to get to. I haven't even gone through all my questions. And where's Trooper Lavoy, Major Lavoy? I need to,
State gets to call the witnesses they want.
Yeah, I mean, I'm struggling with the idea of you calling witnesses and you don't know what their testimony is going to be.
well, their testimony is going to be to what happened that day, to whether or not there was a disturbance. And what they're going to testify to is that there was no disturbance made. Okay? That's what they're going to testify to. Until I said, shut it down when I was already in handcuffs in the back.
State we should be heard further on this. All right, call your next witness, but I do want to say, Mr. Staples, at some point, simply just calling person after person after person to testify to the same thing.
I mean, it's highly disrespectful to the people.
Could, even if it's,
I'm just saying.
even if it has some probative value, could be determined by the court to be needlessly cumulative and could be disallowed. But I don't think we're at that point yet, so call your next witness.
Thank you. I mean, we're only equal to their witnesses anyways, he said at this point. Thank you so much, Russell. And who knows, I don't know if this guy even watched the freaking videos, man. He might get struck down. I don't know what these people are doing. Robert Muntzeller. Sir,
what's your step?
I'm sorry?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name for the record, please, spelling your last name.
Robert Muckenthaler, Muckenthaler.
Sir, what? Oh yeah, you got to answer some preliminary questions, right?
Muckenthaler, yes, sir.
Have you watched any of the video of the first day of this proceedings? This trial started last week. There was video taken of that and put on the internet. Have you watched any of that video?
Is it going to affect my testimony, or?
You just have to answer yes or no under oath.
Okay, yes, I did. I watched it in full.
You watched it?
And my wife and kids didn't watch it, so they can testify if they had been told at the beginning of this. They could have stayed out of the room. I could.
Sir, you may step down.
Thanks, sir.
This is the games they're playing now.
But they didn't testify because they didn't watch it. But nobody told us.
It's okay.
It's not an official court record, so why does it matter?
I don't think it should matter either. How does it, can you explain to me why that matters if they watched the first one? Because you never said.
If you tried to
So,
present it as evidence of something,
ma'am.
they did.
Patricia Jorgensen.
I'm going to ask you not to speak out loud in the courtroom, please.
I don't take orders.
Governor Sununu. See?
Who's your next witness?
She's getting Patricia Jorgensen. I don't know if she watched the video either, right?
Okay.
Thanks for coming up.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony given in this proceeding will be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat. Would you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Yeah, it's Patricia Jorgensen, Jorgensen.
Thank you. Counsel?
Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson. Did you watch the first day of this trial was videotaped? Did you watch any of that tape?
No, I haven't seen any video. The only one I did watch has nothing to do with court.
Okay. Were you present for any of the testimony last week?
No,
Have you spoken to any of the people that have already testified or who are on the witness list about their testimony?
no.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for coming out here, taking the time out of your day for this. Can you tell us where you were seated in the executive council thing?
On October 13th,
yes.
I was directly behind you, Frank.
Oh, you were directly behind me?
I was directly behind you. You can't see me in the video because you're taller and your beard blocks me out.
Oh, okay. So, excellent. Look at this. So, do you remember the point where a trooper came up and whispered in my ear?
When the officer walked, there was an officer that walked over and tapped your shoulder and
Said, come with me.
Ken said, and you and Therese, and asked you guys to follow him, basically, is what I remember.
And do you know why that happened? What took place was at that point? What did you see?
I didn't see her. We were paying attention to the executive council meeting. Everybody was quiet. We were all just listening to the meeting. I remember standing at different times and turning my back to the meeting when we didn't like what we were hearing, things like that. But there was no, I don't remember conversing with you or hearing you make any commentary at all, or Therese for that matter.
Did you hear me talking to anybody at all during the whole thing?
No, I was right behind you. I never talked to you or heard you say anything.
So would you say that's relatively out of character for me to be pretty silent?
As far as the few times that you and I have been around each other, I would say you're usually pretty outspoken. The only thing I did hear was there was a woman to my left who had her camera, and I could hear her commentating quietly to whatever she was doing with her phone. But that was the only voice that I heard, because she was close enough to me that I could hear her.
Gotcha. And did you ever hear me say shut it down?
After you and Therese had been taken out back, I did hear that, yes. There was a curtain behind all of us, so.
What about before? At any time in the meeting before, did I ever say shut it down?
No,
It's a lie.
no.
It's a lie twice.
Not until you were not seen by me is the only time I heard your voice. But not until you were already not in
Behind
the
the
cell.
curtain.
I could not see you.
We were already arrested then. So, did you ever leave at any point during the meeting, like to go to the bathroom or anything like that?
Nope, stayed there the whole time.
And so you were sitting right there, and so you didn't hear me say shut it down or yeah before, or say anything before I was arrested.
No.
And what happened? So we were tapped on the shoulder. I'm trying to think. Oh, the warnings. Get my brain power down. So we had some warnings Do you remember any warnings during the meeting of any kind, or any pauses of the meeting at all?
I personally don't, but I do think, I believe the only pause there was around the time that after you had been removed, I think there was a pause in the meeting, and that's when the Todds were arrested. But you were already gone at that point, so I don't remember pauses prior to that. I do remember an officer telling us that we needed to remain respectful of the meeting going on. But that was to the whole room.
What does she mean by that? Why did she say that?
I have no idea. It didn't seem right because we were all being respectful and quiet in the first place. So it didn't make sense to me that she would come out and voice in that way, but she did what she did and we remained quiet like we were before she voiced it, so.
And how about amens? Did you ever hear any amens?
That's funny actually, because I don't remember Therese, who was sitting next to you, saying amen very clearly. I do remember that the woman taping next to me and myself, and I believe Therese may have as well, we all kind of said amen under our breath together. So I can't speak to that she did or didn't say it, or that she did or didn't say it. I know at that moment, I very quietly to myself, maybe it came out in a hearing thing if you were close enough to me, said amen. But other than that, no.
Were there other, people talking amongst themselves quietly at all, like whispering to each other? I mean,
again, whoever was next to me,
Okay.
I could hear her because she was videotaping the meeting, and she must have been doing it live, and when she was doing it live, she would commentate as she was doing it, so I could hear her. So there was whispering coming from whoever this person was that I could kind of hear. Other than that, no.
Okay. And how about the Pledge of Allegiance thing when we were admonished by the governor? Why do you think well, first let me dial back to when the officer came out. Was the meeting paused for that?
No.
When she randomly came out and talked?
Oh, I don't.
Do you recall?
I don't recall that
Did the
part.
governor or anyone say meetings paused?
No. I don't remember any pausing of them continuing their speaking when she came out and kind of basically told everybody, hey, you need to be respectful, there's a meeting, kind of.
And was there a specific warning given exactly what she was referring to or who she was?
No, I think it was an overall to the room kind of a statement that she stated.
Okay.
This is almost 2 years ago, it's kind of hard to
Yes,
remember.
I know. We're all having memory problems, but they think the state troopers steal traps. They got steel traps. So.
And our chairs were hooked together. I wonder why that was. I always wanted to know the answer to that.
The chairs were zip tied
together. Yeah, cable ties, that's what it's called. Anyway,
So,
go ahead.
the governor. So when the governor admonished everyone, what was that about?
Because we kind of were excited to say the Pledge of Allegiance. All of us are Americans, and I stand proudly when I stand for the flag. So we did get a little, we all kind of raised our voices.
Hey, some people are just too quiet, I think. They always say I'm too loud. I think everybody's too quiet. So the governor, what did he say exactly?
I don't remember his exact words. I do remember him telling us that we needed to not be loud and that it was not okay to raise our voices in that way. And he kind of, correcting us for being exuberant for the Pledge of Allegiance.
And you said you were behind me?
I was directly behind you.
All right. And so when we stood up and turned our backs, and then we turned around and sat back down,
Yep.
and then we were tapped on the shoulder.
Shortly after
What
that,
happened?
yeah. Nothing. Nothing was going
Was the
on.
meeting paused?
No. They did not pause the meeting until after you yelled, then they paused the meeting, and then I watched.
When did I yell?
the
When did I yell?
I don't, it was, you were pulled around, you followed the officer, you and Therese both followed the officer, they went behind what I'm calling a curtain, but there was a drape floor to ceiling. You went down all the way to that back corner. You walked around the curtain. We didn't see you anymore, and it was a couple of minutes later when you said, shut it down, and something like, I don't remember the other comments that you made, but I could not see you at that
Was it
point.
easy to hear what I was saying from over
You were
there?
pretty loud.
I was pretty loud, but could you clearly
But you
hear
were in the
that?
other room, but you were not in the same room as I was in.
Not in the same room.
If there was actually a wall there that was like this wall, I probably wouldn't have heard you, if that makes sense.
So if it
Like, if we
wasn't-
were in a structure that was a complete concrete block, and we were inside it and you were outside it, I probably would not have heard you.
Okay, so there was just like a drape.
There was a curtain kind of thing that sat behind the people observing, and that the officers that were in that area would stand with their backs to.
Did you see anything back there?
No, have no idea what was back there.
All right, I think that's good.
Hi, Ms. Ferguson.
Hi.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about the October 13th meeting. And I guess you went there that day. Had you ever been to a governor and executive council meeting before?
I had not been to an executive council meeting, but I will tell you that at the time that was all going on, my daughter is a state representative, so I was aware of things happening within our government, and I knew that they were hearing for the second time that 27 million was going to be kind of handed out, and so I was aware of things that were going on that were politically heated topics.
Okay.
That's what made me go.
All right, so the first part of the answer is no, I've never been to.
I had never been to one prior.
Okay. But you were aware of the fact that there was an issue that was going to be on the agenda that day.
Correct.
And what you were aware of, because of your daughter, it sounds like is in state government or is a rep, you were aware that one of the topics was going to be something that had been on the agenda 2 weeks earlier, on the 29th of September, for a governor executive council meeting down at the Institute of Politics
Yeah,
at
something
St.
in
A's.
Manchester.
Right? Yeah, you were aware of that.
I was aware there was a meeting there.
And you were aware that that meeting actually didn't transpire, that it was canceled as a result of behavior that occurred there, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Right, but there was things on the news, it was reported.
Right, it was on the news, yeah.
Correct, yeah, so you were aware of that, and you were aware.
Your Honor, relevance? I mean, come on,
Okay,
relevance?
what brought you there that day?
What's the relevance of this
What brought me
29th
there was
meeting?
it was close enough for me to get to, otherwise I had been in Manchester the previous day. I
Objection.
live north, and I'm a homeschooling mother, so I don't, if I can't get to it in Concord or my local area, I don't trek off very far from that area. So that's what made me not go to Manchester for the first executive council meeting.
Okay, so what's the relevance of this?
I'm asking her why she went there that day and what she knew about what was on the agenda.
Is she under investigation for being a freaking citizen?
So,
After
sir,
what?
can I just trouble you to direct your concerns?
Sorry, you know what I mean? This is a little out of line here. This is really, 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 really crazy.
Okay, so I'm not sure the relevance of this. Are you going to explore this further?
So you went to the meeting because you were aware of things that were on the agenda,
Correct.
and you had an interest in those things.
Yes.
And as a result of knowing what had happened 2 weeks earlier, when you saw that there were troopers there, you thought maybe that was related to the fact that there had been problems at an earlier meeting.
The problems at the
You
earlier
can't
meeting
plan.
were from the news that was displayed everyone. So
Okay.
I knew that there were problems, but I wasn't at the previous meeting, so I didn't care.
Understood.
I went to the meeting to hear and show the executive council that I was a person against what they were getting ready to pass for the executive council
Okay.
bills and agenda that they had in front of them.
And
So I was a
prior-
person, I do that with the State House, with bills, with, I've testified on the State House floor. There's many things that I go to that I find important to myself.
Okay, and with respect to going to this particular meeting, had you looked up or found out anything about the conduct of the meetings or how the meetings are generally conducted? Do you know anything about that?
I know how things are, I know how to be respectful. I don't need to be told how to behave at a public event of any kind.
Okay, so my understanding is were you with the first group of people that were let in to the building? Were you there right from the beginning?
I believe so, yeah. So when they opened the doors, I was one of the first people to walk into the building, yeah. I managed to get a seat, and there was only just so many, so I guess I would have been along
What's
the
the relevance of this line of questioning? I'm trying to figure out what she was, where she was, what she heard, and how long she was there.
She was right behind me.
In case she
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, that's all.
Okay, when there's an objection, you make your objection, tell me what it is, and then council, you can respond, and you can respond to me, and then I'll hear from you, and then I'll make a ruling. We're gonna keep doing it like that, but, you know, no exchange between the two, please.
So with respect to getting in there, you believe you were there from the very beginning?
I managed to get a seat, so I would probably be one of the
One plus one
first
equals
people
two.
that were able to get a seat. So whatever that means, I don't really know.
And with respect to the beginning of the meeting, do you recall, even before the Pledge of Allegiance, Governor Sununu saying something to the effect of, we appreciate your participation, but we want this meeting to be conducted in an orderly fashion, and we want people to be well behaved, essentially.
So I want to make note of this right here. Again, the reason we need the governor here to specifically, they're
Is
using
there an
this.
objection, sir?
No, this is a memory thing, and I'm taking a note, and I'm making sure it's on the court record, because I have head trauma and I forget everything. So we need the governor here.
Sir, you can
For that reason, because he keeps using these other things that the governor supposedly said, so is this another admonition?
please ask me a question.
So,
I don't recall, and I do remember that the executive council was at a table that was really far away from where I happened to be sitting in my chair, but there was tape all around the public, and the executive council was quite a distance away at a table. I don't remember him speaking about how to behave at a public, I don't recall that coming from the governor, but that doesn't mean that he didn't, it's just, this was 2 years ago.
okay, so you do recall that after the Pledge of Allegiance,
Yes, he did
was
speak.
he asked people to say the pledge or whatever, they were saying it, and then as that was going on, people raised their voices, and at the end there was some clapping and some booing.
I don't recall that. I remember the pledge being loud and him making commentary about that not being necessary, kind of commentary. I don't remember his exact words, but I don't remember the governor spending a lot of time talking to us, the people sitting in the room.
Then in terms of the order of operations here, at some point in time, do you recall that there was a trooper that came up and tapped Mr. Staples on the shoulder and talked to him briefly prior to people standing up and turning their backs and doing all that stuff happening?
Isn't that funny? I don't remember that.
Okay, so is it possible that a trooper came up to him and gave him some sort of a warning?
Anything's possible.
Okay, and you said you recall there being a woman who was there with a video camera, also very close to you, who was videotaping that.
She was right next to me.
Correct. So if she had a video camera that captures Sergeant DeLuca going up and tapping Mr. Staples on the shoulder and speaking to him,
Okay.
you would agree that if it's been captured on video, that's consistent with your memory.
Well, not with my memory. It's consistent with what other people are, or that videotape is showing me occurred.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
if it's on video, it happened, but I don't recall him being tapped prior to being escorted.
So then, do you recall at some point in time, do you recall him saying something to the effect of, that's a lie about something that was being said on the stage?
Oh, Your Honor, I'm not even charged with saying that's a lie. So what is the relevance of this line of questioning? I'm not even charged with saying that's a lie. We're talking about the charges that I'm here for. That's what we're fucking talking about.
So with respect to...
So to answer that question for you, I do not remember Frank saying that's a lie at all until I heard him yell things from the behind that curtain that were loud and the whole room heard it. But I don't remember exactly those words either, other than shut it down. I do remember the shut it down term.
And that's a term that Mr. Staples has used in other occasions, correct? You've heard him say shut it down before. Is that like a watchword or a phrase that he said?
No.
Oh, you've never heard. Okay. How about on this particular occasion, do you remember a female trooper at some point in time coming out and addressing the people and talking about we can't have disruptions, and if there are further disruptions, you could be arrested for disorderly conduct? Do you remember that?
I don't remember her saying that. I do remember a female officer coming to the room and saying that we needed to be respectful, there was a meeting going on, that kind of thing, and that you could be asked to leave if you weren't, kind of commentary. I don't remember her exact terminology either, but I do remember an officer that was female, speaking from where I was sitting. She was to my right, beyond the yellow tape, and she did speak to the room. To be honest, I wasn't paying much attention. I was sitting there quietly, so I had no reason to be concerned about whatever it was she was saying.
But you could hear her.
I could hear that she was speaking to the room. I don't remember what she said exactly.
And to the extent you were right behind Mr. Staples, it would be clear he would have been able to hear her as well.
Of course he heard her too. I'm sure he did. He was sitting there quietly.
Okay. So then, my understanding is when you testified, you said the officer, do you remember whether it was an officer or whether it was two officers that came over to Mr. Staples and Miss Grinnell?
That's an interesting question, because I have often thought back, and I haven't gone back to watch the video to find the answer. But I do believe that I believe that there was an officer that reached, but there was also another officer right there.
Okay.
Now, can I elaborate or no? So I believe there was a second officer who was kind of tentatively like standing behind the first officer, if that makes sense. Almost like one was more forward than the other. And after they were escorted out, there was a lot of state police troopers who literally started walking up the aisles in a pretty aggressive, like intimidating kind of way. There was multiple, 2 and 4 and 6, and they were walking up, and it was unbelievable the amount of officers that we saw patrolling that room, if that's what you want to call it, after these guys had been escorted out.
Okay, I'm gonna have to suspend the hearing. Ma'am, would you step down?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
She's subject to recall.
Subject to recall, so don't watch any videos, don't talk to anybody. You gotta go back out there and...
I'm gonna leave, I have my son with me.
Okay. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day. I'm sorry you had to deal with this.
All right, this matter is going to be continued to March 31st. We will begin the proceeding at 10 o'clock a.m.
I might be in jail, just so you know.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Non-payment fine. It depends on if the judge is going to jail me for that. I'm not going to pay the fine for the disorderly conduct in front of someone's house that I was not guilty of. That I'm still trying to appeal. But that's a whole other thing. That's not what we do.
If you're in jail, we can have you transported.
March 22nd, just so you know, I'll be in jail March 22nd, but I won't have any of my stuff.
I'm gonna, you're still in the process of presenting your case, Mr. Staples. We're gonna have 2 hours, so I want you to plan for that then and manage the introduction and calling of witnesses for that. And if you choose to testify.
I'm gonna subpoena Governor Sununu because they keep using stuff.
And to make arrangements in advance so that you can fit the conclusion of your case into that 2-hour period.
Oh, no, if I have to take more time, you already approved the ADA requirement. I'll take the time that it takes for me to get through the video. I have the minute by minute marks right here. It's a little bit out of order, but.
We'll address that on the 31st.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
Anything further from the state?
Because the video is the best evidence. Is it not?
I can't wait for that.
Is the video not the best evidence?
Just a second. I was trying to hear from the state.
I don't know how you know, other than through Mr. Staples perhaps, that if something happens in this other hearing, that he's incarcerated. But I also don't want to have everyone assemble and have him not here. So I don't know how it is, because I'm sure the court would have him transported if necessary to be here. So I'm just trying to figure out the mechanisms that we might be able to figure that out. Is there a way that...
Call them and check it out. You guys are all one big freaking family.
All right, this hearing's concluded.
Thank you. Bunch of fucking nonsense. Web of fucking corruption.
Your Honor?
He's not gonna listen.
Do I have the right to file a restraining order against the defendant based on what I was?
I think that's going to the parking lot.
That's what we're talking after I presented the fact that he's not a good character witness.
I don't, so we gotta, I don't know how.
Because I seriously.
We need to talk to somebody about that.
Okay. I'm seriously that concerned for my safety.
Walsh, I'm gonna expect Walsh and clean slate and clean slate, all officers, all state, I'll file something. All judges, all prosecutors, all new. Yeah, we're leaving. Thank you. Maybe tattoo remove the oh yeah, that's, so we're gonna have to do that Monday. Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
You need a guy, I got a private investigator.
They can serve
who's good at that shit.
Okay, yeah, we'll talk. Message me, remind me, please. It's okay.
All these guys are converging, and I don't want to leave Frank here by himself. As long as somebody's still here.
Yeah, I'm almost throwing this freaking rat mess in here.
Or if you need an escort, I'll walk up if you wish.
Yeah. Guard, save me from Peter.
Okay, if you want an escort, I'm available, so.
Yeah, I want to make sure Peter doesn't do nothing. Yeah, we didn't even get to that stuff.
You need to leave the courtroom, sir. The court's
This
closed.
might be another
As soon as he leaves, I'll be leaving with him.
I'll walk out.
I don't think 2 hours is enough. That's, oh yeah. Not sure if 2 hours is going to be enough. Completely off.
Well, then there's a whole other trial after this, right?
Yeah, then there's the bootlicker one.
Right.
They want to fuck around and find out on that one. Now it's fuck around and find out that I said. I think I got everything right.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, please be seated.
For the record.
All right, this is the case of the state of New Hampshire versus Frank Staples, case number 429, 2021, CR 3652. There were requests by Robert Muckenthaler to record this proceeding, Mr. or Ms. Kelly to record this proceeding. 2 requests.
One of them's her copy. She forgot she left it down there.
All right, so she, okay. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly? your authorization request is approved. Mr. Munthaler?
Yes, sir.
Your request is approved.
Thank you.
And then everyone else has a standing approval. Mr. Staples, you filed a motion this week.
Yes, sir. I just filed another one as well.
All right. Your motion to continue or dismiss the matter based on the identity of the prosecutors. This is a dismissal based on the fact that attorneys general and Stanton have never filed an appearance.
Oh, that was in the other case. Did I put the wrong case number on that? That was for the next trial. So that's the thing. I was also scheduled today, again, for 2 trials at 10 o'clock.
So let's just address, so this is not, this doesn't address this proceeding.
I don't believe so. Is that the
254?
Yes.
Okay. And then you made a request for the court to issue or approve subpoenas to the executive counselors and the governor.
Yeah, not necessarily approved, but just to sign them, because it said that I had to get them signed by the clerk, and the clerk refused here. So I went to the New Hampshire Supreme Court, and Clerk Timothy Gudis redirected me to you. So the clerk said, all right, I'll send these up to the judge.
Right. The state of New Hampshire provided an objection to your motion for.
Yeah, I just got it.
And I just
got it time to respond.
I've had a chance to briefly consider their objection. I've had a chance to review your motion, which you filed earlier this week. The point they make about people appearing on your witness list, you didn't comply with the criminal procedure rules to provide a witness list or identify these people prior to trial.
What do you mean? They were there, and they know, but they should have called them as witnesses, because if the meeting was disrupted, one of them would have been the ones to say the meeting was disrupted.
Sure, but in your motion, you say that you want to cross-examine these people. The state's rested its case. So,
well, I want to question them. Maybe I misspoke or whatever. I'm asking for some leeway if I'm misspeaking on these type of things, and not to be held to the standards of a lawyer here. I have a right to press my case, and they opened the door to, at the very least, Governor Sununu, because they relied heavily on what Governor Sununu was thinking or saying, and what he meant by all these statements. So at the very least, Governor Sununu should be there. And I forgot to put on there, I have it here, that I want to subpoena the phone records between the state police and Governor Sununu while he was texting during the meeting, and they were having their little huddles and they kept checking on the phone, because it's obvious that Sununu was texting them orders on what to do. And if he was disrupted, and there's evidence of how the meeting was disrupted, and that evidence is in the text, and that's why these arrests were made, then that has to be made, and that's discoverable evidence as well.
your motions are respectfully denied.
How about the other one?
So you made a motion for a mistrial.
Yes, sir.
That was handed in this morning.
Yes.
Did you provide a copy of this to the state of New Hampshire?
I gave the court 2 copies, one for them, and did I not bring?
I haven't seen it yet. I don't know who's seen it.
Oh, I got it right here.
All right, that's denied.
Huh?
It's denied if you didn't provide it.
I just got copies of them, and the clerk said to bring them up here myself. I don't know what to tell you. I just filed these, I just wrote these literally downstairs. So you have to give me a chance to give these to the people here.
What's the basis of your motion for a
The basis of my mistrial is the fact that Trooper Provenza, who's not here, who is their IT guy, he was allowed to stay in during the sequestration order
on the first day. It is up to me to clear my witnesses out of the courtroom like I did that day, and it's up to the state to clear their witnesses out of the courtroom. Now, I spoke to O'Leary on the phone, and he tried to intimate to me that it was up to me to recognize Trooper Provenza, even though I was here shouting, "Where's Trooper Provenza? Where's Trooper Provenza?" all day. And they acted like he wasn't in the room. And they allowed Trooper Provenza to stay in during the first trial. And then they used anyone who watched the day of the first trial to exclude my witnesses from being able to testify. And Rule 615 has an exception to the exclusionary rule, and it does not apply to natural persons. So the fact that Robert Muckenthaler was denied the ability to testify, as many others were as well, violates Rule 615. They're natural persons. They're not subject to your sequestration order. They were not given the order. They were not on any list until day 2 of trial. So the fact that the state allowed someone who also has known credibility issues in a case in at the Supreme Court right now to keep from being left on the glory list, Trooper Provenza, who destroyed his body cam image after being alleged to do cavity searches on women. He also turned off his, it seems like a common thing with Trooper Provenza where his vehicle just happens to, the dash cam stops recording as well. And all these things are in front of the courts right now. He has credibility issues.
Mr. Staples, you called Trooper Provenza to the witness stand.
Correct. And I didn't realize at the time that, hey, wait, this is funny how none of my witnesses can testify, even though they watched the first day of trial, but this guy was allowed to stay in the room, and then he could testify, and stay in for the whole second day of trial, and text the whole time, which I caught on video.
Well, Mr. Staples, the state didn't know that you were going to call Trooper Provenza.
Of course they did. I said, where's Trooper Provenza? Where's Trooper Provenza? You're telling me they didn't know I was calling Trooper. I tried to call him that day. I tried to call Trooper Provenza the first day.
Mr. Staples.
So don't tell me they didn't know I was going to call him.
Mr. Staples, please calm down.
No, I'm not going to calm down because you'll make no sense. None of this makes any sense. How was Trooper Provenza allowed to stay in during the sequestration?
Mr. Staples, your motion for mistrial is respectfully denied. Please proceed.
Why?
As I recall it, we were present here on March 17th, and we had to stop at the end of the day. The state was in the middle of cross-examining Patricia Jorgensen. Do you want to resume with that?
I do, Your Honor, just briefly. I think the court has made this point, but we got the defendant's witness list after the first day of trial. The first day of trial was the 10th. I did not have a witness list for him. I did not have any notice from him that he intended to call Provenza. I had provided him with the witness list. Trooper Provenza was not on the witness list, and as I explained to the court, and as we clearly made clear to the defendant, Trooper Provenza was here essentially as an IT person to help us run the videos and all the rest. He made a decision at some point in time that he wanted to call Trooper Provenza, then put him on the list that he provided us prior to the start on the 17th, and then he called him as a witness. We weren't intended to call him, so sequestration does not apply. We gave him notice of who we intended to call, and we called exactly who we intended to call. So that's our fault.
Your Honor, if I may, he was a witness. He's the one that wrote all the tickets. So obviously he was a witness, and he should have been on the witness list. And I was asking, where is this guy all day? Why isn't he on the witness list? So,
Mr. Staples, they didn't call Trooper Provenza as a witness.
I understand that. And that was a way of allowing him to stay in the room and test the other people what the testimony was.
There's no evidence.
Of course there is. It's on his phone.
All right, Mr.
The evidence is on my camera as well.
Mr. Staples, you were in the process of having a witness, Ms. Jorgensen, testify. She was being subject to cross-examination by the state. Would you please call Ms. Jorgensen?
Let's see if she's out there.
Jorgensen, yeah. If she's out there, I don't know. So you're not going to allow any of my witnesses that are natural persons that are not subject to the exclusionary order?
I'm sorry.
The witnesses that you disqualified there's an exemption or an exception to that rule for natural persons, is there not? You don't know that?
You don't know because you don't know the real rules.
Pull it up.
That man there, you do not make spontaneous utterances.
Learn the real rules of court then.
Have that man removed.
Well, thank you.
He's right. Learn the rules. You don't know the Rule 16 thing? You want me to pull it up? You want me to pull it up? Do you have a book?
It's Miss Jorgensen.
I don't know. Is she here?
No, sir, she's not here.
So that's what I'm trying to get at. Am I allowed to call,
Do you have a motion?
I move to disclude any testimony offered at this point, and then move to the next witness.
All right. Ms. Jorgensen's testimony is struck in its entirety. Call your next witness, please.
Jonathan Harmon?
Jonathan Harmon.
Water there.
Jonathan Harmon.
No Jonathan Harmon either. Deb Budd, Rich Budd? Deb Budd or Rich Budd? And then I had someone that was going to be here today, and they had surgery recently. They were not able to make it. The Honorable Bob Gaida. He asked if it could be, he could testify after April 15th. If I could make a motion. This is Bud. This is Rich Budd.
Correct.
Right. They're going to ask you some questions.
Sir, why don't you start here? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony given in this proceeding will be the truth under the pain and penalties of perjury?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Please ask. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record, sir.
Richard Budd, B-U-D-D.
Preliminary questions. Have you watched any of the videos of the first day of this proceeding or the second day of this proceeding?
Not yet.
Have you spoken to any of the witnesses who have previously testified about this case?
No.
Have you talked to any of the witnesses who you think may be called about this case?
No.
No further questions. Please proceed.
Sir, thank you for coming out today. Where were you sitting approximately in the room when during the meeting on October 3rd?
Well, as the panel looked at us, like this here, I was in the left section, actually where you and Teresa were. We were across the aisle to the left, probably not more than 12 feet away from you in the straight arrow, but just next side of the aisle. I was about the 4th seat down, I think, to the right, to the left. Okay. Not far at all. I could see you when I leaned forward. I could see you and Teresa. I could see that area. You would probably roll back with us to the left.
What do you recall for disturbances of the meeting that day, if any?
Okay, that day, as we were walking in the building,
I didn't notice so much, but my wife did. As we were getting out of the parking lot, walking up on the building, I see it was a police academy and that kind of thing, but we noticed kind of a lot of state troopers, a lot of that type activity. And that was just actually alarming and bothered us a little, bothered my wife. It intimidated her from even going in because she, as she discussed later, that it seemed to be like kind of a setup or it was uncomfortable, but we got inside and...
Roger, I'm just going to caution with respect to the issues of hearsay. This appears to be offering an opinion and statement of his wife.
Sir, if you could limit your testimony to observations that you made and opinions that you might have formed, okay?
Okay, absolutely. So we get in the building and that's where I observed there was a lot of police present and it was very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. My wife didn't even want to stay. That's what she conveyed to me. So anyways, when we were inside the building, we sat down and it was all good. We were grateful for being able to go inside, get inside the building. And it started off, you know, we did salute to the flag. I was pretty impressed that we got to do that. I'm surprised. And halfway through that, the people there, as us, you know, it did get loud at the last half. We just, you know, elevated our voice as one nation under God, indivisible. We did that. And I think it was Mr. Sanu who stated that that will not be tolerated, and I was shocked that he said anything about that. But,
do you know what exactly he meant when he said that will not be tolerated?
Well,
did he say anything specific? What would not be tolerated?
The outburst, or he referred to that as an outburst, and I thought like it was kind of passionate and nice, raising our voices to one nation under God. You know, that was a nice thing. Even doing the pledge, I thought was good. So, no, I'm not sure what he meant by that. It just seemed to be a bit of an attitude right away. I wasn't sure about that, didn't like that.
Do you ever recall any warnings given to anyone around you or the room in general about outbursts besides that from Sununu after that, any time?
No, not at all. Not at all. Actually, it was fairly calm and quiet in there for as many people were in there. And there seemed to be more noise from the police shuffling around because they were, you know, it just didn't seem to be a comfortable place with that much police present. You know, there was an awful lot of police present.
And what was the ambient noise like in the room?
It's quiet. It was reasonably quiet. Like I say, quieter than you would think for having that kind of crowd in there that was, you know, went there passionate about trying to conserve the spending of the money for the vaccines, etc.
And what was your objective there? Were you there to disrupt the meeting?
Not at all. No.
What were you waiting for?
I was waiting for a chance to be able to voice opinions or just make a presence as going against what they were trying to propose. You know, they were trying to get a lot of money that would have strings attached, which I viewed definitely not a good thing for, you know, the state of New Hampshire.
Okay, I don't think you.
I saw it as another attack on freedoms and rights.
Did you ever hear anyone say, shut it down?
I don't recall that, no.
How about amen?
Yes.
How many times or who, how many people, was it just once the amen? Or do you know who said amen?
No. I just thought I heard amen.
At what point in the meeting do you think that was?
I'm not sure.
And what about yeah? Did anyone ever say yeah that you felt was disruptive?
No.
And how about the amen? When you heard amen, was there a warning from the executive council or any of the troopers about that?
No. I'm not even sure who said amen. It's just, I believe, I thought I heard amen is, that's what often Christian or godly people do, to say yes. You say amen as in agreement.
Okay.
You know, so I didn't hear it shouted or anything like that.
Okay, thank you. And did you see when I got arrested or tapped or taken out of the room?
No, not at all. In fact, I found that interesting because I didn't even know you two were removed till afterwards, until you went out back and then I think it was Teresa, something shouted about you being arrested. It was shocking, I never heard it, and you were so close. We were this distance away, and I never even seen him ask you to get up or leave or anything. And all I had to do was look to my left and notice that. So that was shocking to me.
So prior to you hearing the commotion from behind the curtain, was the meeting stopped in any way?
No.
Was it paused?
No.
Did the executive council or the governor say anything up until that point?
No.
And how about clapping? Did you ever hear any clapping that you recall that was like
No.
disruptive clapping?
No, there was nothing to clap about.
And would you be able to recognize my voice if you heard it?
Absolutely.
How would you describe my voice?
It's authoritative, it's loud, it's unique.
Okay. So, did you ever hear me say anything during the meeting prior to being pulled up behind?
Absolutely not.
you ever been to any meetings like this before? Or like public meetings in general?
Like the one we were at,
Yes.
the legislative?
Any of anything at like the State House or anything?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And was this a normal meeting?
Seems so.
Seems, I mean, what about the time and place of the meeting?
Well, that wasn't normal at the police academy.
What about the amount of people there? Was that a normal amount of people for one of these things?
There seemed to be a lot of people. A lot of people I noticed couldn't get inside.
How many people couldn't get inside, do you think?
I thought I heard it was over 100.
Over 100 people stuck outside,
Yep.
with not able to attend the public meeting. And
Staples, do you have any more questions? for
I'm
this?
going through my notes, sir. Yes, I may have another question. Give me a second, please. Sorry, my stuff's a little out of order. So, did you hear any loud or unreasonable noises at any point during the meeting?
No, not at all. Like I said, other than salute of the flag, it was very quiet in here.
Would you say it was unreasonable when we were singing the Pledge of Allegiance with such a loud group of people?
Well, it might have been unreasonable elevating the volume towards the end of the Pledge of Allegiance. I guess that's a matter of opinion, but like I said, I kind of liked it. It showed passion, and I was grateful that we were seeing it.
So you think others might see it as unreasonable? Obviously, Sanu said something, right? So
others today can find fault in everything.
True. Well, how about yourself? What did you think about
I didn't
it?
find a problem with it whatsoever. Like I said, I thought it showed passion. And I think when we were corrected for that, it could have been a little different. Like, instead of attacking, could have said, well, please do not do that again. We appreciate your passion for the saluting of the flag, but don't do that again. Something like that, instead of a threat.
Do you think that created a risk or a hazard to anyone when the Pledge of Allegiance was sung enthusiastically by the crowd?
Yes, I think I've been a relevance objection based upon the nature of our charge. I don't think the charge is as creating a risk or hazard. And so I'm not sure I understand the question.
Because it's the disorderly conduct statute. And it's talking about people of reasonable sensibilities. And I would think that every citizen is a person of reasonable sensibilities.
Tell me your question again, Mr. Staples.
I'm not even sure if I remember it, to be honest. This is the problem. I said, did the singing of the Pledge of Allegiance seem to create a reckless risk?
Not at all, not at all.
I'll allow the question.
Like I said, I viewed it as the people there were passionate. You know, they weren't elevating profanities or nothing like that. It was love for the country, patriotic.
Okay. And at that point, had the meeting even begun?
That was basically the beginning of it.
Okay.
Would you consider Sununu's admonitions a lawful order?
I actually wouldn't know about that. I wouldn't think so.
And did you hear any police officers give any lawful orders during the meeting at all that you heard?
No.
Okay. I think that should be good.
Do you have any questions for this witness?
I do have some. Thank you, Ron. Mr. Bott, thanks for being here. I have a few questions to follow up on what Mr. Staples has asked you. First off, it sounds like you went to this meeting and you went with your wife.
Yes.
And you got there and you were one of the group of people outside who were allowed in.
Yeah, we were there early.
And sort of following up with one of the last things that Mr. Staples asked you, do you have any memory at all of a female trooper standing in front of the crowd at some point in time and giving a statement basically saying, we appreciate you being here, however, if there are any outbursts or loud problems, we are going to arrest people for disorderly conduct? You have no memory of that?
No.
Okay, all right. So it's with respect to what you heard and saw, you testified a little bit about the early part with the Pledge of Allegiance. Do you remember there was a brief interruption where there was a brief break when someone spoke to the crowd from the floor as opposed to from the stage? You have no memory at all of a female trooper coming out and addressing the three rows or three sections of the public?
I don't.
You don't? Okay. You do recall at some point in time hearing someone say, amen.
I heard amen. It sounded like amen, whether it was someone right to the left or right of me, or,
Okay.
like I say, that's a common thing mentioned as an agreement.
Right. And then it sounds like you said that you heard, or you may have heard someone say in response to the amen, yeah, or something along the lines of, you did, like someone in agreement with that, like call and response, like amen, yeah.
Not sure about that.
Not sure. Okay.
Amen.
In any event, from where
I'm not even charged with saying yeah or
Is
amen.
that an objection?
Objection, relevance. I'm not charged with saying amen or yeah.
What's the relevance of your?
I believe we've had testimony already about what prompted trooper or a trooper boy to then go up to Lieutenant Baldessari and make arrangements to have the defendant arrested, what it was that he said or did that caused that. Okay? So I think it's relevant to prior testimony. The witness is saying he didn't hear him say it, so I'll just move on.
Well, I could state what was relevant to what happened was the meeting that happened a couple weeks before. That's what this was all about.
Okay, so were you at the meeting?
Sununu, yeah, Sununu had a breakfast. And we were all allowed, we went to that too because they were discussing again.
Okay, where was this? Where was this?
This was at St. Anthony's College.
Okay, so you were saying that was at another governor and executive council meeting?
Correct.
Okay. So what happened there? I thought you said, okay, please tell us about having gone to that.
Relevance, objection.
He's answering the question.
Well, what's the relevance of this?
He said he had a
was at a meeting
before the governor was saying or doing, and he was relating it back to him. He ought to be allowed to answer the question.
I'll give some leeway because the witness made reference to this, so I'll allow it.
Well, the reference I made is because we were at that meeting and people weren't necessarily seated and it was louder. And there were comments being made and I believe that Governor Sununu left because he was angry because it was loud in there. And like, I'm sure from his viewpoint, the meeting was out of hand or something he couldn't control. And so this next meeting was very much calculated and pre-planned. You could see it when you, like I say, from the wife walking in. When we got there, there was all a staged, very controlled event. You know, and like I said, I just wish that they would have just been a little more cordial and not out to arrest people. It was clear with all the many vehicles, there, sheriff's vehicles there. It was to hurdle up, and they wanted to, you know, get the people out. Anybody said anything like an amen or anything, they were going to be taken away.
At this prior meeting, was one of the people...
No, the second meeting.
The meeting?
The chairs were all wire tied together. They were expecting a riot and hoping for what it seemed.
And at the prior meeting in St. A's, was one of the people who was speaking up and being loud, Mr. Staples?
Yes.
He was, right?
Yes.
All right. And you remember that because you were present?
Pardon me?
You remember that because you were present?
Exactly.
Objection, Your Honor. This is on video. This is not disputed. I get loud, I'm loud. So the relevance factor here on other public hearings that people are attending to protest and express themselves in their displeasure with the tyrannical bootlegging government here and these freaking a-holes, right? This is out of control.
So I think this ban has been mined sufficiently.
Thank you.
So just two other quick questions. Did you recall, did you have a memory of a trooper coming up to Mr. Staples earlier and saying, whispering something in his ear? Did you see that during the meeting?
Which meeting you referring to now?
A trooper came up to him and spoke to him while the meeting was going on. Do you remember seeing that?
No.
Or becoming aware of that?
No.
As I understand what you're saying, is you're a couple of rows in front of Mr. Staples, so things are being done quietly behind you while troopers approaching or talking. You wouldn't necessarily even see that.
That flag, go back 5 feet maybe or less, would represent where Mr. Staples and Therese were to me as I was sitting there at that meeting when Sununu directly up front to the left.
Right.
That's how close they were.
All right. But
I would have heard anything.
Right.
And knowing Frank, he was very quiet at that meeting.
They were behind you.
Pardon me?
They were behind you. Therese and Mr. Staples were
Yes.
behind you. Okay. And
That's
you were,
fine.
focused on the stage in front of them.
Mostly, yes.
Okay.
But looking around the
And
room,
one last
because we all brought sons in and we were videoing, so we were well aware of what was around us.
One last thing I want to ask you.
We had
You
signs.
said you had gone there because you wanted to voice your opinion about what they were doing with this. They were accepting money, or they were going to accept federal money, which was
Correct.
right.
We were there as just, even as our presence, as a protest against that.
Did you indicate earlier when you testified something to the fact that you were there to voice your opinion?
Did I indicate
Did you
that?
just say that? You just testified. You were there to voice our opinion.
If we had an opportunity.
All right. Prior to that meeting, had you ever gone to their website to look at the rules for governor and executive council meeting in terms of how people are recognized to speak? Did you do
No.
that? Okay. So you went there and you weren't happy with this proposal, and you went there to voice your opinion.
We knew it, everybody was recording it, and we were carrying signs. My opinion was on my sign, sir.
Nothing worth saying?
Yeah. His opinion's not on trial either. Apparently everyone's First Amendment itself, right? So, you said that I was very quiet.
Totally.
Is that typical for me?
Not so much.
Right. So because you were sitting in front, were you constantly turning around, looking back at me, or were you mostly just looking ahead?
Mostly looking ahead.
Were you talking to anyone at all, like quietly or anything at all?
Just to my wife.
Just your wife, so you're talking?
Quietly, yes.
With her. Were there any other people talking through the meeting?
Not just to be a disturbance.
Not loud, but
Exactly.
So they weren't disrupting, but were people talking at all? Could you hear other noises, like squeaking shoes or anything?
Right, this is beyond the scope of what's possible, but it seems like it's another version of direct examination.
It began related to the cross-examination, but it's starting to veer into new territory. Do you have any further questions for this witness, Mr. Stevens?
No, it should be good.
Any re-cross-examination? You may step down, sir. Thank you. Be careful of your step.
Thank you.
Mr. Staples, please call your next witness.
Could you let Deb Budd know?
Jeff Bud?
Deb Budd, is she
Oh,
here?
she's not, I'm sorry, she was unable to make it.
She was.
No, there's no check.
She was unable to.
Unable to make it, we would have come
And
together.
then, can you see if there's anybody else out there? I think Bill D's out there.
Bill Domenico,
Oh, yeah. Bill
Monica
Domenico.
Holmes, and Ken Ira.
And Ken Iring? So, yeah, Bill Domenico, I guess, we'll go with him. William Domenico.
Sir, come on up to the witness stand, please. Why don't you step there? Come up, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth under the penalties of perjury? Yes, I do. All right. Please state your name for the record, spelling your last name, sir.
My name is William Domenico, Domenico.
Good morning, sir. Have you watched any of the videos of the first 2 days of this trial? And have you spoken with any of the witnesses who have previously testified or were scheduled to testify about the subject matter of this case?
I have not.
And has anyone told you, warned you that these questions were coming or prepared you how to answer those questions?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Staples, please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming out here today. And so do you remember October 13th Executive Council meeting?
Yes.
Where were you sitting approximately in the room?
I'd say I was sitting more towards the curtain, maybe a couple rows in front of the curtain, and probably half a dozen spots to your left. So I'll be like left rear to you.
Left rear. So did you have me in your line of sight?
Pretty much. If I glance to the right, you were right there.
And do you know my voice?
I know your voice well.
How do you know my voice well?
I've been in marches, other actions, if you will, activism.
And how would you describe my voice?
It projects well and always very clear and easy to pick out in a crowd.
Okay. Do you recall any disruptions of the meeting? Do you hear any pauses of the meeting or anything like that?
I didn't recall any pauses.
No pauses?
Or any disruptions.
Did you see when I was tapped on the shoulder and taken away?
Yes, I did.
And do you know why?
At that moment, I certainly didn't know why.
And
So, before that, did you hear or see me clapping, making a loud noise?
I didn't hear any noises that would be recognizable to me to be you.
How about shut it down prior to when we were taken behind the curtain?
Definitely not.
Did you hear any noises during the meeting at all?
Hardly anything.
Hardly anything?
Nothing of significance.
Were people talking amongst themselves?
Yeah, there's a little banter going on, occasional murmuring, or talking under somebody's breath. Certainly nothing that was meant to disrupt the meeting.
And even if it wasn't, did any of these murmurings or anything like that pause the meeting? Or get any warnings?
Negative.
Do you recall a trooper coming out and warning the crowd at one point?
I do.
What did she say?
I don't remember verbatim, but essentially she was admonishing the crowd that if anybody made any noises, they would be arrested. She may have said it was a final warning, and I couldn't even believe why she was up there doing it.
So yeah, so why, bless you, what was she referring to? Did she say why she was given the warning?
No, I don't recall.
Was there ever a specific warning to the crowd given by the governor?
I think the only time the governor spoke directly to the crowd was after the Pledge of Allegiance.
What did he say?
I don't remember verbatim. Does it have to be verbatim?
No, whatever you call it.
Something to the effect of outbursts won't be tolerated or something like that.
Do you know what he meant by the outbursts?
Apparently he didn't like the way we said the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm not sure what the problem was.
What about catcalling?
I never heard anything about catcalling or any catcalls.
Catcalls?
Whatever.
Whoops? Did you hear any whoops?
I did not.
And what was the audio quality of the room? Did it echo?
Similar to any large room, really. Wasn't terrible, wasn't fantastic, but you could pretty much hear what was going on.
And did Megan Walsh give the people in the room a chance to leave when she gave her warning?
I don't think there was any, I don't recall any specific instructions to leave.
Did she say, if people are continuing to make loud noises, you'll be arrested unless you leave. This is your opportunity to leave if you don't want to be arrested.
I don't recall that, only that you would be arrested.
You would be arrested. And did you ever hear anyone say, "It's a lie," that you recall?
I don't recall hearing that.
How about amen? Did you ever hear anyone say amen at any point?
I actually didn't hear. I know that that's an issue, but I actually did not hear the word amen myself.
How about yeah?
And I didn't hear that either.
Have you ever been to any of these type of meetings before, public meetings?
Yes.
Would you say that this was a typical meeting?
In what way?
Well, in the time and the place and the amount of people that were there?
I'd say the location and the crowd size was larger than normal.
Larger than normal. Are the meetings usually held at the police standards and training facility?
No.
Have you ever been to one there before?
No.
Are you aware of the rules of conduct at the State House and the Legislative Office Building for meetings held there?
Yes.
And do you know if they would apply at this police standards and training facility? Because it's not actually the place.
I don't know that. I'm not sure.
Let's see, anything else here? I think that's it.
The cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here. Mr. Domenico?
Yes.
Mr. Domenico, early on in Mr. Staples' examination, he said, describe my voice, and he recognized my voice. And you said, you've got a voice that's loud and I can recognize it. You speak clearly.
I didn't actually use the word loud, but yes, I said he projects and I could easily know if it was his voice or not.
Okay. It sounds like from what you're testifying to, you were seated in the police standards and training in a row that was closer to the back of the room than the curtain than Mr. Staples and Ms. Brunel.
That is true.
Okay. So further from the stage and the governor and the executive council.
Correct.
And I'm going to go to the second part here. Once Mr. Staples and Ms. Brunel were tapped on the shoulder and went behind the curtain, could you hear Mr. Staples and recognize his voice?
Yes.
And did you hear him say, amongst other things, we're being arrested? Did you hear him say that?
I did.
Did you hear him say words to the effect of,
Objection, Your Honor. I didn't even ask about what happened behind the curtain.
it's just
This is cross-examination. Mr. Staples. So the opposing party's entitled to inquire about areas that they think are relevant.
Okay.
Did you hear him say words to the effect of, fuck this shit?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you hear him say repeatedly, shut it down?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Had you heard him say that phrase in other contexts at other public forums before? Is that a phrase that he says?
Objection, relevance.
I'm asking if he recognizes his voice, and this is a phrase he hears him say. I think it's relevant.
I did answer that I recognize his voice.
And have you heard him say that phrase before, uttering those exact words?
Objection, relevance, shut it down. Whether or not I said it before has no relevance to whether I said it at that time. We're not being charged with saying shut it down previously.
I think Mr. Staples is right.
Yeah,
And
well,
this
what I-
witness has said that he heard Mr. Staples say, shut it down.
Right. And what I'm going to indicate, all right, so the next question is when he said shut it down, what did you take him to be meaning by that phrase in the context of being at the meeting you were at?
Speculation.
What did you understand it to mean, sir?
I'm thinking about that. Give me a second,
Who
please.
you bet?
I mean, objection, he's gonna have to speculate on what I meant. He can't know what I meant.
He can't testify to what your intentions were, but he can testify to what his understanding was from your message. It's a fine distinction, but it's irrelevant.
Sure.
From what I observed of Mr. Staples being removed to the other side of the curtain, I was under the impression that he was being wrongfully arrested, and my impression of Frank saying, we're being arrested and shut it down from behind the curtain was rather clear to me that he was being wrongfully arrested and he wanted people to do something about it.
Shut the meeting down.
Yes.
Okay. That's what he was yelling from behind the church. Shut it down. Shut this meeting down.
He did yell that from behind.
And you want to say that's what he meant.
Objection, I didn't say that. He's saying he's adding things in that were never even said.
He didn't use the word he.
Shut this meeting down. I didn't say shut this meeting down.
That's what you understood him to say. That's what you understood him.
Objection.
Mean.
He can't tell him what he understood. He's leading.
Mr. Staples, hang on. Attorney O'Leary, ask a clear, direct question.
What did you take him to mean when he said, shut it down? What was his intent as you understood it?
That's asked and answered.
Asked and answered.
And it was directed to the people inside the meeting, the people.
Objection, he doesn't know where it was directed. Obviously, it was directed inside the meeting. This is ridiculous. Line of questioning.
Sustained.
Thank you.
And once that occurred, did the meeting in fact stop for a period of time?
I don't recall the meeting stopping for a period of time.
Do you remember the governor saying words to the effect of, we're going to have to pause the meeting at this point?
I did.
All right, so did they pause the meeting at that point?
It was barely noticeable.
Do you recall Mr. Staples being approached before he was asked to leave at an earlier time by another trooper and spoken to? Do you recall seeing that?
I do.
Okay. And do you recall in response to what it was that occurred immediately before that? Do you recall hearing or seeing anything?
I did not hear anything.
Do you recall at some point in time during the meeting before Mr. Staples was arrested that people stood up and held signs up and turned their back on the people on the stage? Do you remember that happening?
I certainly do.
And do you remember during the course of that occurring, while one of the counselors was speaking, someone yelling, amen?
I never heard the amen.
Okay.
It's possible I heard it, I just don't recall.
Okay. And was it after that occurred, shortly after that, when the crowd had turned back to the stage and Mr. Staples had sat down, that he was approached by a couple of troopers and tapped on the shoulder and let out?
Probably.
Nothing further, thank you.
I'm trying to remember something from, I got distracted of this, but I do have two things. I'm just trying to remember the other one. I objected to that and, so the first, we'll touch on this first. The warning, you saw someone come tap me on the shoulder and talk to me. And from what he said, give me a warning. Do you know what actually happened when the officer tapped me and talked to me?
I do not. I have no idea if it was a warning or if they were complimenting you on your haircut. I just don't know.
So you couldn't hear anything that he said?
No.
Prior to that, was there any pauses or disruptions to the meeting?
Not that I recall.
And, amen. have to rewind my video. I don't think it really matters. Meeting being paused. That's what it was.
Do you have any more questions?
Yes.
Mr. Staples?
So, the meeting was, you said that the meeting was briefly paused by Sununu. At what point, and you said it was barely noticeable, do you think that the rest of the room noticed him pausing the meeting? And at what point did he pause the meeting? If you recall, I don't know.
I think it was while you were behind the curtain.
So while I was behind the curtain, the meeting was paused, and for how long?
Seconds.
Seconds? Well, how did it get restarted?
I don't know.
Okay. So the meeting was paused at some point after I was taken behind the curtain, and then it resumed at some point. And do you recall other people being arrested at any point?
Yeah, this goes beyond the scope of duty, correct?
Sustained.
Did I ask if yeah, no, I think we're good. You guys got any follow-ups?
You may step down, sir. What's your step on this? Client, any witness, Mr. Staples, please?
Did you say Ken was out there?
Ken's out there, yes, sir.
So, did we have him up here already or something?
I don't believe so. I don't remember.
If you're talking about Mr. Everett, he testified last week.
Did he? Did he get to finish? Was I supposed to be asking him more questions? I don't know. Did we testify? You testified fully? So I guess if you want to tell him to come inside.
Okay.
My experience with Mr. Staples.
Sure. And then see if there's anybody else out there, let me know. Well, you're not going to let my natural persons testify, correct?
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Rule 615 does not apply to natural persons. You excluded Robert Muckenthaler from testifying, and you excluded other people from testifying. Robert is here to testify. He's a natural person, and the exclusionary rule for witnesses does not apply. There is an exception to that rule for natural persons, and he is a natural person.
I think Mr. Staples is misunderstanding the extent of the exception. There is an exception for a party who is not a natural person. You're a party to the case. The state is a party to the case. These other people are not parties to the case. The exception applies to parties not being excluded.
Well, then why was Trooper Provenza allowed to stay in the room when he was the one who
Mr.
signed the
Staples, do you
thing?
have another witness?
Yeah, Robert Muckenthaler. So I'm going to pull it up right real quick because I think they are the ones that are misinterpreting the rule. Here we go. At the request of party, the court shall, in criminal cases and may, in civil cases, order witnesses excluded so that they cannot hear the testimony of other witnesses. And it may, make the order of its own motion. The rule does not authorize exclusion of a party who is a natural person or a victim of the crime. An officer, person who's present. So, okay, well, maybe we misunderstood that. Officer, employee. So, and how about this? He wasn't on my witness list the first day, so how could he be subject to the order. I didn't even know I was gonna call him till the second day.
I don't know what question you're asking.
Robert Muckenthaler, he watched the first day of the trial. I didn't have any witnesses until the second day of the trial, correct? So he was not a witness, and therefore he couldn't be subject to any rules.
Are you seeking to call this person a witness?
Yes.
Do you object?
Mr. Muckenthaler was disqualified last time. So yes, we object to it being recalled.
The objection is sustained.
So yeah, is Ken back in? Is Ken in here? I don't think there's any more witnesses. We're gonna get into some videos, and I don't know if I show videos now and testify and cross-examine myself, I don't know how all this stuff is gonna go.
Judge, so Ken Arias left, somebody texted him, he's turned around and coming back in 10, 15 minutes.
It's fine. He
There's
can't
concern
testify.
about him being in here because he, I think, is going to be on the witness list for the 7 other trials.
Okay, gotcha.
So I don't know if the exclusionary, and then Monica Holmes out there, sir.
Oh, Monica's out there?
Yeah.
Monica, sorry. Monica Holmes is, I think, the last one. So Nunu's. And then I would again ask for. I did. Monica, yes, please. Sorry, I thought you might.
We would object to this witness being called. She wasn't on even the defendant's amended witness list.
She should have been.
Oh, I apologize. I missed her name.
Okay.
I apologize. I withdraw.
Ma'am, please come up to the witness stand. Watch your step there. Before you sit down, will you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat.
Great.
Okay. The process is you please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
My name is Monica Holm, Monicahol.
Great. The state will have a couple of questions for you first.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Monica.
Hi.
Did you watch any of the videos of day 1 or day 2 of this proceeding?
I watched part of day 1. When it got up to the testimony, I turned it off and stopped watching. So I'm aware of that.
Okay. So you only watched the preliminary matters? You didn't watch any of the testimony?
Correct. I watched only what I had already, I was here that day and I taped, and I just watched up to that part and shut it down.
All right, you were here that day, so you left when the sequestration order
I
went
went
into
outside. Yes, outside the door.
Thank you. And you didn't watch any video beyond that?
No, I have not seen any testimony. I haven't talked to anybody.
Okay, thank you.
Please proceed, Mr. Stiles.
Thank you. So, thank you for coming out here so many times. I apologize to everyone that is watching and that has been here because this whole thing, we know, is a sham. What were you doing at...
Strike the editorial comments from the record, Judge.
There's no evidence in the record.
It's not evidence, yeah. I can say whatever I want. So, again, thank you for coming out here. And so, October 13th, 2021, Executive Council meeting. Do you recall this day?
I do.
And what do you recall of this day? Why were you at the executive council meeting?
The reason I went to the executive council meeting was a friend of mine told me that there was going to be a, I don't even know what to call it, I'm not a physical therapist, so I don't know any of this stuff, but there was going to be discussion about accepting monies to vaccinate the remaining of the state, including 5 to 11-year-olds, and that really bothered me because children don't need to be vaccinated. So my friend drove me there, and when I got there and I saw all the state troopers there, I thought they were there to protect me. That was my first thought. I thought, oh good, this is great. I'll be fine here, I'll be safe here. And I went in and I sat down with my friend.
And so you got inside. Do you recall any disturbances or warnings, lawful orders during the meeting?
We went in and we were all just talking, and then we were asked to calm down because the meeting was going to start. So we all just sat down, and then they were going to do the Pledge of Allegiance and a prayer, so they had us stand up and do the pledge. And at the end of the pledge, we just said, with liberty, and as soon as we said with liberty, the governor sat down, and we said, and justice for all, like really boisterously. So within a minute or so after that, because this was a year and a half ago, I watched the state's video that's on YouTube. It's 10/13/21 NH Executive Council Meeting, Part 1. It's about an hour and 50 minutes long. I watched it several times to make sure that my timeline was right. So at about a minute and 40 seconds or so, which was after the pledge, the governor admonished us and said there will be no more outbreaks or whatever. He got really provoked with us, so we just all sat down quietly. So that was the first part. Can you repeat the question?
Sure.
I'm just nervous up here.
It's okay, don't worry about it. We're going to just tell the truth and we'll be good. I mean, it's all on video anyway, so we'll get to that.
Well, the timeline is on that video for sure to back up my testimony. That's so it was like a minute and 40. He admonished us, and then again at like 6 minutes or somewhere around there.
And again, so he admonished us twice early on.
Right, and in between those two admonishments, there was a general talking to us about shutting down our cell phones and not having any disruptions. That one was nice, there was no problem. But the first one and the third one were the two admonishments that we had gotten before anything happened.
So what did the governor say specifically? What did he mean when he was admonishing? What was he warning against?
I don't have the exact words, you'd have to refer to the video.
No, what did you interpret his meaning to be?
Well, when he admonished us about the Pledge of Allegiance, it was like, what? We just were like, with liberty and justice for all. And what did we do wrong? We have the right to, at a football game or baseball game, I guess you get to say it like that, I don't know. So I was just really shocked that I got yelled at for saying the pledge with enthusiasm and whatever.
Okay. And how about, do you recall, some of these things we get on there as well. Do you recall where a state trooper, female state trooper came out and gave a warning to the crowd?
Yes. On their video, it's at about 59 minutes, maybe 38 seconds. I'm just guessing. I don't know the times exactly. I'd have to have a photogenic memory to know the time exactly. But about 59 minutes or so, the state trooper who I have heard is Megan Walsh. I don't know if it's her. I don't know who she is. I could not identify Megan Walsh if she was right here in front of me. I don't know, because I just don't. But a female state trooper came up. I was in the third row. The state trooper came up on this side. I was over on the far side. There was 5 seats, so she was 3 seats away from me and in the front there. She interrupted the meeting, and that was the first interruption of the meeting. She interrupted it.
She interrupted the meeting?
Yes, there was the Department of...
She did...
Wait, let me finish.
Sorry.
The Department of Human Services, the black-haired woman, I don't know her name, she was talking, and she called in a blonde-haired woman to do some kind of, I don't even know what they were really talking about. It had something to do, I don't know. Like I said, I was only there because I was concerned about the kids. So, Megan, that blonde-haired woman was introduced, and I guess Megan, I'll just say female state trooper, because I don't want to be wrong here. The female state trooper said, if there's any more outbreaks, you will be arrested. And then, I don't know, a few minutes later.
So you said she just stepped out and said that?
Yes, and there had been no disruption of the meeting at all from our first, the third admonishment, the second admonishment from the governor. That first 59 minutes of the meeting, there was no disruption from the people. In between some of the discussions, there was clapping, and there was, little things like, we the people, or there were little things said. But none of it disrupted the meeting until that trooper interrupted the meeting. And I remember sitting there with my friend. She was on this side, and the trooper said that, and we were like, nobody's interrupted the meeting, and now we're all going to be arrested. What are we doing here? So I just sat quietly, again, like I had been for the first 59 minutes.
Okay. Do you recall, how about my voice? Do you know my voice?
I didn't know you before any of this. And if I heard your voice, I would know it. Because it's loud, and it's proud, and it's very distinctive. It's got kind of a more of a nasally kind of sound. If I hear your voice, I know it's you.
Okay. And did you hear me say anything during the meeting that was loud and disruptive, or anything at all, for that matter?
I never heard your voice.
Prior to the Megan Walsh warning?
Never heard your voice.
Okay. And did you ever hear me say, yeah?
Never heard your voice.
Never heard my voice, so you wouldn't have heard me say it's a lie.
Never heard your voice.
If I was talking, you couldn't hear it, apparently. So, how about, so where were you sitting in the room approximately?
I was in the third row back, in the second seat from the left, my left. My friend was here, I was here.
The third row from the front?
Third row from the front. And you were about, I don't know, 5 or 6 rows behind me, I guess.
Okay, so did you happen to see me get tapped on the shoulder, Teresa?
I did not see you get tapped on the shoulder. Wait a minute, what happened was, about the time...
She's now not responding to questions, so.
Okay, what's the question? Sorry, I'm nervous, so
it's okay.
Bear with me.
Don't worry about it.
What's the question?
So, when did you become aware that Teresa and I were being arrested?
Okay. I was sitting watching forward after Megan gave the warning. About 6 minutes after, Governor Sununu said, and this is not verbatim because I can't remember verbatim, but you can see it on the video at about 1 hour and 5 minutes into their video. He said, if there's any more disruptions, you will be asked to leave. So we were just sitting quietly, and I didn't hear anything until I heard, shut it down, and then a female voice say, "We're being arrested." And then I heard other people, a couple minutes later, scuffling about, what did he do? And, you know, they didn't do anything, and all these comments. And I still was facing forward. And then I heard a woman scream, "I didn't do anything!" And when I hear a woman scream, I turn to look to see. A woman or a child, I turn to look to see. So I turned to look to see, and I actually stood up. You can see me on their video, standing up and go, and looking to see what was going on with this woman. And what I saw was horrible. And I watched them drag her all the way around and behind this curtain. And that was when I was aware that several people had been arrested. I knew one of them was Frank from his voice of "Shut It Down," which I had never heard him say that before. And then I heard Therese say, "We're being arrested." Those are the only two people that, I knew those two people were the ones who were arrested because of their voices. And I didn't know, who the other two were, or three, or whatever, how many were. And then I saw the woman go behind the curtain. I don't know if that's answers your question or.
And so now I'm back there screaming and yelling. People are getting arrested. And were you arrested at one point?
I was. After I turned around and watched that.
Sustained.
This sustained for what? I didn't even hear what he said.
It's not relevant.
It is relevant to the fact that this was entrapment. And she just testified to the fact that Sununu said we would be asked to leave if there was any disruptions. Okay? And so I'm trying to build a case for entrapment here, an entrapment defense. I've been doing that the whole time. They didn't let us leave. Megan Walsh gave an admonition for nothing. She did not stop the meeting. She stepped out randomly while the meeting was still going, and Megan Walsh disrupted the meeting. Okay? And then that was used as a pretext to start arresting people at random, even though Sununu said people would be asked to leave if there were any further disruptions. I was not asked to leave. She was not asked to leave, and that's what I'm trying to get at. She was one of the 9 arrested, and her charges have been dismissed.
The objection sustained.
Okay? So, and you said that you never heard me say "shut it down" before.
Correct.
And how familiar are you with me with that, with my speech, or what I say?
I just knew of you, and I heard your voice a few times.
And just give me a second here while I gather my thoughts and try to think of another question.
I don't know if I can get more information on that.
Well, the way it works is you have to answer questions.
Yeah, okay. That's why I stopped.
So how about, I don't know if I asked this, I may have. Did you ever hear me say "yeah"?
No.
Very loud and disruptively and recklessly? How about shut it down prior to the Megan Walsh warning, or even prior to, after the Megan Walsh warning, or but before I was taken behind the curtain when you already said I said shut it down? Did you ever hear me say shut it down prior to that?
I did not, and with corroboration with their video and the timing, when I got up and turned and looked around, and their video, I believe, does show, I'm not
just testifying to your recollection.
Okay, my recollection. I never heard you say anything until you I believe you were behind the curtain and that you already had your hands in the zip ties when you said shut it down and Therese said we're being arrested. Because it was really close together and Therese yelled it enough so that her kids could be notified. So I don't know. Yeah.
But, so, okay, so just prior to all of that noise,
Right, and there was only like a minute, so there's only like a few minutes in between when I turned around and you were...
no, I'm saying way before the whole full meeting.
Oh, the meeting, I never heard you say...
Full meeting, before, from the Pledge of Allegiance, all the way up to Megan Walsh's warning, and up until I actually did say shut it down, did you ever hear me say, yeah, shut it down?
I never heard you say anything.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Okay. I think, okay.
The first thing I heard you say was shut it down, and then Therese immediately said we're being arrested. So to me, with that timing, you had to have been already behind the curtain.
Okay.
That's my recollection. It was a year and a half ago.
And Megan Walsh's warning was, what was the specificity of her warning?
As far as I can recall, she said, if there are any more disruptions, you will be arrested. The problem with that is there had not been any objection.
Sustained.
Sorry,
Objection for what?
he's speculating. Sorry.
Well, I didn't hear that, because usually,
I stopped.
whenever I say objection, I have to say what I'm supposedly objecting to, right? Not just objection, and then you assume what he's objecting to?
Well, your witness identified the issue.
And you testified that people were clapping in the room?
Yes.
At points?
In between, like I've never even been to an executive council meeting before, so the meeting, I didn't even know how it was gonna work, but they would talk about an issue. They had so much to talk about. They would talk about an issue, and when the issue stopped and there was a break, because they have to write things down, and I don't even know how that works, but they have to write things down, and when they did that, people would clap, or they would say something short. None of it disrupted the meeting.
So,
The flow kept...
did you see any of these people that were clapping and making mumbles and comments, did any of them get warned by any state police?
Not that I know of, but I was warned when I turned around after watching Kathleen go around the corner. I was warned that if I said one more word, I would be arrested.
And why did they say that to you?
I don't know, because I hadn't said anything.
So you were threatened with arrest for just saying one more word?
I didn't say any words. The state trooper was a male state trooper up in the front corner. Came up to me pointing his hand at me and said, one more word out of you and you're going to be arrested. And I was caught off guard.
And then you were arrested shortly after?
Well, they pulled Ken Eyring out of the way, tapped me on the shoulder and took me out back.
So you were talking to Ken Eyring?
I didn't talk to him. I just sat there and would not answer. And he asked me what the officer had said to me, and I wouldn't say another word because I was told not to.
Fair to say you were terrified at that point? Objection.
What's the relevance?
The relevance is the whole entrapment thing, and why they're not letting people leave, they're not clearing out the room. If there was such a disturbance, why wasn't the meeting shut down immediately? Why did Sununu stop the meeting for 2 seconds and then start it again so that people could start getting arrested for just asking what was going on and why were people getting arrested randomly? So the point is the whole entrapment thing, where they're using Sununu's admonitions as a foundation of a lawful order that we were all warned, as well as Megan Walsh's, even though there were no disruptions happening. And we're going to get to that in the video. All right. So, And so Sununu said we would be given the opportunity to leave. After he said that, at any point in time, do you recall anyone or the group being given the opportunity to leave before being arrested?
None of us were given the opportunity to leave.
Thank you very much. That should be all.
I just have a question. No one was prevented from leaving at any time, right?
No, but it was pretty intimidating with 32 state troopers in the room.
Okay. None of them were blocking the exits though, right?
They were standing near the exits and along all the aisles.
Isn't it true that people had left the room during the proceedings?
Some people had, but I was in the...
So nobody was preventing them from doing that, right?
Can you let her answer the question first before you cut her off?
Next question again.
Nobody prevented you from leaving the room at any time. Isn't that right?
No, but I was intimidated to leave the room in that there were state troopers lining the aisles and the sides, and I was told not to say another word, so I just sat still and was afraid to move.
I have no further questions.
You may step down, ma'am. Please be careful of the stairs.
Thank you, Bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Monica.
Mr. Staples?
Yes? Should we
Your
go
next
into the
witness?
videos?
Your next witness?
The videos. The videos? I have videos. I think we're good on the witnesses at this point.
Frank Kent's here.
Oh, Ken's here? We already went over that, right? Yeah, no, they said he can't testify. I don't know if he was coming back just in case we needed to ask him again or what.
Mr. Staples?
Right, we're good to go?
Do you intend to take the witness stand, sir? You have no obligation to take the witness stand in this proceeding, and no one can force you to take the witness stand. But if you choose to do so, this would be your opportunity to take the witness stand and testify on your own behalf.
Right, and how about presenting video evidence?
How would you introduce video evidence?
What do you mean?
Through whom would you introduce the video?
Through myself.
Okay, so if you want to take the witness stand, this would be your
So
opportunity.
can what do you mean I don't understand what you mean. So I have to testify first before I can put the video up?
Well, that's how you would introduce.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. All right, so I get up there and then I get down to do that?
But I don't know how you intend to introduce the evidence, but that's at your...
Well, I'll show you how. It's called a HDMI cable and a laptop hooked up to the TV. Right? Hopefully small.
Can we just
take a 5-minute AV break just to reset?
I mean, we might want to just continue this another day. We have 20 minutes left of the 2 hours, and so maybe we should just come back to do this.
No, let's keep it.
If Your Honor, and what I would suggest before, I have no problem with him, I even have an HDMI cable with me that may be longer, better for you, but I would like him to come forward and be sworn in, and then he goes out and we can do all that. I don't want to interrupt that process, so before he's going to introduce videos, he should be sworn in as a witness. If he can come forward and be sworn in, then we can take the break and he can set up the video. That's what I would suggest.
Mr. Staples, could I trouble you to raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Under the pains and penalties of death, yes. And perjury, if that's good enough.
Fair enough. So we're going to take a 4-minute audio-visual break, and then you can commence your testimony.
All right.
That'll give us 15 more minutes for the day.
So what are we gonna do when we hit 12 o'clock? I'm gonna have to come back.
It's up to the judge.
Well, no, he said 2 hours. That's it. He's got other things to do today, and so do I, because he told me 2 hours, that's it. So we'll be back for day 4, believe that.
Are you going to ask him to address the subpoena or any issues?
The subpoenas? Oh, he's saying, you want that? Sure, thanks. What? Apparently, they don't want to allow any evidence of people or anything like that.
That doesn't even require subpoenas to be used.
He should be here, he's a witness, he's a key witness, but they're going to lose their tape recording. Oh, there's already a
Just a reminder, it is your right to not stand for judges. Your right.
Yeah, if we could just like not stand, that'd be great. Don't stand. But I can't, you guys can't do this.
I mean, just like, it's just being told what to do. Just do it.
I'm studying constitution.
All right.
Please be safe. Mr. Staples.
Yes. So, I guess I'll go start this video. So this is the Trina Stokes video that was right behind me that the state has been using. I got it off of the Rebuild New Hampshire website. So we can hear the purpose of why everyone was there. To hear no's on the vote. You didn't hear her testify to shutting anything down or just being disruptive.
I'm just going to raise, just as a thought to the court, I don't know if this lady has appeared to testify, I believe she has, I don't recognize her. If she's appearing in this format, obviously we don't have the opportunity to confront and cross-examine her, so it sort of violates the fundamental notion of the opportunity to confront and cross-examine. So I object because it's hearsay and it violates the sort of fundamental due process and people who are going to make statements, if that they are assertions that they want the court to accept, are subject to be called and confronted. She's not on the witness list, and she's not someone who is, so to the extent she's making statements, no, I don't want those statements admitted. I don't have a problem if she stands back and video rolls and we see some things, but I don't want Mr. Staples now saying, this is what she's saying, this is what the purpose was, and having that be adopted through her without us having the opportunity to confront and cross-examine her. She's not an identified witness. That's improper. We object.
Your Honor, she actually was here. She was on this witness stand and she was disqualified for watching the day 1 of the trial.
So
what
I imagine to be the way this should work is that I need to let you know that the court won't consider anything that might be considered testimonial about what's being said on the video.
If I may, to touch on what O'Leary has been saying the whole time, the video evidence is the best evidence. And this is the video evidence that the state is trying to use in a selective fashion. So to say that this is testimony, this is not testimony, this is an exhibit. And I am going through the context of the day, a couple minutes after this, is where there's an interview with me and a reporter where I say, I'm going to be super quiet. I'm not going to do anything. My whole plan is to be quiet, okay? Which goes along with the testimony and everything. So we're going to go through this thing.
and we're gonna, if he feels that something is necessary to call someone here who we've tried to call and get their testimony, he can call them as a hostile witness or whatever he wants to do if he feels he needs to cross-examine a video evidence. There's nothing to cross-examine. The video is the video.
So, Mr. Staples, the court won't consider anything that takes place in the video that can be considered testimonial. And so I will just ask you to please not make your commentary about testimonial statements made in the video. If you want to capture what took place at the hearing in terms of noises that were made.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, but I'm not going to allow hearsay to come in. And the state has a point with respect to you can't introduce testimony because these people
I'm not
are available
introducing
for cross-examination.
I'm just introducing the video.
I want to make sure you understand how I'm going to treat this. I'm not going to consider testimonial statements. I will consider objective evidence contained in the video. Do you follow me?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have time.
Please proceed.
Deputy Mayor here. All right, give you guys kind of a quick tour.
I can see all the people outside, hundreds of people.
So they close this home. It doesn't matter what happens here today. It doesn't matter because we need to make sure that we're doing it. And that's the very important part of the whole thing, right? They work for us. So, but just so you know, we've already been sold down with it. So it's a $1 million contract that got signed under the guise of through DHHS for STD. It's only bringing more off you guys.
Mr. Staples,
So everything that they're doing here is absolutely illegal. It's unconstitutional. So when the governor can meet with the executive council and they can talk about what they want for funding or whatever, but all of that has to go to the full body of the general board.
Today, we start taking back some of what's been stolen. And what we need the executive council to
put the
also said for people not to show up to our regular workforce. WFR doesn't deserve the time the day before, but the day before, the day before, they just did a press release from WFR. How come they get coverage by the news? They were the also said for people not to show up to our regular workforce. WFR doesn't.
She's asking me a question about what my plan is, and this is where I'm saying that I plan on being silent. Of course, you could hear Teresa on the bullhorn simultaneously, but I'm trying to get at this point at the 12-minute mark where I say that I plan on being silent.
Well, it's up to these groups that I call control opposition, which is undermine the capacity of protest movement. We need to be the stick to get this even carrot and reopen all these political activists, the politicians, and their lobbyists. And if they
we need to be the stick, not the carrot.
And then right after that is where she asks me another question at this 12-minute mark, and I say, I was planning on being, you can't hear really.
I can't hear.
It's
I
because you
can't
get,
discern what you're saying.
you can if you listen and you try not to listen to the bullhorn in the background. I know it's difficult, but you can, and you know, I can hear it. Maybe I just have super hearing, but if you want to try to listen again, it might take a couple times for you to hear it, but it's there.
People that realize it's going to be a Virginia road. So I have a lot of folks
Right
this
here.
morning.
I was planning on being
We'll go there, we'll sit them out, my family, turning our back, because they don't even need to be doing this today. They should have just said this is not right for New Hampshire. You don't even need to be voting on this one.
just be here, be casual, and do my thing, and represent the people.
So there's that. And you can review it. I don't know, can I give the court a file of this? You guys are gonna have to review this, right? The videos, is that going to become part of the case record, right?
Do you have
Minute mark?
an intention to introduce
This entire video.
through thumb drive or something?
Sure, whatever I gotta do to do that, yeah. I'm gonna upload, I'll introduce this video, and then there are other perspectives which catch different things as well. And then there's one 10-minute video from another person who's caught most of the arrests, my arrests. So now, turning our backs. Okay.
I'm going to interrupt you there, Mr. Staples, and ask you to go back to the table. We're not going to have time to take any further evidence in this proceeding. We'll continue this, and let me propose April 13th at 12:45.
Sir, could we do it anytime after the 15th? Like I said, I was asking, I had Honorable Senator Bob Guida, who had surgery. He was unable to make it today. He texted me, literally, he called me when I was out front, and he said, I'm sorry, I can't make it, but if I can, after April 15th, I will be available.
Well, tell me about your availability on the 13th.
On the 13th?
Check the date. What about some news?
Yeah, no, probably not until the 17th, and between the 17th and 21st.
What's the problem with the 13th?
I'm going to be moving, and I'm not going to be, I have personal engagement.
I'm going to schedule this for the 13th.
Why?
Unless the state has a reason. Can you tell me your availability?
I have a trial scheduled at 10 o'clock in Cheshire County Judge.
So he's got something anyway, so why don't we just, be a little bit.
How about the 20th of April?
Excellent, that sounds good.
I already have two things scheduled in the morning, two different counties. 12:45, that would be fine.
12:45 on April 20th.
And that is fine on my calendar.
All right. See you later.
Frank, what has he said about Sununu and the subpoena? What's going on there?
At this point, it's not clear on, they're not ruling on my motions properly. They're not even giving me time to respond to these guys' motions when they file them. It's pretty crazy.
What time?
12:45, April 20th.
Now that it's clear that this judge is biased,
face that he wasn't willing to give you, work around your schedule, he was willing to work around their schedule. Could you file something asking him to be removed?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's a really minor bias, but it is a little biased.
But the interesting thing is, this judge is being demotion in, I believe it's Superior Court, or Probate Court, for him to be removed from a case that was filed on January 23rd of 2023. So we've already had some problems with this totally different case in a different court with the same judge.
Take this outside, because we're going to let the court replace
Sure. What a pinch you got there. You yeah. Wow. Did you ever wear like retirement? Yeah. They literally retired.
Big regulation. I'm sorry. It just goes to tell you how much it's undermining. Undermining what these guys are doing.
Yeah, they didn't even let me a chance to freaking respond to these guys' objection. You know what I mean? I don't get 10 days to respond to none of you guys' things, right? Shove the shit down my throat.
What I don't get is how can the judge like know what the objections are, like without explanation?
Executive Council 1 or 2, rebuilding here, that's the
Yeah, but
videos.
not to him.
No, that's it. The one that you guys gave us. He's all set. And it's,
Well, he's not all set. He's still here. He's still talking. It's all still on the record, sir.
Yes.
Not on the record here.
Well, if the state agency is talking to him, then it's on the record.
All right, just trying to figure out what the videos were, so people. Yeah, just send me, you've got my name, just send me an email saying, hey, this is how you find it on my channel. I'll probably be able to find it pretty quick. It's on my YouTube channel.
It's in the Executive Council playlist there.
Okay, just send it to me and I'll find it.
Okay,
Thank you for seeing it.
Yep, no problem.
The judge kind of, so, I don't know.
I can't hear it. I'm like, how?
Maybe you weren't here, but he was like, get that man out of the courtroom. Shaking. Oh my God.
That guy Bobby, gotta get him out.
Speaker's so loud.
It's hard to like filter and listen to one thing when you're hearing another thing instead of another.
Honestly, we should all
Try and push it right there.
Be loud and disruptive.
I was thinking about writing that shit into the courtroom.
That's my court choice. Good job today, Frank.
Thanks, appreciate it.
This is the longest trial there's ever.
I know, and there's been murder trials that are shorter than this.
The high holiday.
There's going to be a 420 at the State House, Frank, after your truck.
Oh, nice. When we adjourn, those who want to will be heading for the State House, and we're gonna smoke some happy ganja on their steps and annoy the piss out of the authoritarians, which always puts a smile on my face.
We might be in the gray area when we go in.
Oh yeah, well, most of my areas are gray. I'm getting old.
A minute ago, just make your cell phones for silence so we get a clean record for Frank.
Silence!
Is the,
Just gotta have it on. Thanks.
No.
So let me tell you what the other things are. This is the home of the restaurant, so this goes to Jeffrey's that says home of the restaurant. And this is all the time. These are all the other
Nobody knows how to live your life better than you do, and nobody should be telling you what to do.
And it tells you your times. Okay? This one is.
Well, Ryan's place.
No, don't stand.
I won't stand.
You already.
I was already standing.
Circuit District Division in Concord. This is the case of the State of New Hampshire versus Frank Staples. We have 3 video requests. Are there any new video requests? If you're videotaping this and you haven't already been approved, and you submitted a new request today, would you please raise your hand?
Wait, what's the question again?
What's your name?
Ricardo Hoffman.
All right. You submitted a advance notice.
I did it like 10 minutes ago.
Yep, I have it right here. And so, sir, that's approved. Was there anyone else who hasn't already been approved for video recording or still camera picture taking?
You talking about today approval or previous?
No, previous.
Okay, well said, that's fine.
You're good.
Joey, your hair's too long.
Well, thank you.
I just noticed that because last time I felt like it was like this long when you ponytail. Now it's like this long.
So keep it going.
All right. When we interrupted the proceedings at the end of the last session, Mr. Staples, you were in the process of presenting your case.
Yeah.
What are you doing, sir?
Yes, sir. Did you get the motions to dismiss that I filed yesterday?
They were in the court's file this morning. You filed these motions yesterday?
Correct.
Did you provide copies to the state?
He did. He gave me last evening at about, I think about 4 o'clock. I think that they, as best I can understand, my recollection is that they refer to the November case. They don't refer to the case that we're trying, which is the October case.
No, there's 2 different motions.
Okay.
One of them, and they're both basically the same issue, is that when we showed up for arraignment, and I actually have a video, that's a new video that is on this thing. At the arraignment, no one was here. And another major issue in this motion to dismiss is that the initial complainant, so when we showed up for our arraignment on 11/19, the state was not here. It was Judge Spatt, it was not you. No one from the state was here at all, and no charging documents were given to us. There was something filed. We discovered it in the court record, actually, during trial, so this is new evidence that I've discovered. The original charging document was filed, the complaint was filed by O'Leary, the prosecutor, on November 5th.
Attorney O'Leary, do you want to address this?
Your Honor, to the extent he's filed a written motion, I'd like to have an opportunity to actually review them and file a written response.
So, Mr. Staples, your pleading is denied as untimely.
It's denied. Denied as untimely. That's the whole thing of this pleading, is that his case is untimely, the process has been untimely, and I was not served. And he can't be the prosecutor and the complainant.
You were represented by counsel early on in this proceeding. The state has
Not
made
on November 5th.
representations in these previous hearings on your motions to dismiss that you've made in the past, and asserted that you were served with the complaints through the counsel that represented you.
Not that complaint though. This one I discovered when I checked the whole case file here in court. I got the whole copy of the whole case file and went through it, and I found, I found that the original document that we never got that day, that the state was not there at the arraignment, okay? Then they became complaints filed by, they were null pros because he can't be the in April, right? We have the whole timeline in there. And Trooper Provenza comes with these new charges, 4 new charges, right? So that was the first time we ever got any complaints, which was how many months later? 6 months later or something like that? We never got copies of the original documents that got this case going, where there was no state even at the arraignment. We have a video of this here. with all the other videos I'm going to submit to you. It's a very short video where the Judge Spath just like let the case go on with no state here to press the charges and give us any copies of anything.
Your Honor, I'd like to say, again, is he's filed a written pleading with respect to being able to provide a written response. I'd like to have the opportunity to do that. But what I will say is with regard to this case, the October arrest, I watched the video. The state was present. It was Attorney Shepard. I actually was on state that day. Attorney Shepard was here. There's a video of the defendant and a group of the other folks who were arrested for the October behavior. They were in court that day. They were here with Attorney Jansen Stanton, and Attorney Shepard represented the state of the hearing. They were reigning. Bail conditions will continue with respect to that. That is what is the basis for the second charge, or which is the second set of charges for behavior that allegedly occurred later that day over at the State House. So, with regard to the representation of the state wasn't here that day, as I said, I think that there's video that will show that. Attorney Shepard was actually counsel for the state, and a hearing he was present.
Negative. He did not join the case until 11/19.
No, after that.
After 11/19, and Shepard was there in the video, but he walks out before the proceedings start. Once the proceedings start, he's not. There's no one there. There's no one there. And hold on, with the attorneys,
You were represented by counsel.
and the attorneys wanted to talk about bail, but they couldn't because the state was not present. The state was not present for the arraignment. The attorneys filed the appearance, and at the arraignment, they usually discuss bail, correct? And so the state wasn't there, so Judge Spath said, we're going to give the state 10 days to respond to this bail change thing, but the arraignment just kind of didn't even happen, and the case just continued, and the state was not here. We did not get our complaints as per what Rule 4F or whatever it is.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Staples. The motion is denied. Are you ready to proceed? Oh, also, could I just square one question away? Could you identify the person next to you?
Hey, my name is Roseanne Chester. I'm a resident of Bedford, and I've been a victim advocate for years. I'm here today because I've been watching what's going on, and I think it's time that the citizens of New Hampshire start taking a strong stance against the weaponization of our officers and our prosecutors in the state.
Well, I just want to make sure I can clarify what your role is, ma'am. Could you tell me your name again?
It's Roseanne Chester. I'll spell it for you. It's R-U-S-S-A-N. Last name is Chester, C-H-E-S-T-E-R. My role is to assist Frank in this as best I can as a victim advocate. I was the one that went through the entire file. I was the one that found the November 5th charges that were not processed until April 29th.
All right, ma'am. Ma'am, are you serving as counsel? Are you an attorney?
Absolutely not.
You're not an attorney?
No.
She could under the non-attorney rule, whatever.
So this court has permitted, by order, in order to accommodate Mr. Staples, issued an order that he be allowed to be accompanied at the counsel table by a trusted companion.
Yes.
To aid him in the courtroom, and as Mr. Staples phrased it, to help keep him on.
That's what she's doing. So she's the one that's organized all this stuff for me and can keep me on. This is going to make everything go faster through the videos. We got minute by minute,
All right, Mr. Staples, please proceed.
Yes, sir. So I guess I gotta get my.
And just for the record, Mr. Staples, I put you on the road.
I'm still under oath. If you want to oath me up again, I'm always under oath, man. I don't need you to put me under oath.
All right, I'll put you under oath again. Please raise your right hand.
No.
Please raise your right hand.
Oh, you want to put me under oath again?
Yep. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Fuck around and find out. That's an affirmative. That's what we want to find out. Yes, sir.
You're saying yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I am. Don't antagonize me because it's going to get ugly. No water. Yeah, that was another thing. Is Bob got it here? He didn't show up, did he? But I do have, was Cheryl Brown's on my witness list? Because all my witnesses were, disqualified, and the state was allowed to have their guy in here watching the thing, and he was still allowed to hang out and do all that stuff, testify. I have a witness who has not watched the video, and she sat right behind me. I don't know if we could get to her real quick, and then jump into my video thing and my other testimony. Because half my witnesses were disqualified. And I feel like we have someone here that qualifies. I should be afforded the opportunity, seeing as the state's been afforded all kinds of opportunities with their witnesses all over the place.
Well, I'm not sure I followed that, but what's this person's name?
Cheryl Brown's.
And
she sat right behind me.
Right in front of you.
Just as a point of order, Mr. Staples already began his testimony, he hasn't finished his testimony, and we haven't had an opportunity to cross-examine him. So I don't think it's the right time for him to ask for different witnesses.
I haven't even gone on the stand yet. I've just been showing the videos, so I don't know.
Please proceed.
I knew they were going to do that. See, didn't I tell you?
That's okay. You can call her after.
Huh?
You can call her
Can I
after.
call her after?
Please proceed.
Can I call her after?
We'll address that.
Of course. I know that.
Yeah. Cheryl, you have to be out of the courtroom though.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Whoever's cell phone keeps going off when a message coming in, it's silent.
I shut my mouth.
Somebody's just going off.
This, great.
I'm gonna do the fast ones first.
So I have,
This is the emergency, that's the big one.
I think that one is going to set the stage for everything else. Is it all right if I use this? Or I think there isn't any.
You're plugged in already.
All right, thanks.
Contracts in these areas of electric and planning services will have negative health. Contracts in these areas of electric and planning services will have negative health consequences
This thing, right?
Yeah, this is, I think, all the ways.
It's a 10-minute video, I'm sure a lot of people are.
It will result in increased unintended pregnancies, increased teen pregnancies, and negative birth outcomes. That's likely. I understand that some counselors here have indicated that they...
And I'd like to point out, at this point, the room is already standing. The whole room is standing with their backs turned.
Mr. Staples, could you just frame what we're looking at for the record?
Okay, yes. Good idea. So this is the executive council meeting. This is from, I don't know, an unknown perspective. You guys know which one this is on my channel. In this 10-minute period is where 7 of the 9 arrests happen, where I'm tapped on the shoulder and everything, and so the few minutes preceding and all that. This will also show how the meeting never stopped. And this will also show collusion with the governor and the state police.
Staples, I just wanted to establish what the video recording is about.
The executive council meeting, people, someone in the crowd, unknown perspective, anonymous perspective.
All right, please proceed.
Sorry, misunderstood.
And about these contracts, have you answered all of the counselors' questions at this point? We believe we've answered all questions that have been asked to the department.
See him nodding.
These contracts are not being brought back. That's correct.
Further discussion on this item or any item as part of 21-27F. Councilor Gatz. Thank you, Governor. Procedural question. How many times contracts come before this council? How would it be set up? How do you actually think of
I would request the governor put the family planning contracts on the agenda at every meeting until they are approved.
So, did you hear that? Did you hear that outburst? We'll be here. Is that's basically an outburst. Okay, we'll be here. You hear somebody say that? I'll point that out.
Yes, Councilor Stevens.
In regards to 2017 Erasmus contract, there's a fee, a one-time go-live charge. We've had an extensive, long-term contract with this provider. Why are we getting hit with, a 6-figure go-live fee?
Okay, so the governor's receiving text.
Counselor, this particular go-live
Probably
is in
because of that.
reference to this
You're not going to object to hold on. There's
Hold on, yeah, I do, because you're messing things up. He's texting still, and he's looking over.
Can you pause?
So, he's colluding with the state police. Sure, let's go.
So my objection is, I'm fine if Mr. Staples plays the video with the court being able to watch it. I don't think it's appropriate for Mr. Staples to be commenting on what people are doing or whatever. I think it's the court is the final fact. It should be able to watch and make its own opinion about it. If he wants to, after the video's over, testify and say, this is what we saw forward, that's fine as well. I just think it's confusing and not helpful to have him running a dialogue at the same time we're trying to listen to watch it. So I object to that proceeding.
Your Honor, if I may respond. This is a different situation where I am pro se, and this is all testimony while we are watching this. So all of my commentary is testimony. We've already gone through that. I'm sworn in. So, to that end,
Mr. Staples, I'm going to sustain the objection. The video is evidence. If you want to characterize the evidence, that's something that you would do in closing. But the video is a piece of evidence.
Well, I need to point out these things that I'm going to be articulating in my closing and in my, whatever my final motion to dismiss or whatever.
All right, well, the court's recollection will control. So please proceed with your presentation.
Sure.
I'm trying video evidence.
So as we can see here, Sununu caught red-handed texting, colluding with the government. There's no pause in the meeting.
Mr. Staples.
Hold on, there's no pause, and I'm showing how I was targeted. I built the foundation for the entrapment and how I've been targeted over previous things, which the state has consistently brought up. Prior meetings and events that witnesses have attended and I've attended, public events as private citizens, okay? And now we're being criminalized for it. Okay? No, Mr. Staples, I'm gonna continue and let me hit the play button.
While there may have been some data that was not captured, and so Maximus is working closely with the department to ensure that those folks get their second doses. And with this, there was some very specific training that was required to ensure that the call center was working with our vaccination program to ensure confidentiality and to understand the technical aspects of this particular task.
Did we ask how to attempt to negotiate on this price?
We did negotiate.
On that fee?
I'm unaware specifically on this fee, but we did negotiate the overall contract price.
Yes, Mr. Governor, this council was pretty clear about paying upfront fees. Probably 3 meetings ago, or the last night together, the time before that, but it was clear that we approved of contracts that pay upfront fees. Love to hear your answer.
The funding for this, they will invoice us when they set up.
Well, there aren't many companies that I know about here that are public companies that people will give them a contract if they're paying up front for a setup. This is a setup fee, and we're paying them whether it's coming back later. That's just the same thing this council said, don't you?
I'm gonna pause real quick. Point out exactly where I am. So, this red strip with the red hat, standing next to Tommy Sanderson, rest in peace. That's me right there, just for everybody's perspective.
I will just say for the record, before we start, I can see, I believe that's how you were retired.
I don't believe it is. What the council said no to was an upfront advance payment to set up. Because what we talked about was that most of these companies should be able to invest in the upfront costs without giving an advance payment. So what we did is we changed our tactic with our negotiations so that they are required to do the upfront investment and then invoice the state afterwards their cost to set up programs. This is I would say pretty typical to have your costs reimbursed when you're setting up a new program. So we can either do it on a one-time payment on an invoice, or they can roll it into their monthly invoice. Either way, they're going to have their costs reimbursed, especially when they're setting up new programs, because they have to hire people to all of the things, like buildings, that sort of thing.
And this is where state police are already talking about something, and what my, right there, bang, at this minute mark. All right, so what are they talking about? Right?
You can call it whatever you want to call it. It's still paying for their setup, which is wrong. This council, you can do it whatever way you want to do it.
Okay.
So the council is against reimbursing
And then you see how these guys just reacted after all those whoops. Whoop, whoop, yeah. It sounded like a woman that said, yeah, which is what we heard testimony to, right? And I'm not charged with saying yeah. I didn't hear any shut it down from anyone, anywhere, at any point yet. And Megan Walsh said it, or somebody said it was before the Megan Walsh thing, right?
Contract. Correct. If they're providing a service and the service is $3, then they should increase their service price to make the accommodations for those setup prices. Because that's what most companies
Reimbursing companies for their costs to start a contract.
correct.
Because either way, they're going.
The reason I'm going back is because the whole amen and why I was arrested, they were saying is because the amen and the yeah, you can hear the amen, right? And you can hear actually multiple amens after Gatsis does his little pushback.
Especially when they're setting up new programs, they have to hire people to do all of the things, like building, that kind of thing.
I would never approve this contract. You can call it whatever you want to call it. It's still paying for their setup, which is wrong. This house, you can do it whatever way you want to do it.
So the council is against reimbursing companies for their costs to start a contract.
Correct. If they're providing a service and the service is $3, then they.
Also, the meeting has not been paused. There's no disruption, right? There's been prior outbursts, which I'm going to show, of the crowd clapping and saying other things. We saw that first one where someone said, "We'll be here." No one was arrested for that, right? Seems like normal stuff to me.
To make the accommodations for those setup prices. Because that's what most companies that are private companies do.
So you would rather see their setup costs integrated into their monthly invoicing instead of a one-time invoice cost after they set up?
I'm not looking to pay for their setup costs at all. Twist the language, whatever.
I'm not twisting the language, Counselor.
What I'm looking for is for them to do business, as most companies in this country do. If you want our business, come in and do the service.
If I may, when we set up a $50 million MMIS system, a lot of upfront hardware, it takes years. We pay for that hardware as we go before they bill us and the system there. We don't pay for them upfront.
So right here, we could see now everyone had sat down, and they sat down right after Gatsis did his pushback against the whole thing, and there was the whoops and the amens, right? Everyone sat down, and then they tapped me and Therese Grinnell on the shoulder, who they've also had a, big thing about us at the first St. Anselm event that didn't have an executive council meeting actually happen, targeting us for that. So we're being brought behind the curtain now for, I guess what they're saying, I clapped loudly is what I'm being charged with, and said shut it down at some point. I'm wondering where that point was in any of these videos, because the state has not shown it. They have shown this, and we'll get to the video where it's right behind me, and we can hear clearly that it didn't come from anywhere near that live stream over my shoulder. We haven't got to that video yet, but we will. So we're being brought behind the curtain. Oh, sorry there.
They put in, they send it to employees who want, they put it in, and then we get to something doing for the programmatic. I understand that you can do it, that you can try to integrate that, but
No, I agree. I think that the impression that we were under during the initial conversation was that the council had a problem with paying money up front before they started the contract.
See.
So the way we strategized was that
Still, the meeting's not stopped. The meeting is not paused. People are looking, like this guy here, press NH now. He's wondering, why did they get taken? People are looking, wondering, why did they get taken? Why did they get removed? What happened?
we would have the company pay for those startup fees themselves and invoice them to us either.
Okay, we're gonna take a pause here.
That point, the troopers testified that I was already in cuffs. I was protesting my arrest. Fuck this shit, we're being arrested. She says we're being arrested. Shut it the fuck down. What is going on right now? Why were we arrested? Yeah, we have a right to protest this unlawful arrest. That is clear as day, okay? Clear as day. But it's not over. I'm still hooting and hollering this whole time. We're gonna go back a little bit so we can see it all again in context.
I agree. I think that the impression that we were under during the initial conversation was that the council had a problem with paying money up front before they started the contract. So the way we strategized was that we would have the company pay for those startup fees themselves and invoice them to us either.
Okay, we're gonna take a pause here.
What are the charges? You're under arrest for asking what the charges are, sir. The whole room is in an uproar about this. Why were we arrested? You can hear me? Shut it down in the background. And the whole room is in an uproar. Okay? It's unintelligible what I was saying here. And now they arrest the woman with the baby. They did nothing. They were just sitting there. What happened? What's going on? Manhandling a 78-year-old woman, 60 pounds. He's still going. So here's the thing. What's really hard to figure out, and we need to have multiple camera angles on this, because like the state has said, you can only hear different things from different cameras and all that, right? So the meeting is paused.
Mr. Staples, if you want to...
I'm going to get to that real quick.
If you want to characterize the evidence, you can do that in closing.
Sure.
I've seen
All right.
this video. Please move to your next
You've
video.
seen, well, no, did you hear where the meeting was paused very briefly, and then while everyone was in an uproar, the governor continues the meeting again like nothing was happening, which is further towards this whole entrapment thing, okay?
You've shown this video, Mr. Staples. I've seen it. So,
yeah.
I'm going to make an announcement here in the courtroom.
This is a major First Amendment issue, sir.
I can't have people murmuring or talking in this proceeding, so I'm just going to warn everybody. I'll ask court security to excuse you from the courtroom if I hear anybody making any outbursts or making any speeches or statements. Please proceed.
What does that mean? What type of, so
Mr. Staples.
are you gotta be kidding me. So you're outing yourself as one of these tyrants, right?
Mr. Staples,
Is that what you're doing?
responsible for the order in this courtroom.
The order of this state is what's important. In the law, in the Constitution. And this is a major, major conspiracy and an attack on the New Hampshire people, okay? So you don't know how big of an issue this is. You want to act like it's about murmur, no murmurs allowed. No murmurs allowed? No, 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 no. Okay? Murmurs fucking allowed. I approve of murmurs, and so does the First Amendment. Have somebody removed for a murmur. I dare you. I fucking dare you. Pull that bullshit.
Mr. Staples.
What?
I don't think any more of the video is relevant to.
Of course it is.
To the.
It's not over.
To the complaints that are in front of them.
Okay, sure. So I just wanted to get where the meeting was paused real briefly. Okay? Walter, hold on. Walter,
Mr. Staples, the objection is sustained. Move on to your next video.
Move on to my next video. So yeah, I will. Move on to the next video. Unbelievable. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. The state is ridiculous. So, which one is this?
That one was actually this one, so you can give that to the judge so that he can have. the
Oh, I
minutes.
thought so.
This just matches up. This matches up, so you can see.
These
from
are going to be
different
exhibits for
angles.
each different video attached to this.
So this is the emergency, this is the executive. The first one was the video from multiple arrests. It was on this.
Oh, okay. Oh, but right here, that's different from down there.
So this is the executive council meeting from the executive council YouTube channel.
Just this one.
No, all of this.
All of this?
All of this. There's 1.6 hours, but, yeah.
Oh, but wait, this is not.
From here.
Oh, wait.
This is the executive.
Oh, these are the videos and the times of those videos. And then this is the thing for.
This corresponds with that. To prove that that document has not been taken. Because this was gotten from the executive council's YouTube video.
I'm confused. Hold on. So yeah, where's the videos? Yeah. So
You are, I mean, we need to take a recess to get him an
I have head trauma. She's my assistant. I'm trying to figure it out. You're making it worse. I'm getting it done, dude. Jeez.
So this was the one this is the one official meetings.
The official DC meetings. What about the Katrina video?
Well, that's this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna get into that.
Do that one first. Okay, go ahead, and I'll get you the paper.
Yeah, where's that?
Hold it up, I'll get it. You're on tonight. Just get that to me.
All right. So this is the video of the woman where they showed the clips, actually, and I may have misspoke about the other. Anyways, I don't know if they used that video, but they definitely tried to use this one to say that, I said, yeah, even though that's not what I'm being charged with. So she's like literally right over my shoulder. She's the woman who is disqualified for saying, yeah, for watching the thing. Anyways, let's go.
All right, so we're here for the vote. We're at NHTI with the governor, hoping that we get no's on this 27 million. We got a lot of freedom fighters here, which is amazing, and Deputy Warden is here. How about that? All right, here we got a quick tour.
If my memory serves, we watched.
Part of this, I think, last time, no.
Yeah,
We didn't.
we only
Where did we
watched the
get to?
outside part.
Where did we get
All the way up until you were.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right, yeah. So we got to where, you know, I said, I plan on being silent with the whole capacity thing. So
So we we don't have any objection if the defendant wants to.
No, I can fast forward, yeah, I can go forward like a half hour here. Sign. Were there any, that's when the meeting starts, basically, 4212?
Yes, that's the pledge, the prayer and the pledge.
So this is where that prayer, this is where this starts. All right.
Absolutely.
It's up all the way. This thing? Yeah. Sorry, those are like pop-ups. I was doing the screen recording.
Every day, hardworking people here. You're drinking his coffee up there.
Before we start, we'll have our person control down, we let silence. And we all rise. Father, thank you today for being blessing. As it was, we're all gathered here. Conduct business in your guidance.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It was a
So as you guys just heard, Sununu gave us a warning about being too loud for saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, yeah, hold on, because there's gonna be lots of clapping in a minute, 1 minute, right here. 30 seconds. So yeah, and then my thing is, I don't know why it's showing 10 minutes off of your thing for some reason. But we're gonna get now to the Walsh warning, which is at the 56-minute mark. Here, which is
So it's probably, yeah.
Vote on this $27 million that has detrimental strings attached to it for the residents of the state of New Hampshire. We were just informed by the governor while we were doing the Pledge of Allegiance that we were too loud. So we will go from there. We have lots of
And Director of Security and Training for the Department of Treasury.
oh, that's what I've been in for 6 seconds.
This motion is a second discussion or request to utilize the purpose
So what I'm doing here, this is right before the Walsh warning, right? And I'm showing that the meeting never stops and was never paused.
calendar agenda item 5A.
My question is, it looks like there's progress on the concept. So obviously there is
This is for the $27 million that was to be voted on, so I think it was 2 weeks ago. Shut that meeting down because they were not allowing the public in, all of the public. They're only allowing 50 people, and it's a public hearing to vote on this. That $27 million has a lot of unjust strings attached to it. It would be detrimental to the state of New Hampshire. It talks about isolation and quarantine and enforcing, state of New Hampshire would enforce any federal mandates that came down the line, which basically means that if we accept this $27 million, which the state of New Hampshire does not even need, but if we did accept it, we would be forfeiting our right to stand up for our citizens, and we would have to enforce and abide by any of Biden's further mandates.
No, that is included in this contract. So, original contract, so, we're not getting back there. Original contract did not have that, that password in it. Over the, like I said, the structuring, on the basis, password, the contract, transparency, is added, work, item, original contract, or contract. For the second one, how much input was given to the machine actually, this is the design for this one, outside department. Zero actually, elimination actually. So how many people are running that now? How many people are running that?
My battery's starting to get low. I will go live again right before they go on the money. So stand by, be ready. So as soon as they go live. All right, right now we're discussing is making all the tools easy pass only and no money tools. You guys want to stand? So just to recap, what we're talking about is making all tools go electronic, but you have to have the transponder. Keeping in mind, you also have to pay money to get that transponder, right? And then you have to add money onto your account electronically, so there would be no more money tolls. A lot of questions are being raised about people have a right to choose on whether, they go electronic, if they don't. The gentleman here at the podium is talking about it, is basically saying it's a safety hazard. So that's why there issue.
Can the Walsh warning not be seen in this or something? Where?
I've never seen that video, Frank. I used the video that
Oh,
the
yeah.
prosecution had used during the.
Oh, so that's why the
So this is
timeline,
totally.
so you don't have that timeline? I'm wondering, like, this timeline is not,
Because I used their evidence to find out. But we have the
I
transcript,
get the transcript from, what's that? Hold on.
transcripts from that, probably from that video we did.
Right, but I'm just trying to figure out where the Walsh warning was in
It's possible you can't hear it, I don't know.
pledge, recap. So that was. Why does it say that video? All right, so whatever. We'll figure it out. Comes up at some point. And I get tapped on the shoulder. I've got tapped on the shoulder. Written handwritten notes.
This is
What I need.
This is what they clipped the word.
I know that. Walsh warning is at 55.
He's I know the red masks.
That's funny.
See, now, there's 325. But we know All in favor, signify by saying aye. Any opposed? I now have a motion to adjourn out of the Commission Rules Commission. Seeing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Any opposed? I now have a motion to provide capital allowance and resolution. Any discussion?
So just to recap, guys, we're here for the $27 million vote that will literally affect every New Hampshire resident. There's lots of strings attached to this money. Hang
I spoke with him again, a very nice young man, who said that he completed about 12 transactions. So I'm going to go in opposition, make personal
All in favor of Mr. Conley, signify by saying aye. Any opposed?
Whatever we have to get, a list of all these names, the resignations, and you know, all these people coming on are. But again, to recap, we're here for the public vote on this $27 million that has detrimental strings attached to it for the residents of the state of New Hampshire. We were just warned by the governor when we were doing the Pledge of Allegiance that we were too loud. So we were hoping that we have lots of
I think it's like this part. I've heard
freedom.
So yeah, I'm trying to figure out where the, it says Walsh warning right here, but there's no minute mark. Nexus between that and warning. When was the Walsh warning? Where?
Do you have the exact video that the prosecution presented? Because that's where it is.
Is it what, the state video?
Yes. It was the state's video. This is an unedited video. The state's video is edited.
No, this is the unedited video that I used. The state didn't provide this video. They used parts of this video. So I don't know what they used. You know, I would figure they would have the minute marks of where they're alleging I said something in this video, right? But they didn't provide any of that stuff. So, anyways, I guess it really doesn't matter, right? Because they said that they testified that I said shut it down. One guy testified I said shut it down at some point prior to the Megan Walsh warning. that people would start to be arrested. Before that, it's a different video that has Sununu saying that people are going to be asked to leave. It might be in this one. But yeah, so let me go through my list. So what do I not have?
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Mr. Staples, you had requested.
Yeah, if you can help me, give me a minute to get organized, that'd be great.
You had requested a number of steps that the court would take to provide you assistance during this proceeding. So there'll be 2 5-minute breaks in this proceeding. One will take place now.
Sure.
One will take place at 3 o'clock.
Thank you so much.
All rise, please. Thank you. Maybe seated.
I figured it out and I apologize to the court. I didn't understand from my own notes. I do have the accurate minute marks and everything. I was just confused. So we can proceed.
Please go ahead.
So, found the make a Welsh warning is about to happen.
Oh, so she's not going to answer them, you know?
All of the refugees go through Operation Alley, called Operation Afghan, that was what they're around Afghan. It's actually as part of a regular program, that I've been in the country.
Ms. Chester, are you trying to help Mr. Staples? Why don't you go ahead?
All right, so here it is, people.
Some booze there.
So we're going to accept all these refugees. Basically, what they're saying is it's up to the federal government and New Hampshire isn't going to do anything. So we're going to accept all these refugees. Basically, what they're saying is it's up to the federal government and New Hampshire isn't going to do anything. So they are taking away your jobs, taking away your freedom, but allowing the Afghan people into the state, and they can walk free and clear. They don't have to be worried. Right, so
I'm getting a warning while she's yelling behind me.
Sorry, guys.
So that it's a lie was way further away, obviously.
I got you. For him, Frank, that if he doesn't be quiet, that it's going to be reduced by the 10 state troopers that walked over. It's freaking ridiculous.
Somebody say shut it down. That wasn't me. Right? I clapped like that. We can go that, we'll go back to that again. The whole room erupts. Absolutely.
That's right, baby.
She's okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
I hope you guys can hear.
I know, I'm sorry, I get distracted, I'm sorry.
That's right, baby. I hope you guys can hear.
So, why wouldn't I have been right after I was just, if I had said shut it down, you don't think the 10 troopers, I didn't say shut it down. I didn't say shut it down, okay? What I said, and it's coming up, where is it, right? I said, because it was about, no, why I got the warning. It doesn't even matter, because the Megan Walsh thing, where's the Megan Walsh thing? You can't hear, okay, so it's not in this video. But we'll be able to figure it out from all the things. So that's when I got the warning. This is, an hour and 28 minutes into that video, and then right after I get warned for saying a small comment, which we heard the whole room doing at various points throughout this thing, right? I get warned that I'm going to be arrested, and then the whole room erupts and nobody gets warned.
So your warning was at 128.
Yeah. And somebody said it to lie twice, wasn't me.
And your arrest was at 208.
208.
That's when you shut.
Okay. So yeah, I'm arrested at 208 from 128, so almost an hour later. Whatever.
28 to 2.
Yeah, 40, 50 minutes. Anyways. Meeting next. So the meeting has never stopped with the boos and the whistles. Okay, this is my testimony of my experience, and this video is also backing it up to be like, why am I the only one I was the only one throughout the whole meeting that was tapped on the shoulder and given a warning for saying what I said about the Afghan refugee thing. Somebody asked, how many of these families are in the state? And Sununu was like, I don't know. And I said, he should know. And other people said all that other stuff. And that's when I got tapped on the shoulder. Somebody did say shut it down right after that, right? So that's what I'm being charged with being arrested for, is shut it down and clapping loudly. I definitely clapped, and it's funny because, yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter. I wasn't arrested at that point, right after the warning. The whole room erupts again. No, we've got to keep going because the room keeps erupting until 36-minute mark. Okay? And none of them get
And to our state, the state is not directly responsible. We're just going to leave it up to federal government. So that's insanity. Kevin, that's Wheeler. So the federal government is going to tell them how many people that the state of New Hampshire will accept. Oh, people from the southern border? Has anybody? where we don't have the information. So apparently we're accepting people from the southern border as well, and the state of New Hampshire people.
That's just the video.
I'm happy I was looking at my way, or I think to be honest, all that, but I wasn't sort of very much, I talked about it over, and where I'm going, how far, and I'm not sure what question you're asking. I'm certainly copying the
Resign. Somebody shouts out, resign. And of course, I'm going to add some testimony here. So, people are shouting, clapping, whistling, hooting, hollering, making comments throughout this whole thing. And of course, I said one thing. I was whispering as well, as you can hear in the video, trying to be very quiet, which I also said in this video when I did the interview with the reporter. I said my plan is to be quiet and hear the vote, see what the vote is. And so I did say he should know how many, and that's when I got the warning. Right after that, somebody says shut it down. Somebody just said resign. And none of these people have been warned and singled out, okay? No one gets warned and singled out, only me, for a benign comment that was way less than what anybody else. You can't even hear what I said.
Sorry, Mr.
Okay.
Stiles. Ma'am,
What?
take a seat, please.
May I continue?
Sir, take a seat.
Yes, please. So they're saying since the federal government is doing it, and the state treasurer isn't doing anything. But they're okay with locking down the people of New Hampshire. People losing their jobs, their homes.
I don't know, through the charges of the state, some brief testimony here. They said I clapped loudly and said shut it down. Did I clap loudly and then say shut it down? You know what I mean? And where in the video? They've never shown that I could see, right? And of course, the Megan Walsh warning is coming up at the 1:37 something, 43, right? But the meeting never stops. And at that point is when the whole room is warned that if there are any further outbursts, people will be arrested. Up until that point, which is about to come up, Sununu had said, if people are disruptive, they're going to be asked to leave. You can't hear that in this, but we're going to get to that in a different video.
So we're going to be arrested for disorderly conduct if we disrupt the meeting.
Define that. We're gonna, so what I said was, define that conduct. Okay? Right after she gave that warning, I said, define that conduct. Because, and then right after she gave the warning, the room erupts and groans and moans. Right? So then people are arrested? What next? Ovens? Gas chambers? Let's back it up again for that. Because it's at 137.43, right? So we're at 137.41. And then Yeah, what she says is, ladies and gentlemen, unintelligible, any more outbursts, you are obstructing the meeting, you will be arrested. Unintelligible. And a lot of people, we heard testimony, of course, couldn't even hear it, and she just steps out randomly. The meeting is never paused. As she testified, she said the meeting was paused and for disruptions, is what she was implying, I'm sure was what that testimony meant, right? But it was not paused. The meeting was not paused. She just stepped out in a lull of the meeting. She saw an opportunity to step out, and she was given orders. She doesn't even know why she stepped out, right? She don't even know why she came out to give those orders. She just said, that's why I asked her to define that conduct. Define that conduct, here we go.
So we're going to be arrested for disorderly conduct if we disrupt the meeting. We were describing.
Losing the whistles right after she gave the warning, right? The place is new.
It's almost 12 minutes.
Right. But what is, that was a pause for what?
It said exactly what it was going to finish this up and take a pause. There was no disruption.
Okay, right. And they could have arrested her.
I am trying to look at the information related to that question. We are working with the Mexico
Is there a restroom with this baby? They okay with that?
That was, yeah. That was Emily with the baby. Emily, Representative Phillips, yeah. Justified, that's why she ran to be arrested because of this.
So make sure you guys share this video like crazy. The person I'm putting right there, you want to talk about corrupt government? That was a great example. Here we go. Listen closely. Kids getting vaccinated, 5 to 7, guys. I mean, 5 to 11.
We have a measure, so like measure,
They have to report each vaccination to the Department of Public Health. The number of vaccinations, yes. Yes. I would have to look at the contract and see what the numbers are specifically. Really, our conversations with on-site around our needs. So, although we may have a minimum of 4 or 5 places there, you can have the ramp up to additional mobile clinics. For example, we did those for elderly housing and things like that. They're more than willing to stand up to additional ones.
One further question, is any of this paid for with the money coming in, if, 9G mask? Okay, 7 months, federal money, 7 months.
We're going through this, so one of the things that we have to keep track of is what the hospital can handle and what the private sector can handle. So, for example, hold on, the hospital can handle now that they're having this, yes, that's exactly what we do. Know the hospitals are spent, they have vaccinations, they have vitamin numbers.
Unbelievable.
Okay, I've got one meeting and ask again that you cannot be disturbing the meeting. By all means, one public to participate, but repeated disturbances are not going to affect you. We're going to have to ask you to leave. Once you speak, one public to participate, because it has to continue, allowing safety.
So, to make sure everyone hears that, he says that people will be asked to leave. Okay? So these are the conditions they're creating to arrest somebody. Okay, I'm going to have to pause the meeting and ask again that you cannot be disturbing the meeting. By all means, we want the public to participate, but repeated disturbances are not going to be. We are going to have to ask you to leave. And we want folks to be here. We want the public to participate because he's such a nice guy, sorry. But it has to continue, again, allowing the state to do the business of government. Sorry, proceed. So the meeting was stopped very briefly here. In the warning given by the governor is that people will be asked to leave. And of course, you could see that the shut it down comment already happened somewhere earlier, and the Megan Walsh warning is coming right up. Oh, wait. What? Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Wait, hold on. So then that was that. So that's what we're doing again. I mixed it up. So yeah, so this is the meeting, and then there are booths, right? So I don't know why Sununu paused the meeting.
She said the calls coming in inundated COVID patients, and the hospitals have indicated that they can handle it, but they're overstressed and overworked and short-staffed.
We no longer have those vaccines, like now we're relying on our contractors to do all of it. That's what this is. More additional sense? At least, more additional sense. There will be much more than that, and
father will hold back and cut down. Right around 7%.
So we were waiting 13 million, 30%.
No, I wanted to show that
Controlled up and down the aisles.
For everybody that got fired, and that we were in 50% of the eligible population. So that includes everybody over the age of 12. So very shortly, we're going to be able to 485 and 11. 35 rate will get them we will all say, second start order for Dr. Johnson.
That's your winner, look.
I expect that as we continue to see additional boosters, additional aid, coming back with additional money, what we have to depend on whether the possibility of the integration is resolved.
Here we go, guys. We're just going to turn our backs on.
So testimony here is the plan, wasn't my plan, but the plan that someone came up with was for everybody to be able to, because we were trying to be peaceful, we wanted to let the vote happen, we wanted to hear the vote, we wanted to see, because we had already contacted all the counselors, sent emails and everything, and we knew how the vote was going to go. We already knew we were going to win, right? So we were going to let the vote happen, and to be quiet about it and still show protest. Of course, people brought signs, and someone came up with the idea that once the vote thing came up, that topic, we would all stand up, turn our backs, and lock arms in silent protest. Okay? In silent protest for this $27 million in COVID funding. And that was our plan. That was everybody's grand plan. It wasn't to shut it down. It was to let the meeting happen. But they didn't want it to happen. They orchestrated everything to create conditions to arrest people. See me.
Definitely expected that it is more expensive to deliver vaccines to hold on to travel there than
Mr. Staples, would you mind?
Sure, yes, because this is important. So you're going to say, didn't we just see this? It was from a different perspective on the other side of the room, and you can't hear everything because we're tapped on the shoulder right after we all sit down. So this is all for the full context from when I'm alleged to have said shut it down before the Megan Walsh warning, and then Sununu actually says people are going to be asked to leave if there's further disruptions, which contradicts Megan Walsh's warning, right?
Well, so
what is your issue?
my issue is that it's cumulative testimony.
No, because there's new stuff. You can hear from right behind my shoulder what was said right before the arrest. You couldn't hear that in the other video. Was not this perspective. Sorry. So this is a different video, different perspective, and you can hear different things in it. And it's getting to that point right now. Okay? So this is about the context of when the arrest happened. Right? Thank you, sir. So, at this point of the meeting, state troopers are surrounding everyone because me and Therese stood up first. We were the first ones to stand up. And I thought, honestly, I didn't even want to do it because I'm like, we're probably going to get arrested over this. And so I did it anyways, and the whole room did it, and then we get tapped on the shoulder, and when I was getting pulled behind the curtain, I thought I was being arrested for standing up and getting the rest of the room to stand up with us. And I do believe that was the state's original intention, but then they realized, crap, the whole room stood up. Why didn't we arrest everybody, even though we were prepared to with the 16 paddy wagons, zip-tied chairs?
That is correct. And the service is covered by the contract, including the I understand that some customers here.
I said bless you.
That they need additional.
Clearly.
Answer all of the council's questions. Answer all of them. But cancel the contract. That's correct.
Right now.
That was me going, I did not intend to pause real quick and testify that when I did that, when I said, and when I said he should know about this public issue, I was not intending to disrupt the meeting when I said those things. I was just trying to participate, as the governor said, the people are to participate. How are they to know if we agree or disagree with these things if we have to be completely silent and we can't say yay or nay? That seems rather absurd.
I'm walking, there's a line of the reference that is correct. We are working to figure out, what the regulated is for the second dose of vaccine. And the council over there right now, there's a little bit of spread in terms of second doses. We know that the early rollout, there is data that is not happening. The maximum is one of the parts of the second dose. And this is some very specific training that's required for that call center with working in our vaccination program for reality and understanding and full aspect of I'm very specifically on the people who
And I'm going to pause real quick. Because of course, again, this was our silent protest against the money. This was our plan, was to have our backs turned and, crap, where was I going with that? Not just so you're right, exactly that, but I was going to say something. Regarding the structured random warnings and the singling out of me only, and this is my case, but they did arrest other people. So this was not just about me. This was about entrapping anyone who stood up against the governor and spoke out against the governor. And so when Megan Walsh gave her warning after I was tapped on the shoulder, they thought that was going to be double justification for arresting me for anything after that point, basically sneezing or saying yeah.
Can I just object to the sort of closing argument during this testimony?
So
they thought that this would mean this or that. It's not proper testimony.
It doesn't matter. It's the truth.
Sustained.
Okay? That's fine. And I'll keep going on. I will. But what I was trying to do was testify to that I knew it was an entrapment situation. And so that's why I was trying to be extra quiet and not disrupt the process as well. Because my intent wasn't to get arrested for some
so insignificant. That's just, it's in a different, didn't I already show that one? No? Okay. So at this point, I'm going to be, I want to point out that we have another video that's going to be showing where Sununu, right here, where follow-up governor, right? He started getting, his counsel came over during this process. Formella came over to talk to Sununu, and that's when all the texting was going on as well, right? So there was 100% orchestration happening between, and this is my testimony from what I witnessed at that event, and you can take it there. I can say what I want, you can object to the characterization, this is my testimony.
Mr. Staples, what's this next video that you want to show?
No, that's going to become, we're not finished with this one yet. So I thought we might have had to, so we'll keep going here. But the point, the thing that now this is testimony of mine, is that I saw with my own eyes the orchestration of these arrests and how the entrapment was done. It doesn't just mean that you guys aren't allowed to leave. They literally created the circumstances to justify arresting me. We'll back that up real quick, but you can hear amens and woos and a yeah, but you don't hear shut it down, which is what I'm charged with. I'm not charged, they testified to I said yeah, but I was never charged with saying yeah, and that yeah, clearly, you can hear Therese saying amen. She's right next to me, this is right next to me, that yeah was further away. And I can't even tell if it's a male or a female voice. But regardless, no shut it down there. Oh, this is the huddle. Okay, this too. I want to point out, this is right before the amen. This huddle is already happening here with the state police. They're already planning, like I said, to arrest me and Therese.
Mr. Staples, can you just run the video, please?
I want to point this part out, that they're planning and texting.
If you want to summarize the evidence at the end of the case, you can do that.
All right.
Don't do it right now. All right.
Amen.
The council is against reimbursing companies for their costs.
Providing a service and development, they may increase the service, make accommodation for those staff. That's what most countries, they're private
You can see me right there.
Right now.
Okay, so
Mr. Staples, we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
All rise.
they should, after seeing what they've seen, the state should withdraw.
What's this about the transponder?
Good job, Frank. What do you guys got? What's this part of somebody else gets arrested for saying shut it down after these.
How much time do taxpayers have to work right now to pay these thugs?
Yeah, he's positive. And hold on, this is the thing. You heard the troopers testify. Hold on. If you're busy. I know that's not but the trooper testified that once I
They're about to make a deal with them right now. They're about to make a deal with you guys.
Okay.
They're about to make a deal with you. That's why they're talking to them like
I was
this.
behind the curtain, and I was in handcuffs. The troopers testified that I was in handcuffs. And I waited until I was in
If they don't want to withdraw their charges, we'll get them for perjury. So have they perjury?
Because I'm an protest, I got in arrest. Let everybody know what the hell is going on with this tyranny. That's my right. That's my First Amendment right. Fuck around and find out.
I was trying to help him find his place.
They're trying to find out information. They think they got this case. They know they lost this case. Whether or not I get found guilty doesn't matter. They lost this fucking case in the court eyes of the public. We're on a 5-minute break. Malicious prosecution at this point. That's right.
Entrapment, because I was kidnapped that day.
Right, spiritually charged. She was kidnapped.
1776, did you watch the video?
Yeah, remember, we could see you multiple times praying like Therese did and she got arrested for it. And you can hear multiple people, amen, amen. Why was Therese arrested for saying amen?
What you folks
Okay?
understand is.
And so they waited until that point to arrest both of us? So they're saying, they arrested me for saying shut it down? When did they say I said shut it down? Prior to the Megan Walsh this morning is what the state trooper said. prior to the Megan Walsh warning, and then Sununu's admonishment said they were gonna let people leave. They were gonna ask people to leave because they knew they were gonna make it look like they were asking us to leave. That was the whole game. Make it look like they're asking us to leave, bring us behind the curtain real quietly. You think I'm gonna go quietly down to my grave, motherfucker? Fuck around and find the fuck out!
The judge, is that where they all went?
Yeah! Keep prosecuting this case. Let's go. I'm ready for the next one too. Yeah, I hope you're ready. You better be ready, motherfucker. Because you lost. You lost this, you lost now, you're gonna lose the next one. You got nothing.
Nah, he'll be in jail before that happens. He'll be in jail before that happens.
Yes, you're right. You will be in jail. All these people.
Treason.
Yep. They're watching NSA.
Court security,
Wayne.
remove the man in the green shirt.
I didn't do anything.
What did he do?
You got a thing against me.
So you're singling out Bobby Wayne for what?
Commenced to get the court.
What did he do? I didn't even hear anything. I didn't even hear anything. Careful, everybody. They'll remove everyone.
They're arresting everybody. We're gonna get all this, you guys share this shit out of this. That man didn't do anything wrong. Everybody recorded. Share.
No, hold on. I'm still yelling. Okay? So we're going to have to go back 10 seconds because I am still yelling back there protesting my arrest. I'm only charged with the initial shut it downs back there. Okay? So I want to show the whole thing.
I haven't.
Sorry.
Look, you know, we've got a whole bunch of comments that are being made on the thing, and it's, at this point, it's irrelevant.
It's not testimony. You just don't want to be heard.
Testimony of other people being arrested. I don't see that it's relevant to his case and his arrest. And I think that the evidence with respect to his arrest, both inside the area where the meeting was occurring and then behind the curtain, has been already shown and heard by the court and shown on video. But I think playing the video beyond this is irrelevant to the prosecution of Mr. Staples. That's all I'm saying.
And I will counter with the fact that the context of my whole entrapment thing, all right, where now I'm protesting my arrest further, and after I've been targeted for exercising my rights to free speech and all that, okay? So you can still hear me yelling and protesting my arrest, which they tried to say I was not. And they tried to get troopers to testify what I was and wasn't doing back there. And you better believe I was protesting my arrest all the way until I got locked in the back of the goddamn wagon with this woman over here, okay, who was also arrested for nothing.
Mr. Staples, I think the evidence is relevant, but I think it's needlessly cumulative.
It's a different perspective you can hear. So hold on, you can hear clearly, remember, so the state has also selectively decided to, at these key points, where Therese said amen, and I'm alleged to have said yeah, even though that's not what I was arrested for, is saying shut it down. So are they saying I said shut it down at that point? Is that what I'm being charged with? When at the point in this meeting, it's unclear in the state's charging documents where they are saying I actually said these things.
What is the next piece of evidence you wish to introduce?
This. It's
No,
not,
I'm
we didn't watch this part yet.
I'm disallowing it. It's needlessly cumulative at this point.
What part is in there? Right, and this is also proof that you can't hear the governor thing in this video. Like you know, when he pauses the meeting, which we're going to get to, I'm building a case here, right? So he pauses the meeting once I say shut it down, okay? And then once people start asking why we're being arrested, he restarts the meeting to re-engage the overall entrapment, because the entrapment wasn't just about me. The entrapment was about anyone going against the government.
To the extent that that's not relevant to this case.
Of course it is, that's my entrapment.
That objection is sustained.
What do you mean?
Well, Attorney O'Leary said this was not relevant evidence. I disagreed with him, and I thought it was relevant for the purpose of you showing what you were doing when you were...
Right, that as well, and I already said that.
To the extent that you...
I'm still yelling and protesting my arrest, and you can hear it here.
To the extent you want to introduce this evidence to show maybe what the governor did with respect to other people present.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. You wall those arrests, that's what they don't want to see, and I don't care about that. You have to listen to me yelling all the way until I get into the you don't know, but you can still hear me. While these people are being arrested, even through that uproar, right, you can hear me protesting my arrest, and that is what I'm trying to show.
Okay, well, play that.
Thank you so much.
We've seen this.
It's a different perspective. You can hear, it's the hearing. I'm not about seeing, it's hearing.
Please stop the video. It's not
It's about the hearing. That's fine. We'll get the other. We got the other video. So that was that.
Next video.
That was that.
They don't let us do it anymore.
No, yeah, that's fine. Which ones we did? So we did the multiple arrests, and then I also have. I gotta go get my other things. Are we gonna do any of those smaller ones that were on YouTube?
Yeah, why don't we do the one with, that they're alleging that Attorney Shepard.
Converse with your
Attorney Shepard is the one representing the state.
Oh.
This whole thing is off.
That, well, yeah, that goes towards my motion.
Do you want it in chronological order, or does it matter?
You know, I mean, well,
Okay.
so let me see it so I can figure out which one we're gonna do.
Arraignments.
The arraignments, right? And so, yeah, this is when.
This is where the clauses to.
So this is what I want to get on the record. Okay. Oh, okay, right. So with the arraignments thing that I filed for the dismissal for violating, for the state not being here, and they're asserting that Shepard was here, even though he was never on the case until he didn't find, he's not in the case record until way after that. So it's impossible for him to have been representing here that day. Yeah, he was here or something, but he wasn't here representing. There was no state there, and we have that on video. It's a little 5-minute video.
This is a video of what?
The arraignment
In this case.
in this case.
So they have a position.
Yeah, we would object, it's not relevant.
Because it's true charges.
Sustained.
It is, but it's about these charges. It's about these charges that the state wasn't here to prosecute them. Right? And you weren't even on the case till after that, so how were you there representing the case, Mr. Sir?
Mr. Staples.
Until you didn't file an appearance till after.
Mr. Staples.
It's like math, simple math.
Mr. Staples.
I'm going.
What's your next piece of evidence that you want to introduce?
Right, you never received it. Yeah, I know. That would be
final argument, appeal issue stuff, if it goes that far. What's going on?
Mr. Staples, what's the next piece of evidence you want to show?
This is where you can hear Sununu pause the meeting, which you couldn't hear in that last one. Right? You guys want to object to that? It's very short.
We'll stick with it.
It's 1 minute and 54 seconds.
May I have an offer of proof for what the purpose is?
Did they object? They didn't
No,
even-
I want to hear what this purports to demonstrate.
Oh, that Sununu didn't pause the meeting, so I was tapped on the shoulder and arrested, and then the meeting wasn't paused until afterward behind the curtain.
Please go ahead.
What?
That's the executive council.
Yeah, that's the executive council, so now they're still, so they paused it, and it's clearer in the next video. Paused it very briefly, and then once people started asking questions, they restarted it again, and you could still hear me, you could hear me a lot better in there, protesting my arrest, right? Well, so we don't need any more of this, right?
I don't think so. Did you hear the meeting restart?
Maybe we don't testify. Did you hear, am I allowed to say pertinent? I don't know if that's how this.
What's your next piece of evidence, Mr. Staples?
He's gonna have it anyway, so I'm gonna give you the file.
Unless you wanted to do an official.
Yes, we should get it to these ones, because that was a good perspective, and that's where you hear, so what's for that?
State police just to use.
Yeah, there's a point in there that we might use, but I'll see. So this is the, part one.
Timeline.
No, we're going,
The executive council.
yeah.
First up, twice.
This is from the executive council, sorry, I'm not technically challenged here. What's going on? The official perspective videos. Well, it's two parts.
Yeah.
What the first?
The first one, you're arrested in the first one. The second one.
So the state police institute is that's where I want that, and I have to, get
That's
it.
the state police.
Right, and then this is the, no, not multiple arrests. This is the executive council meeting. Is the minute mark on there? It's the minute mark on there. right? I thought we had something, this is this, that, right? Transcript of, this is the audio of this. Right. So, again, and so that's where I want to go. Clarification of numbers, right? So
54 minutes. Are you in the
I'm in the first one.
Mr. Staples, may I ask what
This is going to be the Megan Walsh warning from the Megan Walsh warning.
We've heard the Megan Walsh.
Okay.
From a different perspective.
From a different perspective, you don't hear?
That's needlessly cumulative. I'm not going to
Would you
lie.
like to see?
Well, no, because.
Mr. Staples, what's the next piece of evidence you want?
I'm trying to figure that out, man, please. Right. Yeah, I'll get to that. No, well, no. This isn't. But where is that? I don't have that with me. But that's in this.
So that would be,
Third page on 50. That's where that we're trying to get to right here. So this is where I'm trying to ask about the clarification of outbursts. I asked about clarification of outbursts from when Megan Walsh. I thought that was a right question to ask. When she stepped up here.
Directly on our regular refugee development program where we cover
Execute up to the
Yes. Where is it? 5429. Right, Megan Walsh. What do you mean? This is off. So this is.
322, so even if it's
This isn't for that. I thought we had.
Okay, number discussion, we provided a team, they say about it. I know that the pass, and now.
Who are providing services and have been since July 1, at their own price.
Mr. Staples, what's the purpose?
Right, I know. I'm trying to figure that out. What's going on with this part? That just shows that what's in the other things.
this is not audio from the YouTube.
Right.
That's the one that happened with Fox.
No, that's not what I'm asking. You said this was the point we were looking
It's
for.
right around here.
What, the Walsh one? It's before this though. A little bit before this.
Before you guys turn around.
Right. So, yeah, where is it in the other thing? Find out how many minutes before our backs are turned. If you can, please. Where's the transcript? No, this is, no, the one from, yeah, this thing's on top of it, doesn't go right. No, this is a transcript. So, is there minute marks in here? So where 54, 51. Like we were right there. 54, so we're 54, 30.
I thought it was the same rules. Okay, so, I'm sorry, this is the primary council, but who follows the law, the regulations, our federal agency that works directly with the refugees through the federal refugee resettlement program, which they follow the rules of the federal government. Yeah, and the money goes directly to those agencies to provide the help and social support necessary to settle and have those immigrants. This contract a vision of economic and housing stability for the department. I'm trying to look at the information and the answers to that question, how many additional staff will be. Chris Sanchez, Associate Commissioner, Karen and I are still kind of transferring duties. There are 15 young resource departments. So I
Okay, so you could clearly see from that perspective that the meeting was ongoing and active. No disruptions happened, but then all of a sudden, while they were trying to figure something out, meeting not paused or stopped for any disruptions. Megan Walsh steps out and says people are going to be arrested. Right. Why? I don't know.
What is the next piece of evidence that you want to try to introduce?
And then 1 minute and 32. So that was at, and then it's at 1:05 here. All right. So that's about 6 minutes late. How long was that? 59, 55 to 1:05, 55. So like 6 minutes later, the governor basically negates Walsh's warning about arrest and says people are going to be asked to leave. Right? Getting the hang of this.
Mr. Staples, we heard this
No, you didn't.
through video.
You didn't hear that clearly. No, it's the, this is direct, and it's, you can hear other things.
Mr. Staples, this has become needlessly cumulative at this point. There's nothing new in what you're presenting. So I'm going to deny.
So, all right, whatever. Gotcha. So it's like a nail in the coffin, you're saying?
Well,
so to speak.
there's a point at which relevant.
Well, no, I mean, at that point already, it's already nailed in the coffin, so to speak.
Well,
I don't need to keep, it's already been used. I can't keep reusing the same nail. I gotta use other nails to finish nailing the coffin.
please proceed.
So, this is.
No, okay, but, and then, here's the only difference with this one is where this is where we gotta revisit that real quick, is that when he pauses it for me saying shut it down when I got arrested, he restarts the meeting, he restarts the meeting, and it's just weird, it's just, I feel like,
Does
I
the state have
don't,
any objection to this component?
and I'm still, like,
I do, because he's already said it about 10 times, and also it's, the complaint is obstructs the government in running the meeting. That's the complaint is clear. I think he's put in testimony, and we've heard it, that the governor says we're going to have to pause the meeting here. So when he starts it or why he starts it, I think it's irrelevant.
Sustained.
It's still voted. Yeah, no problem.
Right, when I just walked into this room, things to introduce myself for the reason, and then I was thinking, oh yeah, did you recognize me from my voice? So, I didn't know if it was just that I was being. Yeah. Do I sound like something insane?
So this is a motion. That was from that one's called collision.
So this is a point. What's going on here?
Mr. Staples, let me ask you what your next piece of evidence is going to be.
Yes. So this
Aim for this setup.
shows.
Will you,
No.
please, will you give me an offer of proof?
Yes,
please,
yes,
about what
yes.
the purpose of this is?
So what you're seeing here is while the back's returned and Formella, attorney Formella comes over and like has a little meeting with Sununu in the middle of all this, while, right, this is my whole targeting First Amendment, this is me building my foundation for all that stuff. So they had to talk about what are we gonna do about those two, Footloose,
Do you have
standing up.
any evidence that Attorney Formella or the governor were directly targeting you?
Well, I've asked the state to provide the text between Sununu during that, the texting during the meeting, while he was texting during the meeting, because that should be public
Does the state
record.
have an objection to this?
We do, and it's exactly, I think, what the court has indicated, which is, if he wanted to have evidence and he subpoenaed it, brought it in and had people testify, but standing up and sort of guessing at what people may or may not have think you're saying, it's just inappropriate, it's not relevant.
Sustained.
There's, and so what we have here is statements of Sununu after the meeting, calling everyone there, shut it down, no government types. And also,
Mr. Staples,
here's what-
what's the next piece of evidence that you want?
This is, it's an interview that Sununu gave where he made comments about the arrests.
That's not relevant to this proceeding.
Of course it is. And he's the one who initiated it through the Department of Safety.
What's the next piece of evidence?
That's the next piece of evidence, Sununu's public statements. It's a public official thing.
It's not relevant.
Of course it's relevant. This is a governor, is not the head of the state police. Is he? The governor cannot weaponize the state police against its citizens. Can he? Sir? Can he? Can he weaponize you?
Mr. Staples.
Are you being weaponized?
Mr. Staples, what's the next piece of
This will be some great closing arguments, that's for sure.
So I'll just use it as notes to remind me to talk about during my closing arguments. And, yeah, so we got it all. I mean, we have so many perspectives on this thing. Why can't Sununu's text come in camera for Your Honor to review and decide whether or not there is anything of exculpatory value in there? And if it's not, no harm, no foul. Same thing with Provenza's text while he was violating the sequestration order in here, texting on his phone. Maybe you should be able to look at those texts too.
Are you making a request?
I am making a request.
What's your request?
The request is for you to do an in-camera review of state police and Sununu's communications and Formella to see if there's anything of an exculpatory nature that was withheld by the state in discovery.
That request is denied.
Of course it's denied. Why wouldn't it be?
So we're doing videos.
All right, I need to know.
Mr. Staples, do you have any more testimony you want to introduce?
Yeah, probably. Can I, oh, sorry. I'm just trying
Mr.
to
Staples, please,
do
you
this
don't have
after.
any more video testimony.
You want me to do that after?
Yep.
I'm gonna go for it.
Right, yeah, I'm ready to get up on the stand here. So, I get on the stand.
Watch your step, please. Mr. Please.
Thank you. So, what happened on October 13th, 2021? What happened was there was a second executive council meeting. Well, it really was the meeting because there was originally a meeting held at St. Anselo, right? For the acceptance of $27 million in COVID funding from the federal government to do track and trace, database, vaccine mandates, and isolation of quarantine of New Hampshire citizens, and the agreement to any unspecified requests with unlimited renewals of this program to get this $27 million in funding, right, for the COVID thing, which I had been protesting from day one. When Trump announced the lockdown, he said 2 weeks. I gave him that 2 weeks, and I started absolute defiance. And that's what I've devoted myself to up until this point. Okay? Because my business became under attack from the COVID lockdown measures from this governor. All right? I couldn't do smart recovery meetings, which is a free service that I provide. I was managing 6 other facilitators and hosts underneath me. So this stuff, all this COVID lockdown stuff that we now know is complete hoax, that the Sununu administration forced and accepted that money, okay? Sorry, I'm getting distracted, but I was been protesting. I had been arrested outside the governor's house for peacefully protesting. We got tickets. They created a law to say there's no picketing allowed out front of the governor's house during the lockdown, right? When he was running the state from his house, the state house was shut down. There was nowhere to protest. You could go to the state house all day long. You couldn't get to your public officials. We had to show up at his house. He was doing Zoom meetings there. Okay? So you better believe it. You're a public official. We know where you live. It's public record. We have a right to show up with a cannon. Okay? Like they did with Governor Wentworth, the first governor of New Hampshire. Yeah. Little history lesson for y'all. So I was at the St. Anselm thing, and that's when I found out exactly what that 27 million in funding was for. Therese Gurnell gave me this thing, and I saw the fine print about the isolation and quarantine of our citizens and all that. And that's where they had already paused, and they had a breakfast. So there was no actual meeting. It was a breakfast thing, and a certain amount of people were allowed in. I was one of the 50 people that got in. And once I found out about that, I started saying, oh no, this is crazy. And Therese was really being the louder one because she's a female and she's not very loud. So I got the whole goddamn room's attention. Right? And I said, hey, pay attention. And then so people started listening to her. And I was also telling all those lobbyists and all these state bootlickers to lock me in a FEMA camp now. Why don't you try to do it yourself? Why don't you try to vaccinate me yourself? So the AG does a whole investigation for me saying, we know where you live, and they got scared, and they said, we don't want to continue this meeting further. So they didn't have the actual meeting, the original 27 million meeting at St. Anselm. They ran out the back door because the whole room, I was just the loudest and the easiest one to smear. Look at that aggressive guy with a beard swearing. Oh, you better believe I'm going to swear. Come try to put me in a FEMA camp and see what happens. Okay? Yeah. Fuck around and find out.
Hey,
so I'm protesting.
Mr. Staples, do please watch your language. Okay?
I am watching my language, just for emphasis.
Please proceed.
So, that meeting did not continue, and the AG did a whole investigation on my statements and everybody else's statements, I would imagine, at that meeting, and nothing was said, no threats were actually made. There was no meeting even shut down, but they were upset about that. They were really upset. Obviously, the prosecution has been questioning witnesses about it and raising it every chance they get about the St. Anselm event. So there was a lot of pushback, and the same thing at that event. It was even worse because there was like 250 people outside, and they allowed 50 people inside. Right? 50 people for a public meeting where they're going to vote on $27 million of funding that could put us into isolation and quarantine. All right, potentially forced vaccination of an experimental product, right? So, yeah, better believe I'm going to push back on that, and I'm going to show up to the next one. And I did. And we showed up to the 1013 Executive Council meeting held at the Police Standards and Trainings Facility, right? And we also knew that it was going to be a setup, that they had all the vans ready. They were ready to arrest everyone. I was actually warned and seen screenshots and was told by Don Bullock. That's why Don Bullock stayed outside. He was afraid to go inside because he was in the police academy training at the time, and he was told that people were going to be getting arrested that day. Don't go inside.
Hearsay about what other people are telling folks. I think that's not useful.
I can put I can get the screenshots.
Okay, please proceed.
Sure.
That objection is sustained.
That's fine. I mean, the screenshots are already out there anyway, so. But the point is, people knew. Law enforcement was warning us, because there is some good law enforcement. There are some good ones out there, 100%. I'm not an all cops are bad kind of guy. I'm not a shut it down government kind of guy. I'm a 10th Amendment center guy. I'm a 9th and 10th Amendment and the New Hampshire Constitution kind of guy. Article 10 kind of guy. Okay? That's who I am. I'm the guy who's about the rule of law. I'm the guy who actually sued this state of New Hampshire in federal court and won pro se on constitutional violations. That's the kind of guy I am. All right? I was held in solitary for 5 years and for refusing to shave my beard on religious grounds. That's the kind of state that we're dealing with. Okay, so those are my credentials on the law, and that I'm not a shut it down kind of guy. I'm about the rule of law 100%. Okay? So there's the nullification of unconstitutional laws, but here we are at this thing, and we saw, and you can see in the video where Teresa's plan is to, you know, turn our backs, link arms, pray together, and all that happy stuff, right? And I was like, that was my plan, I'm gonna be quiet, I know they're gonna be gunning for me because of the St. Anselm thing, and I was quiet. I mean, did I say a couple things here and there? Did I have some normal outbursts and murmurs like people do when they have it, when they're shocked about something? What, you're not allowed to breathe? Like, are you gonna start arresting people who have Tourette syndrome because they tweak out during a public meeting? I mean, where do we draw the line here? And why wasn't anyone asked to leave? Why wasn't I asked to leave the first time? Why wasn't I asked to leave ever? Right? They made it seem, they told me they just wanted to talk to me. They tapped me on the shoulder. We'll try to go forward, but yeah, we sang the Pledge of Allegiance. The whole room sang it like it should be sung. And the governor said that was a disruption. You can't sing the Pledge of Allegiance like that. You can't have enthusiasm and patriotism for your country. That's not allowed. Okay? It's a little bit, I can't even believe you guys want to know why I'm so upset about this. It's no disrespect towards you, sir, in the court at all. I trust judges. I hope judges follow the law, the letter of the law. There are definitions for things. There's an order to things and how things are. There's a process. Things shall be done in certain time frames. But when the state doesn't do those things, doesn't matter. They don't have to be here on the day of prosecution. They don't have to give a complaint on the first day you show up. Apparently they get free passes on all these timely things, but I don't, even though I am legit disabled with head trauma and a fucking goddamn mess. I can't remember, I walk back and forth, I can't remember anything. I have the worst short-term memory in the world. So, and especially with all this stuff, it's impossible for me to keep track of without assistance. And I have to thank Roseanne for doing this and helping me out a lot. I wouldn't have, but anyways, point here is, I'm being charged with recklessly clapping loudly and saying shut it down. But we don't know when. I don't know when, what do they mean? Are they talking about the shut it down right after I was pulled out? Because I'm also charged with recklessly and purposely saying shut it down. I'm being charged with recklessly doing these things and purposely doing these things in separate counts. So it's like, it should just be 2 counts, in my opinion. But they split it into 4 counts of disorderly conduct for 2 instances, right? Is that not stacking charges?
Mr. Staple,
So,
do you want to testify?
I am testifying about the case, and about, yes.
Then please go ahead.
So, the whole thing is a conspiracy. And he, O'Leary, has admitted and given evidence towards that fact by his questioning. The questions he asked that he's interested in that aren't even relevant to the case show the entrapment and the collusion and the conspiracy. Why does he care about the St. Anselm thing? What does that have to do with this instance? Why does he care about the DHHS Vax Pass thing? Because it's about the vaccine shill agents. These guys work for the freaking vaccine. They're part of the goddamn cabal. I'm not a QAnon guy, but these guys are part of that whole cabal, the deep state, right? They're cleaners. They got called in to handle something that none of the state police want to touch. Where are they? Where are they? Right? They didn't even file the charges. O'Leary had to file the charges. O'Leary wasn't there that day. because he's the one that filed the initial complaints in this case. But I didn't find that out until after day 2 of the trial, I believe, right? It was after day 2 of the trial is when I found out the prosecutor filed the original charging documents. Wow! Wow, I know, look, yeah, you guys should look very, very disappointed and guilty over there. And fiddle with your pages. So, this whole thing, they even admitted, is about targeting me for these prior instances where I didn't do anything wrong. The AG did a 6-month investigation into the whole, the St. Anselm thing, and said that it's all free speech. And like, why wouldn't any of the troopers have done arrested? If I was disorderly or doing something, why wasn't I arrested? I would have been charged and arrested. So they're just mad that people are exercising their rights and going against the things that are lining their pockets and their friends' pockets with this COVID money, right? Because they get to create positions for their friends to suck up all that money. Where did all that money go? That's what the question is. All this stuff needs to be FOIA requested. Sununu's phone records need to be in the state police on that day. He was texting during a public hearing. Hold on. He was, go ahead. Say what you want to say, Shepard. Let's go, deep state guy.
We've gotten pretty far afield from the facts of the case.
Oh, have we? You think you would like that's not true though.
Mr. Staples,
I have evidence to support the targeting of all of my First Amendment activities. They created a law in Newfields to make picketing illegal in a residential neighborhood. But you know what happens with that law? It's unenforceable. People can get tickets all day long and then take it to court, and then they get thrown out or they get found not guilty.
Mr. Staples, do you have testimony that's relevant to the charges that are pending against you?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, that's what I'm trying to do. So, like I said, I'm being targeted by Sununu and his administration and A.G. McDonald. So this is how deep this conspiracy goes, and we're getting it on the record. A.G. McDonald at the time is the one who contacted Newfields Town Police to get them to create the picketing ordinance to target our protests. This is about free speech, and this is about my defense, and I'll keep going. So you can object all you want.
A.G. McDonald may or may not have to do.
You haven't let me finish.
I'm here in court to deal with a prosecution of a case for events that happened on October 13th, 2021. And at this point, you know, this is really not relevant at all to that.
You don't think it is, and that don't matter what you think.
Mr. Staples.
Because this is my testimony that I'm providing, and I'm asking myself, sir, why do you think that there's a conspiracy against you and a collusion, and what evidence do you have to support that? Hold on, can I hold it? Sir, the state is asking about all these previous protests. The state has opened the door to going to other things that aren't relevant to this case.
But you just testified about the St. Anselm.
Correct.
You brought that up.
Because the state did.
But you said it was important to understand
this
case.
Yes. The whole this all adds to the entrapment defense. These are all relevant facts to the collusion and conspiracy and official oppression by state actors, Governor Sununu, and actors in the state police.
I appreciate your argument, but what facts, what testimony do you have to offer in this proceeding that makes a matter at issue in this more likely or less likely to have occurred?
What do you call everything? All of the whole history of it. Because they thought that the St. Anselm and the DHA, all these other things, you know, this character evidence and the previous history of our protesting against the vaccine stuff, right? That's the reason
they've even admitted, but it goes further back than just those things. Because we didn't even get into the DHHA's batch pass hearing. I'm not even gonna touch on that. I don't have that video, I don't wanna get into all that one, but I could because they brought it up, right? So, but I think what's important here is these facts, and I'm gonna be very concise. A.G. McDonald, he's now what? Supreme Court Chief Justice McDonald, who never served on a bench, was the AG at the time, who was also Sununu's personal lawyer at one point. Sununu then appoints this guy AG, and then his new personal lawyer is Formella. Okay? So he then appoints McDonald as the Chief Supreme Court Justice after never serving on a bench. And then he takes his next personal lawyer, Formella, and makes him the new AG. It's like, oh, that happens all the time, I guess, right? This is how the game works. We're all a bunch of pigs at the trough, right, Shepard? I mean, come on. That doesn't seem like favoritism. That doesn't seem like a conspiracy. And then A.G. McDonald, hold on, this is the...
Mr. Staples, none of this.
The nexus is now Formella.
This is just pure accusations and argument. Do you have any
evidence?
Do you have any evidence to a material issue of fact in this case?
Yes. We have the Freedom of Information Act request about A.G. McDonald at the time contacting Newfield's police to start this, or town hall officials to start this picketing ordinance to target my candlelight vigil in our protests that were happening outside in a public space, not on his property, in a public space out, near his property, but it was a public space.
Mr. Staples,
so
help me understand, if you will, the relevance to these charges of your testimony.
The targeting starts from there. Like they said, it goes back to the DHA's Vax Pass hearing, it goes to the St. Anselm thing, it goes back to the picketing in front of Sununu's house and the candlelight vigil where 9 people were ticketed and a guy was arrested. Right? They even arrested a journalist for picketing. Who wasn't picked? No one had signs. We planned to have a candlelight vigil, but everyone was ticketed and the guy was arrested. So that was because of the law that A.G. McDonald contacted Michael Sununu, Chris Sununu's brother, who I have this on video. I actually went back for clarification after all these picketing tickets had been dismissed, right? I went to the chief and asked for, what is picketing? How does this law work? Where can we go? Where can't we go? He couldn't help me, and I bumped into Michael Sununu and got that on video. He's the guy who created the law, and he couldn't even explain it.
Mr. Staples, you can step down now.
It was made wrong. No, I'm still going on other stuff. I thought you were asking me questions about something.
We're going to conclude the proceedings for today. Please watch your steps.
I'm not done though, right?
Well, I'll hear from
What time is it? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize the time.
Watch your steps.
Yes, sir, thank you so much. Oh, good. Save some side.
This hearing will continue on May 4th at 12:45.
George, can I say one other thing here for our record, Mr. Staples? Earlier, we didn't get to the issue of this second case. I had filed a motion having to do with scheduling.
You want to start it now?
Because one of the witnesses was unavailable. That's Sergeant Luca. I expect that he will be back and available with respect to this, but I had said to the court, if you reach that date, It was my intent to call a couple of witnesses, and I've identified who those witnesses are, and I've provided those names of those witnesses to Mr. Staples. And one of them is Kevin Newman, who was the former court officer for Troop D, and the other is Sergeant Barrett. In looking at and thinking about things, I've watched the video of the arraignment that we were talking about on November 19th. Mr. Shepard is in fact on that video there, but I think actually the person sitting at the table representing the state was probably the court officer.
No.
It was the we could go look at that and confirm it, but I know that when he was arraigned in front of Judge Spath, he was arraigned on the 19th of November. Correct. And Mr. Shepard was there, and also Trooper Newman was there, and I've identified for Mr. Staples at an earlier date that I intend to call him as a witness with respect to the bail and the conditions, because that's an element of the charge of the...
Right, but that wasn't until March 4th.
All lies.
All lies.
Shut it down, boys.
We're going on to 5 days?
5 days.
You guys are wasting taxpayers' dollars. Galore.
May 4th, what time? 8 o'clock?
12:45.
12:45.
The people are disgusted with this. Why you should be prosecuted?
No, he's talking about a different case.
More and more people every time, right?
They thought they were going to have a chance to do the bootlicker case.
Okay, could you run to the door?
I can't wait for the next trial, which is the Nuremberg Trials 2.0. Nuremberg 2.0 coming up. And we're not going to do as easy as we did with the Nazis. When I say we were easy on them, basically the U.S. government hired them.
We need to get judges elected, not appointed.
Yeah, we need elected judges. So we're not
They suck when they are elected too.
What shred of evidence have we seen here today? Other than maybe Footloose putting his own foot in his mouth a couple times. No pun intended.
What happened with Sununu getting subpoenaed? What's
they don't want to do nothing with that.
what does it matter what they want?
Right. I'll go serve him myself. So I think we need somebody who's good at FOIA requests to FOIA that we can send. We want the text because he was texting openly during the meeting, right?
Yeah, but you got to get him on the stand under oath.
Right, I know.
What does what they want have to do with whether or not you can subpoena him?
Right, nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all.
All right, we'll resume the case of the state of New Hampshire versus Frank Staples. Mr. Staples, when we concluded the proceedings last time, you were on the witness stand.
Yes, sir.
So why don't you please head back up? You're still under oath, sir. And with respect to your motions to dismiss,
I wanted to file it after my testimony. I don't know if that was the time to file it or not. Then I filed it before, and you said it was untimely. I don't know if we can wait until after my testimony, if that's the proper time. When would be the proper time to file?
no, with respect to your motions to dismiss alleging procedural infirmities with respect to bringing the charges and bringing you to trial, those are denied.
Is the prosecutor filing the initial complaints, and then this guy not signing on as an appearance until months after the arraignment, where Prosecutor O'Leary swore that he was here on this case on the arraignment day when he was not?
And Mr. Staples, to the extent that you want to move to dismiss at the conclusion of the case, you certainly have every right to do that.
And I did not submit this as, this was the videos that we watched. And these are the timestamps.
Any objection to those coming into evidence?
I don't have a limited amount of time to review the timestamps. So to the extent that the timestamps don't correspond with the court's recollection of the events in the video, I trust that the court's recollection prevails. And that's all I'm saying about that.
Yeah, I mean, the state has said that the video evidence is the best evidence. And so if there's anything in these timestamps that does not correlate with the videos, then obviously it's a typo or whatever, but this is all correlation of the video timestamps.
I did notice there's a couple of what one might characterize as arguments captured as part of the timestamp, and I would move to exclude those sections of the exhibit.
I would just say don't take them as arguments. If you would, these are, you know, I'm doing the best I can here. I'm burning the candle at both ends. I'm in the middle of moving. I'm homeless right now, trying to deal with this case. And then they also keep trying to ram that 254 case down our throats. We're actually supposed to be doing the 254 case right now, 12:45. I got a notification last week that we're going to be doing that case at 12:45.
Okay, Mr. Staples, I'll accept those matters into evidence with the provisions.
Thank you, sir. And another piece of exhibit that I would like to get in, this was part of the discovery. This is a public statement made by Sununu about the arrests of that day.
Well, sir, technically, what's happening right now is you're on the witness stand.
Right, and I'm
if you want to introduce something else after your testimony, I'll give you the chance to argue.
Well, I was trying to talk about this on the stand. I was actually talking about some of this stuff with the whole entrapment and how it goes all the way back to Sununu's house protests, which he actually mentions in his public statement about the arrests.
Well, let's address it if it comes up. So please take a witness.
Can I bring anything up there to help me remember stuff? Or, because I have no idea where I was in my, where we left off. I don't know if you know where I was.
Oh, hang on. You know, for the most of your testimony, you were presenting 2 hours and 35 minutes of video testimony. And then you were talking about he should know, and you said you definitely clapped. And then you were talking about you wanted...
I said I definitely clapped?
Yeah. And then you were talking about, I said define that conduct.
Yes. Yes. So, thank you, sir. So, this was right before I got the warning from DeLuca, is when Sununu was talking about all these immigrants that were in the state and all this money, and people were asking how many immigrants are here in New Hampshire, and he was like, I don't know. And I said he should know. Because he should know. And that's a political statement. It wasn't meant to disrupt, and that's not even what I'm being charged for. But I did get a warning for that, right? I got a warning for saying he should know, even though we saw in the video, there was all kinds of people making all kinds of comments throughout the whole thing, and clapping at various points. So it seems it's appropriate to clap when Sununu says it's okay to clap. Right? But when he doesn't think it's okay to clap, we're not allowed to clap. So then, from that point where I said that I would be asked to leave the room or whatever, I honestly don't remember what he said, and I said it's fine. And then another officer actually came over to try to say something to me. I said he already talked to me about it. Okay? Leave me alone. I was the only one to get singled out that day for any sort of admonishment for a normal murmuring or exclamation of the events of that day. There were all kinds of people who said amen at various points. Some people said, we will be here. We'll keep coming back. None of them got warned, and none of them disrupted the meeting either. Nowhere was there a disruption or a pause in the meeting when I allegedly said any of these things, right? And I'm being charged with what? Saying, shut it down. The state has not provided any evidence that I said shut it down. This is probably closing stuff, so hold on. So, after the initial warning that I got, probably, I don't know, within an hour or so, Megan Walsh came out and she stepped out randomly while the meeting was still going, and she gave a general warning to the crowd not to make any more disruptions, even though there had not been any disruptions and the meeting had not stopped. So she gave this blanket warning out to everyone, not a particular person. And that was to try to justify the arrest that they had been planning this whole time.
Improper testimony without foundation.
What is it? I couldn't even hear it.
Well, I'll give it the way it's entitled.
Yeah. So, what did I just say? I don't know why. So, yeah, I forget what I was saying. So the name launch warning, and so yeah, the Megan Walsh warning was just, it was not a lawful order, obviously, and the meeting continued, and we got to the point where they were talking about the 27 million, okay? And the plan for us was not to disrupt the meeting. The purpose was to still express ourselves as best we could without disrupting the meeting. And so how we were going to do that was to stand up and turn our backs to the executive council to let them know how many people supported or did not support this. And as we saw in the video, it was about 95% of the room stood up, turned their backs, and linked arms, quietly and silently, okay? And while we were doing that, we could see in the video Sununu texting with the state police, and the state police doing their getting together before Therese said amen. And before I allegedly said, yeah, we were still standing, and the cops were getting ready to do something. They were getting ready to arrest us for having everyone stand up and turn our backs. They were going to call that a disruption. That's what they were going to do. But they didn't. They instead changed the charges because they knew if we arrest them too for standing up first, then we're going to have to arrest the whole room. And it wasn't a disruption. So we all had our backs turned, and Councilor Gaida started to push back on the acceptance of this money. What is it? Yes.
Sorry.
Ma'am,
I'm sorry.
I can't allow you to do that, okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Because I'll remove, you're here under special permission.
Yes.
Because of an accommodation being made to Mr. Staples. But
Yeah,
you're not allowed to coach him from the table.
Well, she's supposed to be helping me remember stuff and stay on point. That's what you agreed to. She's helping me stay on point.
Your Honor, I apologize. I thought it was important to correct the person that was, to identify the correct person.
Yeah, but let's just establish.
Yes.
Sure, so I'm sorry, and it is what it is. So whoever it was, I don't know these people's names. Like they expect me to know who Provenza is and who all these people. I don't care. You guys aren't there at the court meeting. So these executive council members, I don't know them by face. I don't even know them by name. So whoever it was,
ma'am, take a seat. You're not allowed to.
She's not allowed to stand?
She's not allowed to stand and take video or still images.
Why not? Where does it say that?
Mr. Staples, please.
Where does it say that in Rule
I
19?
just established that if you've been granted permission to record this event, you can do so from a fixed position in the courtroom, but I can't have people moving about the courtroom taking still or video images. You understand? Please go ahead, Mr. Staples.
All right. So, the executive council member, whoever the hell it was, started to push back against the accepting of the money. And at that point is when everybody was like, oh wow, we're getting some support. The executive council's listening to us. So let's show our support and we'll turn back around and take our seats. Okay? So that's what we did. We turned back around, sat down quietly, and there was further pushback on the acceptance of this money, and the crowd erupted. I wouldn't call it an eruption, but the crowd was happy, and some people said amen, and whatever else they said at that time. And maybe there's some clapping in the video. I believe you can see me clapping. The whole room was clapping, right? Sure. Yeah, I was clapping. We also clapped when counselors or people were like sworn in and accepted into these positions. Everybody was clapping even super loud at those points, but those weren't disruptions. Those were all normal times of the meeting to show our support. How else are we supposed to let them know whether or not we're with them or not if we have to be completely silent? There's no law or rule that says we have to be completely silent. And in fact, the Constitution allows for us to say whatever we want for political speech in either house of the legislature, Article 30. And it cannot be the impetus for any complaint or action in any court anywhere whatsoever. So Article 30, amen. Article 30 protects us and, okay, the right to worship. We have the right to worship, and if somebody wants to say amen at a certain point because they are worshiping their fucking God, they can. You better believe it. Mr. Staples, nothing. You want to hold me in contempt? Let's go.
Mr. Staples, just please watch.
Please watch my language, nothing. Okay? Free speech, exactly.
Sir, did you just say something out loud?
No.
Who said freedom of speech?
Who cares? Don't answer. You don't have the right. Nobody has to listen to this dude. Don't play along with his game.
I was just going to announce that if I hear anyone say anything out loud from the gallery, I'm going to have you removed.
For what?
Please proceed.
For what? What are you going to have them removed for? What's the rule on that?
Mr. Staples, please proceed.
Yeah, because you don't have one. Article 30 protects these people. And Article 10, the right to revolution.
Mr. Staples, please proceed.
I am proceeding. So, I can't even keep track of where I'm at because you keep disrupting the meeting. Yeah, I know, it's funny, right? You're the one that's disrupting. Yeah,
Go
so,
ahead.
I'm trying, sir, please. So, where was I? Clapping. So we were sitting down, and people that were in attendance were happy that the executive council, some of the executive council members were listening to, obviously, our previous emails that we had sent and everything, and they were pushing back against the acceptance of this money. And, you know, nobody was singled out and warned for saying amen. Nobody was tapped on the shoulder except me and Therese, right? And I was tapped on the shoulder, and they said, come with me. Okay, so I got up, I complied, I came with them, left the public meeting, and went into a completely separate room where there was 50, what they testified to was 80 plus state troopers and sheriffs and state agents
whose intentions there were to arrest every single person that was allowed in. That's why they had all the chairs zip tied together, and they didn't use that place to accommodate all the people, because there was only a certain amount let inside, and there was a small cordoned off section, which I call the kill zone. Anybody that was in the kill zone was subject to potential arrest, because anybody outside, they had all these friends of the politicians, and all the reporters were kept in a separate area. That was not the kill zone, much bigger area. 3 times the size as the small area where they only let in the amount of people that they had seats for in the paddy wagons. 8 paddy wagons times 16 people equals the amount of chairs that people were allowed to attend this meeting from the protest. They planned on arresting everyone for saying amen. That's what they planned on. And the state said, oh, we're there to protect the elderly and to protect the children, right? That was all to protect the elderly and the children. Then why did you guys arrest women with babies in their arms? I saw women with babies in their arms getting arrested, and women, old women, 7 or 8 old, smashed her head on the concrete, dragged her out, manhandled her all the way out, and then smashed her head on the concrete because they were protecting the elderly, right? No, they weren't protecting shit. They were following orders like bootlickers for Governor Sununu, okay? This was all orchestrated by the Executive Council. We even heard Megan Rose say that, oh, it was picked, that location was picked specifically by the Executive Council.
Mr. Staples, do you have any further testimony about the incident?
Yeah, I'm about to start talking about how I said shut it down. Okay, are you going to just stop me from testifying? Are you going to try to rush me? Or are you going to let me testify? It's not your fault. I am proceeding. Stop fucking disrupting my goddamn train of thought. Okay?
Mr. Staples.
What are you going to do about it?
Mr. Staples.
Nothing.
Mr. Staples.
Stop!
Please proceed.
So, as I'm made to seem like we're being asked to leave, which is what Sununu testified to, or said to the crowd, right? The chief executive, the supreme excellency of the state of New Hampshire, His Excellency said, you will be asked to leave after Megan, this was however long it was after Megan Walsh's warning for whatever she was warning. She said, you guys will be asked, people will be asked to leave if there's a disruption. And I thought maybe I'm being asked to leave. But when I get behind the curtain, they said, oh, you're under arrest. I said, I'm under arrest for what? Disorderly conduct. Oh, all right. I didn't protest. I didn't fight. Once I was in cuffs and I was under arrest, you better believe I'm going to say something about it. And I started yelling, shut it down. We're being arrested. Fuck this shit. Because I'm hyperbolic. That's how I am. Right? And if you want to call that whatever it is what it is. I said it. I'm protesting my goddamn arrest. And I will protest my arrest. Did I fight? Did I resist? Did I get charged with resisting? No. It's not my fault that the police arrested me inside this other room that was not part of the public meeting, a completely separate room, right? Why didn't they take me outside the building? They knew I was going to be loud and they thought it might disrupt the meeting. Why didn't they ask me to leave? Like Sununu said they would ask me to leave. I don't know. Sounds like entrapment to me. But anyways, I was arrested, and once I was put in cuffs, you goddamn right, I'm going to hoot and holler all the way into that fucking paddy wagon. Okay? I have the right to protest my illegal arrest and let everybody else know what's going on. And when I did, everyone said, what is happening? Why are they being arrested? People of normal
Not people with normal sensibilities, average sensibilities, those were all wild. Oh, according to Sununu, we're all shut it down, no government at all type motherfuckers. That's what he said. Okay? And that's not true. We're constitutionalists. We believe in the rule of law. The real law. Where you guys get all your rules and all your statutes come from the Constitution, and they come from our consent.
Bill of Rights.
So,
Did you see who said that?
No, I couldn't.
we got the murder police out.
Yeah, but I was a whole bunch.
Alright. So, yeah, I hooted and hollered, and then they start arresting. You know, the state wants us to believe that they're protecting us and protecting the citizens, but they weren't protecting nothing. They were protecting the governor. They were protecting the governor, and they were protecting that federal pimp money, because they're whores. Nothing but whores.
All right, do you have any further testimony?
Yeah, I do have further testimony. So, I also refuse to sign the bail conditions, because that's coming up in the next case. I refuse to sign those bail conditions. It's a non-jailable offense. You can't even detain me. You can't even detain me if I refuse to sign. So I got into the van, and other people are getting arrested for asking why we're getting arrested, and it was terrifying. Absolutely terrifying to watch what happened after I was arrested. Despicable. And yeah, I guess that's it. Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, you guys, let's go! Let's get this shit show started. Who's up first, Blinky?
Mr. Staples, please.
Oh, please, nothing. They drag me in, you guys drag me in, I'll do whatever the fuck I want, I'll say whatever the fuck I want, whatever the fuck I want. Fuck around and blind, fuck! Think that's a disruption? You think that's contempt? Fucking hold me in contempt then!
Mr. Staples,
Do it!
based on your conduct, you seem to want to be helped.
Maybe!
And
Maybe it's part of my disability. You want to hold me in contempt for my disability? Fuck you! You do it, I dare you! You already acknowledged it! You've already seen this shit! This is how I am! This is my normal baseline. Everybody knows it. A lot of people hate it. They like me, but they hate when I get like this. Just like you don't like it right now. But it is what it is.
all right, Mr. Staples, it sounds to me like you're recognizing that you're getting a little bit carried away. So let's try to get through this.
Do you want to take a 5-minute break?
Do you feel like you need a 5-minute break?
Maybe, yeah.
All right, so let's take a 5-minute break. Watch your step.
All right, thank you.
All right.
I don't know why my camera keeps going off.
Don't forget about the witness.
You can't.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, I do want to get held in contempt. I dare you to hold me in contempt.
Why aren't you? If you're not gonna hold me in contempt for this, how am I gonna found not fucking guilty on his fucking disorderly conduct?
Guys started losing the stream. I recorded static audio, so you wanted to manipulation. They had me up as a witness. I videotaped that whole incident.
I tried, yeah. I'm trying.
So you probably should have said something, but she's here, she's outside, sequestered.
And we didn't have any way to contact her.
Yeah, I had no way to call, she left, and I didn't have her phone number.
But I was able to track her down. Or
between all of us, we were able to track her down so that she's here today to the process.
If you want to move, stand up here,
So yeah, I'm gonna do that. Try to do that.
Hey, Ian, do you recognize this guy in the back? This is the AG. He's the Department of Justice.
I don't know, he's dressed like he might be, but no.
Derek.
I'm just gonna let her know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let her know, yep.
Did you ask him?
You should. You really should.
Good job, man. Thanks. Closing arguments is going to be fun. I'm looking forward to seeing what they ask you.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm like, yeah, I'm interested. See what these guys. Hey, what's up? How are you? Good. How you doing?
Sounds like they're all being leveraged to go after you. Feels like it.
He wants to get it done with because he's going to do what he's going to say. Not guilty, get up and walk out. Because they don't want the case law that this is going to bring. You guys know it.
All right?
Does that sign say cooperate? Cooperation?
All right, Mr. Staples, come on back. You want to run? At your convenience, counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Staples, with respect to your behavior, with respect to that particular day, you do recall at some point in time the governor gave a warning after the Pledge of Allegiance asking people to be quiet. Do you recall that?
I don't recall him asking people to be quiet. He said, people, if there are any more disruptions or outbursts like that, then we can't have that or something along those lines. He didn't say, people, you need to be quiet, you have to be silent. If anyone says anything or makes a noise, you're going to be arrested. He didn't say anything like that, no.
And you recall?
And is he law enforcement? Is that a lawful order by Sununu?
What would you agree that
It's a lawful order?
Would you recognize?
No, it's not a lawful order.
Would you recognize the trooper who stood up in front of you and said, "We're going to need to be quiet"? Would you recognize her as law enforcement? Megan Walsh.
Megan Walsh did not give me a warning.
Would you recognize her as law enforcement?
Sure.
Okay.
But that was not a lawful order.
And how about Sergeant DeLuca, when he came up and came down and spoke to you and asked you to be quiet? Would you recognize him to be law enforcement?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So with respect to him giving you a specific request based upon conduct that he had observed, you would recognize that he gave you that request based upon being law enforcement.
What request?
That he came up to you and told you...
What did he tell me? I don't know what you're saying. You're the one saying what he told me.
He came up to you and asked you to be quiet.
I don't know. I don't remember exactly what he said.
Okay, we can testify, so we'll take him as...
Sure, take his testimony, whatever you want to do.
So with respect to...
There's no nexus to the arrest.
Did she also inform you and the rest of the people there that further disruptions would lead to people being arrested for disorderly conduct?
What are you talking about now?
Did Ms. Walsh, did Sergeant Walsh say that to you?
She did not say that to me, no.
Did she say it to the group?
She did not say it to any one person.
Okay. She
Which
said
is,
it-
well, hold on. I'm answering your question. She did not say it to any one person, which is what the law requires in references. It doesn't allow for a blanket statement. So let's say 10 people in the room make some disruptions or say some things, and then she comes out and she warns the entire crowd, and there's 100 people there. 10 people made noises that she came out. Maybe she also testified she doesn't know why she gave the thing. She don't even know why she came out, so she had no purpose. She was ordered to give that, so it can't be a lawful order from her.
So after an individual request from Sergeant DeLuca and later a general request from Megan Walsh,
I didn't get a general request from Megan Walsh.
Mr. Staples, I'm going to make sure that he doesn't interrupt you answering. Let me ask you to not interrupt his question. Wait till he concludes.
And with respect to the proceedings after that, at some point in time, they started to discuss some things, and you said we had a plan, or we had all agreed that we were going to stand up and turn our backs to the state.
I did say that.
Yeah. And during that period of time, when Councilor Gaxis apparently said something that you and some of the group agreed with, you recall Terry saying, amen, and you recall saying, yeah.
I did not say that, no. I said that your troopers testified that I said yeah,
Right.
and that's why I was arrested.
Right. And did you-
Yeah, and hold on, I wasn't actually charged with saying yeah. I was charged with saying shut it down.
And certainly after you had uttered something, after
Something?
Teresa had said what she had said, you then ended up clapping, I believe you testified.
In the video, you can see the whole room clapping, yeah.
Okay.
Everyone
And
clapped.
so it was after the specific warning of Sergeant DeLuca and after the general warning from Ms. Walsh, specifically saying disrupting the meeting will lead to arrest, did you engage in the conduct that we're talking about?
Those things are happening. I don't know what you're talking about because you're being just as vague as she was with her thing. If there's any more disruptions she didn't say anything about clapping. She didn't say nobody's allowed to clap at certain points in the meeting, did she? She didn't say everyone has to be completely quiet and silent or you'll be arrested, did she? No, she didn't.
And earlier you said that you're allowed freedom of speech, and you referenced, I believe you referenced, our state constitution.
Article 30.
Article 30, right?
Article 30.
So why don't we look at Article 30?
I've already looked at it.
Okay, let's do it together.
Oh, let's do it, because you're probably the first time you've ever read it.
So, the freedom of deliberation, speech, and debate in either house of the legislature.
Sure.
Right? Were you in either house of the legislature? Were you in either house of the legislature when this was occurring?
This was legislative stuff. This is
Were you
business.
in either house of the
It
legislature?
couldn't be held there. How could it be held there? In lieu of being held at the State House, it was held there. So it doesn't matter. At that time, where that meeting was being held is state property, is part of the legislature. So just because you held it off-site somewhere to entrap and arrest everybody and not have it so that everyone could be in Reps Hall, like there was just a meeting last week that everybody was allowed into Reps Hall that holds 400 plus people, okay? The police standards and trainings could have held 400 people, but you guys cordoned it off and only let in about 150 or whatever.
Are you saying the governor and council regularly meets in Reps Hall?
I don't fucking know. You think I follow this shit that much, dude? You act like I'm some fucking goddamn politician. Well, I mean, this guy acts like I know everything and everybody and all the processes, all this shit. My purpose was
Okay?
Okay?
And with respect to our state constitution, there's a provision that deals with counsel. Can you tell me where in the provisions there where it talks about counsel?
No, I don't know what you're talking, what's the
Where it
point?
talks about freedom of speech at a council meeting? Do you see anything in there about?
Article 22, freedom of speech anytime, anywhere, any place.
Attorney O'Leary,
Yes, sir.
can I ask you to direct your questions to address the conduct that's alleged in the complaint?
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
Yeah, address what I'm being charged with.
He's alleging that he had.
You're saying I said yeah, and I'm not even charged with that.
Mr. Staples,
No, but I mean, this is insane.
I understand that you represented to the court that your disability makes it difficult for you to control yourself.
I even took Xanax today. It's not prescribed. So I'm super as calm as I can fucking be, dude.
All right, well, just calm down.
I'm trying. This guy's, oh, you said yeah, but I'm not even charged with saying yeah, and I wasn't arrested for saying yeah. So what the fuck is really going on here? I don't understand. He don't know what's going on. Look at him blinking again.
Do you have any further questions for this?
I guess the only other thing I would like to do is I'd like to ask him about whether or not his intent was to go and to disrupt things. And he said earlier that he wasn't there to disrupt things.
Correct.
And I want to play him a bit of video to show exactly what his intent is. Do you recall going to the governor and council meeting down in
Council meeting was held at the New Hampshire Institute of Politics in Manchester.
This is
But
objection.
before it could begin.
Shut it down, motherfucker! Shut the fuck down! Shut that shit the fuck off! This has nothing to do with this case! Nothing!
Mr. Staples,
I'm not being charged with anything there! He's asking about that thing? Yo! The fucking AG did a 6-month investigation on that and said nothing happened!
Mr. Staples.
Okay? Why wasn't I charged with anything there? Why wasn't I charged with anything there, you fucking cunt? Huh?
Remove it.
Fuck you!
Please proceed.
Your Honor, essentially, all I wanted to ask him was because it's the state's burden to show purpose. I wanted to show this and ask if that was him, and ask if he had, acted that way, such that the state police were on notice with respect to his conduct at these meetings. Beyond that, especially considering his behavior, I don't expect that I'm going to ask him any more questions. I was going to ask him about some things that happened behind the curtain after he had been removed from the room. At this point, I don't have him available to ask him those questions. I suppose we could just rest on what the court has seen and had the opportunity to view. With that, I think that the state will rest at this point with respect to these charges. If you would like me to make a brief closing statement, I could do that.
Yeah, I'm going to give everyone, ma'am, I'm going to give everyone a few minutes to prepare a closing argument. I'm going to give you the chance to go out and speak with Mr. Staples if you think that you can get him into a state where he'll agree to conduct himself reasonably. Then let's have him back in the courtroom so that he can
Your Honor,
participate in this proceeding.
Patricia Jorgensen was, the state was cross-examining her, and then she wasn't here for the last hearing, but she didn't know she was supposed to be here. She is here today, but the state was cross-examined, and she still has, they can ask the same questions with regards to, has she watched anything, has she talked to anyone? We were not aware that we had no way of getting in touch with her, and the state had presented that they wanted to continue cross-examination, but they never provided that information to her. So we would just like to be able to have her come back in and continue with the state's cross-examination so that her testimony of almost 45 minutes was completely stricken from the record.
I leave it to the court's discretion. I understand that these are lay witnesses and lay people presenting cases, so there might have been a misunderstanding.
Yeah, there might have been a misunderstanding, and to whatever extent Mr. Jorgensen has relevant testimony, I think it's cumulative at this point, and not necessary.
Well, they asked to cross-examine her, and you actually excluded her testimony in its entirety because she wasn't here. So at this point, we'd like to have the opportunity for them to finish their cross-examination and her complete thing to be put back into the record.
And respectfully, that request is denied.
Okay.
So I'm going to take a brief recess, and let's bring Mr. Staples back to the courtroom and see if he's able to conduct himself reasonably.
All right, please.
You gotta get these guys licenses. Reports to spot.
Go back out.
Jason, come in. Where's Karen? Probably for next case. Excuse me, Your Honor. Oh, sorry.
I don't know, why are you looking at friends in the courtroom?
And then you have Tom.
And what?
DeLuca feels bad,
Talking to
hopefully.
him? And the prosecutors who were talking to them.
Of course they would.
Mr. Staples.
Yes, sir.
You were conducting yourself in such a way as to be extraordinarily disruptive to the orderly process of this hearing. And so I was in the process of deeming that you had forfeited your right to continue to be present in a courtroom.
Doesn't work that way.
But I understand that you're going to be able to control yourself so that we can conclude this proceeding.
I am doing the best that I can.
No, I hear what you're saying. So, this is a criminal proceeding. You have the right to participate in this hearing. You have the right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you.
Except for Provenza.
But it's not absolute. So I very much appreciate your willingness to come back to the courtroom, conduct yourself reasonably. So let's now, after you had left the courtroom, the state indicated that they had no further questions for you. So I'm going to hear closing arguments now. And this would be your opportunity to make a closing argument, unless you have any other testimony that you'd like to introduce.
Well, so what happens? I go and then the state does, and then what from there?
Yes, if you've rested your case, if you have no further evidence or testimony that you want to introduce, then you would rest. You can make a motion to dismiss if you'd like at that point, and then you can make a closing argument, and then I'll hear from the state of New Hampshire.
All right, thanks. Doesn't matter. Is DeLuca and Provenza allowed to be in the courtroom?
just asking.
Do you have any further evidence or testimony?
Yes, I do. I wanted to testify about that video that he was bringing up, because he keeps bringing up all these previous things beyond the 1013 arrest and trying to characterize it as that's why I was being arrested, which is part of my point of the entrapment. It goes all the way back to the St. Anselm video that you just tried to play.
Mr. Staples, to the extent that you have an objection to the state introducing evidence of some other event that you were or weren't a participant.
They've already done that with the cross and stuff, so maybe it's a closing argument thing.
If you could let me finish.
Sure, sorry.
I would sustain your objection to that evidence. So I'm not going to allow any evidence to come into this case about video of some other proceeding that you're involved in. I think it's
beyond the scope of...
It's 404B evidence, technically under the rules of evidence, not to get all inside baseball, but it's not admissible. So do you have any other evidence or testimony that you want to introduce?
Yeah, just this piece here.
What's that?
This is part of the state's discovery, and this is Office of Governor Chris Sununu press conference from Wednesday, October 13th, 2021 at 3 o'clock. And he makes statements in here about the arrests.
Why is it relevant?
It's relevant towards the entrapment defense that I'm building, into where his statements that he makes proves that it goes all the way back to the protests in front of his house, and that he's targeting everyone in the entire room. He admits to it in his own statement. It's their evidence. It's part of the discovery. So.
Your Honor, it looks to me to be a transcript of a press conference held after the event with a declarant who is not in court to be cross-examined. I don't think it should be accepted by the court.
That's why I wanted Sununu here. We need to be able to cross-examine Sununu's statements and what they are putting forward from Sununu. And then why is this part of the discovery if I'm not allowed to use it? And there's relevant facts in there, statements, public statements in his official capacity that he made about the arrests.
The state's objection is sustained. Any other evidence or testimony you'd like to introduce?
Oh yeah, I wasn't here for the Pat Jorgensen thing. Why is she not being allowed to finish her cross-examination?
I've ruled under Rule 404 or 403 that it would be needlessly cumulative at this point.
Needlessly cumulative? No, but her testimony's been stricken only because they were not allowed to finish cross-examination. So it's not the cumulative, it's already happened, but now it's being removed. Her testimony was some of the best testimony that we had.
That's the court's decision.
Oh, this is the court's decision to keep it removed. So, okay. And what about, I'd like to call O'Leary to the stand. Because he filed the original complaints. I want to ask him about the original complaints that he filed.
Yeah.
Why does he object?
I'm not witness to the underlying case. So
you are a witness.
And under court rule, one cannot be both an attorney in the matter and a witness in the case. So.
Right. You can't be the prosecutor and the complainant, but he is.
Mr. Staples, do you have any more evidence or testimony?
This, yeah. Him being the complainant and the prosecutor, which he just admitted is not allowed.
Do you rest?
No. What do you mean? Can I enter this as evidence? It's part of the court record.
It's part of the court record.
So it's already, you already know what it is, right? And Shepard didn't file his appearance until way after as well. So what do you mean, if I rest now, then I get into closing arguments? Okay. Yeah, sure, right? To rest? Okay. Yeah, so should be good to go into closing arguments here.
Please go ahead.
So, yeah, that's fine. So, the state has clearly not met its burden of proof, nor have they provided accurate evidence that I committed the crime of disorderly conduct. They presented clips of videos that were clearly doctored and amplified, that were different from the full context videos that I showed of the incident. And due to the wide range of inconsistent and irrelevant statements surrounding the incidents of 1013 arrest from the state's witnesses, and the lack of video evidence that demonstrates I was guilty of the crimes I was charged with, the only consistent feature between the troopers' testimonies, who've now left the room, was that the entire day had been carefully orchestrated between the state police, the governor, and the executive council. They picked that location specifically, and Megan Rose testified to that they had to pick that because it was not a normal type of it was not a typical event, right, where there's only a few people showing up. This was a very serious event where there was hundreds and hundreds of people trying to attend and protest and not get this money for FEMA camps and the isolation and quarantine of New Hampshire citizens. That was strings attached to the $27 million of funding, right? So the entire day had been carefully orchestrated by the governor and executive council with over 80 state agents and up to 8 paddy wagons ready to arrest a small segmented portion of the public who are known to have come up against Sununu's saying that this money had to be accepted. We're going to get this money accepted. It's all disinformation with the vaccines. These people are conspiracy theorists. They're not members of the GOP. They're not Republicans. And a lot of people maybe aren't. A lot of people are probably independent. But what does that matter, right? What does that matter? The state provided discovery regarding this press conference that was held on 10/13, and Sununu was quoted as saying, "Look, I believe most of the people standing in the public in that room protesting were not part of the Republican Party. These are anti-government, shut it down, no government at all cost type individuals." I mean, they've been fairly blunt about this, frankly.
You know, on the trier effect here, can you just address your argument to me and not wander around the courtroom and speak to
I mean, I'm right here. It's like a 2 feet, I'm just going back and forth.
No, but just address the court, please. Stop swirling around.
Stop going around.
And what's your position?
He's arguing the facts, not the evidence. He's quoted from the governor's press conference, which is quoted over his comments.
That's the same.
Sure,
So the folks that were at that meeting were passionately and vehemently opposed to the acceptance of the $27 million in federal PIP money that was to create conditions for the isolation and quarantine of New Hampshire citizens at the direction of the federal government. The state showed us extremely brief selected clips of what appeared to be doctored and amplified video. Who did the doctoring? Trooper Pavenza, their specialist IT guy, who I was not made aware of, that he was going to be their specialist expert IT guy. What are Pavenza's credentials? What are Provenza's credentials for IT? Well, he had to settle for a case where he doctored.
Objection.
No, this is lorry-less stuff.
It's absolutely not lorry-less stuff.
It is lorry-less stuff.
Trooper Provenza has never been placed on the lorry.
Yes, he is. He's on the unredacted list.
To the best of my knowledge, he's not on the lorry list.
He
was
is.
specifically absolved from responsibility in the case that Mr. Staples is referring to.
You don't know what case it's for.
These are facts that aren't before the court anyway, Mr. Staples. You've got to restrict your...
They are before the court. I put them in my motion to dismiss.
It's not evidence that's before the court, Mr. Staples. So
how do I get it into evidence before the court? Do I have to take it off of this thing and submit it into evidence right now?
Please proceed with your argument.
So I'd like to submit that as evidence. The lorry list issues with Provenza.
Mr. Staples, the evidence is closed in this case. This is your opportunity to make a closing argument.
And you said that you would accommodate me and you should be giving me leeway. I don't understand all these processes, sir.
Mr. Staples, this court's provided you with ample accommodation.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So please proceed.
Yeah, okay. So, I wasn't allowed to object to this expert witness who was also the complainant on these null pros, or on the new charges after these ones were null pros, right? And he testified, Provenza testified under oath that he was the scribe on 10/13/2021. His job was to write all the tickets for that day. So I would ask why O'Leary wrote the tickets for that day, when Provenza said that it was his job to do that, testified under oath. The original complaints were filed with the court on 11/5 by O'Leary. The prosecutor on this case until 4/29/2022. Note that this was more than 2 weeks after Provenza came to rescue O'Leary and filed new charges, which he was supposed to file from the beginning, because that's what he testified under oath. His job was that day was the scribe. So the state wants us to believe all these things that don't jive.
Ma'am, are you providing assistance?
No, I'm looking at I don't have a second copy, so I'm looking at it on my phone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, I mean, this is prosecutorial misconduct, this whole case, and malicious prosecution, because they've not proven anything. They had troopers getting up here testifying to everything except what I'm charged with. None of them testified that I clapped at any certain point and disrupted the meeting and showed where any disruption from any loud clapping was. There's no minute marks of this supposed evidence. He keeps referring, at this point and at that point, all these very vague, where is it in the video? Where's the minute marks? Because I got all our stuff marked with the minute marks. The state has not provided that. O'Leary was not at the 11/19 arraignment, despite his assertion that the court has heard, and that the court has heard testimony that Attorney Shepard was there on the state. It is true that Attorney Shepard...
talking about the 11/19 arraignment here, Judge. I guess I object. I know this is closing arguments.
This is closing arguments. This is all on the record. I want this on the record for the appeals. This is my closing arguments for all the stuff that's come about. I mean, what else am I supposed to say?
It's not, I think he's confused, he's saying the 1119 event. It's the 11.
Yeah, that's not that. No, this was the 11/19 arraignment, not the 11/19 event, the arraignment that you were not at. Remember? When you said that, when he said that Attorney Shepard was on the case that day.
I think it's irrelevant. This part of the argument is irrelevant of why he's talking about this. Has nothing to do.
It's relevant, sir, because it goes to show that the state has been lying this whole time about the entire process of this case. O'Leary swears that Shepard was there on 11/19, but Shepard did not file an appearance until 3/21/2022. So how was he there that day on 11/19 for the arraignment when O'Leary was not there? O'Leary swears that Shepard was on the case that day, he was not. Okay, so I'm going to, the point of this is showing that the state is lying and they're misrepresenting the facts, all the facts of this case, particularly the arraignment and the prosecution and how he was the original complainant and that's why he wasn't there that day. And they saw Shepard. Shepard was in the video of that arraignment and right before the arraignment commences, you can see Shepard walk out. Because he wasn't here on that case. He didn't sign on until months later.
Mr. Staples, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to instruct the state to allow you to conclude your closing argument, and I'm going to restrict your closing argument to another 15 minutes. So when that clock says 2:10, that's when I'm going to stop. So there's a quid pro quo here. The state's not going to interrupt you, and you're going to efficiently make your case in closing argument.
I'm trying. I got this up here. And you can't limit me to a certain amount of time. I'm doing the best I can, okay? I'm going to finish my closing arguments. I have it all right here. And I'm doing the best I can. So to try to say you're only allowed a certain amount of time, no.
You're allowed until 2:10.
We'll see. So, yeah. So Judge Spath even acknowledged that the state was absent for this initial appearance during the hearing. And all well documented and proven by the court record. In fact, the court record supported that Shepard did not file his appearance until 3/21/22. Therefore, it is simply not possible for Shepard to have been on the case for the 11/19 arraignment. Moreover, the initial complaint does not show that these complaints were ever served on the defendant in hand or anything in any other capacity. The defendant contends that these complaints were not received until the time the state provided discovery. O'Leary has stated repeatedly that the complaints were given to the defense counsel on record, but again, the court records document that the counsel for the defendant did not appear on the court record until 11/10/2021, clearly because O'Leary was not present on 11/19/2021. And we have excluded Shepard as acting on the state's behalf of this hearing as he expects the court to believe he served the documents to counsel according to the laws of the state. The court record contradicts everything that the state has professed to the court. These are clear violations of Rules 4 and due process. If this is not enough to sway the court's opinion, there is more. Article 5 protests New Hampshire citizens' right to worship. We heard testimony that I was arrested for saying yeah after Therese Grinnell said amen. Okay? Even though I'm not charged with that. And there were at least 2 others that we saw in the video, 2 to 3 others that exclaimed their praise of amen at that same time. Is this purposeful disruption? Really? Is this reckless? The officers themselves were not even sure what they were giving warnings about or even why they were ordered to arrest us. They said they were just following orders. Megan Rose can't give a lawful order if she doesn't know the purpose of the order. Okay? A lawful order is a command issued to any person for the purpose of preventing said person, not persons, said person from committing any offense set forth in this section. When the officer has reasonable grounds to believe that said person is about to commit any such act or offense, when said person is engaged in a course of conduct which makes his commission of such an offense imminent. A command issued to a person to stop him from continuing to commit any offense set forth in this section, when the officer has reasonable grounds to believe that said person is presently engaged in conduct which constitutes an offense. Okay? So, said person, the general warning by Megan Walsh was not to any one said person, and it was not for any specific offense. You can't color 90 people in the room who didn't do anything as now you're subject to arrest if you make one peep. So Megan Walsh's lawful could not have been ordered because she did not even know the purpose. She testified that she was just told and she had no idea why she was giving the order. So it could not have been a lawful order. The only one who could give a lawful order is the one who witnessed the conduct. It went to the individual, the person, to tell them that. And what is this? 644-2 disorderly conduct, section 6 says disorderly conduct is a misdemeanor if the offense continues after a request by a person to desist. That is not what happened. Otherwise, it's a violation. Okay? There was nothing. When I got my warning, I didn't continue. We ended up getting a warning from Megan Walsh, and it was a general, not a lawful order. The only lawful order I got was from DeLuca when he came, way earlier in the meeting. So the conduct didn't continue, right, after that. I listened to it. So, if anything, this should be a violation. And I would argue that the citizens, I would argue that the arrests that day were intended to send a strong warning to all citizens who may not agree with their elected and appointed officials by creating a chilling effect and taking out the folks who have been previously identified as flies in the emperor's ointment from previous events, right? And the state provided no evidence that I created a hazard or that I did anything purposely to disrupt the meeting or anything reckless because the charges are duplicated as purposely did this and recklessly did this. How do you recklessly make a statement? How does that create a reckless or a danger or a hazard by making a political statement? All right? We had no testimony to support that could be identified as reckless conduct. There was no disturbance or disruption of the meeting until after I was behind the curtain, out of the public meeting, and being arrested. We heard testimony that I didn't start hooting and hollering until I was in handcuffs and protesting my arrest. After the Walsh warning, Sununu then told the crowd that people would be asked to leave. Instead, the meeting was paused upon my being put into cuffs and then protesting the warnings. That was the only time the meeting was paused, was after I was already out back and protesting my arrest. So where was the disruption of the meeting prior to that when the state trooper said, I said, yeah. We also heard testimony that I said, it's a lie. Yeah, this is important. So DeLuca said he witnessed me say it's a lie twice, and then that's why he ordered Greco to arrest me. But then another officer said I was arrested for saying yeah after Therese said amen, even though I'm being charged with saying shut it down. One trooper said that I said shut it down, and he said it was prior to the Megan Walsh's warning. I didn't say shut it down, but even if I did prior to the Megan Walsh's warning, why would I be arrested for it over an hour later? And how would that, I'm getting arrested for something after the warning that I did before? You know what I'm trying to say? So I supposedly said shut it down prior to the Megan Walsh's warning, and that's what I was arrested for? That doesn't make sense to me, because if I hadn't received the warning that I'm going to be arrested yet, then why did I get arrested for saying shut it down? If that's when they're saying I said shut it down, which is what they did say.
Yeah, all the people that were in attendance that day were people of average sensibilities. These were all normal citizens. And there was all kinds of people saying amen, clapping at different points. We will be here, we'll keep coming back. None of those people got warned. That wasn't a disruption. The meeting was never paused for any of those things. As far as I'm concerned, those were all normal things that people, when they get upset or when they get happy, you know, we're allowed to clap loudly for the people who are getting voted in and sworn in, but we're not allowed to explain at other points in the meeting, only at approved points in the meeting. It's very, very confusing to know what is and what isn't allowed, right? And why didn't LaVoy arrest me? Because he's the one that said, I said shut it down prior to the Megan Walsh's warning. Why didn't they arrest me right then? Oh, because Megan Walsh didn't give her warning yet. Ah, no wonder. So why am I being arrested for saying shut it down, and when did I say shut it down? There's no proof, there's no timestamps. They didn't show anything in their videos of me saying shut it down after the Megan Walsh's warning, right? The whole room said all kinds of stuff, but me and Therese were the only ones that were arrested, and they did testify that I was arrested for saying, yeah, and it's a lie, and shut it down. So, very, very conflicting statements. And yeah, and these people, including myself, were arrested for asking questions that the very folks that swore an oath to protect them. More conditions which contributed to the arrest included how there were small roped-off sections and the chairs were zip-tied together. All those citizens were subject to arrest, as you heard me testify, the kill zone. There was a separate area where certain members of the public, friends of the politicians, and certain media was allowed to be. Those people were not subject to this entrapment situation. If it were not for the Megan Walsh warning, followed by Sununu saying people would be asked to leave, it wouldn't be an entrapment. But given all the totality of the circumstances, picking that specific location, sectioning us all off into a small area, giving multiple warnings from Sununu, who I don't even know if he's not law enforcement, so is his warnings and admonitions lawful orders after the Pledge of Allegiance? And, you know, it's just confusing. What are we supposed to, are we going to listen to the governor saying, you guys are going to be asked to leave? Or do we listen to Megan Walsh, who just gives this blanket statement? The purpose and why she was ordered to give that blanket statement was to create the conditions for arrest. Those conditions for all those arrests, mine and everyone else there included, could not have happened without the Sununu admonitions and the Walsh warning, which is the state's whole entire case. All right, two things. So, now looking at what was going on from the time the defense turned his back until, from the time the defense turned his back, so the defendant turned his back, and he turned around and sat back down and was tapped on the shoulder. Councilor Gatsis was very clearly speaking in opposition to the $27 million. So why would anyone who was there to keep the money from coming to New Hampshire want to stop the meeting? We wanted the vote. There's also at the very beginning, right before we did the Pledge of Allegiance, I said, vote no. You can hear me clearly, I believe we showed that, but I said, vote no, right before the meeting was about to start. You can clearly hear my voice, and that's all I wanted, was to vote no. We saw in the beginning, the plan was to let them vote, and see where it goes. It was not to disrupt the meeting. My purpose, and everybody's purpose there, was not to disrupt the meeting, was to let the vote happen. And
there was,
Ma'am, Mr. Staples, you have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. So, we the people of New Hampshire, frankly, you can see by the way I am here throughout this whole proceeding, we're fed up. And we will not be silenced any longer. We will not be censured any longer. We will not be fearful of arrest for saying amen or yeah or any other pedantic thing, muttering under our breath. We will not be fearful of being proud to demonstrate our religious freedoms, and we will protect the right of all those who wish to say amen or object to anything at a public meeting. Article 30 says, if this was a house of the legislature, this was an official meeting, just because it's not held on that property doesn't mean anything. It says the freedom of deliberation, speech, and debate in either house of the legislature is so essential to the rights of the people that it cannot be the foundation of any action, complaint, or prosecution in any court or other place whatsoever. Article 31, meetings of the legislature are for what purposes? The legislature shall assemble for the redress of public grievances. Any assembly that the legislature has, we are able to redress our public grievances per Article 31. And Article 32, the rights of assembly, instruction, and petition. The people have a right in an orderly and peaceful manner to assemble and consult upon the common good, give instructions to their representatives, vote no, right? And to request the legislative body by way of petition, remonstrance, or redress of the wrongs done to them and the grievances they suffer. So if not at a public meeting, where are we to express our opposition to these things? After the fact in the parking lot where everybody else is locked in an echo chamber? Where we don't have access to our public officials to let them know? No, the time and the place is right there, right now, at the public meeting. Rights of assembly, the purpose of the meetings, freedom of speech. Also, free speech and liberty of the press are essential to the security and freedom of the state. They ought, therefore, be inviolably preserved. Okay? So, this entire case is about free speech and people being able to grieve to the government and their elected officials. So, I would say Article 31 should not even allow this case to go forward in any respect. I was not asked to leave, and I was still charged with a misdemeanor instead of a violation, right? Disorderly conduct is a misdemeanor if the offense continues after a request to desist. I didn't even get asked. They just tapped me on the shoulder and didn't even say what the disorderly conduct, because they didn't even know what the disorderly conduct was. Nobody knew what the disorderly conduct was. The officers were just following orders.
Thank you, Mr. Staples.
Thank you.
The state would indicate that the evidence in this case is pretty clear. The defendant was put on notice multiple times on the day of this meeting with regard to behavior and conduct and speech to not disrupt a meeting of the governor and council. He has cited repeatedly to a claim of some sort of a First Amendment right to express himself, but what he cites to have to do with things that have to do with the legislature. They have nothing to do with meetings of the governor and council. What we indicate and what we are saying is essentially there is a reason to have time, place, and manner restrictions on speech. And in this particular instance, it was very clear. These meetings are not, if you look under the state constitution having to do with the governor assembling the council, They are not participatory meetings in the sense that the public gets to go there and stand up. I know it was several days ago that we heard the testimony of Ms. Rose, but she's the person who is regularly at these meetings and reports these meetings, and there is a manner in which they proceed that is not, the public is recognized to come up and speak and address. These are situations where the governor and council recognize people who perhaps are nominated for a position or whatever, but they are not meetings at which members of the public are just allowed to show off and start talking. They're not allowed to disrupt. She said that online they have information that is available to the public to understand. We have an open government. We want people to be allowed to come to meetings and to see what is going on in the meetings. That's the nature of it. But participate does not mean that you get to stand up or that you get to make noise or that you get to disrupt. I think it's very clear with respect to Mr. Staples, but that's exactly what he wanted to do. And it's very clear that in the, after he's taken behind the curtain and informed he's being arrested because he's been given an individual warning with respect to conduct, he's been given a general warning with respect to Sergeant Walsh, and then Captain LaWalsh specifically sees him doing things. It's like, that's after he's been warned by Sergeant DeLuca, and after he's been given the general warning with the rest of the crowd that they will be arrested. He is in fact identified, taken outside, and arrested. And his response is to yell and to scream. I'm not going to belabor that point, but I think it's very clear that once he has been told that he's under arrest, his response is, now I'm going to ramp it up even more. I'm going to yell, shut it down, shut it down, shut it down. That's very clear from the information that's on the records that are before you. That's very clear from the video. It's very clear from the testimony. No question whatsoever what his intent was with respect to that. So the state is charged in the alternative and said, look, if he was doing things practically doing all the rest, he was clearly recklessly creating a risk at the very least when he was inside. And then once he's arrested and he's behind the curtain, he's not even facing the troopers that are telling him that he's under arrest. He's shouting at the curtain so that the people inside can understand, and he's communicating to them, you need to stop this meeting. You need to shut this down. That's as clear can be with regard to purpose. I would cite, the one case I will cite to the court having to do with time, place, and manner restrictions and the notion that they are reasonable, that our First Amendment is the people have a right to express themselves, but the court can also understand, and it is in fact the case, that reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions have been recognized in this state and have been recognized in United States Supreme Court opinions going back many, many years. The case I'm going to cite is the state of New Hampshire versus Bailey. It's 166 New Hampshire 537, and it talks about things about reasonable restrictions on speech. And in this particular situation, the defendant is cited to things having to do with free speech at the houses of the legislature, which I think, reasonably goes to people addressing their representatives in that forum, and it's specifically set out in our Constitution. But there's a second part of the Constitution, state Constitution, that deals with the governor assembling with council to consider things like nominations, to consider contracts before the state, and to consider things like that. And under those circumstances, the public has a right to be present to see that the government is functioning a certain way, but they do not have a right to participate. And that's specifically what Megan Walsh was addressing to them. Any further disruptions and you're going to be arrested for disorderly conduct. She is clearly a lawful authority. She clearly has the right to make that pronouncement. And with respect to Mr. Staples, the court heard the testimony of Sergeant DeLuca that he had individually told him about the behavior and disruptions before. So to the extent it's charged as a misdemeanor, it's charged because he was given a specific warning with respect to Sergeant DeLuca. He was then given a general warning with respect to Sergeant Walsh, and then he engaged in conduct that was witnessed by Captain LaVoy that led to his arrest. Once he's under arrest, he then, he's saying, I have a right, I have some sort of constitutional right to protest my arrest. There's no such thing. There's no such thing in the Constitution. That doesn't exist anywhere. If you feel like you have been unlawfully arrested, your forum for addressing that is court. You don't go in and say, well, now that I'm being arrested, it's time for me to get everyone to shut things down. Couldn't be any clearer. Would ask the court to make a final with respect to both charges of guilty. Thank you very much.
Your Honor. The state website actually identifies DC as part of the legislative body. So
I'm not entertaining any further.
you're not entertaining anything. And I actually, there's one thing that I did forget. I was hoping I'd just get in there real quick.
I'm sorry, Mr. Staples.
No, because there's an exemption, part 3C of 642, disorderly conduct is disruption of any lawful assembly or meeting of persons without lawful authority. And the lawful authority comes from, like I said, Article 10, Article 30, 31, 32, and 22.
Thank you, Mr. Staples.
Thank you. Oh yeah, what about the motion to dismiss?
Mr. Staples, so you're facing four charges, 2 charges for the first incident, 2 charges for the second.
Stacked, yeah, they're stacked.
With respect to the alternative theories on the first incident, I can see why you were removed from the auditorium. There was a warning from the governor. There was a warning from the sergeant. Then there was a warning from Officer DeLuca directly to him. Walsh was a general warning. And then it's pretty clear that you said yeah after these warnings. And so, like I said, I can see why the state police removed you from the auditorium.
He said, I said, yeah, but I was telling you what I was charged.
Right. I mean, I get the sense that at the scene, the police perceived you to be something of a bellwether.
Yes.
And you could see that when you stood up, a lot of the other people stood up and turned their backs on the governor and council. So I think they rightly perceived that if you were getting carried away, then maybe other people might get carried away. So like I said, I can see why they removed you from the auditorium. And I can see why they believed that they had probable cause to arrest you at that point. And I think they did have probable cause to arrest you at that point. But the burden in this proceeding, in this criminal proceeding, is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's difficult for me to find proof beyond a reasonable doubt with respect to you saying yeah and finding that that created a risk, as the statute requires, of disrupting the orderly conduct of business. I can see how they were trying to take preventative steps from you possibly doing that. But I think your statement of yeah, which was essentially the straw that broke the camel's back for them, was what precipitated them deciding that it was time to maintain order and remove you from the auditorium. Like I said, I think there was probable cause for your arrest, and I think the police were justified in removing you, but I can't find beyond a reasonable doubt that those actions constituted the criminal offense of disorderly conduct. Behind the curtain, I find that the state's proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. I do find that you were acting purposely when you were screaming at the curtain and that you were yelling that you were being arrested and blank this, blank, and shut it down. And I think you were acting in a manner that was purposely disruptive, and in the language of the statute, you purposely caused a breach of the peace, public inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm by disrupting the orderly conduct of business in any public or governmental facility. So, because I've found that the state's proven each and every element of that offense beyond a reasonable doubt.
Both charges?
Well, no, they're alternative theories, so I'm entering a finding of guilty on the purposeful. That is charge ID 1674436.
And is that a violation?
No, that's a classic misdemeanor.
Well, at that point, I wasn't asked to do anything. I was in a separate room. I wasn't even in the meeting anymore.
Yeah, but you've been asked to desist in disrupting.
No, they didn't. They said I was under arrest behind the curtain.
Oh, I understand that you may disagree with the decision I made.
Of course I'm going to disagree with it, but it just doesn't, yeah, sure.
Does the state have a
Very
record?
ridiculous anyways.
Your Honor, the state would recommend a $1,000 fine based on, like I said, $1,000 fine would have to be suspended for a year of good behavior and no attendance at government council meetings. And
Not gonna happen.
We would argue that this is substantiated. I know it's a high fine for the offense, but this is not Mr. Staples' first conviction for disorderly conduct, and so I think it justifies that.
So, just so the court knows, I will not pay a fine if you give me one. You're gonna have to put me in jail for $150 a day, if that's what you wanna do. I can't afford anything, and even though there are people that will pay the fine for me, that's not gonna happen either. I will not allow somebody to pay a fine for me for something like this. And then what else was it? Suspended time, oh, the executives, I can't, so now I'm not allowed to participate in our government. They're trying to lock me out of participating in the government. So just like the bail conditions on the other case that say I'm not allowed to be within 1,000 feet or 100 feet of the executive council and all that, that as well is to keep me from having a voice and playing a role in the political process.
Mr. Staples, do you wish to be heard further on sentencing?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any fine is justified in any way. You know, this whole process has already destroyed my life. I've had to take so much time out of my personal life to deal with this nonsense that I feel like that's enough. I'm homeless, okay? So whatever you want to do, you want to give me a fine, give me a fine.
Okay. Mr. Staples, on the court's finding of guilty, you're fined $1,000 plus the statutory penalty assessment of $240, $500 of the fine, and $120 of the statutory penalty assessment are suspended on the condition of your good behavior for a period of 1 year. Are you able to take care of the fine and penalty assessment this afternoon?
No, like I said, I'm not paying a fine, I'm appealing this as well. Just so you know, so I'm appealing this.
I'll know your appeal.
Yeah.
Anything further from the state? Anything further, Mr. Staples?
No.
All right, this hearing's concluded.
You prosecutors should be ashamed of yourselves.
Shame on all of you.
Shame on the
court.
We're gonna win on appeal. We're gonna win on appeal. Don't worry about it.
And we have enough evidence of the state's wrongdoing to bring it up to the box.
I guess not. I didn't hear anything about it. So I was going to be here for that. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that case is over.
need to get out of here before they
It
call.
clarifies
Before they want to do it. I'll talk to you outside. I'll be right there. And now you're all done.
Shift the eyes. Shift the shift.
Right in the eyes. Mr. Freaky.
Shift the eyes.
Liar.
Yeah.
We're gonna say.
I don't know how people can put their head on their pillow knowing that everything our forefathers, everything my grandpa, everything our families fought for.
They're gonna probably try to get
How about it, O'Leary? You want to come talk to this woman that you had arrested for saying amen? Huh?
Or how about Kathleen?
Let's go, O'Leary.
I wasn't
How about you come talk to these people? You talk to this 78-year-old woman that had her head.
Real when Megan Walsh gave her warning.
Huh? You feel
It's okay,
good about
we got-
yourself?
honey.
How the fuck do you sleep at night? How the fuck do you sleep at night?
Performance is fine for
Oh,
today.
fuck you.
When you came
Get
to
the
see
fuck
me-
out of my
Is this
fucking
Is
face.
this how you acted when you came to
This
see
is
me?
how I fucking act.
It is not.
Yeah, get the,
It is not.
you're a fucking bootlicking cunt. Go fuck yourself.
He doesn't react well
Go
to
fuck
liars.
yourself. You're a fucking liar. You're a fraud. You want to act cool with me? Yeah, go hide in there. Go hide in there. Fucking cunts. Hide in there. What? I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, and they're violating their rights. You think that's good for kids to see?
I'm here to protect the kids.
Who
We're
are you?
protecting the
Who are you?
kids. We're
Who are
protecting
you?
the kids from forced vaccination and isolation and quarantine.
You're a sellout.
All right? Fucking cunt. Shut the fuck up. Bunch of fucking losers. Of course he is. Fuck him. Meet me out in the fucking parking lot.
Your family's awful proud of you, sir.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm continuing to press charges on you, by the way.
Shackles and handcuffs.
It's got all the laws and orders right in it, all the executive orders by Donald J. Trump. Any enemies, domestic or foreign, or interference from domestic or foreign.
Not one person testified to behind the.
So this place just sold
They found him
the
guilty.
country out. Never mind selling,
That's because
sold
he
Frank
agreed
out,
to it.
but it sold the whole country out with it because it took our feet from under us.
New
but we're
Hampshire
not
needs
quitting.
help. We need help. We are being prosecuted by all of our.
Persecutors.
Yes.
We're not being prosecuted.
We the people, we
because
need help.
That's due process is prosecution. Persecution
If Trump is a thing and he did
attacking
those executive
premeditated.
orders, we need help now. We can't wait another 5 minutes. Let's go.
They had, I'm gonna appeal, yeah. So they had us scheduled for the bootlicker case today at 12:45 as well.
Right.
So that legislative office building thing,
Where's Patricia?
I don't know what are they now? They get to continue it? No, that shit should be over with because they scheduled it at the same time, and I was here, and we had to do this
Against
case.
those attorneys. for
They keep
not
trying to
allowing
ram that other case, but apparently they didn't want to go through with it today.
So you're doing the fine or what?
Correct.
No, I ain't doing the fine.
You're gonna pay this appeal first,
But they stopped it.
and then
They stopped
appeal might
it
what
at
take
the
2
end of the
years?
day. Yes.
Appeal could take a little bit, but
Well,
yeah, it
was.
depends.
And then there
Yeah.
was some back and forth about
So,
something.
thanks
So
everybody
it
for
was
coming
just
out.
scheduling the next
I mean,
Yeah,
I
they were
predicted this
scheduling
anyways.
it.
I had a feeling they were gonna find me guilty of one of the, I think I said it to somebody, I know I did. They're gonna find me guilty of one of the ones behind the curtain, but they can't find me guilty of the, so that's a lawsuit. The lawsuit is in, that was an unlawful arrest. These motherfuckers going down.
Thank you, Frank.
Going down. Thank you. Thank you all for your support
Sam.
coming out. And yeah, this is how we do it. This is how we do it. Ridicule these fucking fools.
We'd like to invite you to visit freekeen.com. Freekeen.com features audio, video, and blogs chronicling the transition to a voluntary society. Freekeen.com also has comments and discussion forums so you can be heard. Freekeen.com.
I should be in Keene, New Hampshire with the Free Staters.